it all in the first place.
Because the emotion mediates the process that's so fast.
The emotion is very fast, that's true, yeah.
Things always mediated by emotion.
Yeah, but it may take a second or two before, the emotional center is hit very quickly, but then there's another center down the solar plexus that takes longer. But anyway, I think we should not continue this, I'm sure that people don't seem very interested, but it's 1:45, which is a bit later than we usually go, and we start, remember, tomorrow morning at 10, the class is open at 9:30. And if during the night you go over this and think or feel some of it, maybe we can discuss it tomorrow, right? So we could start tomorrow by discussing whatever you
You're
may
a little
learn.
off there, Tommy. Not your word. He was perfect. Yeah, I got 50% of that. That's perfect, isn't it?
What a pal. Helping us out.
Middle of the road. Always shoot for the middle. You'll get close. What's in the crosshairs? Oh, right there. I see it. My new home. I see it. Right there. Wonder if I could park a trailer there. Oh, 1/4 the hair. 12:36 p.m. Just waiting for the pink slip. The insurance, the papers. Let's sign that trailer over, and let's see if we're on the right page here. We need that to be signed over today, tomorrow. There's no sense that we should drag our heels on it. And while I'm still here, I need that to be parked out there, so it can't be towed.
Yes, well,
So we need that in writing.
discussed
I guess.
a number of points
Or are you
yesterday.
just gonna promise?
I understand there's some people
Fine.
here who weren't here last night, and we discussed, as usual, the state of
I
the
need
world,
to be mobile.
which was very depressing. And after that, we discussed the notion
that
that
was the deal.
all these problems which we
Last
see
summer,
have their sources thought,
I
that
don't
is,
know where
they're symptoms of
I
something
got
deeper,
forgotten.
which is the whole process. Thought not really
but I
being
was.
intellectual, but
And
it's one
I've,
process, connected feeling, the body, and also really it passes between people and so on.
I
It's
committed
all
to you
one
for 2
process
years.
all over the world. And we said, okay, they'll call that a system, see, a whole system.
And then I would have a place to stay. You promised me a place. So I need to be mobile now, so that's
a
my
kind of
place. And then our cross
a
cancel.
systemic flaw,
That cross cancel.
fault, which is pervasive.
The place
so
that you promised me in Oyama,
when
in
somebody
the
sees something
basement,
wrong with a
that
part of the
rollback
system, we
section,
bring
that
another
whole
part
end.
to bear to try to correct it, but
that was going to be
it
my
will just
home.
add some more of a very similar trouble. And therefore we find that
Wow,
these
that
troubles
changed
throughout the
quick,
world have been going on for thousands of years, and it's not possible that way to correct them, but they may get worse rather than better in that way, doing it that way. And that was the sort of thing we were discussing, and then finally we said, when you try to look at what's going on
hadn't
inside
paid
you
me.
when all this is going
You
on,
hadn't
you may get
fulfilled your
unpleasant
promises,
feelings,
not paid me, because I don't. I'm
pain
not
or
asking
this
for
or
money.
that,
You just
fear.
promised me.
And the instinct as well as the whole
You made me
culture
feel like you were going
brings
to
you
take
to
care of
move
me.
away from it, but
And
the
that
thing was
particular
necessary
need,
somehow to stay with it, right? That was
Because it
really
is.
what we were discussing at
it's
the
a
end.
need, and everybody should have
In
it.
spite of the difficulty of doing so, that it's really worth doing.
I don't know where the
Because
fuck
we
I
may
got
learn something
forgotten
that way
in
about
that
how the
little
world
process
goes.
in the summer, but
Now,
but it's getting
yeah.
rectified soon.
I think that was
I'm
the
sick
sort
of
of
thinking
the
about it.
things we discussed yesterday. Now,
And I'm looking forward to leaving
I
this
thought we'd
place.
begin, if people might have a few points they would raise for a
I've
little
enjoyed,
about
meeting the people
yesterday's
here.
discussion.
So don't
Then
please
go
don't
on.
get me wrong.
Share stuff that I'm questioning how
I had a lot of good people here.
During
People
your
that will
conversation
continue to be my
yesterday,
friends.
I found myself nodding, I'm assuming you understand.
Regardless of where I am.
Then I will lose
Friends, right?
space in the crowd.
Connections, man.
Understand?
These are
Then
all
I
good
said,
to
"Father, stop nodding." And when the evening was over,
I
there
know
was
who you're gonna
space
find at a motel.
confusion. When I went home and I tried to sleep, I couldn't sleep. Like my mind wasn't in order for me to sleep. I felt it in my body. And finally I gave up and I got up. And I took a pad and a pencil and I started writing questions. About 10, 15 questions. And then after that, it was like I felt better. I took a couple deep breaths and I was going to sleep. And I said to myself now, why did my brain want me at that order even in questioning? And could I have done the same thing by doing sit-ups?
By doing?
Sit-ups.
Oh, sit-ups.
Mentioning this, and I'm left with the questioning, why did my
Remember family.
brain need
Family's
that
pretty
order
important.
questioning, whatever came to them, I didn't decide
Family,
to question,
extended family,
it just came.
community. Pretty much
Well,
the same
what,
thing.
what do you think?
Community.
I'm looking at
Build a
it,
good family around you.
and I'm going to read over the questions and see if there's more questions.
Then you're living
Yeah.
in paradise. Then you're
It's
enjoying
possible, you know,
a
the,
bit more.
the whole discussion, the whole,
We got some things to
these
learn on this
questions,
fucking
you know,
planet, apparently.
the mind wants to bring them up, right?
And most of us don't know what community actually means.
You know, if they're puzzled by something, then they won't let you go, right?
But it's understanding part of the
Well,
dialogue,
Time to leave.
or is understanding conditioning from my perception?
I'm done.
Well, you could understand.
You guys take it from
anytime.
here. And it seems like you got
My understanding begins
Control
with
of it
a lot
can
people
take
that
them
would
down.
say that is
Well, I don't know. You see, I think that these questions you'll find are not going to lead very far. You see that
corrupt
The,
RCMP, corrupt government,
the major
corrupt
point is
local
whether you
government,
are
corrupt federal government.
looking
It's all
into
one.
what's going on
Corrupt
and
politicians,
perceiving the
corrupt
incoherence
lawyers,
and
corrupt doctors,
perceiving, you know,
corrupt
seeing what it means. You see for yourself.
insurance, corrupt,
Now, if you talk it over with somebody else,
All
then you can
attached.
find out whether
corrupt
you can
banks.
perhaps share this or find out why you don't agree, and maybe
What else?
we'll discuss dialogue
What
later.
else is there?
How that's all to take
More
place.
things. Corrupt businesses, big businesses, you know, the really big ones
What
that
she's saying might suggest
fuck the small
this
ones,
is much more of a
fly them out.
psychosomatic process than we tend to realize. We
Yeah.
tend to think of it as a mental,
Yeah.
simply a mental
The
process.
shitty companies
Where
like
her
the Koch
report
brothers.
seems to say that there's much more involved in that, and that maybe we have to keep an awareness for
Those
that.
fuckers keep buying up patents,
Yes,
buying
well,
up
that would you
ideas,
say that's
getting
right,
parts
that
of
it's a
companies.
psychosomatic
These fuckers
process
are
that
so
disturbs you.
bad.
See, that the thoughts, that's what we were saying yesterday, that's one system, the thoughts, the body, the
But
emotions,
you got it.
and
It's all under
also
control,
other
right?
people, are all
Alright,
part of
I'm
one
taking a
system.
break.
And when you're disturbed,
I'm
when you
moving
raise
away.
questions intellectually, they may affect everything, you see. Or vice versa.
This was
All
my
that
home.
affects the intellect.
Community.
So you have
No,
to
you
see
gotta
that
leave.
one
You
system
don't
as
want
the,
you here anymore.
the crucial point, because you'll never
Why?
be able
What
to
did I
deal
do?
with it.
Ah, you
If
didn't
it
do
is one
anything to
system,
me.
you'll deal with
We don't
all
like
the
your
parts.
ideas. Fair enough. So you don't like talking about ideas?
Kind of is
You just like doing the same thing over and over again? Fair.
concept of addiction in what you're saying.
But hey, how about we change up the song just a little bit? Can we do it?
When I think of addiction, it
You sing
ranges
something,
all
I'll
the way
sing something
from
different.
physical addictions
Let's go. You and me.
to drugs and alcohol to various kinds of thought addiction.
Wait for it.
Positive, there's negative. Negative might be racism. Positive.
You ready?
This whole rap of books on
Drum solo.
like Norman Vincent Peale and how the positive thinking is a whole legion of thousands of books that are written in this area. Is this the incoherence you're speaking about that's going to be manipulated in positive ways? Is it just a manipulation of this thought process?
Yeah, well, yes, that's still incoherent. See, you engage in positive thinking to overcome negative thoughts, but the negative thoughts are still there, working, right? Therefore, that's incoherent, right? You see, that it's not enough to just engage in positive thoughts when you have negative thoughts register, which keep on working. And they'll cause trouble somewhere else. Now,
you're horrible. Thank you.
I'll just say a few words about addiction. Now, you see, one point is to say that when you take a substance like morphine, well, it's supposed to cover up certain pain receptors, the receptors of pain nerve, right? So you don't feel pain. Now, the body has natural substances similar called endorphins, which do the same, perhaps even better. And in fact, when people say that sometimes soldiers in battle are badly wounded feel no pain, they have a lot of endorphins, only later that they feel pain. So that has a useful but at the same time, it's possible for thoughts, reassuring thoughts, for pleasant thoughts, to also produce endorphins, right? And then you could become addicted to those thoughts in a certain sense.
Dave Matthews
saying, I
and
won't give them up
America
because they're wrong.
in Penticton, British Columbia.
No,
And we could have had them here, and
I can't bear the thought that it's
this
not
town's
so.
not very progressive, so.
Because that will remove the endorphins.
Now we like it just the way it was.
So therefore, you can say addiction.
Okay.
There's a kind of addiction in the thought process, which is possible. In fact, it's one of the things that holds us. And we'll have to go into that later. But the thought process is physical and chemical, neurological, neurophysiological, as well as intellectual and emotional.
We want to go back to when oil was fun.
So that, in fact, when people do various scans of the brain, see, every time you think, the blood distribution shifts all over the place, and all sorts of changes occur inside the brain waves, electrical waves. And so, therefore, thought, at the very least, has a certain basis in that neurophysiological process, right? And it can never be separated from it. Now, that's something we have to keep in mind. So the brain, that process is part of the system we're talking about. If you put drugs into your body, you have altered the system.
If one can mutate the conditioning of thought, is there a space where a new thought comes in that's not conditioning, then we can have a dialogue?
Well, there may be a space, we'll discuss that presently. You see, we can have a dialogue. You see, I'm trying to say we can start our dialogue. We're going to discuss that later, but we can start the dialogue without considering that question, you see, and then discover whether there is that space. See, like one point I wanted to emphasize last night was that we don't want to regard this system as an absolutely fixed, monolithic thing that we can never break into forever, but it's actually not all that solid, and therefore it has chinks and things and so on, and it lets some things through. Therefore, there is an opportunity to do something. Right? You can't control it, but opportunities come up.
What about the effects of the process of the positive thinking to our head?
Get mobile, I need internet.
Isn't this the kind of schizophrenic duality?
So I can continue doing what I'm doing.
And between
I need internet when I'm mobile.
illusion of the positive.
I don't know how that's going to work. That's going to have to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, well, there's a conflict between.
Satellite dish would be nice.
You see, if somebody wants to engage in positive
Butts.
thinking, it's only because he's already caught up in negative thinking, right? He
That's
wants to
easy.
overcome it
It's
with
all
positive
easy.
thinking. So it will be, the best he can hope for is to
Solar.
fill his mind with positive thoughts, so the negative thoughts sort of go into abeyance.
I'm going to go solar.
Right? And don't bother him
I
so
live in a
much.
fucking desert. I should be able to go solar.
Yeah.
Completely.
Well, they're waiting. And when the person somehow feels weak or frightened or something happens, and then out they come. You see, he hasn't dealt with those negative thoughts which are registered down there.
Yeah. Good times.
Wherever they are. And therefore, at the very least, at the very best, it's not a real solution. At the worst, it could bring in various endorphins and so on and make you addicted to false thoughts. and so on. So it is not a solution, you see. No, that you have to get deeper than that. You see, if people say cheer up and so on, you only say cheer up to somebody who's already depressed, right?
Cheer up, sleepy
So,
Jean,
therefore, if he's depressed for some trivial reason, all right, but if he's some other reason it won't go away, then he may cheer up for a while, but it'll come back. So right.
Just to paraphrase what you're saying that we have a psychology in which our well-being is based on having affirming images, and that psychology could never stand up
I went to the desert.
as a real base for well-being, because sooner or later...
The first part of the journey?
Yeah. Yeah, so as long as we take these images seriously, if we can be cheered up by positive images, we can be depressed by negative ones. As long as we accept images as realities, we're in that trap, right? Because you can't control that image. You see, you're maybe getting some nice positive images from the people around you, and then along comes somebody who gives you a very negative image, and then the very channels which enable you to feel good because of the positive image enable you to feel bad because of the negative image, right?
It seems that you can find that person able to communicate the identity of what's going on in the thought. People without the together. Psychological work with the shadow side of the personality, the dogs that they guilt. It's called guilt. It's always
After 2 days in the desert fun?
Well, we have to let anything come up which is going to come up, you see. And the point is that we'll come to that we have a mechanism for preventing it from coming up. The brain is already conditioned to keep it down. We have to understand that process. Yes, it's always being reinforced. And, so let's say that things which are relevant would come up in consciousness, but there's a whole mechanism to keep them down.
it's a period already good. That's how most people don't accept anything nice to be said to them. Because they don't see themselves well. They always see the outside and other people who's also being depressed in the basement.
Yeah, well, it's all the same whether you say you're wonderful or guilty. You know, it's just one image instead of another. You see, the fundamental process is not different whether you say I'm the greatest and the best, or you say I'm the worst and guilty of everything, right? It's the same process, and the difference is rather secondary. Although, because even if you say you're the best, that means somebody's going to come along to question that, and so on. And people often, for all sorts of complicated reasons in their past, they find it easier to accept guilt.
We're questioning the process of either it's getting underneath that whole process and seeing that any image that we have is not based on reality. So it's not a question of whether I should believe in the negative, or it's understanding the whole thing.
That's right. It's one system, the positive and the negative. You see, this system, the positive and the negative are two sides of the system, right? So anything positive is inevitably negative, implicitly negative, right? And vice versa. See, let's try to look at that. There was once an article I saw about the pain-pleasure centers in the brain. Say in the middle of the brain somewhere, there are these pleasure-pain centers. And in animals, they have access to them, and by touching the pleasure center, it showed a picture of a cat very pleased when it's touched by either electrically or chemically. And then by touching it a little stronger, the cat looked very frightened. And by touching it a little stronger still, it looked enraged, but somewhat pleased at the same time. With them, rage is pleasure, you see. And the point is that
Hi, Mom!
And what they said was that every time you stir up
Hey, Melanie!
pleasure, then
Hey,
all
Vicky!
the pain centers around also come in to partially compensate. It's a very complex feeling. And every time you stir up pain, the pleasure centers come in. So there's always a mixture of the two.
Melanie
Now,
Escamilla,
suppose
picking
now
up her
that you stub your
necklace.
toe and you feel pain, but meanwhile the
Tag
pleasure
team.
centers are set to work to overcome that, and when the pain goes away, then you feel pleasure.
I wouldn't mess around with
That's
these
all.
girls.
Exactly.
They'll
Because
mess you up.
the pain has died away. The pain centers are quiet for the moment, and then the pleasure centers take a little longer because they were stirred up a little later, right? So you get
Coming in at approximately 175 pounds.
The sense of security will turn into each other, but then that gets more complex because you
Mixed martial arts.
also introduce words about it, and saying this is
Bongo
pleasure,
player.
that is pain, and we have introduced the way of saying it is
Cannabis
either pleasurable
user.
or painful. And you say if it's not pleasurable, then it's implied that it may be painful. Or if you're losing the pleasure you had it before, then it's implied that there's a loss, there's pain. And,
Dare I say
and on the other
philosopher?
hand, the ending of
Dare I
the
say
pain is over,
theologian?
then you're
Dare
pleased
I
by it.
say
See,
any of these
there's
things
always
without
one
a paper?
always
But
directly
back it
implies the
up. Dare I
opposite.
say scientist? Dare I
So
say?
therefore you can't separate the two,
Speaker,
neither at the
dare
level
I
of
say.
chemistry nor at the level of the intellect nor anywhere else. And
Oh, you don't have the credentials. Dare I say I'm a fucking doctor?
and therefore the thing is just
Doctor.
to say that's the way it is, right? You see that
Nutritionalist.
the attempt to have pleasure always must fail because
don't eat
the
very
pleasure,
well
the pleasure
for a
centers will
nutritionalist.
get worn out,
Yeah.
and the pain centers
gotta
having
talk
been
about
stimulated
that.
to balance them will now start to
Food
come
bank.
in.
People live on the
Strong.
food bank, eh? I've been living on the food
So,
bank for a while.
The
They're doing what they can, but They're only
there is
given
no way to get pleasure
so much.
constantly. And if
this food
you
bank
were
should
to
be
try
much,
to
much
do it,
bigger
I
and
think you would
offer
discover it
much
became
more
painful.
options. Fruits, vegetables.
So it's always a transitory phenomenon.
But I do appreciate
Now-
the freezies. And
And we'll
beware.
discuss all
Just
that later.
remember
That
this.
for the animal, the pleasure-pain reaction
Just can't
is really
see it, you're
generally
America.
appropriate, but you can already see that for thought it's not, because if you can get pleasure or pain from thought, then that thought which should be true and correct, that's the criterion for it, is no longer working. Right? The criterion is, does it give pleasure or pain, right? Therefore, that thought becomes destructive. So if thought can be determined by pleasure or pain, that is already the beginning of a lot of trouble. And so we get conditioned to that. So now we'll come back to all that a bit later. And are there any more points? I said one more, and perhaps we'll want to try to go on.
Endorphin feeling seems to be best to do without transforming pain. So we seem to prefer to be in that and
To get by just upon a smile.
Yeah, well, anything that would give endorphins would be equivalent to taking morphine or be even better. And would therefore feel good for the time being, right? But you can't maintain the endorphins forever. And it's bound to change, you see. So I think there are other chemicals which can cause anxiety, for example, and there are still others that cause something else and something else. And they all go onto the receptors in a way you can't control. So therefore, that process is not going to really work. You'll find out if you look at it, it's not coherent, right? The attempt to control the endorphins.
you find that out and at other state
Hard
beyond
to get by just upon a smile.
Yeah, well, suppose, but you see, the other state is projected by the system. You see, suppose we begin by saying that if we start that way, we have already gone into the system. And because that pleasure which the other state projects is the same pleasure as the endorphins, right? You see, therefore we have to say that the only right way to do it would be to say we want to see what is correct, what is true, what is coherent, Well, no, but I'm saying that even if you get pleasure from it, fine, except it may get distorted, you see. But I'm saying the key question is, are we going to, that if this process is not coherent, none of it has any meaning. Whether you have pleasure or pain or fear or whatever, right? Is that, when the process has sustained incoherence, then it all has no meaning. You see, somebody could get great pleasure by deluding himself. The extreme case being I'm God or I'm Napoleon. Right? And if he deludes himself sufficiently, perhaps he could keep out all evidence to the contrary. And therefore he could get pleasure, but he'd probably get bored with it after a while. You see, you can't maintain it forever. Right? So I think that the attempt to live by pleasure is not
David Bohm,
endorphins, is not
everybody. David
able to
Bohm.
work. No, that's the first thing to notice.
Live.
It's not coherent. Then what do we do?
Is it
You
still
see,
alive?
I think we have to understand this process better. That's what it means. That we are caught up in a process in a system that isn't making sense.
You say that being aware, or, is the right word,
I hear you,
being
brother.
aware
I
of
hear
the
you.
system has already bypassed that chemistry. It's not getting hooked up into the chemistry of the endorphins.
Well, to some extent, but probably you would find that as you would get hooked up anyway later, because something will happen that sort of comes in with, too fast or too powerfully.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean forever.
Yeah.
I just meant at the moment as you are watching this
Yeah.
process
Yeah.
unfolding, so to speak, that the need to stay with the endorphins or the fear of the pain, all that maybe you may have sort of gone out the back door.
Well, you may have begun to move in another level, let's put it that way, but that's a possibility. You see, we should say that maybe there's another level that's awakening, which is not controlled that way by the system.
It seems if you start this inquiry, the notion of I am inquiring and I being, that right there.
Alright, so what do I see?
Well, yes, well, we have to say... we
X
have
marks
all
the
that,
spot,
and,
always.
I am all that stuff in the system, but at the same time maybe I have potential
What
for
do I
more.
see?
That's all we can say. So we're
I see a
exploring, do
door.
we have the potential for more than that? Not
Room
assuming-
240. And it goes out into this huge other room.
Maybe it's not useful at this point, is that
It's much, much bigger than the room that
what inquires
I'm in right now.
Oh yeah, that's that may be the
And
potential
there's a
beyond the
unit right
system.
outside that I
If
think
it's
should be
true
mine,
inquiry, then perhaps it's
eventually.
beyond the system.
At least that.
But don't assume it, because then it will be part of the system. And every assumption goes into the system. So,
They're not finished. They haven't finished the trim.
Well,
The Hardy people haven't
I
finished their
think that,
fucking job.
I would like to make another step. Let's see,
And I'll build up from
there's
there.
another
Thank
way
you.
we can
Thank
look
you.
at
I'll build
this,
up from there.
the,
Thank you. Or
which is to look at
I'll
thought,
have
to say thought,
that caved in
There's a set of
section
reflexes.
in the parking lot,
Which
and
goes
I'll
on
build
the
from
side.
there. Thank you.
now what
Make
is
a
a
roundabout
reflex? It's a
around my
reflex means
house.
to
Whatever the
bend
fuck that
backwards,
is that
bend
a
backward, that's
parking lot,
reflecting.
an alley, or a
The,
street?
you have a knee-jerk reflex if you hit your bone here.
I see a
the knee
chair,
See,
another
it-
high
what
chair.
happens is
I
the
had
nerves
all
carrying
of
the
this
signal
stuff,
up somewhere,
but this
and you
this is
depress
all my
those
shitty
reflexes
stuff.
in the spine and go
Where'd
up as
all
an
my
outgoing
stuff
signal
go?
to make your knee jerk, right? Now, that's one of the most elementary reflexes.
Doesn't
Now,
matter.
the,
Fuck this stuff.
We have a lot of reflexes, and these can be conditioned.
What do you see?
You see,
Paintings
for example, Pavlov had this, that the dog,
from friends,
dog
of friends.
has a reflex seeing food that salivates.
One that I've done for a
The
friend.
reflex always has that form. A certain
Back.
thing happens, and as a result, something else happens.
An owl,
Just so automatically.
some lamps,
now,
dishes, whatnot.
Then he rang a bell many
More
times,
paintings.
and after a while, the dog
boy.
would salivate without seeing food, but just hearing the bell, right?
My
Or you
dog
can say
playing
perhaps
cards
the
in
bell
a
reminded him of the food, and then
snow globe.
salivated, or perhaps eventually it went through a
detour
skip
sign that I
stage and
found
the
in a
dog just
fucking
started
creek.
salivating. So the reflex was conditioned, right, by the bell.
Another owl.
In other words, it was subject to another
Headboards
condition.
that I painted that I didn't get
And
paid for.
now, that is the basic form of conditioning to
One of
repeat
many.
something quite often. And it
$600
leaves some
job.
mark in the system in the nerves, and then a reflex.
So I'll
has
take
been
that
altered.
in stuff, I guess.
So,
Because
you
you get into
you
some
can see
crazy
conditioning
territory
of
when you
reflexes all
accept
the time. In
cash.
fact, a great deal of our learning consists in establishing conditioned reflexes.
So I paid you back for all the
routine
cash that you've given me.
Say, for example, to learn
Yeah.
to drive a car, you're trying to condition your
cool.
reflexes so that
Cool.
they will be appropriate. Right?
That's a good point.
So
Nice
when
talk.
you learn to write the same way.
Where
you
else
don't
do I
have to
see? An
think all the
unmade
time
bed,
how you're gonna
which
write
is fine.
and walk or do various things. So certain reflexes are.
I see another painting, a
established and
lithograph.
conditioned.
Apparently
Now,
it's
the,
worth a lot of money,
Uh,
and I was told never to sell it.
the
So I got that anchor
now,
with me.
Now I'm going to say that a thought. We've already said that having a thought registers in memory. Now I think it registers in the form of a reflex.
I see a
Memories
steel
often take that form. That namely, you see something and it reminds you of something.
steel shelving system that I bought at Costco. Half of one.
Or
The other half with the rollers, all the casters, you know, the part that makes it is in Oyama.
Or somebody says something and you.
You know, it's
feel
things like
a
this,
feeling.
you know.
The-
I don't
the
have
conditioned reflexes
everything
can
that I
affect the thought
had
feelings.
because someone
Could affect
else
your
has it
adrenaline,
and it was
saying
never
certain
given to
thing
them.
makes you frightened.
It was given to them on
Could
the
affect your
basis
thoughts, and
that
this thought
I would
leads to
have
that, and
a
that leads to that,
house,
and there's a chain of thought, right?
a place to live in.
You could say thoughts.
That's the
elementary
basis
thoughts
of
may
which
take
it was
the form
given.
of a series of reflexes.
So that which was promised, right?
And see, for example, if somebody asks you your name, you have an immediate answer.
I see dishes that haven't been done, and that's fine.
Now,
I
a more
see
difficult question. See, there's a
some
way
more
of mind
coffee in a
searches,
pot
you
that
know,
I can
and
have for
answers.
later.
There's a
Perfect.
searching reflex set up, which then
My friend
finds
bought
an
cream
answer which
a couple of days
sort
ago.
seem to fit
Gordon,
with something
thank
that
you.
comes out, and you can see whether it does fit or not.
Thank you. Thank you to Andy for the peaches yesterday.
So,
Thank you.
I'm proposing now that for this whole system works.
Promises made. I
by
see
a set of
promises made,
reflexes,
promises
These
fulfilled.
reflexes are
And I see,
thought is a very
more
subtle set of
promises
reflexes,
fulfilled.
potentially unlimited. Right? We can add more and more.
Not just
You
made,
can
fulfilled.
modify your reflexes. You see, suppose if you say,
Oh, is that it? Oh, that's it for that
all
side.
people of this kind are so all. Might
All right,
say,
what do you see?
Like the logicians say, all
I
swans
see
are
you.
white. But then you modify it by saying, "Oh, I've seen some swans may not be white," and so on. Another one. And even the whole logical process, once it's committed to memory, becomes a set of reflexes. Right? You think logically by a set of reflexes. So there may be a perception of reason beyond the reflexes, but anything perceived becomes sooner or later a set of reflexes, and that's what we call, I want to call thought, which includes the emotion, the bodily state, and the physical reaction, and everything else. So I say that it's useful to look at this as a system of reflexes because a reflex just works, right? You've seen it part of the knee-jerk. Now we don't usually think that thought is like the knee-jerk reflex. We think that we are controlling thought and producing thought. Right? So that's part of our whole background. Is that correct? Now I'm suggesting that is not generally so. You know, the vast part of our thought just comes out like that. Right? You only find out what it is after it comes out. Right? Now that really overturns a great deal of the way we look at the mind, right, and the personality. Our whole cultural background, most cultures. It's worth pondering that then, that thought, that this whole system works as a system of reflexes, and the question is, can you become aware of the reflex character of it? It is a reflex.
Singular reflexes as emerging constellation of reflexes.
Well, that's what I meant, a whole system of reflexes, which is constantly capable of being modified, added, changed. And we could say that as long as it's free to change, then intelligence, there must be some kind of intelligence which would be able to see whether it's coherent or not, huh? Something a bit beyond the reflex.
All right, what do I see?
But then when it gets conditioned too strongly, then it
What
may
do I see?
resist that perception, it may not allow it.
Okay, I see a
So
room,
is that clear what I mean?
inside of
Now,
a room. It reminds
the
me
thing
of
is
a
then
place that I was
these
excited to move
reflexes
into.
serve us if they're not too rigid.
I was.
Because then
Because
they
it was
don't
better
work. If
than the
they're
last
incoherent,
place I
they
was
can
in,
drop them.
by far.
They may drop themselves.
And it came with
on
some
the other hand,
half-decent
when
furniture
the
to
reflex
use.
gets very
It's not
strong and
mine,
rigid, it
came
won't
with
be
some
dropped. And I
half-decent
think there's a
furniture to use and
neurophysiological chemical reason why.
some of the pots and pans
for
that I
that.
needed, but most of
See,
them were not.
every thought
Let's
involves some
focus on
change in the
positive
chemistry
things.
of the system, right?
I
A
saw
strong thought with a lot of emotion and so on involves a bigger change.
3
Or constant repetition builds up the change, or both together make a very powerful effect. And now, see,
you call
people have
those, side
said that there are
tables?
synapses, the nerves don't quite touch.
So
There are
I've combined
synapses
those to make
which
one
connect them.
long
And
table
experience and perception and so
And that
on,
was given
and
to
thought
me
establishes synapse connections.
to use.
And the more you repeat
So
that
I
pattern,
can't
you
really
may assume or suppose that
attach it
they're getting
yet
stronger. You see more and
until
more.
those are.
And after a while, they get very strong, right? Very hard to shake.
Then I was
So
going
you
to
could
make a
say
table out of that.
something happens in the
And I was
chemistry
going to leave
and
it
physics of
at the
neurophysiological
motel.
process.
That was my intention.
So that this is not purely
Because
an
that
intellectual problem, or an
backboard,
emotional
the
problem,
special one that I did,
even a physical problem.
um, I
Cats
was
are
going to do
trying.
something special, and I did.
All of a sudden, I was aware that it had a lot of potential.
It's more than I wanted.
Looks pretty cool, man. I'm pretty happy with that. I see a painting I did, and
So-
I'm pretty happy with that one too.
The
A friend of mine had
reflexes,
dibs on it. His
get
name's Tim.
conditioned very strongly, you see.
I gave it to
And
him
they're
at
very
one
hard
time,
to
so
change, you see.
I've asked him to take
And
it.
they
If he doesn't take it in the
they
next little
interfere.
while, I will sell it.
The reflex may connect to the
it doesn't seem
endorphins
like,
and produce an impulse to hold that whole pattern
for whatever
forever.
reason,
In other words, produce a defensive
it doesn't
reflex.
seem like that's a
And not
thing
merely is
anymore.
it stuck because it's chemically so well built
COVID-19, I
up, but
can't come
also
into your place because
there's
of
a defensive
COVID-19.
reflex which defends this
Fuck
against
off, man.
evidence that might weaken it. You see, so it all happens one reflex after another after another. It's just a vast structure of a system of reflexes. And they form a structure as they get more rigid. Right?
No, it's his. We'll just drop it off. I did give it to him.
Evolution, though, is also how our bodies evolve.
Well, it
Never burn
may be, but
bridges.
now the question is, are those
You never
reflexes
know the
coherent?
reasons why people do the shit that they do.
I mean, according to the theory of
I
evolution,
think
incoherent
sometimes
systems
people
don't
they
last
think their
very long.
intentions are pure, but they're not. They're
It's
muddled
called
with their
natural
own
selection. Huh?
view of how things
but-
should go.
We seem to, in thought, we seem to be able to keep up, at least quite a while, with these incoherent systems of reflexes, you see. See, it's not that the people, sometimes the people who have them won't live.
I see
and they
some
may, but
secondhand
in our
furniture that I
society, we
dragged
have
along
arranged
with me
conditions where we can go on with a lot of
because I
incoherence
knew I
without
didn't have the
actually
surfaces I
leading to
need or the storage I needed to
selection
keep my
process.
stuff where this place would have worked perfect for me.
Therefore, the point is now that reflexes can become incoherent and get stuck by all these mechanisms.
The expectations out of me in the end were
Inconsistent.
impossible. That's where it
conflicting.
landed
You see,
up.
these are all
The boy should not have been
incoherent
in
may show
charge
up as
of me,
contradiction, as
and I should have had a key,
inconsistency,
and I
as
should have just
conflict,
been able to do it on my own,
as stress.
and you would have always got a perfect job every
And
time,
What?
just
Inappropriate.
for
Inappropriate, yes,
providing
but
me
if
with
it's
the
sustained,
space that you promised,
what I mean is
so that I could
there
live
is sustained
somewhere.
incoherence, right? That you-
So if it's
it
not
ha- it just keeps on
Noyama,
going in
it
spite
had
of
to be
the
here.
fact
If
that
it's
there's
not
evidence
here,
that
then I want to be
shows that
mobile.
it's
So
incoherent.
nobody ever has
we
that
could say
power
that
over me
intelligent
again.
response would be seeing
Understood?
incoherence to
Good.
stop
Good talk,
it, suspend
man.
it,
That was
and
good
look,
talk. Oh,
begin
God.
to look for the
What's that?
reason for the incoherence and change
Poker
it.
case in the back.
But I say there's a defensive
hold-up.
incoherence. A typical case is that if it gets attached to the endorphins,
There's no money on the
an
premises, dude.
incoherent train of thought attached to the endorphins will defend itself, right? Because you will feel very uncomfortable when that's questioned. You start to remove the endorphins.
incoherence in cancer?
Well, cancer is an incoherent growth. It's incoherent with the whole system, the body, and it grows on its own, you see. For some reason, it's not accepting whatever system the body has to keep the thing in order. Cancer is not accepting it.
Chad Stevens,
It depends
in
itself
Chile,
against it, and in fact, even
2015.
mobilizes the body to support it, you see.
August
I've read
10th,
somewhere that
2020,
certain kinds of cancers
2015,
can sort of send out
concert.
chemicals
No, it's
to
February
the
15th, actually.
body,
2020.
which cause the body to grow blood vessels to feed the cancer.
What year is
which
this,
is a
man?
highly incoherent process from the point of view of the body.
Without you any form of disease, these E's would be the same thing.
Yeah, kind of incoherence, yeah. It would say it's incoherence with the whole organism or whatever.
A long time ago, sang this song, we made it a little bit more up-to-date.
Well, stress would be a lot of conflict resulting from this incoherence, which begins to, you can see it affects the chemistry, not only in the brain, but all over the body. And and producing further changes which keep on accumulating.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
Well, but I think that I want to emphasize that it's not just psychological. I think every reaction is also
Please don't
neurophysiological.
take my sunshine away.
That no matter how, every reaction of thought is always simultaneously emotional and neurophysiological and chemical
The
and
other
everything else.
night, dear, as
That
I
it's all
was
one system.
sleeping, I dreamt a lie.
In some cases it may not be important, but in there's always a slight effect at the very least. And when there's a powerful conditioning, the effect is very great.
Still blown apart.
I mean, when you just have a thought, this is on the table, it's a rather minor effect, but some physical effect is going on just to say that.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never
Yeah, but then it depends on what we mean by the whole.
how much I love you. Please don't take
But
my sunshine
incoherence
away.
arises, they say the sign of incoherence, it's hard to give a positive definition, but the sign of incoherence, the basic sign is you're getting something which you don't intend, right, and don't want. And the other signs are contradiction, conflict, stress, all those things. Confusion, yeah.
It's about the devil.
What?
Gotta hear me cry, but we don't frown. And keep on smiling.
Yeah, well, we may have an inappropriate action, but I see if within that system, the action to get out is part of the trouble.
Only sunshine, you make me happy when skies are gray. You never
Yeah.
know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Well, some part is not coherent with the rest. Yeah.
For example, our craziness as human beings might be part of the greater coherence of eliminating the switches between some of the
Yeah, if you take a great enough whole, then it's coherent. That is, I mean, the universe as a whole is coherent, and anything incoherent we do is just part of the coherence of the universe when you look at it that way, right? Because if we do something crazy, we will get a result we don't want. Huh?
So we might, at our level of coherence, attempt to come to, or at our level of incoherence, out of that we might try to become coherent, and that might be part of the
Let's see a girl in the Gilligan hat, blue one. Bikini pumping up a...
Well, I see.
Flotation
You could say in
device.
the universe as a whole is there's no reason to say there's incoherence, right? But if we in our particular structure are not coherent, let's take the case of species that is not coherent either in itself or with its environment, it doesn't survive. That's part of the coherence of the universe. It's just because the universe is coherent that an incoherent species doesn't survive.
Part of our coherence is question our approach to
Yeah.
coherence. It's stepping in a situation. This isn't working.
Yeah, it could be that that's part of it too. So the question is, then which is going to prevail? You see, this questioning or the old conditioning habits, right? Well, I think it's built into the nature of thought that this is a possibility, and by now we have built up a society and a culture which implants it in everybody, even if we're not there. But also, that possibility was there the minute you had creatures who could think this, that much, that it wouldn't go coherently, you see, because thought is reflex. Now, I've outlined to you the possibility of conditioning the reflex by repetition, by powerful emotions in other ways, by defensive methods. And then it could get stuck, and then there would come a time when that reflex was no longer appropriate.
Up and
it wouldn't
down.
be able to change.
The street that is divided
That
by
would
a
produce
row of
incoherence.
trees.
If something changes and the reflex doesn't,
Apparently
get
is
incoherence.
the border between native land and white land.
Death in relation to life.
Well, you see,
Red land
from the
and
point
white
of view of
land.
the species, death is part of this
Okay.
whole process, you see, right? That you could say that species have evolved in such a way they last a certain time, you see. Perhaps, that a certain kind of species would be better able to survive if it didn't last too long. Other kinds could last longer.
It all ends in death.
Thank you.
Yeah. But still, well, you don't, it depends what you mean by all.
Okay,
Eventually,
we're in the
in
mood
that
for
terms of
children,
time.
so
Yeah, but you
Black
see, all,
5.
you see, the universe doesn't end in death. This present universe may itself change, but perhaps there's something beyond that, right? So
The
it's
Queen
a
of
question. Any
Stars.
particular thing will end in death, right? I think it's changed.
remember the days
Right.
of the old schoolyard.
Yes, I mean, the question of death is a very long and subtle one. Get to it later, but I mean, just for the moment, no matter what,
For
if you look at
employee
any
pricing
material
right now,
structure,
get
it's always
yourself a
changing,
gas guzzler.
and it cannot last
The bank's
forever.
going to give you a loan.
But we have a certain
That sounds like a
attitude to
horrible
death.
idea,
You have to
friend.
ask whether it's coherent or not. You can't ask whether death is coherent.
What's the selection that
Yeah.
Ford is offering for
Yeah, it's no point asking
alternative
whether
fuel
death is
sources?
coherent or not. That's just a fact, right? But our attitude may not be coherent. Maybe that's why
Or-
it disturbs us so much.
Alternative propulsion systems.
Well, test for it. There's no unique criterion, but you have to be sensitive to incoherence. But test for incoherence is you're getting results.
How about
you don't
hovercrafts?
want,
Can we do that? Sure we can.
That's right, yeah. That's why you can see that as contradiction and conflict as confusion. And coherence is sense of harmony, order, beauty, goodness, whatever. What? A flow, but it's sensed as what is good, right, true, harmonious, orderly, beautiful. All that everybody wants, right?
Muscle guy, shirt off, going to the beach with his girlfriend in bikini, and two girls in a scooter with bike helmets on,
Well,
without insurance.
not this
Because you don't need
particular
it.
incoherence.
It's under a
of thought.
certain
The possibility
CC. Smart.
of our thinking
Like a
is
flight.
somehow in the DNA.
This is a good form of
And the
travel.
possibility
These
is
e-bikes, good
implicit in
form
there
of
that
travel.
that could go wrong. Given a set of circumstances which will condition it to
Electricity.
go wrong.
Where does that come
Now,
from?
somehow in the history of the human race, that has happened.
A few places.
We don't know whether it was inevitable, but it certainly, we can see that it looks likely, considering the nature of our brain, that this sort of thing could happen.
That is born, and probably that incoherence there.
Well, it's also the society.
Good talk,
You
good
see,
talk.
you can't tell where the incoherence is in the system
Next.
as a whole, which not only produced Hitler, not only his genes, but also he grew up in the Austrian society at the time, which had some very nasty features and very incoherent features. You see, for example, Hitler was beaten mercilessly by his father, and he ran away when he was young, and he was beaten when he came back. Then again, it was thought, many people say that Hitler thought he had a Jewish grandfather or something, and this disturbed him because he hated the Jews so much, and all of this must have muddled him up very badly, you see. And so you can say there are all sorts of factors which added in. Maybe if they hadn't been there, he would have been different, who knows. But that particular genetic structure born into that particular crazy society produced Hitler, you see. So perhaps somewhere else it would have produced something else. Maybe he would have been a great genius in some other situation because he had some kind of ability anyway.
You say any form of violence is violence is
Violence is incoherence in a way, yes, because what we mean by violence, violence means the undue use of force, you see, in the dictionary. And that's a kind of incoherence. If you're using force where force is not called for, that's incoherent.
Pizza.
See, for example, if the problem arises in thought and you use force, that is uncalled for.
She's a cyborg.
Therefore, the attempt by violence to deal with social problems is incoherent. Because they all arise in thought, and violence will never solve the problem in thought.
I see,
Probably not. You see, no thought is fully
spiders
coherent.
inside.
The point is, we are going.
Taking care
The
of the
nature
bugs
of thought is such that it's
that
partial.
find
I
their
think
way
we
in here.
discussed that there, right? But it can, when we discover incoherence, our attitude can be to move toward coherence or to defend the incoherence, right? The kind of incoherence I'm talking about is the defense of the first kind of incoherence, right? So that if you find some
Chairs,
incoherence,
a couple little pieces of furniture.
suppose you get used to a certain reassurances of security and they give you endorphins, and then if evidence comes up that you're not so secure, you may reject it. That's the kind of incoherence I'm talking about. That it won't look at the evidence, which is the evidence of incoherence, right? Do you see what I mean? That there's a defense against evidence of incoherence, and that is the kind I'm talking about, because you will never get rid of all incoherence in thought. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, but that's been connected to the endorphins. But that alone wouldn't do it. It's much more complex. It has been connected to the endorphins, and when we question that, we start removing a lot of endorphins from all the brain cells. Suddenly the brain cells are jangling terribly, saying, do something to stop this. And the thing to do is to reject that. Well, you can look at it, but I'm saying that it's part of it, but I'm saying it's not the whole of it. You cannot separate one part of the system from the other. You see, if we had brains working properly, we could look at incoherence in cosmology and say, yes, how interesting, a good chance to find a new cosmology. Right? But on the other hand, if we get a lot of comfort out of our cosmology, the brain cells will suddenly jangle and erupt. They won't give you a chance to look at it.
Everyone understood envy is an integral part of the human brain.
What?
Envy. How can you then discover this
What did I
world?
say?
I think you give it a fire-based community.
No.
If this is an integral part of the brain, we are stuck.
No, well, we can, the potential for producing energy is an integral part of the brain. But it is not necessary that it be actualized, you see, all the time. we can begin to see the process which is making envy, then the envy can come to an end.
To recognize first that there are enemies.
Yeah, well, that's necessary. Yeah, and then to begin to look into it. Envy is the same sort of thing. It's a comparison with somebody and saying he's got something that I need or want, and then it makes you feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it removes, just for the sake of argument, it removes a lot of endorphins from a lot of cells, and then you get very great discomfort. You say the way to get it back is to do better than that. So that you feel more comfortable.
What about people who seem to glory and delight in misery? Is that producing some kind of endorphins?
Well, they're probably getting some kind of pleasure out of it. You see, I mean, it's a very just kind of thought-based pleasure from the misery. I mean, there are all sorts of ways to do that. I'm saying, that Tom shows that
Avoiding worse.
maybe avoiding something worse.
Between feeling bad and feeling good.
Well, no, I'm saying that you can't feel good for twisted reasons or feel bad, you see. Well, if the reasons are twisted, then it makes sense. But if you feel good genuinely, then it's only makes sense. You may feel bad because you're not well, so on, you see, I think that, see, the question of making good or bad food key to your thought process is part of the incoherence. The question is, what about the question of coherence and truth? Doesn't that take precedence?
With this coherence, we're not saying coherence is good and incoherence is bad. We're just saying that is what they are according to the world things, and that's all.
But we're saying there's a second order incoherence which avoids facing the first order. Which avoids facing evidence of incoherence. We're saying, well, as a matter of fact, that will produce all sorts of consequences which we could say are destructive. Now, if you don't mind destructive consequences, okay, go ahead.
The only reason I bring this up is we might get the notion in our thinking that incoherence is bad or shouldn't be, whereas it's only saying that it's a conflict, one side opposing the other, and apparently wants to resolve itself with no good or bad. But they're not in a position to say good or bad.
Well, morals have no place at this stage. You see, that we're just trying to get a clearer perception of it. Saying that you will discover that in fact you don't want to be constantly getting results that you don't want to. You see, and at some stage you will discover that incoherence is producing all sorts of things you don't want, and perhaps you would like to get rid of it. You see, at least get rid of that second order trend.
I think the clue to look at this incoherence that's covering up would be to see any form of violence, like any time a person is defending himself or being wanting to change something, frustrating, or that would be a clue that it's incoherence.
That's right. So there are all sorts of clues. You have to become sensitive to those clues. And the thing to notice is that your incoherent actions are reflexes. You are not doing them on purpose. You don't know that you're doing them. The same, your knee jerks whether you like it or not, right? When you hit it. So similarly, when something touches that conditioning, the reflex conditioning, it just jerks. It produces the result which you don't want. So consciously you're trying to get A, but the reflex just jerks and gives you B, right? You say, I don't want B. You don't know where it's coming from, so you fight B, or keep on with the reflex that produces it. You see that where the problem is.
Talking about the possibility of an interval in the interval. For example, if the physician is about to hit B, I can stop. I don't represent a value of what I'm about to say. And as you're about to, as you say, hypothetically attacked me negatively, I could hold it in letters. Is that a valid
Well,
way?
we could try that. You see, I think I'm suggesting we're engaging in
Hello,
learning
Tom.
about
This is
this.
from
We don't know
Nancy.
yet what
I've
to do
spent
with it.
time
You see,
reflecting on where you may feel I've not
we have to
paid
be
you
interested in learning
for
for
work
its
done
own
last
sake.
summer. I feel
You see,
maybe
because if we
an
have any
additional
other sake, it's going into the
$3,300.
tradition.
I feel this is a fair amount. If you want to have a holiday trailer in
You
place
see,
of this money,
saying
that
that
would be fine.
you will find, nevertheless, that you do want to
I
learn
would be
for
willing
the
to
sake
move
of
it to a
making things
location
better.
of your choice.
But then you
If
have
you
to say,
want
well,
the
that is
cash,
also part
please
of
be aware that
another
you will be
reflex.
given
We said,
$1,800 as your
see how
presently
one
arrears
reflex thing
$1,500
like that
and
to another.
no, I am
You
not.
see,
Please
I've
let me know
understood
how
now and
you
I've
feel about
learned that
this.
you
That
learn in order to do things, in order
fuck
to make
you.
things better, make it better.
I gave you $1,500
I've learned that, but
to
then
pay you back all that
I
money
still
that
do
you
it
gave me so that we
because
can
the
be
reflex is
equal.
still working. So
And
then
I
I
should
have
add
to
a
say
place
I've got to
to
learn
live.
about those reflexes.
That's where we go wrong.
Because I've read
And that trailer,
see, the point is,
you're getting
characteristic
close.
of this is as you understand this, it doesn't
You're
work.
getting close.
This is
But you're
not right.
lowballing.
You seem to understand the point, and it doesn't work. Now, you'll see what I said, you'll see that it's inevitable that it won't work. Because we first understand it on a certain abstract level. We haven't touched those reflexes.
Or, I need a place to stay that's equal to this.
Therefore, you could say, I understand that I need this, in order to touch
Dedicated
it,
2
but
years,
first it
I gave
doesn't
up
change.
everything to make sure that this
You
happens
say,
for
how
you
are we
and your
going to
family.
change the reflexes?
And you fucked me over in the end. What's that
See, that's
worth?
the question. See, that, the understanding is important.
$3,300.
But it will not be enough. You see,
Price everything out
anybody who has given
that
it
someone else
going
could
for a
have done
while
for you,
knows
they would have charged you
that
so
all those
fucking
things
much
you're
for, and I did it for
trying to
fucking
don't work.
free, based on a promise
Right?
that I would have a
That's
place.
the first stage, because we start by the understanding, and then after this rational understanding, maybe something deeper happens.
It may, but very generally, people find that it doesn't
Love
work.
you,
So that
but you're fucking around.
we have to go deep.
Don't lowball your
something more
friends.
needed, I think, that we have somehow, and somebody may get an understanding
That
so deep
trailer
that
was
it does
promised
work
to me. That's a gift.
possibility later.
That's a gift.
Then it will change.
That should be shipped anywhere I want. I should have the papers right now.
But usually
That's a
the
gift.
understanding is
After
verbal
that,
or intellectual
we have to
understanding
discuss.
or image.
If we need to bring
It
a
doesn't
third
mean that
party
it has no
in to
value,
do
but
it, then that's
it's
what
still
we're going
too
to do.
abstract.
Because this, you and I going back and forth and trying to find a
That's it,
nope.
yes. It's almost
Third
as if
party
make it touch the reflex.
Let's see where things
You
went
see,
wrong.
In school, we are
Let's see what
unfortunately
was
often
promised.
taught that anyone
Third party.
understood this thing abstractly and we've understood it, but you all know even there.
I tell you what.
It comes to the fact that we can't. So
For the rest of it,
the thing is that
let's bring your daughter in.
we have to notice when we
That's
try
fine.
this and it doesn't work. Then
I
the
know it
first response
doesn't
might be,
weigh
well, it
good
doesn't
in
work
my
enough.
favor, but
You see,
I think she
in
can see
anything
what's
where you're
fair.
serious, you don't do that, right?
So we can talk about it with
If you're
her
serious
in the
about it,
room.
you say, well, okay, it didn't work, why not? You see.
I think that's a good thing.
Just even using
So we all know where we stand and what was promised.
Someone with a knee-jerk reaction to a slow turn, that's the medical term, I don't
You
remember.
could care about money?
But not all knee-jerks are as fast. It's the speed of
Bite me off.
Well, some are faster, some are slower, you see, but any reaction
I negotiate. You know what?
thought which has very powerful emotions that has been repeated yet many times will probably work very fast. You see.
How do I put it?
I wonder if part of our difficulty is that we're new to a notion that we can understand, where the understanding that's being referred to might have nothing to do with anything I know about. I might be going after this understanding.
Well, I guess I might have to sell the
Yes,
trailer.
there's actual
So
understanding.
give me that trailer, then I'll fucking tell you.
Part of it, now, but one would never say.
I tell you what, if
Yeah,
you
well,
were to
there's some
price
confusion
everything out
about
that I did
understanding.
for you, it would come out to be equivalent to 20 grand.
We have to get into that further. So what does it mean?
Yeah.
But I think
For a
that the
4-month
fact is
period,
that
for sure. least.
people see things that they're doing wrong, but then when they're not paying attention, they find themselves doing it anyway. And I think the reason for that is simple, that you're dealing with the system consists of a set of reflexes. That's exactly what reflexes do. See, for example, you brush your teeth in the morning, you follow a routine, and you may very often start doing things of a similar nature to the occasion, and then it's not the right occasion, you find it isn't working.
Gifting it to me.
If you get up and start the reflex and think it's
not
wrong,
based
you're
on
not
any
there.
hourly figure.
Then you say,
Just
hey,
because you
coherence.
said, you do this, I'll
And
do
you stop.
this.
See, so all those reflexes are. See, I think we have to pay attention that
Thanks for the
if
email.
we think of these as reflexes,
got
we're
that
going
late.
to understand this thing on another. It will help
got
us
that late.
understand it better, and also begins to point to another level. The reflexes are on the level of the neurophysiology
money's
and chemistry. The thought
It's not
process
money's
is also
owed.
chemistry,
I'm not
but it's a
owed
very
any money.
much more subtle abstract level. And it doesn't directly touch
I'm owed the money
reflexes.
that I gave you. The
The
1,500 that
intellectual
I gave you, I'm owed that. For
process
fucking sure I
does
am.
not directly touch
I'm in
the
arrears.
reflexes.
You're in fucking arrears.
Yeah. Now,
We're still on the surface with the
You pull this shit on me,
But the
we go to the
focus
renters board, or whatever the
there's
fucking
attention
agency it is, and we're going to discuss it there.
then
That's
the
the next
attention
step.
is really
That's the next step for me.
a potential it takes
Third party. What party
yes,
do
we
you
have
want
to
involved
get
in
a
this?
kind of attention that will take us deeper, but see, I think
Fair.
that
What's
what
fair?
we do need, however, is to draw this intellectual map. See,
What
the
was
intellect has
promised?
to be clear.
What's fair?
Because we already, in any case, have a large number of intellectual maps that are not clear about this thought process. The whole
All you have to
culture has
do,
given
Dan,
us
is,
a lot of maps. For example, it said that thought and
review
feeling
the
so on,
tapes.
the chemists are all different. So that's a map
You
which
got
is
some
wrong.
time?
Misleading.
Because
So
I'm not going to
there are a
work
lot
out
of
any
maps of
anything
that
that's fair.
kind
You owe me the trailer.
that are
I'll
wrong.
pay
Now,
you.
what we have
Write
to
that.
do is to
Thank
see,
you very much. I
get somewhat
appreciate
clear them and to give it more coherent map. So that alone, I
Now
think,
we gotta
is
deal with
adequate.
this.
That alone is not going to do it.
Because that had nothing to do with that. And the deal you made with me, you're not being honest. So we need to figure this out.
The fact that the initial reflex
Place promised or no
Which
yeah.
is,
I can provide, I don't know, fucking how many witnesses. The whole fucking
yes, but
neighborhood
that's all
is
nature
going
of
to move in.
reflexes to carry on, you see.
Why did that change?
conditions for some reason.
Yeah, but that's the
When did
nature
you
of
sever
reflexes
ties
to
with
get
me?
conditioned and we repeat
Before the
them.
winter happened. Then you
Yeah,
started
never
charging me
usually
rent.
carry on.
$7.50, how's that sound? Well, I thought it was for fucking, I thought this was a place I could live while I work for you. With you.
Yes, that's the problem. Saying that you can intellectually understand it, but it still carries on.
Friends
The
come
enticement
in.
is part
You
of
charge
the
me
reflex. It's the
$27.50 and they
chemical
want-
part of the reflex.
Oh no, it's only 200. So my friends pay for 3
The
months.
reflex produces
200.
endorphins, for example, which is the, or some other
Then you come
chemical
to
which
me and you
produces
say,
a sense of
oh, what'd you
enticement.
tell your friends it was $7.50? It's really 200. You're a fucker.
Well, I think it's
No one told me it
important
was
to get
200.
this,
Of course they wouldn't tell me.
I think we need to make have a
They
break.
covered for 3 months. I thought it was 750 times 3. Remember?
So a few more,
Do you remember?
extend this whole idea.
And I want that money back to
The,
pay them back. I want the 600 back. I
saying
want
that it's
fucking,
important
you know what? 600 you do owe
to
me.
have a
Money.
inevitably
Because
have
that's
a
the
kind
money
of
that you
thought
told
about
me
thought
that you would give me for those backwards, right?
process, which is still
You know, fuck, that's the only one.
culture.
Everything else? Oh, you promised. And I did a lot for it.
No, like saying think positively. This is the
Right?
That's what I'm kind of intellectual
Are you
idea
there?
about thought is how to
Dan,
do it.
are you there? RCMP?
And so on. And
RCMP
there
in
are all
my
sorts
town
of
beat the
ideas
shit out of
that
me
go around.
across the
So
park there.
I think that I'm trying to present some sort of map of thought which will make me more coherent. And because if we're being guided by incoherent ideas, which are already part of our reflex system, therefore we'll go wrong. And we can't just choose not to do
August
it because it's part of
10th,
the
3 months ago. And nothing's been done.
So
3 months ago, I
the
was
first step is at least to look
attacked
at some other ideas.
by a 1,200-pound grizzly bear in the form of 6 RCMP officers.
On the reflexes come later. Now,
Because
because eventually we must
can't carry on a
begin
conversation
to,
with a
there
regular
must be some
person.
way to alter those, affect those reflexes, right? Otherwise,
Yeah, we
we're
got
stuck.
him.
Now, I wanted to add that
Torture.
one
Nothing
of the
short of
basic,
torture.
if we combine this notion of reflex, one of the thoughts which has one of the most powerful effect is the thought of necessity.
Wow. I'm getting
see,
the trailer that I was promised.
It is much more than
one of
a
many
thought.
things that I was promised.
The,
You know, I was promised
the
a
word
trailer before,
necessary
right?
means
Dan, by
it
somebody
cannot
else.
be otherwise, but it also, the Latin root necessity
never got
means don't
that.
yield. It
This
suggests
one I'm
the
getting.
emotional, physical stance of resisting.
This one I'm
holding.
getting.
And that's the other side of the system.
And if you fuck me
And when you
around,
say it can't be otherwise, you say the other.
then I'm gonna be here for a long
It's got to
fucking
be
time.
this way, so I've got to hold.
Because I
And,
have to.
It also means it cannot be turned aside. You see,
Otherwise, I'm gonna be homeless.
some very powerful force you
In the
can't
very
turn
park.
aside, and you say, I've got to turn aside. See, we establish an order of necessity, saying this turns aside for that.
We
and
can't
this
do
for
that,
that.
Tom.
We're
Get a job.
saying that. So this is crucial to our whole ordering of thought. See, the notion of necessity.
No, I think I'll take
And
some
its
time to
opposite,
heal,
which is
thanks.
contingency, which
Thank you
means
very
it
much.
can be otherwise. Right? Now, if something can be otherwise, it's worth trying to change it. If it can't be otherwise, then maybe it's trying to change
good
it.
talk.
So this will have a tremendous effect. If you think
RCMP
something is impossible,
and landlord.
that it can't be done. It's
Dan
the same.
Thiessen
It's
and the
necessary.
RCMP.
That's necessary, and therefore you can't do it. You will not try. You see, so the assumption that something is impossible may well affect you into making it impossible.
Need to be rectified.
On the other hand, you may assume something is possible which is not, and just strategy.
First of all, you stole my fucking reputation in town if I ever had
We have to
it.
get straight on what is necessity and what is contingency. In each situation, this is what you're doing all the time. You're trying to assess the
There must be a
necessity and
reason.
contingency, right?
Tell me.
You say that this will not
Tell
turn
us all.
aside for my hand, right?
What that fucking
I don't
reason.
expect my hand to go through, right? If it went through, I'd be very surprised.
Why was I
And
centered
we
out?
discussed this last time that Joe was telling about there was an exhibition of lasers, very good lasers, with an image of a ship, very realistic, and two people came in who evidently didn't know.
That's a good show there, Tom. You're really uplifting today.
Decided to take hold of the ship and her hand went through.
Gotta go there.
So she
My wife.
didn't understand it. There was a look of horror in her face, and she said to her companion, "Let's get out of here." You see, this, the point is
David
that we count
Bohm,
on
everybody.
necessity, saying
Cracking
this
everybody
will
up.
stand up, this will be stable, this will not be turned aside, and so on. We count on the earth being something that cannot be turned aside, and it shakes it very disturbing, psychologically, but physically. And the point is that this notion of necessity and contingency
If you
is
change what's happening in
it's
your
always
core,
operating. Everybody's
the core of
using it all the
who
time.
you are,
It becomes
you are
part of our
contributing to
reflex.
the positive change,
And
whatever
this
that
is
positive
important
change
to
is.
see
It's
that,
change of any kind. You
the,
affect
Now, you see, once something is
whole earth.
necessary,
in its well-being.
if we say it's
Guess what?
see, if we think it's necessary,
Guess what?
this also is connected with the idea of reality, because things which are real sort of won't be turned aside, they'll sort of resist, they'll push and so on. Various ways of testing for reality. They're stable, they resist, they have a kind of internal necessity. The holes, you see, and the whole idea of
Tom
reality
needs to
and
hydrate.
necessity are bound together. Because if your hand goes through this, it's a sign it's not real.
I'm gonna need someone to wipe my ass pretty soon. I feel like I need this.
Now, and the notion of reality is very important too, clearly.
It
in our
comes
whole
down to
psychic
this.
makeup.
I can't
The
wipe my
difference
own
between
ass.
being real
I
or
think I might say
unreal
goodbye.
or illusory is very crucial. And
Who would want to
so
wipe my ass
now,
for the rest of
the notion of necessity creates
why
a
would
very
I
powerful reflex.
You would.
It's got to be that way. If we not only add the emotion to the reflex, we not only add repetition to the reflex, but if we add the notion of necessity, it becomes very powerful.
But
especially if we say it's always necessary. You see, something may be necessary.
cross that bridge when
some
we
of
get
the
to
time,
the
but
plan
then
of
there's
living a full life, a very healthy life.
So another thing, but if we say it's always necessary,
Pretty
it's
sure that's
absolutely necessary, and it cannot be necessary. For example, if we say the nation is sovereign, that becomes absolute necessity, and there's no way of turning that aside. Now, if two nations assert
Also,
their
there's no
sovereignty at the same
reason that I
place,
shouldn't
what
have.
can they do?
No?
So there's no way
Things
to
that I
turn
need
aside.
to do the
You
things
have
that I need to
fight.
do.
Now, or two religions in the same way. You see, God is absolute necessity.
Most of it.
God has got to
Not
be
much I
listening,
need.
not that way. There's no way to turn
But
aside.
place to stay,
So
internet, all these
there are
things
similar
have to be
questions
worked
all
out,
through life, that wherever people are finding it hard to get along, you will discover they have different assumptions as to what is necessary or absolutely necessary. If you look at it, that's what they're fighting about. One feels this is necessary and the other that. And they cannot turn aside. Negotiation is an attempt to make people turn aside for each other and to adjust and adapt, which admits some of the contingency of what they thought was necessary. So, therefore, this question of dialogue, which we're going to get into, is involved very much in what is assumed to be necessary. The assumptions of what is necessary are what prevent dialogue. They create a set of reflexes to defend with absolute force. They give power to the reflex. You see, the instinct of self-preservation is generally regarded as very powerful.
Remember this, right?
A set of reflexes, but built in by
It's supposed to be a trait.
But the notion of absolute necessity will override that all the time. If you say my instinct is to preserve my life, but if you say the country says it's absolutely necessary to risk it, then you've got to risk it. And most people will feel that way. Or if you say,
I know, it looked like I was really mad there.
frustrated. God will override
slightly.
all the instincts.
But when you come to expect it,
or else whatever it is, your ambition will override it. If it's absolutely necessary to achieve your ambition. So, therefore there's a tremendous force in this notion of necessity. Is not merely intellectual, it involves everything. It involves the chemistry, and all the adrenaline you need will be released to defend it. Whatever is needed to be will be made available. So, and this may have very valuable side. If you're ever going to accomplish anything, you need that. You see, if you don't think something is very necessary, you won't have much energy to do it. And you could say nobody ever accomplished anything difficult without really going through difficulty without feeling that it was necessary. But if you feel that going into thought is necessary, perhaps you will continue against difficulty. On the other hand, you may feel that some crazy, incoherent thing is absolutely necessary. Do the same. You see, it's important, however, to begin to pay attention to these notions of necessity.
Dear God, that value.
How it moves you. You get that feeling of urge. You see, you're impelled.
Very
You have an
complicated.
impulse to act.
Very easy
Impulse
solution.
to be pushed from within. You're being compelled, which is a bit stronger sometimes.
How so?
Compulsive urge, or propelled, or perhaps even repelled.
Well, start with the trailer,
But it's
sign
all
it
the same
over, and
process,
I'll make arrangements for
It's necessity of
a place.
giving a push.
I know exactly where to go. So we're going to
So
start with that.
you feel an impulse, and you say, well, that's me, having an impulse, but
We're going to
you
start
can see
with
there's a
that.
system, there's a thought beneath it. Your intentions may arise in that impulse. So I think you see people have
That's
shown
the big
that when sometimes
So
when you have
that's
an
the big
intention,
one.
they've made electrical scandals.
The perceived value that I have in this
electrical
trailer.
process in the brain that precedes
It's
your
got
conscious
the
intention.
rest that you owe,
It's built up.
the perceived value, because you
So
put
electrical
value, like you put a dollar value on something that doesn't have
So
$1
it's coming
value.
from the whole thing, the whole system.
It has to be less than.
So now you see, it's
That's
important
good.
to see it's all connected, because when you break it up, this is not a place where it's correct to break
The last time we talked live here, didn't we agree
In
that,
some cases, it's correct to separate, like saying this table is separate.
you know, if you're going to
chair,
introduce
because
money
one can move
into the
independently
situation,
from the
which
other.
I'm going to have to fucking pay tax
When things
for.
are tightly connected, then we should
You owe me
separate
that $1,500.
Right, so,
That's not rent.
the
My
idea
rent should
is
have been
that
fucking
we
provided
may
for.
distinguish certain things
You know what
for the
that
sake
was,
of
right?
convenience. The word distinguish means to mark apart. A distinction is
750
merely
to
a mark,
200,
which is
a
for
500.
convenience. It doesn't mean the thing is broken.
Then automatically I don't have a
It's like a
fucking
dotted line. Whereas if we represent
thing
the
to do
divide,
around
it's a
here.
challenge.
So,
Between
because I
thinking and
can't get
feeling
along
and
with
chemistry and
your
so on,
pilot's
we should
son.
draw dotted lines in our
because he
minds,
doesn't fucking like me to
not
begin
solid
with.
lines.
And anything I do
It would be good
is
to draw
always
dotted
going to
lines
be
between
found
countries,
like
too.
it doesn't matter. You put me in a situation. And you knew it.
Because really, it's a distinction and not really a division between different things which are independent. Now, so
Good. Thank you for giving me this time to work
they
it
have
out.
to
I
then
thought
be
you'd
able
be
to
here
think of
earlier,
this
but,
clearly, even though, as I said,
you owe me
it
more now.
won't really change the reflexes.
No.
But if we don't think of it clearly, then I think all our attempts to get into this will go wrong.
I put a perceived value on that at 10 grand.
No,
You put 5. You lowballed the trailer.
And clear thinking implies that we are in some way awakened a little bit, so
How would
perhaps
you
there's
give me the
something
same
beyond the
perceived value?
reflex.
10?
Which
No?
isn't work.
Okay, half. 5? There you
No,
go.
there's something unconditioned. Is there the unconditioned? Is the question here. If everything is conditioned, then there's no way out. But it suggests itself whenever when
I
something
gotta pay
is
taxes
back
on the
to where it
trailer.
received
I gotta pay
things,
taxes. I gotta buy something, pay tax on that. For it. I gotta buy insurance.
The material structure of the
to
brain is
use it.
unconditioned, or maybe beyond, who knows? We'll
Yep.
discuss that later. But it doesn't
then I
matter
go.
at this stage where it is,
Bye.
as long as it could act.
You never see me fucking again.
So, if there is the unconditioned, which could be
But you got my email.
intelligence, then there is
You
some
can always contact me.
possibility of getting into this.
I seem to think after this transaction,
Now,
we'll be
so they're saying that perhaps unbeknownst to us,
it needs to
the
be
unconditioned may have
fulfilled.
operated a little. They say we're not trying to say that
All right?
the condition is absolutely solid and frozen out forever.
Good talk, Tom. Good talk, Dan.
So that's the point. Now, so at least to be coherent, we have if we're going to do this sort of thing at all, we're doing. We have to suppose that there may be the unconditioned. You see.
Yes.
If we don't
There was a
suppose
point
that
in
it
time,
may be,
yes.
then
And then I still
we are
continue
totally incoherent in our
because
very attempt to do it.
There was a 2-year contract that
If
I
we
was
say
going
there
to
may not
have
be
a
the
place
unconditioned, it
with
cannot
food provided.
then it would be foolish for us to try to do anything with the conditioning.
But then based on what I wanted to do,
Of course, when we
in
made that
accordance with
statement,
you,
we assumed a tremendous position of knowing.
Yeah.
I always help out more.
But if we once assume it, then we're stuck.
You always
see,
get a
now.
better value.
If we assume that there is the unconditioned, we're going to be stuck
When
again.
it comes to how you
Because we
value.
will produce a sort of an image of the unconditioned in the system of
Either
conditioning.
there. What, free?
I'm mistaken for that, right?
And all I gotta do is
So
nothing.
suppose we say there may be the unconditioned.
Provide me with a place.
Now-
I'll get my own food.
And we leave room for that. See, we have to leave room in our thought for possibilities.
We have to even
Nothing.
say more in the sense that
Other part of the family
thought
is taken
could
care of.
never
All
say
part
there
of the
is
family.
not.
Fuck you.
There is only the condition.
Told me I
that
was.
that we've gone way past our bounds.
I was.
Yeah, it's incoherent for thought to make that statement. Well, we'll come to it. Thought doesn't know that much, you see. That it's clearly evident that it doesn't know that much, but we
Fuck,
know
I'm
it later.
fulfilling all of my promises.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
So,
it's,
see, if thought merely sticks to what it knows, it has no way of saying there is no unconditioned, or nor can
I
it
don't know why
safely
it's
say there
different
is.
for people
There
with
is
money
the
and power, prestige, or their titles. I don't know why it's different.
So
for
that
them.
means what? That we
That
don't
not
know.
false.
But, we may say we suspect there is the
They
unconditioned. We have
expect
the evidence that there
everybody
may.
else to.
Evidence of the unconditioned sometimes seems
Yes,
nobody's
that's
fault.
what, some evidence. You could say the fact of creativity suggests that you were being conditioned without proving it. Because some people in artificial intelligence would say that was merely a much deeper form of conditioning that you didn't see. Right?
I might go for a walk. Can't wait around the whole fucking day.
Even that would be better than the conditioning we have now.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to contact the IIO, whatever that stands for.
But it might, I know, get along in a few years with that one.
All in good time. I'm slow now, man. I gotta be a little slower.
And there are limitations.
Well, we might still get into incoherence, you see. See, but incoherence with creativity has become more dangerous than without it. You see, without having created all these modern scientific things, it would be much safer. We could go on with our incoherence at the Stone Age level. We would be quite safe with our incoherence. You know, we wouldn't have the means of doing very much, so we could probably survive indefinitely. And in fact, the evidence is the Stone Age people may well be more coherent than we are anyway, so their attitude to nature is more coherent and so on. So, but even if they were as incoherent as we are, they could probably survive because they cannot do that much damage, right? Now, but then with our creative technology, we are put in, that challenges us, you see. Say either we've got to be coherent, or else at least we've got to move toward coherence, or else all sorts of disasters may occur.
Can I look at my conditioning, even intellectually, and say, hey, I don't feel good when somebody yells at me, and take the responsibility, even intellectually, to look at it. And without having expectations of the end result, what it will be like if I don't have this conditioning. And just let it be. My main would be that I don't feel good when somebody yells at me. Let me take the responsibility. Why do I feel this way? And then just let it go.
Yeah, well,
whatever comes.
Yeah, but what happens then? You see, suppose you say, I don't feel good when somebody yells at me, right? Then you ask, why not, right?
Why don't I feel good?
Yeah. And so what's the answer?
I have to look within me to see if there's any connection of memory, brain, cell, groups, whatever, that it's not really that particular person that's yelling, but any person that's yelling.
Yeah.
So it goes back to me again, because I'm dealing with different people and I'm the main
Yeah, well, you have a general assumption there, don't you, that you are the sort of person who should not be yelled at. Right? That it's absolutely necessary that nobody should yell at you. I mean, that seems to be the assumption, right? See, I think it's worth fishing around to try to put the assumption in words, right? Because it's important to get it into words, because you miss it otherwise. You see, the whole brain is set up to hide the assumption anyway.
My understanding would be that they have a right to yell.
But not at you.
No, it doesn't matter. It's why am I reacting to the...
Yeah, no, but before that, no, let's say before you got that far, right? The first thing you found was that you were disturbed by somebody yelling at you. And I say, why?
Because it didn't make me feel good.
Yes, but why is that? Because the feelings come from, are bound up with the thoughts. We just say it's all one system. So maybe there's a thought that's behind it.
The thought is that I'm not a good girl.
But why is that? You see, if somebody yells, it doesn't prove you're not good.
I'm believing that because of my conditioning thoughts.
Well, wait, let's go back then, you see. You're saying that then you have another thought further back, right? Which you got maybe from your parents, right? Saying that whenever they thought you were no good, they yelled at you. So therefore you have an assumption in there that whenever anybody yells at me, it means I'm no good. Therefore, whenever I'm no good, I feel uncomfortable. Another one, right? That's another reflex. So those two work together as a reflex. Is that clear? Whenever anybody yells at me, it means I'm no good, and whenever I'm no good, it means I can't feel good.
Not to mention that you have stuff.
Now, those two thoughts are working in the chemistry.
You've taken my ability
I don't like it for what it does to me.
Well, I don't like that chemical effect. That's very disturbing, right? That makes sense, right? That chemical
Because what I
effect
probably
is
do is
disturbing.
try to find a little painting
You can't
contract
criticize
here
that.
and there. You know, someone who needs a room painted for fucking food.
I look,
Money.
the person that felt that, the little person
But you have all
that was
my
defenseless
painting
feel
here.
without defense of their perception that somebody yelled at them, they decided that I'm not going to go. Now I'm an adult and I have some responsibility to look at that and see that am I going to hold on to that perception or am I really able to let go?
What's the answer?
Yes.
And this is
Have I worked enough
to look at it
Yes.
and I'm asking, the way the programming was done through the years of me having that perception, can that jump the groove, the needle jump the groove, and where there's a space and that programming is canceled?
Well, that's what we're exploring. You see, that can it be done? But you see, what's implied is that there's got to be an electrochemical change in the brain.
I gotta pay taxes.
You see, it's not enough. We have a certain set of thoughts which have begun to point to the problem.
So yeah,
and now
take
something
$5,000.
that we've had that same problem as before. That alone is not enough to change the reflex.
Not the intellectual part, but the chemical part. That I know. I'm realizing now that I feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it doesn't change. If somebody yelled at you, you might still feel uncomfortable.
My experience has been that by realizing it, I'm letting the yelling come through and I'm feeling it in my body, not resisting it.
Yeah, okay.
And by not resisting it, it desensitizes the old misfiring of the synapses or whatever, and it sort of reverses the process of what originally brought it.
This is the conundrum
It may. Yeah, that's what you can explore. You see that if you can stay with that, it may well do something like that.
I have to stop talking the whole fucking way.
It happens, and I see myself that now I don't get upset when people yelling at me. I understand not only intellectually, physically, the change has taken place. Now, do I move to another condition?
Well, you may. You see, it's a question. You see that there are a vast number of reflexes, and we've only looked at that one, right? You see, but we have to sort of get further, because one reflex gives rise to another and another. In the back, there's all sorts of reflexes ready to operate, some different ones. Right? And some of those may even bring back this original reflex.
Prove it to me.
You see that you may have further assumptions which say that whenever I'm too disturbed, I can do nothing about it. See, that's a common assumption. That I've just got to let it take hold of me. Some people have that assumption. Right? But if the disturbance is extremely powerful, then I've got to let it take hold. So that's necessity. Right? So that assumption could also come in later. And so suppose you say, okay, somebody yelled at me, and in certain cases, I can already begin to see the chemistry and all that. I don't understand so much. And suddenly somebody who's very important to me really yells. And it happens again with beyond a certain intensity, and it sort of takes over again. Right? You see, that may happen. I don't say it will.
Hasn't she, when she has had that experience of the yelling not activating the chemistry, and together with that, if she has a proper description of what is taking place, hasn't she then pointed in a direction? Even though someone else yelled at me, but she has been shifted.
Yeah, there's a shift in the direction. Yes. Yes, it's a step in the direction, but still there may be more.
22 minutes. 23.
The person who has had that experience
5 seconds.
It's never the same, even though they still react. They have a new opening.
to figure out some
Yes,
shit.
but that opening can be
Get
lost.
it all
if you
figured out,
don't
though.
keep it out there.
What's reasonable?
You see, it requires
Fucking
sustained
more
work.
reasonable. All the time that I had to wait for you to come around
On the conditioning, maybe loosen
to the fact that, oh, I think I
and the
do.
person can feel more comfortable, but I don't think that means that much is happening.
Well, there's a certain move has happened, but we have to go very much further.
Still mad.
You see.
And I told you that. and I
Trying
hate
to
you.
can help you fool ourselves and say, oh, that is transformation.
No, it's not a transformation. But
We have at the moment, in this environment specifically, the tendency, very quickly to get in another assumption. I've changed, there's something happening to me, and I'm transformed.
no, well, that would be an unjustified conclusion.
I see you.
Without any evidence backing it up, I mean, that's a kind of thought that goes
I
wrong.
don't think I see you, but I do.
With his pleasure or something, but...
Hey, did you ever hear of remote viewing?
I would say...
Yeah, I can't do
just
that.
look at it
But
as saying
I
it's
see
a
you.
step when we should learn something.
Provided the correct description.
There's that. Yeah, but you have to put it correctly in words because the trouble is in the verbal sphere anyway, which has gone into all the chemistry and all that.
Thank you to everybody who's
In
followed
addition,
this
all
thus
the other
far.
stuff is
Thank you,
being
Vicky.
carefully
Thank you,
hidden by
Melanie.
the
Specifically on
so that
Facebook today.
if you don't get into words, it's not likely you're going to see it because you see the problem is not just
Thank you to
feelings
you.
and the reflexes and so on. It's the
Two
relation
other
between
people,
all that and
but
the words.
specifically those two.
You see, namely the words were
Today.
The thoughts which were underlying the words, which you put in words, were that whenever anybody yells at me, it means I'm bad. Now that is an assumption of necessity. It's something I always felt. You see, that's why it's so powerful. You see what I mean? That you often don't see the power of the assumption of necessity. That, so if you don't put it in words, it's merely happening. But if you put it in words, you see clearly. Whenever anybody yells at me, it means I'm bad. You have to put it in words, so that's the way I think. Not to say I'm just thinking about it, you understand? And then you will get a feeling of that. And you say, that's the way I really think. Now, but notice, that is an assumption of necessity, that whenever anybody yells at me, it's absolutely necessary to feel that I'm bad.
Seems like you can't
You know
be
what?
locked on it in this way, and then you're changing the focus
Instead
from
of giving me money,
they
because I
should
think
know
that's a
me
shitty
to
idea.
what's going on in the
Because I
mind.
was
It's
never
making it so
arguing.
terrible. It's great.
I want my
reaction,
$1,500 back
assumptions.
I gave you.
But I'm just wondering, is there some key to get behind the whole
Because I should
system
never have been paying
of
rent here.
reflexes rather than just like examining
this.
each one and saying, you know,
I had to the end of the summer to complete a
we have to
project
explore that. You see,
that would have more than
from
adequately
what you
paid for my
learn by
rent.
we examine it not in the spirit
gave
of
you that
trying to
money
get rid
in
of
good
this
faith,
reflex in
because
particular,
I'd just been
but rather
beaten
in
by
the
the
spirit of
RCMP.
learning more about the whole system. Right.
Just to hold
So
my
that maybe
place
we
on
learn
it
something
for a
which can
bit.
then be extended.
But I had to the end of the summer.
It seemed to me that
And
the
I should have had a
description that
key,
needed
because
to
I could have
accompany
been
that
doing
was
it
not simply the
all this
specific
time.
that I don't want people to yell at me and that bothers me, but rather
That
that
$1,500 I
up
gave
to
you.
that point, I
was not
believed that someone out there saying something to me caused a disturbance in me. And now I see that in response to words, I generated
Places
disturbance in me.
promised.
Yeah, but I generated it. I didn't even do it. So I have a set of
We want
reflexes
you
that
to
did
be a
it,
part of our lives.
which came because I had
Fantastic. Where did it go
concluded
fucking
in a number
wrong?
of
Dan.
cases that it was absolutely necessary
Dan,
to
where
feel
did it go
bad
wrong?
whenever
Dan.
somebody yelled.
It's only you
And it was the right thing
You
to
and I
do.
know.
So, that it was
Right?
inevitable. You see, that was the thought. So that whenever somebody yelled, the reflex just worked.
You turned your back on a
Just
friend,
like the
dude.
nature.
Never mind what you say, how you say it.
Left him out in the fucking
But I
car.
mean, the
How many
yelling
people you've done
conveys a
that to,
message.
but man, that's
But
pretty
hadn't
shitty.
I, in seeing that, in some sense, I shifted from thinking that the problem was external
You know what?
to
So you began to look at the real source of
beginning
the
to feel
problem,
like
which is
this
your own
fucking drill
reflex, you see. Saying that I also had another reflex before, is what you're pointing out, that whenever this happened, I added another reflex saying that this all was originated outside. You're saying that that's the cause, that's where the blame lies, right? Or the cause, huh? So, therefore, you see how the reflexes all work together. See, in order to prevent you from seeing the real cause of the thing, the reflex system has developed an explanation of why you feel bad, which is that somebody outside has done something to you. That's a rationalization.
We indicate that the problem is always within this thought, not outside.
Live from the Beaumont Motel.
If your reflexes hadn't worked, nothing would have happened. See, if somebody had, well, yelling works in every language. But you see, if somebody says something bad to you in a language you don't understand, nothing happens.
I don't have money
because yelling will work in any language.
I'm not allowed to do the things that I was promised I was
somebody
allowed to do.
Say something to you very quietly, which also means the same thing.
Where I was promised.
You feel bad. But if you don't understand what he says, nothing happens.
Promised.
Oh,
did I mention that I looked after Wendell for I don't know fucking how long? How many visits did Wendell come over? And I loved Wendell. It was great. He could come over any time. You know what? I would have done it for fucking free anyways.
Oh.
But you know what? I taught him some stuff. Taught him some stuff.
Well, anyway,
that was part of the deal.
The point is then that you
that
have
was
to
part
watch.
of the deal.
See, it's crucial. Say, I have a valid reason
which
makes it necessary for me to feel bad, or to get angry, or to be frightened,
2:15 p.m.
or various other things, or to be, pleased, or whatever, right? You see, these things will affect the chemistry.
I don't like the way you were teaching. I don't like what you were teaching.
All the power of the
fuck you. You can't tell a teacher how to fucking teach.
Very implicitly rather than explicitly. So it's very important to get it there explicitly, so that you really see it's there. See, because the whole system is set up to prevent you from seeing this. You see that, let's try to put it like this, that, see, Freud used to talk about repression of
give your kids choices, even if it's your little brother.
And say, how could this be? You would ask if it's a puzzling question. You must remember something to be able to repress it.
Your little brother.
It seems to be a paradox.
Anything. It's not going to grow up.
But it's not a paradox because, you see, our memory always has a vast content. A lot of it comes up which is irrelevant. And we have a lot of reflexes set up to sort of try to select what's relevant.
I guarantee you it's not.
Even in normal memory. Okay. Now, that same reflex can be set up to repress this, to push down this material. It simply responds to that material automatically, like the knee jerk, and it puts it down. See that you don't need to do anything in particular. So the whole system is set up to do that sort of thing. So it's really very hard to just look in there and see anything. But you see, if you get a hint or a clue, and then you can put it in words, and then you can begin to see at least what the thought is, and you watch what the words do to your chemistry.
Happens to thought when you express it. It makes it solid, it makes it real, you relate to it. Where in my mind, it fucking takes over and I lose me.
Yeah,
when I put it out, it becomes more real, then I can look at it.
Yeah, it's implicit when you don't put it in words, and it can do all sorts of things. But now make it explicit, and then you can at least see the thought is doing it. So you're getting some perception. Right? You see, by bringing it out, you can see that this is what's happening. Whereas if you don't make it explicit, you can't see that thought is involved at all. And therefore, you say this is an emotional problem, or some other problem, or somebody out there has done it. Various explanations.
Just as important, though, to as you're putting into words, be aware or connected to the responsive body directly.
That's what I mean. To watch, not only That's right. To watch not only the words, but how they are. See, when you say the words that are really the true words expressing the way you really think, your body is going to respond. You see, if you say, I've been hurt by that person, I'm very angry. And then if you find out in words, I'm angry because he did this and this and this. And anybody who does this and this to me is absolutely necessary for me. It's only right and necessary for me to get angry or hurt or whatever. Right? And watch, you will see that if you have found the right words, the body responds. That will be a nice demonstration of how the system works.
So you mean a word like I've been hurt? Or
the words which express the real thought behind your hurt. You see, suppose you say, I don't know, I trusted that person, he was my friend, I counted on him up, and then he said those terrible things about me. It's completely unjustified. I mean, it's traitorous behavior. It's something that started the process. Yeah, that's right. And this was really something which was not justified, not right. Worse. It was he betrayed me, he attacked me. He had no reason to do this. You think of all those words, and you will see the effect on the body.
Yeah,
if you have found the right words, the body will be affected. If you have found the words which express the way you're really thinking.
So at first we have an intellectual anger, and then as we express it, the body picks up, and then we find out we're emotionally angry. The next thing you know, our voice is getting loud.
And then you find you're physically angry, and then you tense all over the body. And if you stay with it, you will finally get the impression this is nothing but a physical process. That's crucial, because you'll see this means this is something which I'm anticipating for the next time. The thought is part of the physical processes of the body, a very subtle part.
It seems to me like I can reflect on, some disturbing emotion that I've had and discover this underlying assumption of necessity. But then often, even though I can say rationally, well, it isn't really necessary, there's still a strong feeling that it is necessary. You don't want to let go of it.
That's the reflex. You see, it's in the chemistry. You see, it's not only in the intellect. Now, what I'm suggesting, it won't cure it. It's a matter, this is being done to learn and not to change anything. This is crucial, because if you're trying to change anything, it won't work. So you find the words which do this, and see how those feelings are affected, how the body is affected. See, just simply to learn. It may make it go away, okay, fine, but it's not the purpose to make it go away.
Trying to get some perception into it.
Yeah. See, in fact, if it goes away too easily, it's wrong, because you won't have a chance to learn how it works.
Purpose is learning.
Yeah.
And not change.
Not change, you see. And something may change it when you learn, but that's the byproduct.
In our conditioning prevents us from learning, because our preconditioning is don't be angry, it's not nice. Don't cry, it's not acceptable. And when we started feeling after this emotion, our conditioning said, hey, stop.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. The conditioning is what we've been talking about. The conditioning is what makes us angry, and the conditioning tries to say, you shouldn't be angry. It's all the same, you see. In other words, you may find that you've got to put that in words, saying, I believe it's absolutely necessary for me not to be angry, and begin to look at that, you see. So there are also more words, you see. So the point is that this is a system, and it sort of spreads out and out and out. Therefore, you don't expect to get it all right away by this process, by this procedure.
We don't really ever expect to get anything, in the sense that any kind can move in there and take hold of anything, to be part of the system.
Yeah.
And you're suggesting something that lies outside of it.
Yeah, I'm saying we don't try to do anything, but you're just learning, aware, attentive learning, right?
I'm terrible at goodbye.
Implying that while we are in the system, we're in a sort of trance, like a hypnotic trance. And
The system is, that's exactly what hypnosis is. You see, if you think it over, the hypnosis is the use of the word to operate the system. Right? You see, the word, you accept the word of the hypnotist as to what is necessary, and then that's all there is to it.
That'll be the third party.
I have one question to go into a little bit. Are we out of time?
And just one more question.
Okay. It seems as if when we are aware of the system as a whole, a physiological process, the psychological process, the whole thing, as we touch on that, the description seems to be accurate. It comes out of that awareness. But when the intellect says, I need to find the right word to describe the process, my experience has been that it doesn't work as well.
Well, I'm not suggesting you do that at this stage. I'm saying find the word that makes the process go with full strength. You see, it's like saying, I've got a piece of machinery. I want to make it go slowly so I can look at it. Not to spin at tremendous speed, I can't see it, or not to just stand still and I don't see how it works.
But it does come in handy.
Well, the button is the word. Yeah.
So is it not just a very accurate description? Is that
No, a true description of the way you are thinking. You see, usually we don't put in words the way we really think, right? We won't admit to ourselves the real nature of our thoughts. You see, if you are hurt, you usually say, he hurt me, right? Or I'm hurt, or I'm not hurt, right? You'll say all sorts of things, right? Therefore, those words will just lead the whole thing astray, because they will not be correctly the thoughts which are really working. They will just muddle it up. So, suppose we say, I don't know exactly the words, but I'm going to experiment, try to find them. The words which express the thoughts that are really working, which are now implicit, or I want to make them explicit. So I say, maybe when I use those words, I feel worse. Now, therefore my instinct is not to use them. Right? But I say, no, this is necessary, really necessary, truly necessary to get into this. Right? Yes, you see, so I say it's truly necessary. I've seen why it's necessary. So I say that the fact that it hurts a little bit doesn't matter. Even if you had a toothache, you see, you would go to the dentist and it would hurt a bit, but you say it's necessary for him to drill a bit, right? So, otherwise your tooth will decay. So, therefore, you say, okay, I'm going to dig a bit, it may hurt a bit, but it doesn't matter, right? I want to find out what's going on. So, fine.
Just give an example of what you mean by finding words.
Well, I had to give some. Suppose you're angry. I said, I'm angry. He kept me waiting 2 hours. What does he mean by keeping me waiting so long? He takes me for granted. He doesn't consider my value at all. No, he does whatever. He probably had something better to do than ignore me. No, he kept me waiting during my time was valuable. He just doesn't consider me properly. There are all sorts of, you may find other reasons. You see, depending on what it is, you find the reasons, the words which express the real reason, which seems to make it necessary to be angry. To justify it, make it right is necessary. I think it's really, anybody would be angry in this case. Anybody treated this way would be angry. It's absolutely necessary, universal. I'm really right. And so on and so on, right?
kind of dandelion, but and those other girls are just post-mix lemonade.
We were discussing this end of the morning, this way of trying to learn something about the system. We talked about a thought. The core of the system is really thought, though it involves everything. And the way it works, how with all sorts of emotional disturbances such as anger, you could first of all use the words, find the words which will stir it up, so you can then get something to observe, to see, learn about the relationship between the word, the thought, and all the powers and physical state of the body and so on. And of course, in doing that, you're suspending the anger. I say, hold it in front of you rather than it's not that strong. You absolutely must express it, nor are you keeping it hidden. You see, so therefore you're able to see this process and learn something about it. So you're beginning to get acquainted with the system, how it really works. If you don't have that element of thought in there in the language, then you don't see the system because the core of it is missing. You see something happening, and you say that's the typical attitude. The next thought comes along and says there's something happening, independent of thought, and you get caught in that same fault again. So you see, the point is we've got to be seeing that it's actually happening. The thought is behind the system. Otherwise, the system seems to stand by itself independent of thought. Like if you take any company like General Motors, it's entirely organized by thinking that it exists and has a certain structure. And except for that thought, it wouldn't exist unless people believe it existed. It wouldn't exist. You're saying that they wouldn't. They'd have all the factories and everything else, but they wouldn't know what they're supposed to be doing or how they're supposed to be related or anything. So the thought is at the core of it. And there's a whole system, which develops out of that. We want to be able to see this system in operation, so we have to have it there in front of us to see it and suspend it. And then the second point about lucid language is after you see something, then you should also put it in words what you have seen. Right? Because you want to inform the thought process of what you have seen, right? Otherwise, you may see something and the thought process doesn't know about it, so it will just go on as before. So the thought process doesn't see, right? It can only get information from the typical way of getting information is from words. You see, on such an abstract level anyway. So,
Terry Colson, what's up with her lately? She updated her status.
To make it visible.
Let's check it out.
Also, we then may use words to state
what a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day.
I've seen, right? But it's not.
Thanks
not to
for
do it the other way around. To say,
the tip
this is the way
to
it is,
circumvent Facebook.
That
works. I have a whole new profile. I see posts from people I didn't see anymore. Facebook's new algorithm picks the same people around 25 who will see your posts. Hold your finger anywhere in this post and click and copy. Go to your home page where it says what's on your mind and tap your finger anywhere in the empty field, click and paste. This is going to circumvent the system. Hello, new and old friends. Drop a single hello. Thanks.
Because of looking outside of me for what I feel and blaming people that I get. And I'm looking at it. And then, lo and behold, right next to that feeling, I see that I'm a very serviceable person. Up to now, I believe that I service people with all my love because this is what I learned from my mother, and I really, really love it.
Now, I'm even starting to question that.
Yeah.
Am I doing it because I'm afraid I'm going to displease people and they may end up yelling at me? Or am I doing it to be liked?
Yeah, so I think you have to sort of look at all that, you know, those details are things that you have to look at for yourself, you see. I think that what I would suggest is that whoever is interested in this should, from time to time, especially when they're by themselves, inquire into just that sort of question.
Hold your finger anywhere.
You see, that's what we call the homework. And that's part of it anyway. So that whenever you have time and you're so inclined, then you can ask questions like that and try to find the answer the same way as before, by observation. Right? See, it's no use for somebody else to tell you.
There you go. That's what I'll do right now.
That will be very superficial.
I expect an answer, but I'm looking at this and I'm saying...
Go to your page where it says what's on your mind, tap your finger anywhere in the empty field, click paste.
And up to now, before my...
That's all I gotta do.
They've been working pretty smoothly as far as they were concerned.
Please say hello.
I'm changing
Very
my
important.
attitude. All of a sudden,
All right, let's give her a
I
shot.
said, hey, what's going
On
on
my
here?
own page.
That's not what we're used to. And I'm getting a reaction, I'm feeling a reaction of their confusion, if it is that, of the chemistry imbalance. And it could be depression or fear. And I would give you choices either to escape, go back to where I was, call a friend, radio the refrigerator.
That sure stands to
take a
reason,
pill,
Terry.
or whatever, or stay with what it brings. To give the system, if it's depression or fear, if I can stay with it without finding an escape, is that the adjustment that your body needs chemically? And this is the symptoms that look negative to me, to sort of straighten their problem out, and then there's something else that takes place, some kind of lightness, some kind of freedom, something else that if I didn't let it stay, I would block what was there. If my condition was to eliminate the terrific feel of confusion.
Yes, well, I think all of that is the sort of thing you have to do, sort of want to do. I think that much detail we can't really do, you see. In the group, we have to get the general notion, this is not really an encounter group, one of those therapeutic groups where they might go into that sort of detail, you understand? There are groups which actually try to work that way. Yes, do you have a question?
I would like to know when you were talking at the beginning, are you saying that the words would bring up memory, and memory is making objective? By using the word to objectify the memory, it's
No, by using the word, not only bring out the memory, but producing the actual state which we're trying to explore, right? Such as anger. So we find the words which will bring up that previous anger that is still simmering, we've forgotten about it perhaps, but it's still there on the reflexes. It's better to spend again to actually find something happens. But instead of waiting for something to happen, because if it happens, it'll happen so fast that you're not going to look at it. You will have to bring it out by words, you'll tend to look at it. The main thing is the big is that the words are good. Right? If the words were not there, you would miss the main point. That means thought is good, because the words represent thought.
Are we still using words for just missing the fact that we're using them? Or are we thinking some kind of other language?
They're not using other language, because implicit thought, but it goes without saying. whenever practice happens, I have to slay, right? That's the thought. Now, instead of just react, let's go, remember the thought spreads out even while the other reflexes, so the thought is still going on. For example, if I wrote it on paper, it's still be the thought, but in another form. It can take many, many forms, because the intelligence that is carried by radio waves, and I know what's right. It can be carried by all the reflexes. So they're all part of that thought. There are different forms of that one thought. What's truth, buddy? Is that clear right now? It's very important to see this, that this thought goes out, spreads over the world, all the radio waves.
We all know it, we see it.
They get their
We all
reflexes.
agree on it. Most situations.
So it's almost caught. Now,
Pretty much the
the
same.
point is that the words are a way of bringing the thought into evidence, right? Whereas often it works implicitly
They want you to use the
without
system
the
to
word.
fix the problem. They want you to.
So if you respond to somebody with no reflex, you would not try to discuss it. You would just get a sense of disgust, but it could have happened.
I was there for literally 3 seconds.
First of all,
so therefore, but that's still
3 seconds.
So that's discussion.
Mix it out. Awesome.
But that's what it is. Control, that's what needs to happen. It's on your own.
Thank you. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, say.
Yeah, it's okay.
She's not.
Say so
Fine.
spreads all over.
Thanks for asking.
Many different forms. Yeah, but we're not aware of it because of our culture. It tells us that power is intellectual, right? That's
We only have water to offer, and you got power in there, so.
it might be
Yeah,
aware of
so
it.
I just left it at work. I was gonna do a longer day.
So we can see what it
Off
means.
tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
We don't want to be, it won't work.
Yeah.
So it'd be
Today's a little day for reinforcing why I like running big white laws.
if you say it's necessary for me to do
Really like it.
you find yourself taking the intention to do it.
I'm hungry.
So the intention to flow out of the thought, so the intention is still part of the thought.
And I'm really actually not so happy. I can't.
See, you fucking lied to me.
No,
Right
I'm
off the
lying.
fucking get-go.
No, it's okay. It's okay, but it's not. Like, I'm fine about personally. What if I fucking Thailand officially says there is no Nick Pearson welcoming until at least 2020?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the same
So what was the
is
date?
necessary.
Officially
The thought process will not know what.
No.
We're still on that one. But we do know that it will not be 2020. Yeah.
But like you said, last time we went to the airport, you thought you were going to go there, you went, oh no, you would go
Just when I was
to
gonna walk.
Peru,
Yeah.
and you went to Thailand, so this time you're thinking
We
of
might
Thailand,
think
you go
one
somewhere else.
that would be New Zealand, who fucking knows? Saying
My thought
we're
was
going into
thinking
it so that
of
we're looking at some of this fun.
Australia.
Right, see, we're not trying to actually change it, that's the crucial point. If we once think we're trying to change it, then we get into all the tangled questions. But we're saying whatever
Well, it also
happens is a
depends
risk for
on
the middle.
how
If that happens, we can
fast
learn
you
about
can
that.
accrue the amount of money that you need to do it, right?
Yeah.
So there's a tendency that you have, but nobody else has, you know, it seems.
Intentions that we may not be aware of. But it seems a little strange to me to put the emphasis on the
Well,
thought.
because many of our thoughts are intentions are.
And let's be real, I think nobody should care.
Well, no, to a point, right? It's
Which was
yeah,
basis
No,
is
for
thought.
the most of
The
the
intention is
point, like,
implicit
really,
in
why
the thought.
should anybody care?
If you will bring help to do
They
something,
should
it's
not.
necessary.
There's
If
only
somebody
24
says
hours in a day,
you
which is
must
not
do
enough
it,
for anyone, let alone
it's
the
necessary,
rest of the
it's necessary, or you're doing this because you do something you really want.
Exactly.
Right? Then you'll get the intention to do it. See, we have this picture that there's somebody inside who's getting all this information and then decides to have the intention to do it. I'm trying to suggesting that is not so, generally speaking.
Thinking of cases where a person, for some reason, has to do something, and then will generate thoughts that justify it.
Well, that's the next step.
He does, he's got to be able
One
to.
thought saying, I must do this.
He's like, oh, I don't
He has another thought saying it would be wrong.
I met him at 9.
He gets a third thought which justifies it.
Smoke like once before I go. If I do.
You see, the whole thing is one reflex after another. See, I think we have to see the system just working.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I sure hope I don't have to spell that a lot.
And somehow intelligence can come in there and get out of this. But saying that as long as the system works, you don't know what's happening anymore, it's not why your legs should jump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he seems like a really
He
nice
is. I mean, this is the only thing that we
by itself,
kind of disagree with. But
mechanically,
he,
due to the pressure that is in these,
And yes, the system contains the reflex producing the thought and the desire of doing it, so we'll have to get into that. See, there's a very elaborate system covering up what's happening. So, this will take some time to get into.
There's an understanding there, but
just because somebody doesn't like it,
see, I think we should go on from there.
yeah.
You know, I hate cigarettes. I don't go around telling everybody if I can use it.
See, we have I want to say more about the thought, but you see, it's thought complete. It doesn't cover the thought of the table, it doesn't cover all
Coffee, I don't drink coffee. I don't go around telling people I can't drink coffee.
It has a background system like it,
Whatever it is.
It's a simplification and abstraction.
As I grab my coffee. I like it.
Like the artist represents somebody, but it isn't somebody at all. It's just sometimes a good little line to represent that person, but the person is far more than that. It's not representation. And so that the thought was not there. It's an admission about things.
I think it's just easier when once you've done something so long. It's easier to
take, for example,
part
of the table.
I was really slow. I was like, so actually, I was
also someone in there to see a light. The thought of the table includes a lot of possible things.
And then I went in, I was like, I'll come back later.
All sorts of strange shapes inside of it. Occasionally something would come along that you wouldn't expect to be used at the table. You see, so it's constantly adding different forms and shapes and so on. So the word table calls for representation in the mind, probably an image of some sort of table, typical table. And then there are all sorts of forms that you take, so you see this object is immediately.
I was like, last night, like, when I put it in the room, I was like, all right, I go
somewhere hide up those forms or somewhere between those forms or similar to those forms. But in some vague way, and it might call up the notion of table, or the word table.
We're all going to go to the open elevator.
They're all put together. And the thing is then that you have that, you can see that that's a kind of reflex. You see, when you look at this, there's a reflex in your mind. You don't actually put in the word table, but there's a potential reflex. That's a table. Somebody asks you, they say that's a table. So the information is there in your mind already untapped. So therefore, the thing is recognized by the fact that it would fit that representation, right? It would be one of the possible forms of that representation. That's where any form of that will operate the reflex. So, and therefore you recognize
well, that's part of the long haul.
When you think about it, you can think of all the things that are attributed to it, associated to it, and so on. You connect up to other reflexes. See, everything you think about is connected to reflexes, which will involve what you can do with it. For example, this table, the representation of the table is connected to reflexes with what you can do to the table, put things on and so on. So that you are already automatically ready to put something on there if necessary. See, so how it's all connected up. The intellectual reflexes and the visual reflexes, emotional, physical reflexes, everything are all connected up. So that you're ready to unless it turns out that then you say it's incoherent. Your mind is looking like to say something wrong. You see? So that's the way thought works. Is that
You're being balanced. You're taking it back.
interrelated, connected, logically related information.
Also,
Also, it's a way
Make more money
open,
working
it's
with
sort of
them.
open.
People I
The
don't want to
symbol
work
is not it's ambiguous.
Or I
Yeah.
So the word table is
make a little less money working with
so
somebody I'd rather
it's ambiguous so that it can add all sorts of other things in it. It has a
I can't get my 1 mark, so after I get my
goes
mark,
up.
I'm on.
See,
It's
you
like,
could say
I asked him, he said, how much do you want to start, right? And I gave him my number, and I said I can work for less than 4. So, no, I generally work for more, so
the
like
child
based
before
on,
the child can use words, probably
$20 cash a month. He's like, then, he's like, I don't mind paying you
For
more.
example, animals will see it apart and have
Like, yeah, you know,
respect the
I
whole.
said, I haven't had too many people tell me I work for
Therefore, it seems clear that part of how you can call up the
I
whole,
know after a month,
or objects that are similar,
I'm not getting
or
very
very similar, to call up the whole
barely
class,
close.
and so on. So, it makes a reflex, so that symbol makes a new
When I
reflex.
came to work
Makes all the
today,
other
and it
reflexes.
said I'm off tomorrow,
Every one
after
of these
every 3
objects
days
that the
off.
symbol can stand in for has in itself a set of reflexes of what you do with it, right?
Well, this is why
And that symbol
life is
connects
so
that all, right? It's another reflex that connects all those reflexes. So you begin to see thought organizing into a very complex,
But it's not unreasonable.
structure. So when it's working right, it's all
It's
that.
the
I've hardly begun to touch on
you see, when he does long hauls, let's say, I know it's again, if he does long hauls, he's charged a premium. I don't care, it's one way, it's still a premium. You're not privy to that number probably, right?
No, I mean, I can figure it out what the numbers are, like,
Now they understand.
I know the living,
You
I
ask
just
what
might
are
not
they?
know what it is.
Yeah, so you know the margins, right? You know what.
You have no
So
picture, but it's
the only person that lives on long hauls is the person that is kind of tagged on.
you can say
But that's not
you have
like
vast
their
number of
value.
things
What,
that those will connect up with, right? And anytime you want to bring order into what you're seeing, that's
you
one
know,
of the things you can do.
even if you're not doing anything and you're on your phone
Sort
doing
out
your
what's
own thing,
necessary,
reading a
what's
book,
contingent in this
the
particular
act of doing
situation.
nothing is actually something, right?
Or
So,
another set of
so
very
those
abstract
hours, if
things
you're
is
doing
the
an
general
hourly
and the
thing, the only
particular.
fair way to
The
do
general
it is
is
to
the
charge
reflex of inclusive and the
that.
particular.
Make it in your mind that that's what you want. So hour
hours of time. And you treat
know,
this
so
table.
it's
you
your
treat
value
things by
that-
the particular say that
You'll find it out though. I usually do that too.
this
Like,
table
I
is
have
something
in the
general,
past,
but
given the month,
particularly
right?
made of
2
wood
weeks.
with a certain shape
But
and
people
some
don't get
appearance
into that
and
amount when I say it's
and so on. You
$50
see,
an hour.
so that also is
That's
all
what I get
worked
paid
out.
for the stuff I do, right?
Yeah, I know, I understand.
And there are a vast number of things, you know, so if we were to try to find out
But
how
your
this
value
thought
is up there
process
too,
works,
right?
you could
It's
probably
like,
find out.
let's be reasonable with who can do
I'm
what,
still not dead yet, but
who can think their way through certain situations, who
so
can't.
but I only say
Who can
this
put
to show
puzzles together, that's
a lot
very
of the thought
important.
that is not
You know,
the culprit. You see, the
being
thought is not
efficient
just
with your
pure
time.
wickedness. But
Like he is like,
you
that's
have
like
this
where
whole
Chris is good, Chris
structure,
on the truck and pack, so he just
which is very subtle and very complex and
he's back
so on,
last
and
night, so now he just went to work.
which we probably know very little
That's me,
about.
and then like talk to the customer, like the old guy, like the guys don't know that he has a box of things, and
And
like,
this well, like this thought is part of the system that includes our reflection.
True.
All the people, all that.
That's a good system.
So now
I know my role,
it works by a representation.
I'm too
By
squirrel.
a symbol and by a
Yeah.
symbol.
Maybe on a wheel, it's just asking for
Word
that.
is symbol.
My spatial
It's used
geometrical
images as symbols, simplified images.
life
The
is,
Chinese
it's not a
ideographic
strong
language
suit.
came from originally pictures, they were simplified.
So,
very
if we're driving spatial, it's
But
a
then
super.
the alphabetic symbol is still more powerful because it has no
Pretty
resemblance.
often.
You have no resemblance
Just like
whatsoever to
Michigan.
what it represents. It's far more flexible. So
Always.
therefore,
No, but like
that was the
often
power
enough to know that like
language.
it's in a car
And then
too, especially.
you have all those symbols, and the symbol produces a representation which might be something which serves which sort of presents it again as it were, gives it a sort of feeling for it. For
Well
example,
enough if
it
there's
makes
an emergency to
if
get
you take
something done.
represent a human
Yeah,
face by
you're
a
there.
circle with the two
Outside of
dots
that,
and a
I
little triangle
really
for the
don't
nose and the mouth.
The,
The mouth is
I
curved up,
heard
represents a smiling, happy person.
an
the
example
mouth is curved down,
like
but
jet fighter
somebody who's
pilots
unhappy
being
and frowning,
compared
right?
to some of these truck
So
drivers.
if you look at that,
you
you
need
will
the
get a
same
feeling
skill
in there is
sets.
a smiling, happy person or a frowning
So
person.
spatial
you see.
awareness is fucking right
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah,
You see,
it's
so
really-
that is
and
kind of representation of the meaning of
I'm
the thing. You see.
okay with the fact that
So,
I know myself to
now,
know that.
you have to keep all that in mind.
And it's
you
funny,
see
like, I've lost really good ladies just in the fact that
the
we drive very
representations
fast.
can get more and more detailed, become more like artist pictures. They may be diagrams,
drive.
they may be blueprints, they may be all sorts of things.
And I get it, because it's a pain in the ass.
And that's all
if
thought.
you're a driver,
taking
having a
different forms.
non-driver,
See, every one of those things is
Yeah,
thought. Right?
you want to have the give and take, right? So you get tired
This
of
level below the verbal,
over, right?
Yeah.
that's
Time,
another
you
system
know?
of symbols.
Yes,
Pictures,
Yeah.
perhaps, is that?
pictures or lines or, very simplified pictures or
good to
blobs
know, though.
even, or something hardly, just enough there to stand in, right? For
You
something.
find someone who likes to drive,
And
right?
you see, it would seem to
that's
me
the
that a
key.
child
Very
who
specific
doesn't
thing.
yet talk could probably do quite a bit of thinking through that.
she doesn't have to drive.
And, for example,
Or
a
just
child
or
has to
not
learn
drive.
that objects which disappear behind, according to Piaget, the psychologist, the object disappears behind something and then reappears.
We'll see.
He claims that it acts as if it thought that the object had vanished and a new object had appeared. At some stage he learns that it's the same object. But he needs a symbol for that. He doesn't yet talk, right? So he must have a sort of vague picture of a blob. He doesn't have to have the exact picture of the object. That would be a nuisance, right? To make such an exact picture in his mind. So
Yeah,
there's
so
a kind of pre-verbal symbol, and then there may be others that we don't know about. And you see, so that language is on top of all this, but then when we start to talk, we forget this.
Wedding shit.
And these symbols now begin to, we don't recognize that they're still part of our thought, and they seem to be something else, right?
A little bit busy.
So this is what you were speaking about earlier in
Yes,
terms of
last night I
bringing
had
these things
like
up into
the
verbal
Indian dinner at
understanding.
the
Yes, well,
lunch
it's
there,
getting a
I
look
got
at them,
eat from
right?
the
You
Samosa
see,
Express car there.
Yep.
And I just sat down there.
This is where I'm not quite clear, because
Yeah,
I'm
pretty good
wondering,
views here.
as you
Said,
talk about this, it seems that it's
got
true.
Indian
Yeah.
food,
There's this whole underlying level of pictures
beach,
going on.
weed.
But
feelings.
that means we're
Only thing
and
missing
feelings
is
as
one
well,
thing
you
for
see,
a
little
perfect
feelings
idea,
can
though.
represent. See, Einstein
What's
said that,
house?
see, Einstein didn't talk
It's like,
until
yeah,
quite a
house.
long,
Yeah.
until he was fairly
No.
old.
You.
And
Fucking-
he said that a lot of his thought
Yeah,
consists
so it's
of
like,
feelings
no,
he
it's
can't
definitely-
describe, which
definitely
obviously
you.
are standing in,
It
right?
said,
So you might imagine that the
it'd
little
be really
child
nice
is
to
sometimes
just share
represent
you some
things
of
by
these beach
feelings.
days
Right?
with you, I said, before they're gone.
Yeah.
So,
You see.
My question
yeah,
is,
that would be pretty awesome.
Should be a good start.
this seems to elicit a certain level of clarity when you start to bring these up and verbalize them.
Round two.
They may be missed otherwise, but
Take a chance.
Well, there's a whole
Is
thing
it
too. I feel like,
the-
it's meant to be, you let
are
someone
we to
go
be
when it comes
selective
back.
about this?
Probably
Because it seems to be
sounds
going on all the
probably
time. What I'm wondering is, can we constantly be bringing
No,
that
we can't. No, I think we're just learning about it. You see, we're not
You
trying
see,
to do
like,
anything.
the
You
only
see, this
time
is
I
crucial.
feel like
We're not trying
relationships
to achieve an
like
objective.
really go
you know,
fucking sideways.
you know,
is when the
we
other
don't
has
have a program
expectations.
or a goal that
If
we
you
can
can get
define.
like that's a huge
We are
deal.
learning, right? See, I'm trying to say,
Acceptance
here's
is the
something we
key.
didn't know about this process.
And
right?
you gotta look at the
It may
other
be
as if
relevant, it may not. It
they're
may
perfect the way they
turn
are
out to be
now.
helpful in some context.
That's you know what I'm saying?
The fact
As
that we know
opposed
it.
to changing, trying to change each other.
And then we
so
may be
that's-
able to
that's
observe
where
some of
fucking
it
wheels come off every time.
by bringing it up. You see,
There's not
bringing
many
it up
people-
into words, and you might get a connection to some of the
But
other
you
stuff.
can learn it. That's learned.
You get a better
too.
feeling for how it's working.
Um,
See, because
but
one
it's
of the
good to
troubles
go
is
into a
that this thought
situation
process
with
is
your
going
eyes
on,
wide
and we
open,
don't know how
you know,
it's working at all. And when we don't know how it's
who
working,
everybody
we
is.
very
This
quickly
is who we
regard it
are.
as something
We know
else.
now, right?
Non-thought.
You do.
you better now, sort of.
With
Yeah.
more respect for people
Yeah.
that I didn't. That
Yes,
I
you see,
didn't like,
one
that
of the
didn't
key
like me
difficulties
because
has
they were
always
these
been, I
fucking
said, the
fourth
thought
grade
does something and then says it's not
bullshit,
thought.
Right.
So they at least tell me where
And
they
then
stand.
it tries to,
At
that's
least,
a problem,
yes.
it tries to do something about
Yes.
it while it
Instead of
keeps
those frenemies
making
who
the
are
problem.
like,
Yeah. Oh, they're just gossiping
Because it
behind your
doesn't know
back,
what's
but then
going on.
they all be
It's all a
nicey
bunch of
nicey to your
reflexes
face,
working.
and that's fucked.
Remember,
It's
thought is
because
the
these people
past.
go back when they can't face it. They
Past
have no
participle.
ability to-
It's been registered there, and
Yeah.
and
Stand
that
for
registration
something,
is
so
through
they
a
just
set of
kinda-
reflexes.
Every moment they just
Right.
pretend.
So
to
that
be
whenever,
nice with every-
if this
hide
form
themselves
appears
because
which
they're
fits
wrong.
that whole set of
And it's just-
representations
it
that would
breeds a
stand
be brought up by the word table. If it fits in there, then you get all the reflexes to the table right away, which makes it very useful.
That's it. Yeah,
But
very
then you
simple.
can make a mistake and you
Don't know
made the wrong
themselves.
movement and you're in incoherent, then you've got
truly
to say,
know
okay,
themselves,
it's wrong,
right?
I've got to go over
Yeah,
it.
it's knowing yourself.
I'm discussing how thought properly works and
here's
does actually
one
work
thing
in
I
the
heard
area.
at one point, but I believe it to be absolutely true, is
In
that
order to show that, first of all, to show that thought is not all bad,
it's clever or
but
smart.
secondly, to understand what
know
has
other
gone wrong,
people,
we should have
it's-
some
this is-
understanding of how it would work when it's right.
But clever and smart is not intelligence,
Thinking and
right?
thought,
True
as you
intelligence is
described earlier,
actually
in the
when
present,
you know
in the
yourself.
context of a workable thought
That
versus
Well,
comes
when you're
after
thinking,
sometimes
you're
for some
ready
people.
to
Or
see that
sometimes
when it
people
doesn't
know right
work,
from the fucking
and
beginning.
you're ready to start changing,
And then they,
right?
most of
Now,
us do,
thought
because
sort
we're
of
born
works
this way.
automatically.
But we
Now,
all
thought is
born
always
this
there,
way. But then,
thinking is,
right
means
from the
that when
get-go,
the thing isn't working, something
little bit
more
of
is
it
coming
is
in,
taken
which
away.
is ready to look at the
you
situation
don't
and
see it
change
because you're
thought if necessary.
Yeah, what happens back then? You
It's a
can't
bit
blame
beyond
it.
thought.
But
It's a
you
bit,
gotta
it's not
acknowledge
purely
it.
the past.
Yeah, but looking back, you can see where you
It's not purely a set of reflexes
reprogrammed
of the past.
what you are to
Well, innocence of the moment, and the other one passive in the past.
Well, the past is active, that's the trouble, you see. The past, it's not really the past, it's the effect of the past in the present.
never
See,
had my knees
the
so
present
loud.
has left a
Creaky,
trace of
creaky
the
as we
past.
get older,
The other way around, the
It's
past
like
has
if I
left a
snap
trace of
when
the
I come
present.
back, like I can
Thinking would be even more energized.
Yeah, the thinking will
I just
be
want
more
my knees
energized because the
to
thinking
last
is
to the end
more
of
in the
life.
present.
However long that is.
But that present includes what thought,
I guess I could be
the incoherence that thought is actually doing, right? You know, our main
Just sit in
include
one
a lot
place all
of
day
new
long.
reflexes to form new arrangements,
that
new
shit.
ideas, you see. If the reflexes are all sort of open and flexible and changeable, then it'll all work nicely.
And spend your community by living and primal feelings and thoughts.
thinking like, man, how could I watch those guys working?
We have a second opportunity to look at them again, more energized, with more.
Yeah, we see them right there, and we are
And I
able to
couldn't
look at
go
them
back.
as
I don't
something
even want to go back to being the guy that
goes
was
beyond the
like,
condition.
couldn't imagine being this guy.
It's not
Like,
entirely
wow,
conditioned
it's
how we
funny.
look.
Because I'm the same
So,
person having the
therefore,
same
we say
thoughts,
it's more alive and so on.
completely different, in the same
So,
same
and
sphere.
we say,
though, you know? Like,
we want, we're saying
It's
we're
just
doing
funny how
this
life-
because it's very important to
things can change.
come into real contact with this system, which really rules our lives. I mean, in addition, it's very necessary, and I've explained how all the good things it can do and how it works when it works properly and so on.
I was like so soft back then.
It thought deceives us that it's thinking, but it's not really thinking.
Oh yes, it can deceive us about anything and anything and everything. You see, there's no limit to its power of deception.
That's most people.
Uh,
Physically soft.
Because you could say every trick we know, thought knows in the next moment, you see. If we see a trick,
Like
and thought
I
has it
always
there
think
in the
about
next
my
moment
health,
in the
right?
reflex.
I might not do much anymore, but
So thought is
I'll
us,
tell
you
you,
see. So in
I'm
other
in
words,
pretty good
thought is
shape
not different
considering
from us, right?
and
So we are
how
the
badly I
deceivers,
feel
and we have
that
the
I know it
deception.
knocked
Yeah.
yourself my life, you know. But I still
See,
feel
so,
like I
see, thought can do all that deception. No, but I've discussed how thought works when it is not
I
deceived.
think I can still
Now
do.
then,
I can go
we
out
say
and
it gets into
play
this,
ball with the kids, and I'm
trouble
competitive,
which
you know? Like
comes
I'm having a good
for
time.
many reasons.
Everybody's
It's hard to analyze it. One reason
equal,
is that
right?
ultimately the chemistry is too
And,
rigid.
just so you
all
can
these
name
little-
all the things,
these
and
connections
still
are
do them.
too rigid, or you could
Just
say there's
sore.
the thought of absolute necessity, which provides a hold on the whole thing.
My daughter, she
But they all work
questioned
together, right?
my mom on this, eh?
What?
My mom's was in a
Well,
lot
you
of
see,
pain.
there could be a view of absolute
And,
necessity, which was
and
just a
then Gracie
perception
says,
thing.
"Oh yeah, well,
at
sure,
this moment it's
Grandma.
a-
You know, you
hardly-
see her lift me up in the park."
Yeah, you've got to move,
Good,
you
my
see, and that's
grandma-
it now.
I mean, my
But
mom,
then,
she's lifting
you see, it's
Gracie up like
absolutely
this,
necessary
behind
for
her
me
back. She
to
got
do
pictures,
various things
right?
to achieve my ambition.
She's just like
And
this.
that may
No
be in
woman
the
like
past, you see,
this,
it may
right?
be this whole system that's saying
But
that, right?
just because she's in pain does not mean that she is still not very, very strong.
That's really, you
Yeah,
see, so
yeah,
we have this situation then, right? Now
My
we have-
dad was a wee little man
the
like
thought
this,
provides
but he can
representations
crush
which
you
we
with his grip.
can produce outside or
He had the
inside
strongest grip that I know.
and communicate,
Yeah.
produce as symbols that we can communicate and also to hold everything
You gotta
together.
take yoga.
And connect
That's what we need
everything.
into.
Mass media.
I need to do
The
yoga.
mass media carry them all, you see.
I used to
They
be so
disseminate them.
flexible. Now
They act like seeds, that's a good
not
word,
flexible.
disseminate, you see that. It scatters them, they all become
So,
seeds of further
how can I
reflexes,
work
right?
on
So
that?
the people who receive them, they become new reflexes. They take root and
Any
become
kind
new
of
reflexes.
stretching
Right?
is very good for you. And I think
So.
I think that you'll
it's
figure
all
after
a
doing
system
yoga,
you see them working.
you'll figure that you could probably do
the,
yoga just on your own, because it's just about,
and you can see that thought
and it's all inbuilt.
is
You'll
inherently
find
going to
yourself
be
in
incomplete. You see,
positions where you
it
know,
can at best provide a
I put myself in this
representation,
position
an
before,
abstract
but you know
representation.
that
It will
it
not
has a benefit because it's
contain
countering
the
some
thing
other.
itself, right? The thing itself is not only more than could be contained in it, but it has, thought is not always right. It has parts in it which are wrong when extended. It's also, the thing itself is always in some way different from what we think it is. You see, it is never exactly what we think. And some of our thought is mistaken. You see, when extended, you see, for example, people believe that Newton's laws would hold forever because they held for several hundred years. And yet, you know, Einstein's quantum theory and relativity came in and overturned them. And you know that during the late 19th century, Lord Kelvin, one of the leading theoretical physicists, said it's no use to young people to go into theoretical physics. It's finished. It's a matter of the next few refinements and the next decimal points. And you see, the thing didn't work out that way. And not many people are talking, some physicists of a theory of everything. They don't have it, but they say we're going to have it, we hope. And we expect it. But you see, it's the same thought is always trying to claim that it knows everything, right? It has some tendency in it, we have to see why. You see, this is a very dangerous tendency which leads to self-deception, right? It doesn't leave open the unknown. It doesn't leave open that thought is only a representation, and you must leave room in your thought for something more and something different.
Miss in their game,
healthy thought requires that it intrinsically be built so that it has room always for something more and something different.
Is a fluidity.
Saying whatever the representation is,
it's
it
water.
could be something more and something different.
And it's patient.
Or to put it differently,
you know, and it's kind of taking the situation and seeing it, and
most
so
people say, as far as I know, that is the way it is.
All the time, right?
But
you know, it's always something.
It's a calmness inside the storm, right? Like, so it's knowing like
that would be healthy.
So the calmer you can stay inside that storm, and really,
a great
you
deal
know,
of thought
when these
doesn't have
things,
that.
if you've defended it properly,
See, for example, religious thought
they're just
often doesn't have it.
You've already taken the impact, right?
Doesn't have it. You know, even a lot of our scientific thought, as I've just explained, doesn't have it. And so on, you see. So, therefore, that's a crucial point, that one of the ways thought goes wrong is it claims implicitly, at least, to be able to know everything, or to have, that could get rid of uncertainty and get rid of the unknown.
But yeah, I think that
it really,
no.
There's always this drive to say we will eventually get hold of it all, right, in thought.
Someone more, so you're on the
it has been,
track by
always, but there has been.
Because they're always
and,
kind of Zen Buddhism
or
anything like
seems
that.
as civilization develops, that drive seems to get stronger.
There's that thing that's always
it gives a sense of security, doesn't it? You see, considering that thought is reflex, a lot of thought is aimed at increasing our security.
So that's equally as important.
And in a very illegitimate way, it provides for greater security. I mean, we get food, you know, we store up food and do various things. So it begins then to gradually extend and say, I not only need that kind of security, I need that because I need emotional security, I need relational security, I need to know it, be sure of everything. You see, and once it has security, it provides for the endorphins to coat the pain nerves and you feel well. And as soon as that's questioned, the endorphins are removed, the nerves get all excited and there's a drive.
But anytime I don't know anything, you say, you fucking
don't know it all, right? See, so that's part of the reflex.
I do believe that though.
See, so
just in life,
therefore,
like you
can we stay with the fact that thought does not know at all, right? The thought, there's always uncertainty, or at least as far as we can see, there's always uncertainty. There's always the unknown.
Because
right?
that whole
our representations are adequate up to a point. For example, we could say this table, you know, if you take a circular table, it looks like an ellipse from various angle directions, but we know that those are all different appearances of a single circular form. So we represent the table as a circle. we say that's what it is,
Not like I have
a solid circle. But then a scientist came along and said, well, that's mostly empty space. It's atoms moving around inside. And it's really quite different. It's only very roughly a circle. It's rather like a cloud,
Mad
like
money
a circle.
with this guy. He's
It's
still
no
doing
circle,
this,
you see.
eh?
So
shooting outside the
then,
windows, there you go.
so we could say
Oh,
the
the
essence
dial's
is now
up.
the atoms.
358?
They say the
Oh,
appearance
that
is
must
now
be good,
the
huh?
circle is, according to these scientists, only an appearance. But then they came along later and said these atoms, originally the word atom meant they couldn't
down
be
that
cut.
they want you to
And
buy.
yet they said now it's made of electrons and protons and neutrons. And
But if you take your stock from here, you're behind the
and mostly
curve
empty
already, right?
space, and
So,
therefore
like,
the atom
these
is
are
only an
shit
appearance,
shows.
and these other particles are the essence, and then came
You need
quarks,
other
and then came
information.
other things. See, so you could wonder
This guy's
if they're ever
always
going to
behind.
finish this, or whether it's not just that it's always a representation, which may be adequate or not.
No,
it may
he's
be a correct
directing.
representation up to a point, right?
He's not cool.
If it's correct, it will guide us coherently.
Kramer's
To the
giving his
extent that
take
it's
on
correct.
medication.
At some stage, since it's incomplete representation, it must cease to guide us coherently, and then we need to change our thought. So we do not expect to find some eternal truth about about the nature of matter. The nature of matter, as far as we could see, could be infinite, unlimited, qualitatively as well as quantitatively.
Our truck, and then
In other words, we don't. There's no reason. There's no valid reason why we should think of matter as limited. See, people have been thinking in the 19th century it was limited in this way, and then now is the 21st or the 22nd, they may think entirely differently. They'll look for a new final theory, but which looks very different, and it might go on and on. But you see, we don't. It's important that there is no
That's
such.
handy to do
There's
that
no
for a
justification
movie
for that.
company to
That
have
it's not the right way to
storage.
think. You see,
Yeah.
to think that way is going to.
Even better if you have two trucks or three trucks, you know, then you can
What?
put
What you're saying,
lock it.
that's clarify, is that knowing will never be absolute.
Yeah.
Just gotta
I've focused on matter where we have the most solid knowledge, right, with science, and that cannot be absolute. And if we go into society and into the psyche and so on, it seems that's far less definite than the scientific
Tetris.
knowledge of matter, right?
No, I fucking do Tetris.
So
for
therefore, we're saying knowledge is limited, right? Knowledge may be adequate. Knowledge provides
Worst
a
case.
representation.
No.
It's a great game though, eh? Back in the day?
Yeah, I played some Tetris.
It is not the thing
I
itself.
wasn't two huge video gamers. I had
Whatever
a couple
that may
small
be.
sessions with some games. So like one
It is not
was
that
Unreal
which is, right?
Tournament. There's
Just
a little
call it
while,
view.
like
There's many different views.
a lot of
It's an
money to have a
appearance
really
or a
nice
view
computer because of the
or-
game.
Right.
But it's not. It's also a
Computer speed makes
representation in
all
the
the
sense you
difference
can
when
bring it
you're
up again and again.
shooting people.
It's a reflex which gives rise to a view, right?
Then,
To keep it open. And not put it in a conclusion.
got
That
an Xbox
closes.
360
Yes, but-
randomly.
That's right. You see that.
And,
But then
the game
you have
Skyrim
to
came.
admit that
It was the
there
only
is
time
that
ever in my
there's
life
no.
I went to the game.
We're not going to get the whole of it, but there's there's always the unknown is always
well, I
open.
worked
there, you see,
midnights. I was the night auditor
And,
at Best Western at the time
the,
in Calgary.
it must be that the
I was
unknown
like,
is
I have the night off by
far
by-
beyond the known,
just
right?
by
Immensely beyond
chance.
the known.
Yeah.
And it's like,
So,
it's not
for
a midnight
example,
release. I said, well, I'm going to go stand in
in
line.
physics,
and get this. I said, the girl, right?
you know, they now-
Yeah, so you get there and the lineup was pretty long.
We'll discuss
So
that
then it's
later.
like, okay, well,
I think
still gonna get it at
probably,
midnight. But how about, let's go get a case
The,
of beer. We'll just chill here in the car and we'll have
knowledge
back
is
and
limited,
those
that's
fuckers
the point.
come out, yeah, I got it first, yeah, right on. Like, we live down
And
the
the
road.
proper
you know
application
what I
of
mean?
this system of knowledge
It's not a
requires
big
that
deal.
knowledge
Yeah.
know that it
I
is
just wanted to
limited.
think the game. And then, so I was like the last one of the
There's
people
kind
who
of two
just
ways of
wanted to
thinking.
last.
One that limits and solidifies and maybe practical. So the
That
way,
game was
another
awesome.
way that
Skyrim
is
was
always
a really
open.
good game.
The way that's
And
open
we had
is
the
the
big
most
screen
practical,
TV,
you
should I
see,
remember just being
because
like,
the way
there's a
that's
name
open
with Apple
includes
for a good
relative
6 months.
solidification to any degree that may
And
work.
like even
right?
like Alex and her mom were like
We
they
say
came
this
from their
table
mom
is
to come
relatively
by,
solid, I
and like
admit
Alex
it,
like,
you see, but I don't say it's
this
absolutely
game,
solid.
because the graphics
You
were
see, you
just
could
like
find
unbelievable.
an atomic
It was
structure in
a
there,
good
it's mostly
time.
empty space. If you
That
add
was-
fire, it turns into
my
gas,
game,
you see,
so
so
outside of that, it's
the
both.
explanation is the
Fucking
atoms
long.
just simply are sort of held together by forces, and that when the temperature goes up, they sort of just
Anytime
come
it's
apart,
reasonably
right?
feasible.
Yeah,
room.
yeah.
They go into
Yeah, me
space, you
too.
see. So
But
therefore,
poker,
you,
for me,
you have
like
to
that,
say
like,
that this
honestly,
table
fuck,
is
I
not
played so
absolutely
much of it
solid.
that I
The
don't
idea
know
that the table is
if I do
solid
have the same kind of
is a
patience for it,
representation.
I think I pulled whatever I needed to.
I gave the example that
to apply though.
Solid,
But what if I
it's
wanted to
separate,
play
very
like
solid.
Yeah,
If this
but
were a very good
at
laser, it
whatever
would be ready to
game
put a
it
glass
is,
on
like I
it,
got
it
so
would
much
go
to
through,
learn when
right?
it comes to chess, you know.
You see.
Chess is a good game.
And then you would say that,
So
you know,
there's
that's the
a
wrong
lot that I would
representation.
love to just kind of fool around with.
That allows us to see our conclusions in different areas of life where we're no longer learning, where we've come to an opinion.
A lot of time
Yeah, well,
that would come up.
opinions may be all right, but they're
Good
assumptions. We
self-theories.
may make assumptions as long as we know they're assumptions. Like,
Yeah, I think so.
What allows us to see those opinions and those conclusions that we have.
yeah, well, I think the question is the other way around. Why don't we see them? You see,
And it's
why
also the
do we
long-
think that
long
they're
nature
true?
of
live just because they can see people's mental games and the live reads are a lot easier to read because people
Well, if we try to program it to learn about every aspect of ourselves, that too seems to be just part of the system.
Yeah, we can't really program it, but I'm saying that there may be an unconditioned capacity or potential in us to look at this, right?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm suggesting.
That's
We
right. That's right.
leave that open.
But
I think it's essential for a healthy thought to leave that open.
Live.
If you don't, then you imply that it's all
You can just get a
conditioned and therefore there's no way out.
Like people's demeanor changes when they're good and when they're not good.
Because we don't
Right?
think we
And
know.
if you can,
Because
if
we're
you're
constantly
paying
changing.
attention, you
There
can
are
see
no
the
answers.
exact moment
We
in their
never
eyes
know
when the flop
absolutely.
comes.
We always can know
And like,
relatively.
oh,
right?
there's a little glisten.
It's
Hit
a
that
very
shit.
good
Oh, look at
notion
those,
that this
look
is
at
a
that
table that will
darkness
support.
over
I know
there.
that.
Yeah.
But
Did you see it?
I
Yeah.
can't say
You know?
the
And with
ultimate
that,
absolute
like,
about it, you know,
doesn't
where
matter
it
what
will be
cards
like
you got,
after
like you see that
it's
darkness,
changes
you're
in
like,
time and so on.
ah.
You
And
see,
then he's looking at you
that's
all quickly
relative
because he
knowledge,
wants to
right?
see it,
Relative
you
to
know what I
certain
mean? Like,
conditions
yeah,
and
I bet,
circumstances.
no,
But the notion
fuck my
that we know
cards. You don't
the
even
whole
cards
thing,
very
or
much.
that we
You
have
need
absolute
to,
knowledge,
like,
you know, will
online,
not work.
you can't-
Also, as
you
you're
can't
saying,
play it.
things
It's not the
change
same.
and the knowledge is
You
limited to
gotta
the
play
past.
the
We extend our
situation,
knowledge
the
from
odds,
the past toward the future. We
You gotta play your advantage.
We project
you
it.
gotta, there's a few things.
And
Oh,
other
yeah,
often
yeah,
that
it's
works.
all-
But
So
It's all
we
about
take
think
it, we take
you
it
know, if there's
saying as a
comments
provisional
allowed,
assumption
you know,
that
at a
it's going to
table, I
work.
think there should be. I
What we
think
know
that
is
there's
going to work,
value in
but we
that
have
to be
to
able
the
to
key thing
see
is
where
open.
people
If it
are,
doesn't
see
work, then we're
So
ready
like,
to see
let's
it.
you have
isn't
one
right.
conversation with one
And
person
change
at
it.
the table. Well, that's information.
Yeah, you can chat. There's
And
chat,
there-
but it's not.
and there- and
I don't
It's
know if this is
really
the point at this
getting to answers
part, but
now.
when I look at that table,
People are
there's
so
a certain knowing of it as a
like
table.
on autopilot.
But together
They don't
with
even
that,
give a fuck
there's
when
a
they watch
feeling
quads
of
over
it as a
quads.
table.
They'll be like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
this
yeah,
game-
right. You
see
expect it
so
to
many
be
fucking
solid and
hands.
It's
so on.
like
No, but within me,
nothing. Next,
Yeah.
next,
the
next.
representation,
Yeah.
Next.
feeling
It's
of
just
realness.
the brain is
Yeah,
programmed.
reality.
Right, they're not even.
And
so
that
we're not,
feeling,
none of us are even
it
thinking
seems to
when
me,
we're on it. Like, we're just
is
like
what makes that solid.
on
In
fucking
other words,
autopilot.
maybe we're going to do this later, but
So then
it's
it
that
takes
feeling
some
aspect
way to
long
mix
time
up
for me
that.
to get my
locks the door.
get to the
But you
point
see, the
where it's just
reflex
so like.
of the representation is a set of
Anytime
reflexes all
I've
tied
been
together, right?
I
And it
lost
includes the
25
feeling, the
cents
visual
versus
appearance,
I
and all that,
lost
right?
1,000. It
So
didn't matter.
the word table
I got
ties
50
all that together,
Matt.
right? It
Matt.
stands in for all of that.
Matt, C-level Matt.
You see, so now
And we drive my friends mental.
you
They're
get a
like, yo,
sense
dude,
that
how
this
much
is
you-
going
and
to
I'd
be
like, oh,
solid,
lost-
you
they
see,
must
which
lost
may
a
be
big notch,
mistaken and
lost
may
a
be
50 cent
right.
pot.
Now,
What?
so you get
Why
the
not?
fact that
Get
the
fucking-
mind starts to
It's the same
attribute various
concept.
qualities
I just get mad. I don't
to
want
the
to lose.
table
That means I'm wrong. I hate
according
being wrong.
to
So
you
that's
know,
why I'm
partly
always
the way
like
things have
asking
gone in the
questions
past
because
and
like I want to know.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
partly
And I don't know
others
most, so I have to
observe
ask
now.
more questions. And
Well, and there's
So,
more
for
you don't
example,
know than what
I've
you do
done this
that
many
know,
times.
right?
If you
So that's
have a
that's how we go.
television set and you see a telephone,
I know I can continuously learn
there's a ringing noise,
everything
and
possible
your
from
mind
the
attributes it
moment I
to
wake
the
up to the
telephone and
moment
the
I go
television
to
image.
sleep.
It seems to be coming from
Adam
there, right?
second into the day
That's
I
how
die,
you see it.
and I will not scratch his percentage of the
And yet,
possible.
if nobody answers the phone in the
how much
image, you again can
no,
say that
there is to
it
know.
may be coming from the next room, and then
But
you hear
there's
see
a
it differently,
connection that
right?
you can make.
So
I know it's
sense
fucking
of it's
direct
being here
link
inside the television set
to
or in
fucking
next
all
room
the
comes
fucking
from the way the
answers.
thought is working.
I think it's the Akashic
See, so
record
thought
is there somewhere.
the set
I
of
mean, you can't
reflexes
name
can
it.
attribute and create that
But
feeling
we're
that it
linked
is
to it.
there as
But
in the
like,
form that's
it's like
attributed.
we're just figuring out how to get there.
See, that's
Well,
all
the,
part of the
Generally
process.
speaking, everybody is.
Something's there.
Yeah.
Universe.
Yep.
some sense to make some difference between
So anything that you
knowledge
need
and
at any
absence
given
and
time
knowing.
is always at your disposal.
But knowing
and that,
requires
goes
being
for
open and
information.
seeing what's happening now, right?
But Einstein, for example, that he was knowing things with his body
Yeah.
in a different way. So it isn't just a series of images coming by in some program sequence. It can be an extension of being present, which is a form of knowing, not just a series of ideas floating by.
Yeah, well, I think you could say that as you get a feeling contact with the table, right? So Einstein got a feeling contact with the scientific ideas which he was working with,
Oh, for sure.
which was part of his thought.
Provided a different kind of barometer.
A richer sort of barometer. Yeah.
But the thought related to death.
Well, yes, we could, but perhaps we should discuss it later, but see, it's very hard to get any real contact with that because you have nothing to connect it with, right? So therefore it's very hard to get it straight. You see, perhaps we'll try to bring it up later.
Couldn't do anything except for heal and get
So
food.
anyway,
You know how far I
you
have
all
to
this
drive my bike
representation,
to get
which
food?
includes all of that, including the feeling
I
contact.
live on the other
and
side of town and I gotta go to the Salvation
sense
Army,
and
which they've been
sound and the word.
Thanks,
and
Salvation
everything else.
Army.
So,
Thank you,
all the
Salvation
different
Army.
meanings.
Well,
Then,
it's been fun, bro.
now, what you see, there's a nice example. See, suppose you see a rainbow. Now, it seems to be an object out there, so colored art. So that's the way you experience it. But of
Thanks
course,
again,
it's
Nick.
physics, there's no
All right.
rainbow out there. In
Cheers.
fact, if you tried to assume it was an object and walk toward it, it would not be found when you got there, right? So, in fact, physics says that the ground of the rainbow is really, there's a bunch of raindrops falling and there's light refracting off it and it reaches
it's
your
a
eye in a
distance.
certain way. Everybody, it reaches everybody's eye in a
full-time
very
job.
similar way, so everybody
When
agrees
you're
there's a rainbow.
homeless, or not homeless,
But
not
it
homeless.
doesn't mean there's a
It's a
rainbow.
full-time
right?
job,
Yet.
you have no money.
You see, that there,
get
what
things
actually
done.
is there, or at least closer to what is actually
But then,
there, is falling
what
rain
else
and
do you have
light
to get done?
refracting. A process.
This is true for the
Doing
paper.
things.
Well,
I'll get
the
my
difference
food.
is that if you walk toward the table
I'll
and
clean
you
my
will touch it
house.
coherently, if you walk toward the rainbow,
I'll
you
do
will
my
not. So
dishes.
the rainbow is not a coherent
I'll sit in
object.
the
right?
park. I'll talk with as many people
It's
as
an
I
image
can.
having no.
I'll
It's
meet
like
as
the
many
laser
people as I
image of
can.
the
In
ship. You
Kelowna,
see,
the mayor
it doesn't have
is
the whole being
asking
that the ship has.
people that come to
So the rainbow
Kelowna
does not have
not
being
to
as a
meet
bowl.
other people.
It has being as a falling, a process of falling rain. and
Or
light
you'll
refracting.
spread the disease, COVID-19. Everything revolves around COVID-19.
What?
Now I not only have everywhere to go to court on this.
Well,
I not only
physics,
have
physics
evidence
dissolves
against
that.
the
So
RCMP.
you see,
I have evidence against the city
but
hall.
the,
I have
the
evidence
point
against
is
the
that that
hospital.
example is
I have
very
evidence against
interesting
the
because
federal government.
it shows the way the
Who
thing
takes
works.
on
You
these
see that
cases?
the rainbow is a
I
representation.
will.
It's not
Okay,
produced.
I don't
it'll
have a
probably
degree.
be produced in people even
But
with
I
no
will.
words. But you don't have to have words to have
I'll
representations.
take them on.
see,
You got
so
the
it's
case?
come
I'll take
into-
it.
So the
I know.
rainbow is a representation.
Someone's got to stick up for your rights.
Which, however,
When it comes
it
down
does
to
not
it,
cohere with what it's
law
supposed
That's
to
me.
represent.
about
You
what's
see.
right.
It corresponds
What's
though,
wrong?
because if you look at the table through
Bare
a very
bones
powerful
law.
microscope,
Yeah.
Being able
you in a
to
sense
see
get closer and
shades
closer
of
to the
gray,
table, just like you get closer and closer to the rainbow.
I am
But you
law.
never get
knowing
closer
when
to
there's
the
not a
rainbow.
problem.
You see, it will move. It's
What's the law? Well, on any given day,
There might be an analogy there.
it could be.
You know, King Solomon had
This or
a
that.
situation like this.
Oh, did he? Tell me more about what you know
With his baby.
of King Solomon.
But actually, even if I go up and knock on it or put a cup on it,
And he goes, okay,
finally,
give me
all
the
that
baby.
you have
I love
is
these guys.
He goes to cut
and
the baby in
table
half.
itself
No.
is only
And the one lady
stepping back
goes,
and holding
"Oh, it's not
something
my
in
baby,
hand.
give it to her."
Is that really? Did that really
I
happen?
knew.
King Solomon, eh?
Set of
Then he
reflexes
knew who the
all tied together. Right?
rightful.
Now the same is
mother
true of
was.
everything, but see, so
Well,
you
sometimes
could
you
say
have to
that
cut
from
things
that
in
point of
half.
view,
Sometimes you got to dismantle
science
things.
has
Sometimes you have to have the
said
threat of
things
this
come into the
happening
nervous
to
system, but in the
realize
brain they
how
are
close we are.
built somehow
How
into this
close we
sense
are
of the
to
reality of the world, right? And now the point is, does this reality
something
cohere
I want to participate
in our experience? Right? If the reality is
So we're doing hourly, are we? Hourly. Okay. How many hours do you think it took me to do that? How many hours do you think it took me to do that? What are you paying me hourly?
A representation which
$5 an hour.
able
Talk
to
too
guide
much, Tom.
you
Yes.
properly, you see.
That's why
But
nobody
that
listens
sense
to
of
you.
the reality of objects and things
No,
is
it's not true. I have a lot of
constructed, it's
people who
clear
listen
that,
to me.
Yeah, I hope that's not
It's
true.
just the people
in
that
fact,
think that they
psychologists
know
like
everything,
Piaget
they
claim
don't.
that
Or they listen, but they
very
can't
young
see
children
any
may not
real
have the notion of
holes
the
in my
reality of a
argument.
permanent
Walter's
object,
the only one
and they feel
that
that
has
it
even
sort of
tried
just vanishes and something else
to have
comes
any
up.
communication.
Oh, remember
And
Walter?
that's the unity of all the objects. You see, for example, he cites the case of some child of a
Hey,
couple of
can
years
I help
old
you?
who
Can I represent you?
Maybe
thought
That's
one
that
the
day.
answer,
father who
Walter.
appeared at the
There you
dinner
go.
table was different from the father in the office.
Photo shoot.
The whole system has to go.
He later learned they're one. You see, so that's part of the thing. You see, the one and the many. You see, it's another abstract concept
Why
that
participate?
you have to get straight, right?
in
And
community.
forming the representations. You see,
If
your
your
representation
community
puts certain
doesn't
things
care
as
about
one, certain
itself.
things as many, certain things as necessary, contingent, general, particular. You see, it all organizes it.
Why invest in
And the
community
meaning is
so
very
much
different
when
according to how it's split. You see,
the ignorance is so
so
thick?
that child was seeing too far.
Oh, that's gonna be worth something one of these days, Tom. Yep, that's a good investment.
Let's say I wanted to get
Cheap plastic toy.
Saw one, right? So, and that was more cool. So perhaps he discovered the incoherence
the
in
market.
seeing
If I wanted
two.
to get the market going every day in this market,
So,
you wouldn't have to pay for your stall. You wouldn't have to do
therefore,
anything. Just
we have to say that representations can be correct up to a point. You see,
What if I wanted to get
appearances
that
can
going?
be correct up to a point or not,
Why?
or they may be illusory. That
I don't
distinction
know.
is very important.
Ask City Hall.
The fact that the brain constructs appearances is not
Well, we couldn't
the
do
whole
that.
story.
That's in the park. We gotta
But the fact
maintain
that
or
some of them are correct
we
is
gotta
crucial.
charge at least. So we gotta charge.
That
Let's
they're
do it
correct
on
up
Main
to a
Street.
point.
And then we could charge everybody. Everybody's got a stall, and then they pay, and then we make money. Well, fuck you. You make enough money, and you don't do anything with it. City Hall. What are you doing? Penticton of British Columbia, Canada. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, so
Most times the doors are locked now.
yeah.
Would you say then that the world that we see is just a
You
description?
would think during the
No,
like,
the
if there was
description
really
is
a
writing
fucking
it down
pandemic,
literally. It means
that the
the
people
way we put it in
that are
words.
in those positions,
The
they
world
would
we
be
see
there.
is far more
To
than
help,
just words, but
you
it is
know?
organized to a representation into which those
Well,
words
that's
have
when
a
they
big
fucking
effect.
leave. That's when all the doctors leave the hospitals.
See, for example,
that's when all the,
the way
agencies,
we
you know,
talk
the
about
counselors,
things,
the
the way we
guys
think
with the
about
degrees
things
and
affects how we see
the
them, whether
fucking
we see two
doctorates
or
and
one
shit like that
is a
that
crucial
have that
point, for
position,
example.
right? Well, they're not there anymore because of COVID.
If
They
you
have other people with
have
masks,
printed words which are a
plexiglass,
bit
you
too
have to
far away
fucking
to be
talk to
seen, if
another
somebody tells
layer
you what the words are,
of
you
shit you
actually
have
see
to get
them.
through.
There are many
to
examples
get
of that
to
kind. You see so how the word
whatever that
affects what you
final
see.
result is.
So another thought, right?
Exposing
so
the truth.
This is the point I want to make. That thought is affecting what you see. In
Yeah,
other
that's a
words, the
good thing.
representation.
Wouldn't
enters
everybody want to
into
know what the truth
perception.
is? Or have the truth exposed?
Sometimes
No,
you
not
know it's a
everybody.
representation. Like
Actually,
when you draw a
there's
diagram,
fewer
right?
nowadays.
So, again, in the end,
But then the
Oh, is that
representation
right?
enters directly
Well,
into
yeah.
the perception.
The government has
and
made
it's
criminals
the
out of
fact that it is
everybody.
coming from thought.
So everybody's scared. Do they have to be? No.
Like the
talks like this.
representation
All we have
of
to
an
do is
enemy
change,
goes
do
into the
something
perception
different.
of that person as the enemy, or
Prized.
stupid, or whatever. Right?
the people that are important in my life.
The idiot. I see.
And,
Scope from the magnifying glass?
wait.
What's that?
I mean, that
Maybe
thought
go
is
cross
a
country to
mediation system to be aware of things that are not now
to
or
a
not
few
present.
people.
Yes, but it's projected into what is now
It's
in
very
present.
important.
And
Tour is
that
still
projection
on.
may
Tour
be
is
a
still
good guide.
on.
See, it may be an
Face to face.
Approximate.
very approximate, but enough, right?
Wonder who I
In other
could
words,
talk
it's
to.
important
There's no
to
use
actually
going
project it in
to,
to serve as to be useful
the
in what you're
Parliament
doing
building.
because
Another way to be present to what's not now and not present.
well,
In
maybe, but
person.
see, this is it's
No
important to
idea.
have this that
Or maybe
to
it
see
does.
this table as a
And it's just
table,
kind of
not
part
to
of the
say
whole
this is
shit
just
show.
a representation. You see, when you were going to act
toward it. You have to sort of act toward it as something that is
So,
was
So,
not helping
but a lot of it is projected into what
the
is
whole
present,
liberal
but you act toward that
government,
too, right?
the whole
The
conservative
only point being that
government,
if it's not
any
coherent,
government,
you
people's
change it.
government. I'm not even. There's this new
You see, so
party
therefore,
coming out.
it's crucial to
we're
have
doing
this,
some,
that the perception.
looking
doesn't
Who
into
wants
affect-
me
that
to
the
come over and
representation
visit?
affects the
Wasn't very
perception.
impressed.
That's crucial.
They're basically just trying to
But
get
it's
in there
also
and use
a
the
source of
same
illusion.
system. And the
Oh, the
system
borders are
Lose
closed.
track of the fact that it's happening.
rewritten.
I guess it's got to be in Canada.
Well, many
Get
things
the
have,
position
yes.
that you wanted that
It
you
doesn't.
ran.
But I
You're
shouldn't
still-
think so. You see, you could represent things in many, many
You're
ways, yeah.
still
The
taking
thought is
orders from
unlimited.
these people
Take
who
a
own you.
representation,
Oh, yeah.
and the representation
So even if you
yielding
think-
some deeper sense of
Even
significance,
if you
which would
think
have
that there's a
more
possibility
utility
that
than
things can change,
the lock on the
just
particular
by
idea.
your
Yeah, well, we get
presence,
locked on a
your
particular
great
one
ideas
because
of
it may
all that
include
you
reflexes
can't-
that give rise to
the
good
system's so
chemical states
broken
and endorphins or something, you see.
that it's impossible
Or
at
other
this point in
reasons,
time. I really do
the
believe
lack of
this is
absolute
true.
necessity, or you see, there are various
Convince
factors
me I'm
which
wrong.
can lock this thing, so that you can't work this, let it change in the way that's called for. And you see, incoherence
So
when
did
there's
I take-
incoherence.
Did I talk any
And see that's the way
sense
illusion
to
and
this,
mistakes arise,
topic
you see, and so on.
called law?
And mistakes that you don't correct.
Or is this just
Well, thought is limited in what it can grasp. Each
Well,
thought is limited, but
to
there's
some
no
degree,
limit
I
to
wish
how
it
far
was
you could
mumbo
extend
jumbo. I
thought,
wish I
saying
didn't
that
make sense.
now
I
we
wish
can
I
grasp
was
this,
the
tomorrow we
fucking
can grasp
crazy.
more, we can go on.
Then
from there.
I'd be
But
taken
thought
care
does
of in a
not grasp
hospital
the whole.
somewhere. And then I would die probably early from COVID-19.
Oh, you know what he died from?
This is going to be an
COVID.
This
Quite
guy
crucial
died
that we
from
think of
COVID.
representation.
But we have, you see, what's missing is we have to be able to see that thought is actually
This man,
participating
not
in
my name.
perception. You see, one of the assumptions thought
Mass graves are
comes
being
to make
dug
is
right
that certain kinds of thought don't
They've been
participate, they only tell you
last
the way things
few
are, or
months,
perhaps they represent the way
everywhere.
things are, right? So, but the
How's
point
it possible
is
that the United
that
States
thought
has so many
actually
COVID
participates
cases,
not only in the
so
fact that
many
we made
deaths,
the world
and other
according to
countries
thought, our social world and so on, but
well,
also
we're
because
testing.
it
We're testing a lot
participates
more
in
than
the world that we
everybody
see,
else. No,
right?
the United
Either
States
correctly or
needs
incorrectly.
those numbers to go up so that they can blame
And
all
now,
their
not-
shit on
but thought does not
COVID-19,
seem to
and
know that
everybody
it is
gets
doing
these
this.
fucking bailouts. Again!
Therefore, that's a crucial mistake.
So if it's not a war,
Is that clear that mistake can be very
virus.
dangerous?
It's not a virus. What
It
next?
is.
What do you think of next?
My
What's the
experience
spark
of my representation is my experience of
to
reality.
own the countries? What will they
Yes.
think of next?
Yeah,
How will
the
they
experience of
control us?
reality includes the projection of representations
Wish it
into
was
what you
crazy.
see, right? It's
I
not
don't have to
entirely
deal
that
with this.
because you have to take into
And
account
it's just
if
going
it
through my
doesn't,
mind.
if your mind is working right and
Pick a nice
the whole
spot.
thing is incoherent, then it
And watch
loses
it
its
all
hold and
go
you begin
by.
to change. Is that clear?
So it's vital that we see the whole thing even beyond the personal.
Not.
Yeah.
Because look at the media, for example, they can make it go to war.
So
And we
Well,
don't
the
know.
media are full of representations
the
which are
job that needs to
presented
be
as,
done now.
as perceptions. Right?
anybody asks me, what do I do?
In fact, now
What do
they
you
have
do,
even
Tom?
docudramas.
Yeah,
you see.
Tom, what do you do?
They're
Get a
doing it
job.
directly.
Fuck
So
you.
they put
And-
something in the form of
sorry,
a
fuck
documentary,
you.
which is
No worries.
drama, you see.
Don't ask me that again.
An
You
example
have no
of
idea
the
what I do.
case where
It's true, bud.
representation
That's true.
affects
I love you.
experience.
I love you
and
too.
see that easily.
Fuck off. You too.
Well,
It's good that we know.
they're great. Hey, you see,
Tom, you really don't
There
know
are
how to
a lot
make
of
friends, do
examples
you?
in
No,
the
I
sense
got
that
lots
it-
of friends. I do.
if you represent
Unconditional
somebody as
friends.
nasty and unpleasant, you
Look
see,
at
Regardless.
cartoonists
Lots of
represent
friends.
certain
Some friends are
people as
confused.
nasty and unpleasant, but say the Nazis
Some
would
friends in
represent
this
the Jews
town.
in a certain way in their cartoons.
This city,
and some friends
Penticton.
are seeing them that way, right?
British Columbia, Canada.
From our everyday experience where we
Here's one
could
truth.
see how it
I
works.
don't lie.
Is there anything in our sort of tangible experience where we actually see how the
Well, you see, this is what we're trying to get to. You know, this is a very
One
subtle
friend
question.
after
You
another.
actually see this thing
Sacrifice one
happening.
friend after another, and then you're
You know,
left
they seldom
alone.
do, you see.
Oh, you got a nice house and fancy clothes and Well, you got a gym membership and you're part of the curling club too, are you? Oh, you got tickets, season tickets? Oh my goodness, you go to the opera? What the fuck? You only work 2 days out of the year? What the shit? Good for you.
And then you say it's this way, you see it that way. When the figure is unambiguous, then you can't easily see it, right? But in an ambiguous situation, it becomes clear that the way you're thinking is affecting
So
the
yeah,
way you
Walter,
see
I
it.
talked to
Suggesting that we may think that that's an anomaly, an exception, but you are suggesting no, that's the general
Did
case.
you get a call back from Walter? You asked him for his representation. Did he say, yeah, we'll do it, we'll take your case on?
I have to pull off.
No, apparently you need money.
Print it,
Walter,
and fill it out
I guess I gotta give you money first? Well, I don't have any fucking money. You want me to give you my trailer?
That's a really stupid system.
I haven't even received it yet. I haven't got the papers, so I have nothing.
Could be easy.
But I have lots of promises out there.
Why can't I email it, Walter? Why can't I email?
Walter, that's a good question. Answer that
Story
one.
to somebody,
They were
so they can take a
participating
look at
in
least a
some
paragraph.
Walter.
like saying
Does
they
this seem
participated in the totem of the tribe or
like
in
something
nature
you
and
might
whole
be interested
nature.
in? Who
And
can I talk to?
the
You?
Eskimos apparently had a
You there now?
belief that
Maybe not.
they could,
All right,
that there was
I'm gonna be,
there were many,
stepping
many
in here.
seals, but they
Bear
were
with me.
all
Bear with me.
My
manifestations
name
of the
is
one
Tom.
seal, the spirit of the seal, we could say. That is, the one seal
call
was
me
manifesting.
Tom.
But they could pray to the spirit of the seal
And
to
I'll be
manifest so they could
representing.
have something to
The
eat. Right?
systems that are in
Now, if you
place
thought
right
all seals were
now
individuals,
Me.
that prayer would be
Heavily.
ridiculous.
Tommy,
favoring
because you're asking
otherwise
the seal to
known
come up
as
and
Tommy
just
Glenn
eat
Cowles.
the individual seal, but to the spirit of the seal,
certificate.
of course,
And
I'll just manifest, and I'm
healthcare.
still here.
healthcare is
And
at
I
the
think
top.
they looked at the buffalo.
It's a
that way
special
and so on.
stone.
At the front
So,
lines.
That stays there
Therefore, they felt they were participating in
continue
for the
that.
rest of the conversation.
The party line.
In some way, they were more keenly aware of the participation of their thought, but in another way,
Cheers.
they were perhaps overdoing it in the sense they were supposing
I got an
the
idea.
reality.
Let's get into
Some of the things which were
I got
being
this business idea. It's a
projected
really
by
good
the
business
thought,
idea.
right?
Let's
In
let's
a way
make
that may not have
masks.
been right. And then
That was solid for like $10 a
we developed
piece.
instead a more objective
People
kind of
love
thought.
masks.
We
That's
said
stupid.
We want to have a thought about
I
something
love
where we
design.
don't
I don't even like
participate,
theater
we just think
masks that
about it.
much.
No, just
I
like this,
know,
right?
I know.
That way. And that made possible science.
No, that's
Stupid
nothing
like
against
that
theater
technology.
masks. I'm sorry I went
And
there.
Now,
Yeah, in the
but
What?
that went too
in the
far
short
because
term,
we
it
began
might
to
make
apply
it a
that
little
objective
bit
thought universally and said,
I think any mask you hide behind is
participation whatsoever by
is a
thought.
cheat.
That's wrong, because clearly I've pointed out a great deal of participation in how it
You're,
creates the world. And now we're
endorsing
saying also it clearly participates in perception.
You're cheating.
And that is the crucial form of participation. So you
And
see,
then by
thought
the time you
participates
realize
in everything.
It's good talk.
the
But
whole
our ideal of objective thought is absolute
thing was
non-participation.
the
It's
whole
just simply telling you the way
controversy,
things
the
are and
whole
doing nothing
pandemic
whatsoever.
was a storyline written to control
Right.
you. Once you realize that's
Now,
too
in some
late.
areas, that's a good approximation.
That's how close we are.
But we've supposed that to be
What
the
do you want?
universal situation. Our thought hasn't.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when the cities
What do you
So,
do when you live in
we
a
can say
shoe?
now that
make it
here's one
mandatory?
of
You move out of the shoe, it's too fucking small.
This could be said to be part of, very close to
The whole world awaits.
in the process. Namely, the
You
thought
hear
is
him?
doing this thing and doesn't realize it's doing it.
Did you hear it building it?
Any chance they can
It's
get
building.
with someone who is a divergent
You
thinker,
getting the message?
any
Is that
chance
clear
they
what the
get,
question is?
they will seize that opportunity and make sure that you are never heard from again.
So let's leave that.
Well,
Saying
I do my
that
due
thought can
diligence
only function
because
by
that
dividing.
is
Well,
something that is
Once it's divided, that can't be the whole.
well, yes, but also thought can't be the whole because it's just a representation and abstraction.
My door's always open.
And thought may
Route
divide in the
240,
sense of distinguishment.
Beaumont Motel,
Make no
Penticton,
marking
British
apart, or
Columbia,
may divide
Canada,
in the sense of
80
separating.
Riverside Drive.
And
V2A
tacitly, thought has made a
5Y3,
separation
I
rather
believe,
than a mark, right?
is the address.
So we often just make
Yeah, you
a
have to
dotted
cancel
line
it first.
between thought and
So the
perception.
door's always open.
Right. But thought has made a solid line that says thought is one side, perception is on the other.
And that line has this physiological component And so the line is experienced as real.
Yes, the separation is experienced as real, the division, because whatever
It's a nice
thought,
day.
that's the representation of thought, that becomes the perception of the situation.
Another nice day in Penticton, British
Saying
Columbia.
thought by setting boundaries.
Let me take you for a little tour.
It's creating the sense of separation, and the action flowing from that creates, breaks things up, right?
I'm going to take you on a little tour.
We'll have to discuss this
This is,
some more, but
again,
this is
we
really
fast forward the tour. I want to see
the
what
part
comes
where I
after
spend
this. A lot of my time recently.
Fast forward
the tour,
please.
And on the other side of that fence, it should not be there. Fast forward the tour.
That has been
That's
the
the
difficulty
water. I
all
don't want
along.
the tour anymore. They say that because the dams
Presentation
here.
of thought.
What's after this?
Now, thought is making a representation and present it as a perception.
Yes.
But that's a deception.
No, it's not necessarily one, because it may be necessary for practical purposes to see this table as a table. If you're driving a car, you're having time to go through all those thoughts. You must directly move toward what you see, which includes a lot of thought, right?
It's Wednesday,
Right?
2:39.
The meaning of what you see is included in how you see it, right? Is that clear? So it is a necessary feature of the whole system, and yet, if thought knew it was doing this, then it would be all right. The deception consists in the fact that thought doesn't know it's
It
doing
goes
it.
directly to President Trump news briefing.
I'm doing it, but
It goes directly to a
Thought is
fucking
ignored. It
briefing.
doesn't even know what's happening. You see, it says that's perception.
Oh, let's see what
I'm just
President
telling you the way
Trump
things are. I see what
is
way
talking
things are.
about. He's stealing my position because he's got money and he's bought YouTube and Facebook. Facebook.
You know who else is not happy with this?
He bought Facebook.
That perception, the thought that there is one. and
So he gets first fucking line. He who has more money.
But we're just trying to say there's a mistake in thought even before we...
Burned $1 billion. I'm a numbers guy. I'm old school. I believe that coal is a reasonable option. I'm an antiquated
15 minutes at most, right? Very exact.
wannabe businessman, tycoon.
$2.5 trillion on our military.
Perception.
Did you know I own the name Trump? Those letters? I own all those letters.
Russia on the pipeline. Nobody even knew about the pipeline.
No one knew about me.
His perception
Yeah.
as a fact.
Nobody knew about it. Nobody talks about it except
So that's
yeah.
so-called fact.
Germany from Russia.
Just fuck
Germany pays Russia
Like we may
billions
say,
of dollars a
very
year for energy,
confusing.
and it's a big portion
People
of
of that
Germany's
kind of
energy.
He has no idea what he's
If
talking
I
about.
was a person that was a German
Or he
citizen, I would
does.
not be
And he's
happy
just
with
a
that
fucking
deal.
super genius.
Because they're a very big
This guy, he's your
disadvantage.
super genius,
So,
eh?
Russia would
Great.
not be happy. And
Dear
I
fucking
can tell
God.
you that China would not be happy at all.
That requires
And
some
we've taken in tens of billions
Can I fast
of
forward
dollars a
this?
year ahead of the
this question.
What comes after this?
Steve, right? We've taken in tens of
Perception.
billions of
All
dollars.
promises.
So
Promises
China
made,
took
never
10 cents
fulfilled.
from China.
Promises
Not
made,
even
never
10 cents.
serious
fulfilled.
consequences of
$28
that.
This is the
billion
kind of
We
fucking
try to
mentality
because they were targeted by China.
perpetuates.
They were actually targeted.
So,
And I
disentangling
gave
that from our
$28
thoughts
billion
about
business people do
compliments
this.
of China.
They get
to our great
it.
farmers
They
and
gotta go
ranchers
through the hoops. They
because
gotta
they
play
were
the fucking
fairly
game.
targeted
Hide
by
behind their
China.
assets.
Okay,
Hide
now
behind their
exactly.
money.
Maybe
Hide
we should
behind their
just
lawyers.
move
Hide
to
be-
And start making a better deal. We're going to tariff you.
hide behind being the fucking president. That guy can't be indicted. You can't charge a sitting president with anything. It's the only reason why he's not in fucking jail. One reason.
Many billions of dollars left over, and we're still receiving that money, even though we made the deal. We're still receiving
Did you know that?
So if
Did you know that? So this is the kind of coverage you're gonna get if my stuff is played and then you come in behind and you fucking buy a spot on my fucking back, fuck you.
if he wins, you know what's going to happen?
But
China will own us. Our markets will crash.
if we think of it as a set of
401ks will go
reflexes
down
which
to
has a
practically
tremendous
nothing. Stocks will go down to practically
adaptability.
nothing. Remember, stocks.
and it can find all sorts
These
of ways
big
of making you
companies, they're
feel
owned
better.
by millions of people.
it, it feels around, it probes, it finds ways.
Oh, policemen too, eh? Oh, God, yeah, right. Policemen and all these fuckers. I don't care. You fucker. The 401ks.
The economy will be in shambles.
That sounds like a really privileged group. Wonder what it takes to have a 401k.
Taxes. Ultimately, they can't pay for what they want
Yeah,
to do anyway.
but I
And
meant
what
that's
they're
part
going
of
to do is
the deception
destroy
may
your
include
healthcare and
the
destroy
fact
so
that
many
thought
other things. We're going to have
it makes you
180
forget, you see.
million people
Thought
that are
is able
so
to
happy
make
with
you
their
insensitive
private
to, you see,
healthcare,
it
they're
can,
going to lose it.
all the reflexes
Under
which
this
might make
crazy
you
plan that
sleepy
these
or
people
not
are proposing. So
attentive
you
or
will have a
forgetful.
crash like you've never seen before.
Thought
And
That's
I've
what
been
he
very-
wants.
I've been very good at predicting these
That's
things.
what he
Yeah, please,
wants.
It can change. See, for example, suppose one views you can be a bit serotonin and make you too much. There's a chemical called serotonin could make you somewhat too
exactly
a bit
what he
dopey, I
wants.
suppose. So thought
my
might find a
stuff
way
on
to liberate
Facebook
serotonin, right? By certain thoughts could find a way of
is
thought
being
can
used
sort of probe around. So it's one system, all of it.
to
That's the crucial
serve
point, that
this man,
it's all thought is all one, and all those movements
Donald
are all one
J.
system.
Trump.
The system even enters
And
perception.
his
And
party, the Republican
affects
Party,
perception. So,
which is
that
equally
thought could make
as
you feel
shitty
sleepy,
as the
thought
Liberal
could make you
Party,
feel
the
very
Democrats.
excited, thought
He
could
and
make
they
the mind dark, so
own
it won't stay with the point, right? Saying something
Facebook.
else is important.
And they
it can do all sorts of tricks.
They
to try to keep
are
your mind off
making
the point
sure
right?
that
But
us,
thought
we, aren't heard.
supposes might be disturbing.
Because they come right after us.
It's just doing it for
And
to
then
help
it's
you.
never
It's not
ending
really
them.
doing for any other reason.
But it's doing
help the system.
Yeah,
Better
it's
get it
doing
right,
what
Mom?
It's supposed to do to try to help, but it's very it's extremely confused about what it's doing, so it does harm, right?
It doesn't seem that thought has the whole system's well-being as its aim or goal. It seems that it's much more a particular pleasure or sensation.
Yeah, but that's the way thought conceives the key feature of the whole system, right? Saying getting that pleasure or pain. You see, originally thought was set up to try to protect you and help you, and after a while it runs on its own, and it's just running, right? I don't think you should think it's trying to do
That's
anything.
all I
It's
see.
just,
Patriots.
any more than your knee
Go
jerk is trying to
Patriots.
do
I love
anything.
you, Trump.
I'm not quite clear about that. Is that to put a moral judgment to say it's wrong, I think
China
that's
virus.
different. But we can see that
what's
in
going
many
on
cases
here?
at
It's
least,
all
thought
your
is trying to achieve a certain
consumption.
Yes, which it has.
It's not its pleasure, satisfaction, whatever that is.
Well, I don't know that's the way you interpret it, but it may not be doing that. You see, let's try to think that suppose that suddenly the endorphins have been removed from the
was
pain
smashing
and
coffee
the brain
beans
is
with this,
objective
grinding
very
coffee
strongly.
beans with this
And
last
thought
time.
really responds,
Tandy.
with reflexes aimed at doing whatever will release that, right? Will reduce that. Which is what it does all
Oh,
the time.
yeah. Can you feel the burn?
So it's more of a mechanical view than we would like to admit.
Yeah, I'm trying to say these reflexes are relatively mechanical, and say though the system as a whole, so though the brain as a whole is not mechanical, it can get caught into a system of reflexes that looks like a machine.
Isn't there some demand for security? The brain demands security.
Yes, that's right, but you see, faced with some sort of disturbance, the brain gets agitated, and thought process comes in with reflexes to try to diminish the agitation. Right? So there's nothing special about it, it just goes on, you see. Now, as if it were a machine, though it is not a machine.
After the fact, we call it these things. We say that it's trying to do something or that it's mechanical, but that's only a description after the fact. In the fact, it's not merely what is going on.
Yeah. In effect, its behavior can be represented
You
as
promised me a
mechanical, but only up
place,
to a point. Right?
and then you charged me rent. You promised me a place rent-free,
I don't know what yours first.
no charge,
No, you couldn't.
and then you
Try
charged me
something
rent.
else. What would you understand by psychic energy and thought and the connection between both of
$750
them?
to 200
Well, it's hard
to
at this
500.
point to do that. I mean, see, thought will liberate through the reflexes all sorts of energies, right? So thought is in
Wait, it's a
command
pretty
of
good
the
memory
whole
there, Tom.
range of energies.
What else do you remember?
Which in turn affect thought. Right? Now,
Well, I'm feeling the longer this goes on, the more I'm gonna find out. It's good to get it all out.
But there are a great range of energies.
End
there.
of tonight, though. That should be probably it, though. That's only what was promised.
So isn't thought primarily dominated by conditioning?
So how are you going to cover for that, and how are we going to be okay with it in the end?
A small percentage there where we have the opportunity to see things
Trailer,
differently, and then
it's a given. You should have this. I should have this in my possession right now.
Yes, that's
approximately right.
And
that's right. Yes, the thought has. If you think that the thought works by conditioning, it has
paper
to be
should have already been signed and the taxes
right,
covered.
To learn a language, to learn how to write,
Oh,
to
yeah,
do all sorts
absolutely.
of things. And then when it gets too rigid, it won't change when it should change. Right?
And a parking space.
But there may be some
intern
areas
before
where
I
it's
leave.
not that rigid. It could change, and then there it can make new. You can get something new, a new set of reflexes.
But there's a window of opportunity occasionally in which we see something that's the reason we occasionally get an insight to change.
That's right, yeah. This window may arise in all sorts of fortuitous ways, or perhaps not fortuitous, but see, what we're doing now is, I hope, creating some kind of window, right? In other words, is perhaps the unconditioned energy is awakening or something, and therefore it can begin to look at this conditioning, you see.
So shitty.
For whatever it's worth, I believe I had read somewhere that thought is frames, still frames, something like 10 to 15 frames per second for whatever it's worth. Does that have any validity?
I don't know. You see, I mean, that may be somebody's theory. I don't know much about it. See, it could be, it doesn't sound quite right.
Can we say that thought is a peacemaker between the brain demand and the senses demand, and it gives to both?
It's trying to, but in fact it stirs it up, you see, because it's not doing it intelligently.
But it thinks it's doing it.
Yeah, that's right. Now you had a question back there.
Yeah, when there's the agitation of the disappearance of the endorphins, the agitation of the brain to get that state back, what are the other possibilities?
I didn't get that.
Well,
Why?
you say that when
Hi.
you don't have the feeling
How
of
y'all doing?
well-being or the endorphins aren't there anymore, the brain becomes agitated.
It's been a while.
And such as
I'm back again. I'm going to do some more things on YouTube.
Now, so what are the other options besides?
Because I think it's important.
Well,
There's
you
been
see,
some
if thought didn't
censoring
do
going on,
anything,
and then not censoring. Censoring, not censoring.
The agitation
I
might
could be
just
wrong
disappear,
there.
you see.
Tell me what I'm doing
It may
wrong,
be
but it
that,
doesn't matter.
You know, stay with
Here's
the fact
what
that there are no
matters.
endorphins for a little while, and
Is
it'll
I got a story to
come to
tell.
an equilibrium, right?
This is my story, and I think
You see, there may be
it's
no
going
real
to
problem
relate
at all, except that thought says, quick, I must
to you
do something.
in your story.
It's conditioned, yeah.
So, just a quick reminder, if you haven't been following my story, 2 weeks ago I was beaten and tortured by 6 RCMP officers and thrown in a cage for 10 hours approximately, naked, bloody, choking on my own shit, and internally bleeding and stuff.
This will be very
Anyways, no
crucial
medical
for the thought of the
attention,
thinker tomorrow.
no one to talk to, no
because
one knew
the
I was
question
there.
arises, how are we going to,
Short story.
or the observant,
They
observer,
made me walk
whatever.
home. I
How are we
walked home
going-
in my bare
thought
feet with
affects what we
bags
perceive, how
saying
we're going to
property
separate the two.
what is it?
And so
The
on.
Attorney
Now,
General, I guess? I didn't talk to that guy. I didn't talk to anybody.
But there is one point I would like to
They
bring
didn't
up
charge me
now,
with anything. They should not have
which
touched
is
me in the
related to
first
that,
place. And
which is,
it's all
would
like
it be
fucking on
possible
film
for thought,
and shit. And
See,
I
I'm
wonder
going to say
who
thought
I
is a
go
movement,
to
you see.
talk about it.
Every
So,
reflex
today,
is a movement, really. You see,
2 weeks
is
later,
that clear?
and I'm a quick healer,
It
but
moves
I'm
from
still
one thing
fucking
to another.
pain.
It may move from
Anyways,
chemistry or just simply the
you
energy
fucking
of something. So
do
when
not
A
judge
happens
a
in
book
B
by its
follows.
cover. Looks can be very
it's a
fucking
movement.
deceiving. All right?
Now,
First of all,
Consider the
So,
people that you work with.
all
Lady
these
that I talked
reflexes
to,
are
our
all
CMP
interconnected
officer
in one
just
system.
outside of my
The
place.
suggestion is
240 at
that
Beaumont
they're not
Motel,
really all that different.
coming
One
to you
thought is
live
more
in
subtle,
Penticton,
the
British
intellectual
Columbia,
part.
Canada.
On Penticton,
But they're
in
really
Penticton,
basically
you
similar
You're an
structure.
idiot.
So
What
therefore,
are we talking about?
I forget, man.
You,
they
right?
should
Where were
think
we?
of thought as part
It was
of the
just me and
bodily
you talking.
movement, at least explore that
Our
possibility.
CMP officer, whatever your name is.
And because our culture has led us to believe that thought
Vehicle
and
number?
bodily movement are really two totally
1101,
different
right?
spheres
1101, eh?
I think it was.
and not connected.
I think it was,
you know,
yeah.
basically.
Anyways.
And maybe they are not, you see.
You
No.
took a partial statement from me
Their evidence
in
is that they
regards
are
to
not.
this.
That thought is intimately connected with the whole
Looks
system.
can be very deceiving
And
on that
the,
end too, huh? You said,
no,
well,
we have
if that
in mind a
really
very
happened to
interesting
you,
situation called proprioception
how could
and
you be
self-perception.
moving?
You see, if you move your
That's
any
a
part of
very
your body,
legitimate question.
you
I've
know
been
that
beaten
the
before,
movement
eh?
resulted from your intention. You know that immediately without
I'm a
trying,
really
without
quick
observing,
healer, ask anybody.
you know, without anything to think. Right?
And it was the worst beating
that,
I've taken.
if you don't know, if you
I'm
can't
still
tell that,
healing.
then in a very bad way. You see, there are people who have lost it, and they can't move. You see, and they.
So right off the bat,
but,
you don't believe me, my
the,
story. That's a
because
problem,
you must
right?
be able
So
to distinguish
citizens
between a movement that
from
you
across
have
the street
created
comes
and one
to you and
that's
says that
occurred
they have
independently.
been beaten
Now,
and tortured by
the,
someone.
I've often
Now
cited
it's the
this case of a
RCMP,
woman
you don't
who
care.
woke up in the
But it
middle
could
of the
be
night
true, right?
well,
And if
light
it
was
isn't
turned on,
true,
she
I'd
was
be in a
on
lot of
video
trouble
herself,
right
and
now.
she stopped, but what happened was she had a stroke which damaged her sensory nerves, which would tell her
I
what
think
she
so.
was doing, but not the motor nerves, so she could still do it.
Defamation of
touched
character
herself,
or
but
something.
since she
They
wasn't
could have me on all
being
sorts of
informed
things.
that was
Yeah,
her,
they tried to get me on
therefore
disturbing
it was
the peace,
assumed right
but
away
they
it was something
never
else,
wanted
an
to
attack.
disturb my peace.
And the more she defended, the worse the attack got. Right?
I never showed any
when the
violence
lights turned
towards
on,
them
the proprioception
at all.
could be established. You could then see with her eye what she was doing. So the
They
now
beat and tortured me. Kicked me so hard in the
there
chest.
was also the case
repeatedly
which
that
was
they gave me a
published
heart
of
attack
a woman
3
who
days
somehow
later.
lost proprioception overnight and she couldn't move her body.
Couldn't
She had to
find
be watching
an
every
ambulance or
movement
anybody
and
to
learned
help
very
because of
skillfully to watch and
COVID-19.
somehow to get along. And
So I
never
emailed a
changed
friend,
apparently,
I
but,
tried to meet him on the highway.
God knows what happened, some damage somewhere. But
And as
the,
I'm walking, I noticed the police show
so
up.
now this quality of
Ditched my
proprioception,
stuff, I
you
get
see,
into my running pants,
is there for the body, right?
and they put on their sirens.
And one of the things is to see the relation between the intention
Flag
to
down
move
a
and the movement, right? To see
transport
immediately that relation, right?
As soon as past me, I
Be
go
aware
into the
of it.
bushes all night to die.
And you see, this
I came
intention
back.
to move,
You did not kill me.
we're not very
Okay,
aware
so
of it.
where's the report of
See, if
that?
somebody
Right? Check that out
wants to make
if
his
you're
movements more accurate,
interested in
his
this.
intention is not that will
little
define
thing.
he doesn't move the way he hopes. Right? He has to learn. You see. Somebody
This
wants
little
to be a
incident
good
that
parent, has to
happened
learn that relation better. Right?
in Penticton,
So
British
his
Columbia,
fingers will do
Canada,
what he
2
wants to
weeks
do.
ago. It
And
is
the,
Thursday,
now,
10:56 a.m., May 28th,
the
2020.
quality of
I just
proprioception
talked
is
to you
very
about an hour ago,
required.
if you're listening, that
Now,
one
the,
RCMP officer in 1101 vehicle number.
And this intention,
I don't know much about you. You're
see,
new.
the essence of the movement may be in
A lot
the
of new people
intention
coming.
to move. You see that.
Don't form
that
opinions.
It unfolds into the whole movement.
Until you get all the facts.
Uh,
And then use
so
your
like,
intuition.
For example, we knew of this man who was had a degenerative disease
Use your
and was unable
intuition.
to move at
Very
all.
important.
He could barely talk, and yet he taught movement in a
These
university.
meatheads,
So the question
these
is, how could he do it?
violent
You could guess
individuals, these pack
that
animals,
somehow being very intelligent and unable
these
to move,
cowards,
is much more aware
because
of the intention
they hunt
than
in
we are.
packs, right? You
Because we
can't,
focus our
you can't even,
our
they
attention
can't
on
take
the
on a
result.
conversation.
So, see,
No,
getting the
that
intention
threatens.
right may be very crucial to make the movement right.
Because they know they're in the wrong.
See, so
Right?
Right. Anyway, there is some relation between the
Silent
intention to
protest,
move
what does that
and something
look
in between
Guy
which you're
sitting in the
vaguely
park,
aware of, right?
his hands
And the
interlinked,
and that
his
is
fingers
proprioception.
interlinked in
Now,
front of him.
but if we say thought is a reflex, you know, like
rip him
the other another muscular reflex, but there's a lot more subtle and more complex and changeable something. Then we ought to be able to be proprioceptive with
You put a
thought.
bag
Thought should
over
be
his
able to
head,
perceive its
you
own
simulate
or be aware of its
Drowning.
Process
I
of
could
thought,
not
there should be
breathe.
awareness of that movement, so that if there's the intention to think,
Very fucking
if that
serious.
thinking produces a result, which
So,
is,
looks
we
give
can
me
be
the
aware of
same.
how it produces a result outside
Come
by
to
being
you.
more attentive. And then
In your
maybe
car,
we could
and
even
I
be aware
ask
of
you,
how it
who do
affects
I go to?
perception, right? You see, by that immediately, you see, it has to be
have
immediate, or
already
else
prejudged
we will
me.
never get it clear, right? If there's any time in there, then
You
see, if
have
you took
already
time to
written
be
the
aware of
story
this, then
in your head
you would never
because
be able
you
to
have
move,
gotten
right?
one side.
Yeah. So the is that
Of a very
the
lopsided
perception
story,
possible? I'm
because
raising
the
that
only
question. Is it
story
clear
that
what the
matters
question
is
means?
mine, because it's the truth.
When you say
You're crooked
be
cops,
aware, is that the proper
crooked
way to say it? Or
RCMP
would you say there
in
was an aware,
Penticton,
there may be an
and there's a
awareness,
group of them.
and after the fact, some thought may be made
They're a
about it?
gang
Let's say, well,
of some
can the
sort.
movement of the body be aware of itself proprioceptively? You could ask that question, right?
Those
the
are
movement
pretty-
of the body includes all that goes with it, right? I mean, the awareness and everything. See,
Horrible
a
allegations,
movement without
wouldn't you think?
awareness is quite different from a movement with. So could we say, can the movement of thought be aware of itself?
One of my superpowers is that I don't lie.
Yeah, because when you move the body and you're aware of it, you're not self-conscious. You see, if you were, you wouldn't work. See, you may be very busy thinking about something else, and you're aware that you have moved this.
Is there anybody there?
Exactly what I mean. You know, you directly take that into account, whatever you're doing, that I have produced that movement.
COVID-19 is a manufactured
Is that?
Going down the steps, you don't think like
manufactured
you.
story.
Yeah, you
When
don't.
stop to think of it, trip.
Yeah, that's what you more
control
said. If you
the
walking
world
down the
population,
steps, well,
and
suppose you're walking
subsequently
down the steps and wherever you're walking and
make it so
you
that
push on something and it moves. You see,
the population
but that's different from
decreases.
saying it suddenly moved by itself. Right? Now you're aware that you don't have to be thinking about yourself.
There's a number of ways been done before. It's tried, done
That's our awareness is
successfully
necessary for you
to
to
some
be able to
degree.
walk properly.
Hitler did it for your safety.
So that whole movement is
For
somehow
your
aware of
safety,
the
we're going to
relation
quarantine you.
between the intention and the
safety.
result, because it can say that is a result of my intention
You're
to
in a
move,
position
and
of
this is
authority
not,
right
this is
now.
thinking somewhere else. But it doesn't
It is
put that in
incumbent
words or
on
go
you.
through a complicated analysis or anything. It's somehow directly aware.
Not me. It's incumbent on you
And then all the
to
reflexes
monitor your own
behave accordingly.
organization, not me, not us.
Is that clear? You see, now suppose thought could do
Has
that.
it gotten
Given
so
up,
bad
why shouldn't it do it? Thought is just an extension of all those
that the indigenous population in Canada want to
maybe thought could be
wear your skins.
And then thought could be aware of what it's doing, you see, which is the basic trouble with thought, that
Pretty
it participates and is not aware of how it is participating.
It's true.
I gotta go back to the physical. I don't get it, because then I can't go on. I don't know what this woman meant by self-conscious, but
Yeah.
I would put the self into it, but I actually have to be
Police,
with that
RCMP,
movement
the
at
ones
that
that are
moment,
supposed to protect our rights.
or with a sensation.
Yeah, but you're not aware of
Pipelines.
yourself thinking and being separate from the movement.
Fracking.
Now you see, when you say I begin thinking
Tar
about
sands.
myself, you begin to get into that sort of thing. Now,
Shitty
therefore,
industries.
Now I'm saying,
Guess who
see, if
protects
thought tried to look at
RCMP?
itself in the usual way, separate itself.
Think
from
over
itself,
your job. If you're in a
then it
community,
couldn't do it, you see. But suppose thought, without separating
and
itself
you're not
in any
from
way,
here,
would
get to
just
know
be
the
aware
people.
that it is moving.
That's a smart thing to do, don't you think?
And you see, and various things are happening.
RCMP,
including things
Royal
happening
Canadian
outside,
Military
things
Police,
happening
the ones that are
inside,
supposed
not
to
only
protect
feelings and things like
protect
that,
us.
but also perceptions.
The only
are being
ones
affected
in my
and so on.
lifetime
That this change of
that have ever
perception
protected
came
anybody
because
in
you
my
see that.
sphere
That change of
is me.
perception came because the object actually
Fact.
changed. It's important.
It's
Because
on
I may
record.
say, you suddenly became angry at me, I perceive.
And I'm a nobody.
That may be what happened because of what you did, but maybe
You got
I
the
suddenly thought of
guns.
something which made me see you as angry, right?
You got the
I'm saying
authority.
somebody
You
says
got the
that's
badge,
paranoia, you see.
the spray,
Boss, I'm thinking,
the
boss
body
is walking
armor,
along with
the tanks.
nondescript look on his face, right? And I'm saying maybe he's unhappy and frowning,
maybe he's thinking
The
he's
cars,
on
the
fire.
boats, the trains.
So I see him as the one who was ready to fire me. Right? So that came from my perception.
I love that
didn't
movie,
affect
but
what
you're
I
beating
thought,
up
right?
on people.
Planes, trains,
who
and
don't
automobiles.
have
I
shit.
love that movie, John Candy.
The distinction was very important.
You're hurting the
But you
ones
may
that
have
are
to make it
hurting.
happen by seeing it
That's
longer.
true. Listen to this.
Because you will behave in a way which will induce him to want to
In
do
my
it.
town, this is happening. Nobody fucking cares. The apathy is so fucking thick.
See, so you see that paranoia is a case where people
Nobody
don't
cares.
get that straight at all,
And
right?
it doesn't
And
go
we're
check.
usually able to
RCMP should be
get
checking
some of those
itself.
questions straight, saying,
Not
okay,
us.
that's just my imagination, right? But very often
There
we
are
don't.
crooked
Now,
cops
paranoia is a
in my
case where it
fucking
gets much
town.
harder, you know.
Room 240. Someone can come. Take a full
So,
statement.
Therefore,
You are welcome
appropriate
inside
section has
my
failed
domicile.
still more. You see, you
My
can't tell
home.
the difference between what
If
he's
I
doing
invite
with
you
what
in, where
he's
no
doing,
one can tell
has
me to
happened
leave.
independently. He sees threats everywhere, which may be
Know
his
your
own
rights.
thoughts.
That's true. Know your
Tell
rights.
us a bit about paranoia.
I don't know.
No, you're
For
right. Some of these guys
it's just simply that people see
somehow
projecting
find their
fears
way
and
to
so on
get.
into
And I don't know
perceptions all
what
the time, right? People are
extent,
doing it anyway, but
to what
paranoia can be
extent,
exaggerated, right? Beyond what people usually
but
do.
something.
So, and they become unable
The
to
burden of proof is not on me.
Like a boss walking down the hall and someone has a particular expression on his face.
It shouldn't be on the
That
victim,
is
never.
a perceptual fact, but any kind of
To
interpretation on
investigate
that has to be
these
questioned.
things.
Yes, but the difficulty
People
is
are
you
going
don't see it,
missing.
especially if you're paranoid. You don't
Victims.
see it.
Get it through your
You see
fucking
the
heads.
thought that you have,
Please.
the
All right,
interpretation
turn it
you
down
have,
a little bit.
the
Turn it
anticipation of a boss who is ready to fire you.
People are going
becomes the perception of a boss who is ready to fire
Men
you.
in our town.
Yeah. I hear it.
We have the fastest homeless growing population in the entire world. Canada.
Fastest growing homeless population in the world
Homeless
is in Canada.
population in the
Was it
entire
not?
world last year.
Too far, you know.
It might be the same as
Yeah,
per capita.
as if it was some copious
It's bad. Wake up. Do something, because it's going to be you next.
They don't feel the pain.
COVID-19, do you think this ever ends? The number of diseases that you can put a name to and find that people are dying from?
Yeah, well, it's a similar problem in a sense that
This trip never ends.
lack of bodily,
You know why?
lack of perception of the
Because
force of
the
the muscle.
people are gullible.
You're not being informed properly of the force you're using. And then when you see the
people
fingers coming up,
are
you think,
gullible.
"God, the fingers are coming up by themselves." But you're actually pulling
They
them off.
buy whatever you're selling. If you say it's important.
It's not like that, because it would produce reactions that would, you see, if somebody treats somebody as an enemy, as a threat, then it will become visible and he may become frightened and respond.
Representation within the system. For representation.
Yes, the system produces representation.
For representation of another dimension.
Well, there might be,
But you know what
I'm
a
saying, I don't know,
telltale
you see,
sign
insofar as they're based on the past, they're in the system.
is when somebody's lying?
Yeah.
Telltale sign
The brain is not proprioception.
trying to back
Well,
up
it
their
is in many
story.
ways, but not in this way. Not in thought.
But they get increasingly mad.
Proprioception is a thought process.
Yeah.
And they get increasingly
You're suggesting it may be
volatile.
possible to function in
You
a
can
mode
see it in the way
that
they
acts
approach
as
it.
if there were proprioception.
Or in fact, where there would be proprioception. Yeah. I'm saying I don't see.
There's always a problem.
I don't see why
And
it
it's
could
always
distinguish
somebody else.
if there's one in the brain
And they never
if
make a
there's one
mistake.
in the body.
Does that make any sense that
Or
an
if there's one in
RCMP
thoughts and
officer
if
would
there's one
never
in muscles, or if there's
make
anything.
mistakes? We
But
make
they're all
mistakes all the time.
similar, basically
So you
similar.
can't be
but
right all the
different
time.
in many
That
ways, right?
Now, well, I'll
is how they
emphasize that.
think they are
The
right
lack of
all the time.
proprioception of my noise means that I cannot
Okay,
distinguish
fact
whether
check.
an image is based on that which is going on or
Yeah.
what I think is going on.
Yeah, that's right.
See, we should be able to say, I
Those
see what
6
is going
police
on. I
officers
formed
combined, I'm
inferences, I
smarter than
distinguish my
all 6
inferences
of
from
those
what I see.
officers
I
combined.
then check my inferences against what I see later.
Now,
But
does that
my
get me
seeing is
anywhere?
not confused with the inference.
No. Not
No,
when
that
the
would be
stupid
clear
ones
thinking.
have guns.
Common sense, clear thinking.
And they're rounding up the intelligent ones.
Blocked by the fact that some of
And
the things I
the
see
marginalized
are actually been projected into there by
And
my
the weak ones.
thought or by representation.
And the honest
And then
ones.
when I
They're
start
rounding
thinking
them up.
about them, I'm thinking
They're
about
rounding them up in the United States. Have you noticed how many mass graves that they have done? Because of COVID-19 for your safety? Does that not sound familiar? Hitler said this.
So,
yeah.
so
For your
it seems
safety.
that usually that what we perceive is terrifying.
My mom's
But
side.
it may be actually the way we perceive is terrifying.
Yes, well, we're projecting terrible things. You see, when you're dreaming, you may project terrible things into the dream.
Occupied Europe.
It's the same sort of thing, but there what you perceive may be entirely due to
Oh, you can't.
it's quite convincing as a perception, right?
I mean, that if we had proprioception,
very reasons
we would notice that there is something terrifying going on.
that are happening now in Canada.
The way the thought is working is dangerous.
Yeah, well, perhaps if there were proprioception, we wouldn't go on with this insane way of perceiving.
But now it's actually worse. Because it's all
For it to occur, one would have to have no censoring of whatever came up. And that's very painful and difficult.
There's only a few,
part of the thought process.
and not all RCMP are bad people.
System, which is causing all the rest of the trouble.
It's got a shitty organization and it's probably not
See,
going to
the
last.
thought process says that's going to be very painful and difficult, therefore you will feel it. Just as you feel the reality of the table.
You're one of the good ones, right?
Are you saying then that the human species doesn't know what it does and doesn't know how it
These
receives?
violent, unredeemable people need to be dealt with.
Yes, well, see, the first thing is the thought itself must
Unredeemable. They tried to kill me for no reason. They tried to kill me. 6 RCMP officers, Royal Canadian Military Police, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. No one is helping this
guy.
The police in my town, in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada.
There must be some holes in his story. Well, he keeps on plugging it.
So
6 of them tried to kill me.
But
It seems to be unrelenting.
this ripple that it has produced.
Dirty.
Can't see a lot of holes.
Taking my statement. There's no media in
He's
town.
been very consistent the whole way through.
They like it.
Understanding thought being
I've been here for 18 years, raised 2 kids here.
I had some notion that thought
A few
being
businesses.
can only describe, can't be aware.
But thought is also more than memory is.
But I mean, so you've used the phrase the movement of thought being
What does it
aware.
mean?
So now we're getting into this thing.
You see, memory is more than memory too, because memory is a set of reflexes.
I'm retired now.
You see, what memory actually is.
And I live at the Beaumont Motel.
Just mere memory is a representation of something much greater. It's much more. The word memory usually represents something that's just stored up. But memory is
I have no expenses.
the brain, perhaps.
If memory is a movement, then the recording conditioning assumptions.
How often can you raise the rent around here?
So the what you call conditioning or recording assumptions,
How often?
the memory. So that's a movement.
That's a movement. I would rather not say take, but condition.
Never
See,
judge a book
the
by
take
its
is
cover.
too
Just
mechanical
because they
analogy.
seem
But
naive
conditioning
does
is
not
such
mean
that
they
you
are
can think that each
naive.
time you do it, it leaves a little bit of change.
Just
in the nerves,
because
or it
they are
builds up a
playing
pattern.
the part of a fool
It gets more and more
does
fixed.
not mean that they are a fool.
When you say that there's a ripple on the surface, I thought it's like a ripple on the surface of the ocean of consciousness that makes it sound as if, in principle, it should be very
That would be
simple
your
and
last
easy to
mistake.
see this ripple, but instead
It may be actually, but we don't. We're sort of.
We got
being
some
in this
things
mode of
to figure out
consciousness
in my
now,
city.
This ripple seems to be
City Hall,
everything. It is
RCMP,
represented as everything,
federally.
perceived
If I
as
can't get it done here,
I'm biking the auto.
one of the mistakes that we think it's more difficult than.
I got no money.
That may be
I got
so,
no
since we
bank.
can't count on what thought
I got
tells us
no
about how
job. I'm
difficult it is.
retired.
See,
And the government doesn't do shit for me. Why would I go to the
so
army?
it's best to say we don't know how to
Go on,
it.
beat up your
See, if you could be serious about that, saying that
Because why
whatever
not?
thought
Friend of
says
mine's
about
over
this,
there.
it doesn't really
My
know.
brother. Did you know he's my brother?
Can we say all over again what you've been saying in a different way?
Did you meet Brother Gordon?
Well, what part? How far back do I have to go?
Impossible.
Landlord. You didn't even ask his name. You didn't stick your hand out.
Never
shake
once
it.
did you even shake his hand,
The
acknowledge
thought being
his.
aware of itself.
Landlord. When you came in and I invited you to come in because
Well-
we're friends.
I don't quite see.
Did you hear that?
You see,
Not once.
And you told me that my
is
life is
now
going downhill, so
conditioned
you're gonna have
to
to
the
ask me
assumption,
to
you know,
leave.
to the representation of
Remember
itself
this
as-
conversation?
in various ways. If they're saying
Landlord at the Beaumont
Like that,
Motel,
it's
which is a
different
pleasant
from,
place.
the body,
Although
it's,
lately, not
it
so
doesn't
much.
affect perception and so on. It says it's just telling you the way things are, and therefore
Home.
that is the way you perceive how thought works.
What does that look like to you, landlord?
Because thought is capable of whatever it represents can become how
Home.
you
What does that
perceive
look
it.
like
Now,
to you,
outside you have a
Royal
check.
Canadian
If I perceive
military police? What does that look
this
like?
as a
Home.
cup when it's, let's say, something else, I will soon find out by sensory experience that it's incoherent. So
The earth is our
perceptions
home.
that are mistaken
Right?
show up as incoherence, and we correct them. But inside it's much harder.
What if
because,
I didn't have a
then you
passport?
can't get hold of it, right?
Or a driver's
See, thought is
license?
going on inside,
Or a
and
care
whatever you
card?
think in the whole being is
Or
going
a
on
birth
inside. So
certificate?
if thought
Or a
presents
social
itself
insurance
as inside,
number? What if I didn't have all that?
it isn't really, because it's also the whole world, right? As
Scary
separate
world.
from perception, and just telling you the way things are, the thought has this picture of how it works, right? That you see how things are, you see certain things, and thought really tells you more about them, right?
All in good time.
Which is the way, it draws inferences,
All in good
and
time.
it does nothing, it has no effect. Now, that's what thought, therefore that's the way you see it. Now, so I say, but thought is actually doing more than that, it is affecting how you see it.
They're saying that the thought body
And I just
process
want
is
to,
one movement.
we'll get onto the
Yeah.
press conference, but I do want to thank
Yeah.
the Superintendent, because they.
And also the perception.
The job they do,
The sense perception.
from what I understand, the answer is yes.
Okay, there's awareness.
That's what I understand. You'll have to
Which
ask.
may, however, be sort of captured in all this system.
Awareness
They'll have a,
must be
maybe a brief.
upstream from all of this.
Fundamentally, yes. You see, that there is possible, there's available an awareness, a stream of consciousness, or which is more fundamental, which I imaged as being in the depths of the ocean. You see, if we say thought is a representation, it's a form, right? A representation is always a certain form. The rainbow is a certain form, the letters are a certain form, the artist makes a form. A representation is always a form, right? Is that clear? But that form then becomes apparently a part of what is.
You look back over the centuries, the world has been a dangerous place.
So,
very
therefore,
dangerous
that
place.
the representation everybody can see it is hardly more than a ripple. It doesn't have much substance. Anybody can see that.
No, I feel very safe
That-
with
With perception, one seems to have all the substance.
See, these are the people that follow all my videos.
Representation is an abstraction.
They bought the right to be right after me. And I should be after me.
It's very, very tiny, you see.
I
It's
should be
just
after
bits
me.
of ink or something, or
Fuck
just
you.
some little electric current in the brain, right?
Fuck you.
The structure.
I should be after
The
me.
form has a structure, but it has
Not
no
you.
independent
President Trump.
Substance. It has no inherent internal necessity.
So that's what we deal with, an unfair system where other people get more representation than others.
More subtle underneath.
Yeah, but you take the surface of the ocean.
Equal opportunity? No fucking way. They don't want it that way.
Believe me. And then you have the depth. Now, then, but those forms, however, have a meaning, right, in mind. And the whole thing is following according to that meaning. It has to. But the meaning is wrong because one important part of the meaning is wrong because one part is missing.
Shooting outside of the White House. They're just investigating it now. Trump briefing abruptly interrupted. U.S. authorities investigate shooting outside White House. Ottawa Police launch hate crime probe. That's a different story. Breaking news, huh? Yeah.
There are two kinds of perception. One,
shooting outside the White House. How bad can it be? Well, there's a shooting outside the White House.
The one which starts from these depths, and there is a perception which is highly affected. He said.
That's pretty bad.
And our ordinary sense perception certainly is generally of that nature, though it may perhaps occasionally get out of it. But but what we ordinarily take to be perception, or at least what thought takes to be perception, and which is ordinarily called perception, is affected by thought, right? So we just have to say, we only have to worry at this moment about what thought is taking as the source of its information. Is that now, thought takes sense perception as the source of its information, among other things. And then it says if that sense perception is just unaffected by thought, it's just telling you something, then thought will then proceed from there. But it may turn out that this has been affected already. And therefore thought is taking something that it has done as an independent fact.
perception.
Well, eventually it muddles the brain up so much that it prevents almost everything, right? You see, because based on that fact, a lot of other things start to happen, that apparent fact. The brain muddles up, you see. You see, from that going wrong, it spreads and it becomes a systemic fault. It spreads into everything.
Would you say that there's non-perception of the interference of thought?
Yes.
There's perception of interference of thought, and there's no thought interfering.
Yeah, those are possible states, right? You see, if let's say that thought is able to perceive, to be aware of its own effects, then when it's producing effects that make no sense, it would simply stop them. You see, thought is not malicious, just trying to destroy everything, but it's just doing whatever it does, apparently according to its own mechanism. So. See, when you have proprioception of the body, you wouldn't attempt to do the sort of mistake that you would get into if you didn't have it. I mean, like this woman got into of attacking herself, right? But you see, when you don't proprioceptive thoughts, then you may start attacking yourself, right? You hurt yourself, you say, I'm hurt, right? And then under the impression that the attack would come from outside.
What we say is not a way of thinking so much as it's a way of perception.
Yes, it's some extension of perception. Right? You see that, I'm saying that perhaps that is possible, such an extension of perception.
Well, I guess he's not coming. It's like 4:20
Perception
of the day,
of
5
thought.
o'clock.
Take place not in the experience of thought, but actually in your physical, since they are
9 to 5 guy now. We're waiting since 9.
Okay, so since it's all physical, it's an extension of the ordinary perception.
Does it?
Into something more subtle.
Landlord should have been here.
But still of the same general nature. So that's the point I'm trying to make, that this distinction between thought and the physical is one of the... We should just draw a dotted line, but we have drawn a great big gulf between them, right? You see, in our thought, and therefore we perceive them that way.
Thank you very much for coming out. It's very nice to have you.
I wonder if one of the reasons that people are asking to have this explained over and over again is that when you say thought being aware of its own little bit more proprioception, that my thinking makes an image of what that would be, and rather than just listening to what you're saying about thought noticing its activity or the kind of thing it does, I start trying to make a description of what it would be like to be aware.
Yeah, and the difficulty with that description is that it enters your perception. You see, it would be all right to describe it if you said this is a speculative description. If you said, frankly, this is a speculative attempt to imagine what it might be, but it might not be that at all. But instead, you just start presenting it, you just representing the imagination. And very quickly it spreads over and becomes apparently some kind of reality, which misleads you. See, in other words, that very process is part of the thing that the system falls in the system. The thing we just described is just another form of the fall.
I'm not able to make much of a description, and I say I can't do this.
Yeah, but then that enters your perception as impossible, and you'll you'll perceive a block.
In some way, it seems like then I don't hear the rest of I don't hear the simplicity of what you said.
Well, if it's impossible, it's not even necessary to listen, right? You see, I mean, you don't have to take it seriously at all. You see, the rest follows, right?
We're not going to get out of a situation where our representations or thinking have an effect, but rather to be more aware of what's happening.
Yeah, and also to describe it correctly when we do see what's happening. Because if we see what's happening and describe it wrongly, we will be misinforming the system about what it's doing, right? And the system will then get more confused. See, all the information that the system has about itself affects what it does.
Walls and halls down, disappearing, I'm disappearing, yeah. Shut up, I'm thinking, I had it, now it's gone forever, sitting over these phones. You can read in whatever you're needing to keep all your sex on. That black cat that's changing colors, and you can walk on that ladder. This one of the time she's to turn you and goes on, end of time to pieces. A little static things that
I suppose
soon I'll fade away.
it's rather conceivable.
Fade away.
Like
this
at the end, in the beginning, know what it's going to be.
hard to believe
What I'm
and
trying to say
it's
is
not
allowing
such how could this rhythm ever bags on a plane of flesh colors.
Yes. And when that concentration yes, you see, I was brought up like many of us in a very good brought up to believe that effort is funny. And then I believe I'm having to that effort is a double-edged weapon. And that it can be overwhelming, it can push you towards conclusion, it can blind you and deafen you to all sorts of things you used to hear and see. And the practice I need to go sit back and play. Yeah, and let it organically shift into shapes itself organically, maybe in the direction of which would be yes, it is distraction, isn't it? It's to do with well, if I could use a phrase like mindful distraction, it's not merely being open to anything. That's right.
not called concentration.
Thank you very much. I say this, it seems more, it's not more traditional now for me to say that it's not normal for me at least to play for wide audiences. So it's a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So thank you for not drinking heavily before you got here. Throwing yourselves around the room with the depraved abandon, although that has its merits.
A bit positive, so your intention is maybe a little too much.
Concentrate on what's around us.
Don't let anything come in. Whilst at the same time to be available totally to what one is doing.
Yes, all right.
I would like to just suggest a very simple meditation.
7, 4.
Suggest that keep my eyes closed.
No, singing does not count as talking.
What?
Singing does not count as talking.
All right. So we can sing whatever we fucking want? I can rap it?
I'm sick of listening to my own voice talk when you get
I agree, you're a little much.
If you had to listen to me talk all the time,
We do. We do. Singing's better.
I wonder if I could have gotten just as much.
It's like I'm talking to my reflection here. Let's go talk about it outside. Man, you come at the weirdest times. Do you mind if I take my medication?
That's not true.
It's not medication. Okay, you and I are going to have to talk a little bit more.
They're listening to themselves, which is really what this is. It's happening everywhere, bud. Everywhere. Where?
Right out.
What's the name?
Don't make it about one person.
It's quite certain you get the rhythm when you strike the something I know that is a pain.
So you create the note
before you start in the further step, what is the state then in which you are written? Well, we have to use the word concentrate. Because there's another word. Really freely open and available for
there comes a time when forgiveness what does that look like?
Attention. You allow yourself to be surprised by things.
Whatever it is that we do, and make it difficult for everybody else. No.
How you are? Senses. Yeah.
nervous organism as well. What can we feel now?
Next officer charged with murder appearing in court. Derek Chauver, who has been before a judge since born.
Yes, there's no fear.
We got killers in Penticton that work for the RCMP. Thank you very much. We definitely have killers in Penticton. Why do they still have fucking badges? Monsters become men. No. Men become monsters.
Contradiction.
Or is it the other way around? Monsters become men. Maybe this is not a natural thing for us. Maybe we've got an invasive species.
So why I started talking about playfulness is entirely in this area.
Taking control of the human population.
Very necessary and
they're really violent.
Attention, you may say, which is not unserious.
Now you're just talking to yourself.
Solemn.
No, attention.
Now you're not making
Attention.
any sense.
It's just where it is.
Oh, and does this make sense?
See, I'm interested in the word play because
6 RCMP officers
all my life
beating and torturing one man with a heart.
That's been my third. So I actually get work in the theatre. Where I write. And then the word play is what happens to the word given.
10 minutes, you think?
And when I was in India, making films. Play, and Leela as play.
I thought that we have anything to fear from these fuckers. You know what they are? They're bullies, and they use each other to feel strong. And yes, they do. They love we got them in our military, our government, so everywhere. So, shut it down. Joe Biden, step down. You're not fucking even gonna come close to being the president, are you? If you are, then I give up on society. That's when I go silent. For a living. Or you think you can get paid by singing, and you think you're good enough? No. I'm just gonna hope that I'll have enough food and enough people in my head. The economic structure of what we're dealing with right now does not make any sense. Banking system, government, they're fed with each other. They're fed with the police that protect them.
So sex becomes a procedure. Surprise, surprise. So the whole thing, the job process to
as friends. Yeah, I can look up like areas of my life. I think of myself as very free footed, travelling from job to job, living at the same time also in I do situations for comfort. If you take on a new job, it feels comfortable, and eventually it becomes its own straitjacket and imprisons you, and you have to move from that prison. So I don't know quite, well, I know there must be an alternative.
Cycle of fear,
Crack that cycle, that thinking.
First of all, it's do we do anything that we love?
Not much, if anything.
What is forced by circumstances. Specialize as a
Well, hey there. Welcome to another episode of Tea in Space. My name's Tom. This is Space. Live from the Beaumont Motel, room 240, my home. Currently.
And then
was supposed to meet with the landlord today. Did not happen. He was supposed to come and meet with me. But I guess that's another day. Or another month. Or another 6 months.
And then as soon as you get into the next phase, so that's going to then go all the way.
So, is there an energy which is not personal? And therefore,
And can this energy ever get
it's there?
Is it?
Did you round up all your lawyers? I don't have any lawyers. I'll represent myself. Thanks. Did you round up all your lawyers? All your friend lawyers? The truth will set you free. Today's show is brought to you by Tony's Appliances in Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do in town. Tony's Appliances. I don't know, I've never dealt with them. Seem fine. Someone other than me. Someone other than me. Is that Nick that just went by? Yeah, it was. Someone other than me. Been anyone other What's the use in hurrying to me? Could have been anyone other than me. Hey, la la la. Up at the sky. What's the use in hurrying? The weather. Well, it's quite nice outside today. The cloud cover is rewarded with a nice leisurely afternoon on the sunny side of the deck at this time of day. So I got an early start. It might change. Right now, it's quite pleasant. Nothing happening at the basketball courts right now, but a few people walking on the trail. And we got a guy just camping out for the day at the park over there, and I think that's great. To the left, we got 3 guys coming from the beach with stuff in tow. Traffic. Not bad for the amount of people we have here. So, but sorry, no vacancy. Monthly rentals through till 2021. Pretty much good through till 2021. That's the value, pretty much. So, what's the value on that? Was it the 750, the 500, or the 2? So 5 times 12 is, what is it? You know, right? Why are we doing that? Don't worry, it's coming to me. Works out to be about 10 grand that way for rent. That I should never have been. So it's like that plus the 1,500 that I gave you, because that was the deal. That I would have a place to stay. Not even count my food. I don't even fucking care about the food or anything. I'll find my own fucking food any fucking given time anyways. Medication, fuck you. You don't believe it's medication. Alright.
still young. That's your fault. There's so much you need to go through. Oh, you think you went through it all? Oh, you're one of those fuckers. You think you're right all the time. I know who you are. So the value that you put on the trailer was about $5,000. That's what you told me one time. So I think the value is more, but it doesn't matter. That trailer's mine. It doesn't matter what the value was because you promised it to me. Hey, man. Ah, what's up? What's up? Ah, good. Ah, just figuring some things out. Doing good, man. Yeah. You? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get that ass in shape again. Yeah. Yeah. It has? Oh, okay. All right. One day. One day. Yeah, so traffic. Moderate? No, slow. I'd say slow. Oh, it's nice to get waved at, you know? Just nice to acknowledge each other. Hey, oh, we all exist, right? Yes, we do. Hi, neighbors. Been here for a while. Neighbors getting picked up for work today. That's good. That's good. Buddy picking him up. Awesome. For the most part, we all get along pretty well, right? But there's some business practices that need to stop, and there's some law enforcement. Oh yeah? All right. Would you? I took out some of that pork, so if you want to cook up the rest of it, it's out. Yeah. It's out. Anyways. Oh, I know, and then I took out the other one, so they're both ready to go. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's G.I. Joe.
Oh!
There you go. That's how you get around.
Scooter. Yeah, it's motorized, man. I'm telling you, I love these things. She's booking it too.
All right, man. 40 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Traffic's picking up right now. I guess this is rush hour. Everybody's going home for something to eat. Because many people are on a schedule, like a 9 to 5 kind of schedule. Eat at 6, 7, maybe latest. I think it's a bad idea in general, but no, it's good for families. And well, families should just spend more time with each other, but or not. Food is there. Maybe, eat it then so it doesn't get bad. That's a good idea. Nice bikes, gentlemen. Loud, very loud, but a dull roar. Dull roar. So what's noise pollution? Well, that would be, it's loud, man. And those inflatable devices that you plug into your car that pump up your inflatable devices, but high pitched. Both ends of the spectrum, not good for the human ear for extended periods of time. That's why you lose hearing over the
course of time because there's so much noise pollution. Shouldn't have to. It's not the natural progression of aging, actually. It's because of the damage that we inflict on ourselves from the environment we live in. That's true. It's a good day. It's a good day.
So I'm very extremely keen that anything we should say today should not be capable of giving any of that sort of feeling that we have anything to
Had spent our living days well. I can't believe that we would lie in our graves dreaming of things that we might have done. I can't believe that we would lie in our graves wondering if we had spent our living days well. I can't believe that we would lie in our graves dreaming of things that we might have done. Would you not like to be?
I feel like I'm on a
Would you not
float.
like to be? I can't believe that you would not like to be.
Oh, look at what we got here. It's the Queen of Penticton.
If there is no conflict in one's life, no conflict, what else? You will never know.
the question of the meaning of because inside of it is an idea of some spectrum that you ought to believe. It's not a fiction.
Live from the Beaumont Motel. Dave Matthews. Can you believe it? We got him live. Free concert.
What makes human beings? How's this?
And Krishnamurti.
Because in their own
Public
life,
talk.
it has no meaning. Going to the operation.
Number
Up to your 60.
Thank you very much.
968,285.
Thanks, Ron.
0.29. 250462.
And then you say,
1151. Street reconstruction, March 23rd to June 26th. What month is this? Well, it's at least July. Is it August?
There's his teeth bite to eat and he's rolling. Now it changes our face. And these big dams and she thinks we look at each other, wondering what the other is thinking.
Unrelenting.
But we never say anything. And these crimes between us grow
Can't
deeper.
ever let up. In certain situations. Unless you're absolutely in the fucking wrong. Right, wrong, who knows? Well, hey, cool man. I'll take it.
And remembers being small, playing under the table and dreaming. Take these
That's a nice man. It's very well kept. Beautiful.
place them in a box until they down, you up and I.
Dropping it off at the skateboard park. The Mercedes Benz.
I just have a feeling when you talk about this, we notice the insanity, we notice
Somebody's driving a new car around here. Most people.
I've got a feeling the absence of really living sitting with it.
I got no time, but I got a trailer, kinda. No, the papers have not been signed, by the way. That was gonna happen today, but no.
They all do it the same. They all do it the same way. I can remember tempting the thoughts of a sweet tooth tortured by weight loss program. Cutting the corners loose and cut on the fence, cut not to offend. Cut. Take these chances, place them in a box until a quieter time. Lights down, you up and I. Lights down, you up and I. Lights down, you up and I.
Yes, I did.
Daryl?
You want to think.
I want to believe. It gives me great comfort.
Lights down, you up and I.
Awesome. Did you see what was written on the side of that truck there? Gracie, spelled Gracie.
So there is death, ending, and there is living. The living has become
Tree planting truck, I think it was.
And this is the song that Jane likes.
and the
Come back again. Tossing time, talking rounds.
There's a
Come
tiny
back again. Would you like to play?
the time was told you 100 years.
With the thought of a friend in a distant past, while you lie here, with your hands up and out so ways, and you will fall down. What are you around here playing? Wild on the walls on fire. What are you around here playing days? Keep scribbling themselves in hiding
And there is also the
you like to play with a fool holding hands with one of jackpot spades. What on the deck?
Dragonfly's back.
The cat came say he and the queen are lost at sea. The whole part is in you and me. Yeah, and I'll be back around again.
Where you go?
Yes, I'll walk in time with you, old friend. and we'll find that place that we have danced in so long ago. And place to rest a while ago. I'll come back again. Tossing time, talking round I'll come back again. With this is on a letter I saw you.
Life is not. Life contains living it.
Thank you.
So I'm attached to this house. I know death says the very cost. It's the end of it. So I said, right, I will feel attached. Be attached, not attached.
Yes, unattached, yes, that's right.
Completely free.
And yet, usually, this is the problem. Non-attachment can frequently go into a form of resistance.
So I'm giving this house. I'm responsible. I'm responsible for but also so when I'm giving my life, they are fully responsible.
Some people ask me, how do you perform with such fine instruments? I tell them, it's just a feel. It's like I can't see anything, but when I'm driving, I just feel my way through. I'll end up getting there. I can't see a thing.
Activity is spilled over or extended to the other
No. It's like a green machine on steroids. I get it. Give me an original green machine any day. At this point in time, I don't think there are many of them left. Those will be desirable.
People I admire, as well as having their calendar age, have also stuck.
Those will be desirable.
The people I read about them. Yes, but also people who have got that.
Oh, I didn't post them yet.
Wide-eyed thing. It's strange. So I'm always a bit suspicious of the thought of building up to anything or growth to something. It's already been neglected. It's just an idea. It's an idea. As the fear written into itself as an idea. So we are fear.
It's an idea of the fear.
That's it. And the idea of liberation is a gift. So we wait.
No.
What do we do then?
Whether it's possible to end fear.
To end fear, yes.
Not of a particular fear, but end fear. The whole tree of fear. And we are trying to trim the fear.
Yes. What's the axe? How did you get it?
We're going to. What is
makes me want to help myself, help my own river end. Falling from the sight of his hand, falling through the brain.
I think when we understand time from something that's past.
So time is that which has happened yesterday.
That gives me the idea of time.
That which has happened yesterday. Or yesterday. Or 45,000 years. Man's history. That's the whole
Taking, talking about they will know this well, that suits me well.
which is in the present.
Big house, big yard,
A thought is in the present, and everything we know of it is in the
All that is in the present.
To help the helpless come to
And the future.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The projection, we assume there's going to be one, and we make it into a fiction.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. You can't have it tomorrow, you've got to have it now.
No. The past, as we say, is not.
Oh, we must take it. Yes.
That's so.
Yeah, sure.
I remember
That's right.
so there's that duration of time, the recognition. And the future is the same as now. I meet you next Wednesday. So the future is also now. So the present contains the past, the present and the future. So there is no future.
Yes, I do see that.
The future is what you are now.
Amazing how we inhabit this future, invented future, with ill possibilities and Lord knows what.
So the future is now. And if there is no breaking down of the new life, I so I don't question whether there is any psychological evolution.
Yes, I do.
It's good coffee.
There doesn't seem to be anything, except some fiction again that somebody has invented and observed it.
Alright, bring it in. Bring it in. Silence.
What I should be.
It's a nice cafe.
So what
I like this.
should be is avoiding someone else. So that feels accomplished. So if I actually not theoretically or sentimentalism. It's the actual fact that the whole of time is now. Therefore, there is no becoming, no ideal to be reached.
But if I really thought about it, it would be for the
That's
full
such a
2
radical
years.
thought. I mean, you know, there's feeling about it, but one's kind of heard
So
it.
now we're not really. We were talking about that other number, which was double that number, right? It was 20.
It challenges everything.
That's
which
what
one lives by.
you know. If you worked out the value,
about this axe as well. I mean,
I'm coming.
especially if I got fucking paid taxes on it. Dear Lord,
So what
how much do they take now? Yeah.
If I change according to future ideas, that ideal is projected by thought, which is also implied time. So,
I don't have an account.
if one really grasps
I don't want money. I need the trailer. I need the truck. The trailer should have been signed over to me already today, because that's a no-brainer. But based on the email he sent me and our conversation, we need to work out the rest.
So there is an ending.
What kind of truck are you going to get me? Well, I'd like some say in this.
Which is an enormous factor.
I thought we were talking about it today, but business hours, 9 to 5. I'm a 9 to 5 guy now. I waited around all day for this to happen. Doesn't bode very well.
I have to understand change. I am this.
For my trust in you.
If I don't change,
I need to see some immediate results. Please don't play with me. Don't play games.
there psychological change at all.
Every conversation that we have from now on is going to be public. It has to be.
Or only what is.
It has to be.
And giving attention to what is the enemy.
But the trailer is owed me. That's what we know for concrete sure, because I got an email stating the fact from Dan Thiessen himself, and
When we say
this should be immediately signed over to me. It's not contingent on anything else except for the fact that it was promised me. It was given to me.
it's contradictory in terms.
For tomorrow we'll die. Drink and be merry. For tomorrow we'll die.
And it now takes place. The principle is on my country and your country. My God is your God. The Russians have their idea.
I really do appreciate all the quietness.
So,
I do miss it, though. I miss the...
if one really feels the depth of this all time is now, the whole is like
That's how it's so
a lightning that changes.
When or if all time, when you say all time is now always joyous?
Huh?
Is now always happy?
I don't use the word happy.
Oh, all right. You see?
Why should it be happy?
No, quite. That's my point.
Why should it be anything?
Anything, indeed.
You know, so there's something which we should go into for time. What is it to be nothing? Because we want to be something. The wanting is a sense of lacking. I
haven't got a good house, I want to better. I am not, I don't know all the knowledge books, I must read. So there's this tremendous craving. And so what is the craving for? I'm not a philosopher, I'm not talking about.
No, I know.
To me, that's it. What are we craving for? We want peace, we crave it, and we live by it.
But we always look for the sources of the violence outside ourselves.
And therefore we say non-violence. While a human being is violent, living violently, fighting, confident, confident, and is working for
I'll tell you actually where my happy, I wasn't really talking about happy in the sense that I think would cause a problem. It was just, I remember there was a thing at a big exhibition at Olympia of mind, spirit and something or other. There were many little booths with various people of various religious persuasions. And they were all smiling. And they were selling this sort of smile, this blissed out quality, you know? And I ached to have one booth where everybody in it had a splitting headache. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to kind of go to them and be there. Not because it was either bad or good, because that's also, one mustn't be kind of wanted. It's a very great difficulty. I mean, anything you say, it can so easily be associated with extremely destructive thoughts, can't it, too? I mean, this is your burden.
The word change implies I am this, I must be that. We are conditioned from childhood to that. So heavily conditioned. I see a small car. I see you on the television.
We should be there together.
You know, this tremendous craving, not just for publicity, but the inner craving for God, for illumination, for living a right life. That we must all work together. Why do we have such a thing?
Truck insurance trailer. Truck insurance trailer.
There's a great unlovedness about it, a feeling of actually
for 1 year
that you're not loved, and that possibly the larger car will put its arms around you in a way that the smaller car doesn't. And will make up. It's a displaced feeling of lack of affection, I would have thought, isn't it?
As long as it pulls and it's relatively okay, I
Is
guess.
Is it in oneself the sense
Considering
of
you're pulling a trailer.
I'm not loved.
All the hookups,
That feels to me quite real.
I'm not loved. I'm not loved by that woman or by that man. And
Promise.
I must be loved by that man.
So I can live in that for 2 years.
Or by that woman.
Live in that for 10 years.
But that leads to a very other complex question. What is love?
Right?
I would tend to say possessiveness.
Of course it is. Attachment, possessiveness, jealousy, sexual pleasure. Desire.
It's also self-love, isn't it? I will
Yeah,
experience it.
it's all, we call all that area self-love.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody, some person told me, how can they be loved with jealousy? It means without hate.
Yeah.
Without
Sure. Yeah. Well, in the sense of possession, that can't.
Not very much.
And then we were asked, what is the relationship between love and death?
Love in the sense we're talking about. Possession.
The possession, all that, the whole idea. In that one word, so many things are contained.
If you're saying perfect love, Castor, it's not
I
perfect.
don't want, don't
No, exactly. I know. It's a killer.
So ask that question. What is love? And what is that state of love with death? The love in the ordinary sense of the word. Is there a relationship at all? And if it has a relationship, how does that show itself? How does that manifest itself?
I can see love in the sense we're talking about it as a series of faulty insurance schemes against death, where the insurance house is really bound to collapse. But you still take out the insurance.
We never asked, first of all, we never asked that question.
The connection between that, yeah. As we're plunging into love, we certainly do.
Once you ask that question, I put you that question. What's your response
To
that question?
the connection.
Yeah. What's the connection? What's the relationship? Is there a relationship? If there is, what is nature?
Well, it feels like an attempt to ward it off, to have it not happen. It's a possession in the terms we're talking about. It is an attempt to have a permanence where there can be no permanence. Therefore, it's an attempt to contradict the fact that things die.
Death is impermanent.
Death is impermanent. Death is a permanent word to describe an impermanence.
Death is impermanent.
Yeah.
And possessiveness, hoping for permanence.
Absolutely. An attempt to make it go on forever. Curious how love poetry, at least cheap love poetry, has always got her doing everything forever. Isn't it? Good love poetry is usually about things collapsing.
What is the relationship? What is the relationship between darkness and light?
You can't have one without the other.
No. Yes, that's obvious. But I'm asking the relationship.
Could you tell me?
That is darkness, no moonlight, no stars, nothing. Dark.
Let you down.
I've been like that.
I'm a puppet for your life.
Impenetrable darkness. And the sun comes up and everything is light. What's the relationship between that?
Taxi.
You tell me.
I don't think there is any.
Really?
Light is light. But let me put it the other way. What is the relationship between good and bad? Is there a relationship at all?
Well, if I could, before we do good and bad, if I could do dark and light, if I'm asked to describe something, if I'm asked to describe it, then I do need the presence of one before I can do the other. For instance, if I'm describing this forest in which I can't see a tree, that's darkness, and then of course when the light comes up, the trees become visible.
So you are judging light and darkness according to your perception.
Yes, that's right.
That's obvious.
Yes, that's right. But it's only when I come to have to describe it that the relationship exists.
But move a little further, deeper. What is the relationship between that which is
that was a
good,
close one.
that which is so-called evil or bad?
I'll take one of those Mercedes campers.
Is the
that would be nice.
Born out
That's
of the
perfect
bad?
size. That one. That's beautiful.
Because
It's like
I
100
know
grand.
what is bad,
Alright,
or
it's not
experience that is painful, bad.
20 for the whole summer? If you're going to
And so,
calculate
I'm moving
how I would quote it
get
out
away
fairly.
from the bad
Oh
to the
god,
good.
yeah, for sure. For sure.
I would use good or bad to describe very temporary. No, not getting your
It's
drift.
good temporary. That which is good. That which is beautiful. It's not temporary. Actually, let's look at if the good or any other good is the outcome of the bad, has its roots in the bad, then it's not good. It's part of the bad. So every opposite has its root in its own opposite.
Good, I get it.
So is there a good which is not born of the bad?
Not something that I could give that word to. Couldn't give that word to it because we've
Give
never
another
used
word,
it.
definitely. These good old-fashioned words, the good, the beautiful, the true. No. I question altogether whether there is an opposite
To good in the sense we're talking
the
about.
opposite.
Any opposite.
Any
Yes, yes.
Of course there is bad woman, torch,
Sure. These are conveniences.
Yeah. Apart from the conveniences, is there something so absolute and not related to the level?
I would be always conditional myself about handling it. I couldn't do it in any other way. I'd be very frightened of people who do because they become murderers.
No, on the contrary.
What do you mean?
I mean, the freedom of goodness, not the misuse of freedom. Freedom. The misuse of freedom is what is happening. But freedom is good. It has goodness quality. I don't like to use the word virtue, that is for me. But that sense of depth.
We're somehow alongside fear again, absence of fear.
That's what, of course.
Aren't we?
That's why we said it's possible to be free of fear. Not what might happen, or that which is happening. But these two elements, past and future, is now. So, can we know which is fear?
almost the presence of now, as we remember it, is dependent on one's having these fictions passed into each original. So even to talk about now is risky.
Yes, but when you use that word present, you're sitting there and sitting
Sure.
there. It's not.
Yeah. But you've got to get the scalpel first.
Alright, I'm gonna do one more song. Nah, maybe two. Three? Three more songs. This one's called You Are My Sunshine. You are my sunshine.
Top of my head, that there's something to do with not being in the right place, a feeling of not filling where you should be. An ought is involved. Ought.
You never know, do you?
Yeah.
How much I love.
We're talking about another fear.
Fear. On the street. What you read?
Please don't take my
Listen, fear is
sunshine
like
away.
a vast street. There's a boundless street. You know, it covers a ground. A lake. Now, our fear is like that. But the root of that oak is there in the center. The branches are more.
What is the root then? How would you describe the root? Are you asking me to describe it?
How not describe the fact of it is time and thought.
We can play with thought, but not.
No, time and thought are the root. We are trying to get rid to be taught to understand whether it's possible to be free of fear. Totally.
Creep into your mind.
Psychological. And the root of this beginning from which all the oak tree grows becomes enormous. The root of it is time. Time means will be the unknown and fact. Thought says I have been, and my God, I would.
Is there a sort of fear that's not connected with thought? Or is all fear connected? All connected. There isn't if something happens to you which terrifies the organism, the intervention of thought, however rapidly, beyond the speed of light, and then the reaction of
It's the closet I'm stuck inside. Can't see the light. And my heaven is a nice house in the sky. Essential heating, and I'm alright. Here we have been standing for a long, long time.
Yeah, yes.
Trans for a long, long time. Sometimes
it's a discursive thought. I've never understood at all. I've never had any feeling for actually putting sentences together. I've always found it that things whenever these sentences come like that, it's like sudden flashes of a thing. Well, we're trained in a linear way, but I've never felt comfortable.
We are trained.
Sure.
It's still living.
It is living. That's right. Yeah. That's the scheme. That's where you pass or fail your exam.
I see some connections.
So much to say,
so you're running a school based on thought to stop thinking.
Cause here we have been for a long, long time.
Sometimes it's easy to be myself. Easy that same activity as build on, extend to the other.
Very good. Yes, that's it. To know it where it's useful, to have it as a useful thing.
If I understand really see the depth of the seriousness, my my faith, my vision, my religious.
Two women in masks. Have they come to rob me? I hope not. There's no cash on the premises. I buried it in the field.
So all that is memory. Me is memory.
Home. Home is where I want to be.
And the
been on the road so long, my friend, and if you came along, you wouldn't disagree.
All over the world, maybe.
It's the same old story.
Tradition of you hold your
everywhere I go, I get slandered, libeled. I hear words I never heard in the Bible.
Which is quite destructive.
But I'm one step ahead of the shoe shine, 2 steps away from the county line, just trying to keep my customers satisfied.
Running away from his own shadow, who then realized that all he had to do was to hop under a tree, and the shadow disappeared. And I remember feeling immediately very methodistical about that. Thinking, you may not get away from your shadow, but obviously you may and must.
Classic taxi. 250-492-6666. Way. No, not yet, man. Oh, yeah, sure. Ah. Awesome.
Coming to this realm of sight.
Is it that it's, I mean, it appears to stop danger, because when you have a thought, it's like asbestos to hold something hot. You have the illusion that with the thought you could control something, which in its uncontrolled state might be overwhelming.
So that when you think of who holds something, and the thought that said, don't hold it. So there is 2 separate entities. Think now what do you think?
A thought.
Thought says, I'm the thinker, separate from you.
Yeah.
But to realize that the observer, thinker, the experience is the experience, is the it's tremendous celebration. It's in separation. Which means when there is no division, there is no conflict. There's only that fact. And when you give attention to the fact, but thought is kept down to trace.
Yes, of course. Makes sense, yeah.
So if you give attention to that, then that will never create problems.
It's bringing, you see, everything we're saying is bringing something to a T-junction. It's that, because we can't conceive, it's uncomfortable for us to think that you have to shed various ways of handling. Burn your icons, indeed. It's uncomfortable.
So, just burn your icons. That is.
To go with.
You had some beer. You had some beer while we were away before. Thank you very much. It's 2 remedies. I mean,
And when she's born at floor, the scientists can invent more, I don't know, or something new. But it's always born out of love.
What is creation in what sense?
Creation, which is not because knowledge
is limited, yes indeed.
now or in the future.
And it's pre-limited, you know it, yes.
If creation is born of knowledge, it's not creation. It's invention.
Certainly even in whatever I've done on drum ways, there have been odd moments maybe writing something where it does not seem, where certainly it was not any form of pre-knowledge which created it, but when my boundaries seemed almost to be illusory and that I was not as confined for some reason. And then something else was fed in, and then you write something or you do something which has a muscle which is not yours.
Creation must always be expressed.
Sorry, must
it always be expressed, put it into writing, in a sculpture, in painting, before?
Yes, I don't see why it should at all have to be expressed.
If we both of us see that creation cannot be born into knowledge.
Yes, that's for sure.
What born of knowledge is vast invention of various kinds, of various levels and so on. But is there a state of mind, brain, where knowledge is known?
And where creation is?
Where creation is.
Yes, I do. Well, I mean, there must be. There is. I'm sure there is. A lived. Why should one have to write? That seems awfully.
The wild. The ancient. If you seek adventure, calm, beauty, flavor, connection, look no further than outside your door. British Columbia's sprawling backyard is waiting for you, the wild at heart. Our home is unlike any other place on earth. And now it's time to return
It's
to
an
all
end stop.
its
It's a
natural
product,
beauty.
isn't it? We use it as a product.
It's time to explore.
Thus, when you
BC.
get the sketches by, say, a master, because we may as well use their example, a sketch, an incomplete thing, part of a process, somehow makes you tingle in a way that maybe the finished thing doesn't. Because the patron, the man who's paid for the picture, somehow comes into it frequently at the stage where it needs to be completed. Whereas the energy, whatever was going on, making it, so I didn't have to push it to that. It was present from an early stage.
Then only they stop. And that thing is crude. That is crude.
The end of knowledge is creation itself. Yes.
Suggesting the question of qualities you could say common truth, intelligence, the relation possibly to experience.
Did you ever hear Cowles? No. Of course. He started doing and also in India there was
Well, I looked up. Well, first of all, wisdom has the same root as wit, and it has the same root as C, like video.
Vidya, Sanskrit word?
Yes, Vidya also means Sanskrit. You say it's wit is the same word.
Wit?
Witness, probably. Wisdom. Some others I forgot,
First of all, how would you want to approach it? Can this be learned?
one of the definitions that stuck in my mind was that it was the capacity for sound judgment. That's one of the phases in this area where thought functions, that thought would be capable of sound judgments. Yes, the same word as midday, last night. Sound judgment suggests me. And the second meaning, archaic, is learned in alchemical science. So that's another meaning. Well, there has been over the ages, you see, but clearly from the literature, so much knowledge of the accuracy and that knowledge. The basic truth, but it has also come to mean a kind of a capacity which depends on perception. In other words, judgments are not made from no, perception, you see that. In other words, I think a judgment is merely the expression of thought. Sound judgment is the expression of positive perception. I say a judgment means originally to divide, as the word judge. Divide, word tiles, the original division. And you make a distinction or discrimination. According to a sound judgment, you should make it according to a perception, not according to knowledge or tradition. The traditional judgments are to divide between good and evil, right and wrong, true and false, or to divide in a technical way between cause and effect, between relationship and non-relationship. For example, we make a division of truth. Reality of not related to form of thought is a judgment, but if that were just based on knowledge, if that judgment is based on perception. That's right, yes.
Is perception dualistic?
No, but the way of expressing it is dualistic, you see.
That's all. That's it.
You see, this is a point which is hard to explain, but our language inevitably divides.
Language divides.
And it must express something which is whole as a judgment, anyway, as something divided, but not as one. This is the way I wanted to say that. See, our thought has to give an account of the perception. Our words are an intelligent account of perception. Part of the intelligent account is in the form of judgments. But as you were saying, the description is not described, so the account is not what is accounted for.
So what is exists when there is duality? Would that be
One is the duality. duality.
When there is discernment.
Yes, but there is a certain area where discernment is called duality. Say in the area of thought belongs.
Yes, and to see is wisdom.
Yes. Yes, that's the point. That's the key to wisdom right there. Thought can see where it belongs. Make sound judgments. Make discernments.
But that's not wisdom. And functions within a certain limit. Then that is the operation of thought.
Yes, but that's not wisdom. But that is, let's see, we have to make it clear that is taken as one of the signs of wisdom, you see. Yes, you see, it's not to say that is the essence of wisdom, because that really is the outward form of an act of a man who is wise.
And its operation in the limited law.
Yes, that's the essence of perceived thought. Therefore, then the act of such a man is a form of self-judgment. Yes, but the person won't have, if his thought goes outside its proper area, he won't have that.
No, and no, of course not. But very few realize the limitation of thought.
Yes, well, now that's the point, that if you merely put it in the outward form, it's misleading. You see, the sound judgment is merely the outward manifestation of wisdom. And if you emphasize that, then it's already wrong. Because that is, then you're treating it as if it were the essence. Where the essence is the perception, which allows you to see and to understand. And also the readiness of thought to move with that perception. The way I put it is to give a correct account of its limits, and to move, to take that account into account, you see, and moving to, in other words, to see, it seems that this was something that I was observing, that, let's say there is a perception, then thought may give an account of that perception, you see, but that is not the perception. But still, thought has to give the account.
Yes.
Right? See, in some sense, you could compare thought to the witness, you see. The witness of what is observed. But the witness, if he gives a correct account of what he observes, that's good. But if he puts in his own thought as part of the account, it's wrong, you see. That's well known in court. And, the difficulty is that this witness is continually putting in his own conclusions, his own ideas, and as if they were perceptions. Distorting, because he's putting them in, not saying this is my conclusion, but saying this is what I see. And that is not wisdom, you see that.
And what's the difference then between wisdom and infinity?
Well, that's what we wanted to come to, you see. There are different words, and one wonders if there's not some different shade of meaning sometimes, you see. There are three words: wisdom, intelligence, and truth, you see. Now, we've discussed intelligence once before, and at that time I think we were very nearly treating it as containing wisdom and truth. You see, we were using one word to cover the whole, I think. Yes.
Wisdom and intelligence.
Yes. Now, you see, the truth, as you say, is first. From truth, they flow wisdom. Wisdom, intelligence, isn't it?
Would a man perceive truth be foolish?
No, I mean, you see foolishness is the opposite of wisdom, but you see that. But you see, there would be no point. Truth would not lead a man into folly.
Look, if one sees what is true, he acts according to that.
Yes.
And that action, would it be a wise action?
Well, it would never be a wise action.
Yes. And therefore not foolish.
Yeah.
And therefore an intelligent action.
Yes, but we want to see why we use the two words wise and intelligent. See, either they are one of the words is superfluous, or there's a further shade of meaning that we have to explore, right? Now, they say there's a difference between truth and wisdom first. See, truth is that which is, we say. Now, wisdom is somewhat more limited. So it's the perception, primarily the perception of the limitations of thought. Right? So that thought does not do anything foolish. I mean, if thought does not know its limits,
then it does
all sorts of foolish things. Now, as soon as thought can know its limits, then it does not do anything foolish, you see. So, perception of that which is, it seems to me, goes far beyond the perception of the limits of thought.
Why have we then divided truth, wisdom, and intelligence?
Well, we don't know. It may be partly the tradition of our culture, but there may be some reason behind it. I think we have to take a look at it. Now, it seems to me that wisdom emphasizes this perception of the limits of thought, you see, the true perception of the limits of thought. Now, what is intelligence, you say?
In the meaning of the word,
well, many meanings. It also means to rationality means also to pay attention. Actually, it could mean the same as pay attention. It also means to gather. And also it means to choose, you see. So.
See that we come back to yes. Where is choice intelligence? If the capacity to choose intelligence.
Well, no, you see, the point is that we have to say what is the capacity to choose. I mean, unless somebody would say if he chooses, it's either arbitrary or he must choose intelligently.
But choice.
Choice itself is, you see, in practical affairs, you may choose one thing over another with the help of intelligence. But now, what kind of choice do you have in mind?
Is there imperception choice?
Oh, that's the question, yes. Or in awareness, right?
In awareness,
or in attention.
Perception, in attention. Is there any choice?
Yes, no, you see, that's the same as saying there's no discrimination, you see. That's it. You could not choose unless there were discrimination to choose from, right?
Yes, choose from.
If there's no discrimination, there's no place for choice to operate.
That's right. Yes, there's no
So, yes. So the question is, why is it that the words actually have this range of meaning? So there seems to be some deep confusion somewhere. Or people confuse between choice. In other words, the same word can mean attention. It can also choose. People may think that there would be, or there may be in our tradition, widespread belief that attention would contain choice. Yes. Yes, but if somebody thought that we actually perceived discriminations, then he might think that you could choose.
See a lot more people
awareness
wearing
would
masks.
contain
I don't know
choice. You
why
see, I'm trying to
this
say
is.
what mistaken presupposition would allow people
Masks,
to come to
masks.
this belief that there is choice and awareness, you see, because I think...
Is it the outcome of the feeling or the idea that because there is choice, there is freedom?
That's part of it, perhaps, but the idea of, say, choosing between good and evil, let's say, that's one of the favorite choices. Right?
Yes, good and evil. Take that.
And people, well, you're free to choose between good and evil, but you wouldn't be able to do that unless you could perceive, discriminate good and evil. Right? Therefore, it's probably assumed that you can discriminate good and evil.
No, but a man who perceives,
Yeah.
to him there's no choice.
No, there's no choice, but he also doesn't discriminate in that perception.
No. And therefore he acts according to that perception.
Yes, well, that perception contains the whole, as I say, the good and evil and the implication of the necessary action all undivided.
Yes.
And it is not necessary to say this side is evil, this side is good, I go to this side, you see.
Good guys and bad guys. Right.
So that there's some confusion in our tradition about the nature of perception, you see.
It's an illusion.
Being fundamentally, perception implies a choiceless action.
Yes.
Not discriminating action or choosing action, just perception.
Yes, and the description may make it look like a choice.
Description,
yeah. The person may see the whole of good and evil and take the right action, but when described, it's described that he took the evil action, you say, but that's only a description.
Description. But they describe descriptions of the descriptions of the rest.
So the point is that in the description we inevitably use the dualistic language, and it looks that way, and in order to communicate something that is not dualistic, you see, there's...
So, let's begin. To see is to act, and in that action there is no choice.
Yes.
And to see that perception is true.
The perception that there is no choice.
Yeah, there is no choice. That is the truth.
Yeah.
In translating that into words,
yeah.
Does it imply a dualistic?
No, it doesn't. It merely that the words are dualistic in form.
Kid's practicing his layups.
Actuality is not dualistic.
Hook shot. In.
See, the mere statement of
Done.
perception,
Next.
that is truth.
This is the busiest places in town, the pizza places. Quick food. Domino's.
See, I'm trying to say that there is a certain background in language.
Of course.
Which has dualism built into it. And where, nevertheless, it is possible to communicate. Knowing that that is the case, it is possible to communicate.
Can I communicate?
Corvette.
Can one communicate love without the implication of jealousy? And
yes, as long as we realize that the words are only the description, you see, that's it's part of the language that love is not hate and so on, you see, but one can say that, perhaps one could say that one has nothing to do with the other.
is wisdom the denial, is the negation of the opposite?
No.
Dismiss that, huh?
What is the opposite of wisdom? It's opposite. No, it can't be. You see, in one sense, it's not the opposite of it.
Oh no.
You see, but wisdom obviously is the denial of it. Denial does not mean opposition. Because to deny means that the other is not there at all, not that it opposes it.
Is intelligence perception, no, truth, wisdom, intelligence, and good and evil and all the rest of it. Why has this division, how has this division come up?
Well, are we really clear that there's no use to this word, this division at all? You see, wouldn't intelligence might be a different shade of meaning?
Would a man who perceives truth have this division in himself?
There would be no point to it.
No point. So who has divided?
Well, it's clear that thought is divided. You see, in thought it appears as divided. We have different words. Some sense that they mean something different.
Or thoughts and divided, or we have been educated to divide.
Yes, but through thought, you see.
Yes.
I mean, our thought has been conditioned to divide.
Fragmented.
Fragmented, precisely. To use different words and to give different meanings. And even to give intelligence and some sort of skill in thought, you see.
Skill in
People have to talk about artificial intelligence. So they talk about computers that would be artificial intelligence. I was talking with men who worked in computers, and they finally saw that it would be artificial thought, not artificial intelligence.
What is the relationship between wisdom and truth, between intelligence and wisdom and all?
Yes. Now, what is, see if we could explore, is there any part of the meaning of intelligence that we have looked at? Or do we say it's all contained in truth?
That I'm just beginning to question.
Why?
Whether in the word truth, whether all those are not equal. We said the other day, we said there is reality and truth. Reality is all that this thought has operated, all that this thought has created, all that which chooses, which discriminates, and functions within that field. We said that is all reality.
I would try to put it, it's not really what thought has done, but there's a certain actuality which thought has or which thought can describe. You see, even the dream that is described as part of reality.
Yes.
Still thought.
Thought is different.
Thought knows the tree.
The tree is separate.
Yes.
It's not thought.
The tree is not thought, it's an actuality. But still, I say reality is therefore not only what man has produced and what he knows, but all the unknown reality which he could know.
Yes.
Like what's going on Mars or...
Yes.
You see, which still would be known through thought. Whatever could be known through thought is reality, you see.
Yes, everything that can be known through thought is there. And we went through all
Yes,
this.
that's just to cover everything.
Yes, that's right.
And therefore, the truth would have to be...
Can a thoughtful man be a wise man? Thoughtful in the sense who sees the world is degenerating, who sees the various forms of revolution taking place, and true thought says I must find an answer and relies on thought to find that answer.
You see, aside from all the criticism we make about lack of perception, you see, the major point is that thought is then moving outside its proper area. You see, if he's going to find an answer without...
No, but he said, I only know thought.
Yes, I know.
And I know nothing else. And since thought has created this awful confusion, thought will find an answer.
Yes, well, that's outside. You see, that's one of the points of wisdom is for thought to understand that it cannot possibly find an answer to that which it itself produces. Do you see? Because when thought produces contradiction, it cannot find an answer.
So thought, a thoughtful man is not a wise man.
Well, if it depends on thought, it's
Yes,
not
of
wise.
course,
Yes.
a thoughtful man is not a wise man, nor is he an intelligent man.
No.
We are condemning thoughtful men.
Well, if that's what you mean by thoughtful, then very often thoughtful means just wise or intelligent. So the words can be used differently.
I know, but a thoughtful man is not a wise man.
Well, not the way we've defined it.
You can take a thoughtful man even though we didn't define him as a wise man.
Not if it depends on thought, you see. But sometimes by the word thoughtful, you mean something different. You see that the person is not thoughtful, meaning that he was not wise. Usually, you see that was not observant of his thoughts.
Yes.
You see, there's a great deal of ambiguity in the language. And, the words are used in different senses. But I would say that if a man depends entirely on thought, then he cannot be wise. You see.
Let's limit it. A man who depends entirely on thought, rational, logical, and dependent thought is not a wise man. And what is wisdom? Which is not the movement. Has it got a place, a seat? Is it a living thing, or is it an accumulated experience?
Well, yes, I mean, it's clear that it's a living thing, but you see, I think we should discuss that since you brought in the word experience. We must discuss that. You see, because that was another one of these very ambiguous words. Now, I've thought of the word experience has many meanings, but one of the meanings is to put to the test. But I think it seems to me there are two aspects of experience. You say if you're working in some practical domain, you need experience to learn.
Welcome to Tea in Space.
Now,
my name's
we're saying
Tom.
that experience is thought.
And this is Deep Space.
There was one interesting definition of experience which was given by some philosopher, Immanuel Kant, who said it's a combination of sensation and thought. Which seemed good to me. You see that and these thoughts are the basic categories, the basic discriminations. In other words, you don't only have sensation, but there's an immediate thought too fast for to be seen, in which there's a discrimination or a category, like cause and effect, or anything good and bad is and therefore you could say that is experience. In some sense, experience, I say, is the contact with reality. I don't know if that makes sense to you. You see, the experience, proper experience, practical affairs, is what you mean by something real. No, you can experience reality. That's what I wanted to say. Reality is what can be experienced. And the sense of reality is important in the experience. You see, the fact that you have a sensation or a contact, it's sort of a feeling that it is real, I am real. The whole thing is real, you see. Now, on the other hand, you see, if you try to experience truth or love or beauty or something, it has no meaning, there's no place. So experience goes wrong when thought tries to go out of its place,
out of its limits.
out of its limits. You see, the same as, I would say, the way it seems to me also, it's interesting, you could say you experience pain or pleasure, or experience desire.
Yes, yes.
You see, and those experiencing desire, it seems to me, would be a case of thought going out of its limits.
Yes. To see the whole of it, the operation of thought, the limitation of thought, the false sensation, and accumulating knowledge about the future, and so on, all that, and seeing the interrelationship between intelligence, wisdom, and truth, and seeing the whole of that, we could call that.
Well, I don't have to call it wisdom, you can call it truth, you see, but to me, the notion of intelligence also gets across something more detailed in the sense of meeting the individual situation. In other words, that we could say truth, meeting the actual individual situation, is intelligence. I don't know if that makes sense. In other words, truth is the universal or the global. That's of course it's all one, but I mean we divide it in our description. Our language is dualistic, but truth is the universal or the global, but when it meets the individual actual situation, we call that intelligence. Do you see? That's the way it occurred to me. In other words, intelligence is what keeps everything in order. And it's not really different from truth, but it's calling attention to a different action or a different way of looking at it. Not exactly.
Seeing the whole.
Yes.
Is
seeing the whole is truth. And I think that the actions of a man who sees the whole are wise. That's what I would like to put it.
Yes, yes.
And at the very root, he says they're wise, meaning they are based on seeing. Actually, since wise means seeing. It says so in the dictionary, the original meaning. Yeah, based on the same root as did. And intelligence is also seeing, you see, but I think it's merely giving names to the actual truth. Intelligence, it seems to me, would involve the ability to deal with the actual case from the seeing. Yes, and not from memory. See, people would, you might think that they want wisdom consistent in accumulating a great deal of knowledge. You see this tradition. They get so much knowledge that they would know how to deal with every individual case. They would think that's wisdom. You see, but that's wrong.
He said there, civilization began.
As far as you know.
Is civilization the product of thought? And then culture is also part of thought.
Yes.
Culture makes something. So, our civilization then is based on thought.
Yes, I mean, that's obvious. And also Bronowski was making that very clear in his series. I mean, in saying the essence of man was the essence of his knowledge.
So, knowledge is in the field of reality.
Yes.
In the field of reality. knowledge is in the field of light, and we are operating or not.
Yes. And we use experience to gain knowledge and to apply our knowledge and so on.
Then once one has knowledge in a relationship to truth.
No, you see, at first sight it might have, but it doesn't actually have. Thought has no relation. It's a very hard thing to put. See, this comes to a question of which we were considering some time ago. Where did thought first go wrong? Now, see, one idea was, let's say thought suddenly expanded in vanity. Thought, we were suggesting, did not know its limitations. You see, when thought first appeared in man, it did not know that it was limited. You see, it tried to behave as the unlimited. You see, now, before it could find out that it was limited, it already created so much chaos that it couldn't do anything. You see, so now it's very hard for thought to discover it's limited. Not only for all this chaos, but also there's an inherent difficulty in the language, in thought to express its limitation, because there's a paradox. You see that if we try to say thought is limited, you see every thought first of all establishes limits. You see, thought is that which makes limits, right? All the limits come from thought, right? The very word determine is to terminate, to limit. You see. Now, so if we say all the limits are set by thought, now if we want to say thought itself is limited, then that becomes difficult to say, not paradoxically, you see, because you see, if you say thought not only makes limits, but it transcends every limit that it makes, you see.
Yes.
Therefore, if thought says thought is limited, it immediately transcends that limit.
It draws a line and goes beyond the line.
That's right, yes. It's the character of thought to set a limit and to transcend the limit. Now, if thought says, I am limited, then immediately it transcends the limit. And therefore, it has not done the right thing, you see. Therefore, there's another way to put it, that the whole process of setting limits and transcending is thought. Not to say it's limited, because that'll get us into that trouble. But rather to say, does it have any bearing whatsoever on truth? No, not to say it's limited or unlimited or anything, but merely that it has nothing whatsoever to do with it.
No relationship to truth.
Yes, it has no relevance to truth, no bearing to truth or anything. It cannot even state that truth is unlimited or anything like that.
No, truth.
And therefore, what thought has to do, you see, when thought sees that, then it's obvious that the right action of thought is to not attempt any of those questions where it has no bearing.
I was looking at this television picture of cycle where it was put together by thought. The thought became an instrument of perception.
Why do you say an instrument of perception?
I'm not. The architect who, Imhotep or whatever, he had an image, a percept or the imagination to see what the building is.
Yeah, now that brings us back to last week we were discussing imagination.
Yes.
You said you don't imagine anything.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, and now see if we could just, as long as we're on this premise, let's take an architect who has plans and he has to visualize this looks like a visual, per se, about that. If you suppose you wanted to make a drawing, would you have to visualize it?
Yes.
So
no, but I can't do it. I can only do it if I see if an architect draws a plan, and then I can say this is not right. But I can't draw it right. I can only correct what is.
Why is that?
I have no visual capacity to see something solid. No, they go
In the
on.
imagination.
Imagination.
No.
And I find imagination.
Now, but is this just a peculiarity of yourself, or is it?
Maybe it's a good.
Or does it reflect something more in the sense that there's something wrong with imagination?
I don't think imagination is a communication improve.
I understand that. I mean, I agree with all that. That's clear. You see, I say imagination may have a certain limited part to play, let's say, in visualizing or certain arrangements, like a building.
Yes, yes, of course.
And also...
And painting.
Yeah, another use, you see, one thing that occurred to me was that, see, imagination always contains what I call the imaginary, you see, the person who seems to be looking, but he is quite imaginary.
Yes.
In other words, there's nobody looking, you see, just like in a dream, the dreamer is not there.
Yes.
So the imaginary, who's looking at the picture is not there. See, the imaginary is imagined.
But what you dream doesn't happen to you when you are dreaming. The interpretation of the dream goes
Yes,
on.
well, that would be another kind of dream, where you see that in one kind of dream it seems you're identified with the dreamer, the one who is dreaming. You see, some character in the dream. Yeah, but there might be another kind of dream in which you're not identified. You see.
Yes.
But couldn't there be a kind of imagination where you were not identified? You see, I think you use it like when you said you compared, say, to Columbus discovering America. There's an image in there.
Yes.
And now there was no image maker, but the image was merely an expression, a visual expression of a certain perception. You see, so somebody might call that a kind of imagination.
No, that's a statement.
It's a statement, but there's an image in there. You see, the image of Columbus on his boat going to
I
America.
didn't imagine that.
Yes, but that's what, to some extent, it communicates like that.
No, I just think that's a fact. Apparently, Columbus did discover.
Yes.
Previously, there had not been discovered the Vikings and so on. But apparently,
yes,
Columbus discovered. That's a fact.
Yes, it's a fact. Oh yeah, you see, I think it's a matter of language. You see, there is the kind of imagination which is fancy. You see, fantasy.
Fancy, yes.
The same thing. And in this, it appears that the thing being imagined is being looked at by somebody, and in a way, it's taken as if you actually were looking at something. And that's delusion. You see, that's all right. Now, but a person can have an image which he knows is an image. You see, which, you see what these metaphors, you see, Columbus discovering America is a metaphor.
Yes.
And there are many other metaphors which take different images. I can't remember them now, but I think you've used others. That use of imagery is like the use of language, you see. Do you see what I'm driving at? All right, so, yeah.
So, in the field of reality, there is imagination.
Yes.
Tim Reynolds and Dave Matthews.
That's right. He may use images in a sort of constructive way rather than
Yes, yes, now, can a musician or an artist see truth?
No, you see, once again, not as a musician anyway, you see, not as a human being, see. I mean, like any human being. But I'm saying there's no reason why being a musician or an artist should make a person more perceptive of truth than anything else. Although, of course, among musicians and artists, they may be believed to the contrary. I don't think there is, but...
Either they're superior in
Yes, because in some way, you see, I've even read, say, some people regard art as the sacred, art as the expressive, something deep, and so on. Now, see, the general, this is a point we raised before about the culture, that the word culture has a tremendous range of meanings too, because the anthropologists use it to mean everything. Now, other people use it to mean just music and art and literature and some other things. Now, but
we are using it for very we are using
Really approaching
in the field of reality.
Yes, well, so everybody.
the scooter. She is loaded down.
Now, the question is, can the culture bring about a perception of truth? You see, or there is a widespread belief that it could, or
Hearing floaties.
that the culture could put the mind in order, as it were. That by means of a good culture, the mind is brought.
It's a pleasant, sunny Monday.
Yes, that's
Only had really one thing to do today.
I think it's a very widespread belief.
Meet with the landlord, but that didn't happen.
Yes, or through cultivation, or
Yes. Bring about order.
Yes, even the Egyptians who thought more timelessly, nevertheless they believed that through cultivation they would, of the mind, they would bring some order. It's obvious that they did try it. So, that I think is a case of where thought is run beyond its proper limits. You see, thought tries to put the brain in order, to put the mind in order. Thought is trying to do what it can never do.
Whole of the political field, the economy, is bring about order in the field of reality. And they can never do it.
It's important to point out why not. It doesn't go into the deep sources of human action.
Trails for a long time.
Whatever knowledge it gains of the human being, what's done with it.
Sometimes it's easy to be myself. Sometimes I find it's better to be somebody else.
See, it might be worth saying a few things that may seem at first sight that one is dismissing the whole everything. In other words, the whole culture. And at the same time, why would they have a school? No, but I mean, it's important to make it clear, because sometimes the language leads you into
So much to say, so much to say, so much to say, so much to say. I've been standing for a long, long time. Trails for a long time,
Sometimes it's easy to be myself. It's not giving man opportunity to free the happiness. And also set what they call and
say so much to say, so much to say, so much to say. So much to say, so much to say, so much to say, so much to say.
Big corporations are not all that is in the field of thought.
So much to say, so much to say, so much to say.
And they have tremendous appeal. No, I'm saying they have tremendous appeal. Because what is taking place in India, putting the cap on everything, submerged and dominating, they feel they should bring order. The revolutionaries want to bring order. The communists want to bring order. So everybody is trying to bring order in the field of reality. And we are saying that's impossible.
Yes, and that might discourage a lot of people.
I know, I mean, that is,
That's a fact.
I mean, that's a fact.
It's a fact, yes.
Would the revolutionary accept this as a fact?
Well, not as he is now. I mean, not now. I mean, that is the revolutionary doesn't see this fact.
Yes. But then what relationship is the one who perceives truth to the revolutionary who says we must change the world?
Yes, well, it's again the same point about the truth has no direct relation to this reality. You see, the only possibility would be to find a way to communicate.
Yes. Therefore, the man who is he said, you have no place, you're irrelevant.
Yes, the revolutionary says you're irrelevant unless you can somehow communicate with him.
But you can't communicate with him because he's closed himself entirely in the field of reality.
Yes, you can't really do much with him.
Any more than you can do anything with him. Bless him. I mean, he couldn't even tolerate you. So, what place has a man who perceives truth in this world of reality?
Well, it's clear he has no place, actually, not directly. That is, his perception of truth has no place in this world. Well, let's see what place he would have. Other than communicating to break through this field of reality.
If the man in the world of reality is a real revolution,
yes,
not blood, I don't mean blood without revolution, but the feeling that society is corrupt, society, etc., and he's got a strong feeling that must be changed. Could the man who has
yes, well, that's what I meant, that all he can do is to communicate truth. See, if this man, you're saying the revolutionary is not really completely engulfed in the field of reality, but, he's still able to listen because it's really wants a better society. Therefore, if the other man is right, in the right way.
Can this man ever see? Or must he realize the limitation of what?
Yes, well, that's what has to be communicated. You're saying that if this man is still able to listen to something, then he may be able to listen to the fact of the limitation of thought. If it's really put in a way that fits to him. Although he may start to resist it very quickly, but that means the other fellow has to be very fast, very succinct, and so on.
And then the guard, and as soon as I said, he's like, his face is like,
in the world of reality,
oh, you got a shit question?
It is everything is in the field of reality. And the man who
pulled the pants out and said,
can only operate upon reality.
Well, we said he can't.
In the sense, he can communicate.
Yes, so that's not, he doesn't communicate to reality.
I know. He cannot communicate truth, but he can communicate to this man, who is the field of reality. Say, look, this move on, you see the limits of it.
Yes, he can communicate, first of all, showing the inconsistencies, and showing the limits, and so on. Yes, there is within the field of reality a certain, if the man is not totally engulfed, a certain area where he can use
But why are the leaders of the world dominating
Hi, Melanie.
this world of reality?
Well,
hello.
Because nobody has any idea in that world of what to do, you see. I think we've just made it clear nothing can be done, and probably deep down there's a sense nothing can be done. That you leave it to somebody to do it, right? I mean, we don't know what to do. if we knew what to do, we might try to do it, but the other fellow seems
Rocky,
to
John, and Oli, hello.
you know,
Gracie and Cooper, hello.
One of the other issues is,
Rose, hello.
how do you know?
Mom, hello.
Yes, but the same story. What is going to work? See, I think, in my view, it would be possible. You see, that it's important to communicate in different ways to see if this thing will come across. You see, my own feeling is that the communication itself has to be very orderly, both in verbally and non-verbally. You see, but the order of the communication itself is part of the communication. Yes, that's it. Yes, now that brings us to a point that we were discussing before. You see that it will bring order in words and also the nonverbal action. And that order will itself be seen by the man as not only what you say, the content of what you say, but the whole order of it will be seen, and that seeing will already be a bit beyond reality. See, we were saying we were discussing words a few times ago, and one question arose is that it's not clear how words are formed. We discussed this, you know, you can't see yourself making the words. You suddenly find yourself saying them without any visible account of it. You know, you can't account for how it comes about, you see. And one of the questions that occurred to me is, see, I could see there might be two ways of forming words. One way would be from memory, you see, from the habit. All stored up phrases would be just come out from the record.
English language, very confusing.
Well, not when you get to know it, I suppose.
Like the word see with the heart, see with the mouth, see with the feet, see. And when you use the word see, all these are implied.
Yeah, I think in most languages it's
Is it so essential?
I don't know, but I mean most of the other languages like French and probably yes.
Oh God, it's great. I got the clean plate too, so I'll bring it over to you. Yeah. Yeah, it was great.
But it's so that our common language, I think the word probably just practically, which is the same as our language here, has all this confusion. We've had trouble with this confusion now, trying to see what intelligence means, and wisdom, and truth, and so on. But I don't think the language is the main problem. In other words, that this confused language is probably the problem. But I'm interested in seeing how language forms. Now, see, the other idea of language, words forming, is like we once discussed the drum vibrating. The words could form, as it were, directly from truth. So that you're not thinking the words. In that case, you're saying something we said before, that truth can act directly on the physical structure of the brain and so on.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the thing that's very interesting. You see, now, one thing that occurred to me is if you say that, then you must say that at bottom, you know, in its depths, matter is not mechanical, you see. Maybe mechanical in a certain way, but matter is not mechanical. Because if truth could not act on matter, it were just mechanical. So you would have to say the mechanical aspects of matter are a certain side area of matter, which thought can handle. Thought itself is yes, well that's sort of what's implied in what you say, isn't it? Because, see, if truth can actually operate in matter, then matter is intelligible.
That's what I was saying. If he who perceives truth can operate on the consciousness or on the mind or brain of the man who is caught in the world of reality.
Yes, that's a very interesting point. See, I think we have to see this very clearly. So, see, first of all, the truth operates in his own brain.
It goes
clearing away the confusion. You say that sometimes I try to make the analogy of a fog, which could be cleared away either by the sun or by the wind or a storm. You see, in other words, rather than trying to arrange everything,
no.
It's all cleared away. See, so all the questions arising from the fog are irrelevant. Now,
would you say, sir, from that analysis, just briefly, suffering, when you remain totally with suffering, that's the storm.
Yes, that's the storm that clears the fog.
Clear the fog, yes.
That's a real material storm. Now, actual or something, but genuine. But I think that, we should look a little bit at this notion that matter is fundamentally mechanical, but it has a mechanical area, which is also the area of dependence. So we could say that that is the right area for thought, which is the mechanical area of matter. Thought itself is part of it, which helps to, which can bring order within that mechanical. Yes, it tries to transcend its limit. Because thought, see, when thought first forms, its very form is to set a limit and transcend it. Thought does not know that, that there are some areas it can't go into. And therefore thought tries to transcend those limits too, you see, that's... Now, either it tries to understand the truth or spirit or love or something, or it tries to take hold of the brain.
So we are saying, mind is not mechanical.
Yes, and also matter is not mechanical, although it has a mechanical personality.
Therefore, truth can touch the non-mechanical part in matter.
Yes, in matter, and say truth operating in one brain clears that brain.
I get it, that's right.
And then being communicated, it may clear another brain.
Another brain, quite.
Now, when that brain is clear, it can clear another. So then you would say the brain, being material, is both mechanical and non-mechanical. The mechanical side will operate in order only the truth keeps it clear. In other words, something non-mechanical is needed to keep the mechanical clear.
Yes.
Otherwise, you accumulate pollution, some fog or mist, smog.
Are you saying that in man or in matter, there is
Hello and welcome. I'm David Icke, and today I'm going to talk about
I'm saying it's implied. I'm saying that if we proceed from where we started, saying that the truth actually operates in the brain. So if it does, then it follows that there must be a kind of some right intelligence in matter. You see,
what is
something non-mechanical? You see, which.
Well, maybe we could start with what it's not. Love doesn't mean we have to agree. What an absolutely boring world if we believe that we live in a state of all possibility, all potential. What a boring world if everyone agreed. So number one, love is not about agreement. And love does not mean either that we roll over and allow ourselves to be imposed upon because I love you, so you do what you like. I'll just lie down and you can walk all over me. It doesn't mean that at all. Love, I guess for most people, would be expressed as attraction. attracted to someone physically, often, and you feel, I'm in love. And yes, that can absolutely happen. But for me, the love I'm talking about is most profoundly expressed in friendship. Friendship. Do you know, there's this great phrase I heard a long time ago. A friend is someone who walks into the room when everyone else is walking out. A friend doesn't have to agree with you. They might seriously disagree with what you've done. But they have this connection, this love connection in its unconditional, I say, true sense, which is, I'm always going to be here for you. Because we have that connection that we call friendship, which is really just an expression of unconditional love. And if you have a relationship, for instance, where you are physically attracted and you perceive it as love, which is fair enough, nothing wrong with that. Done it yourself. And that's all you have. Then at some point that's probably going to dissipate. Because although, you know, I'm still very young and very virile, you know, eventually it will even come to me that, you know, you move on into different stages of your life. And if just physical attraction is all that we perceive as love, then, as we see all the time in human society, maybe it fizzles out. But a relationship between two people who start out physically attracted to each other, but have that core, that foundation of friendship, then as life moves on through its stages, that friendship, love, real love, true love, unconditional love, will always be there. And so the relationship will always be there. And a question, what is our point of reference from which we peruse the world and interact with different people? Is that point of attention love of the kind that I'm talking about? The understanding that we're all expressions of each other, having different experiences? Or is it hate? Is it resentment? Is it revenge? Animosity? Because whatever that point of reference is will dictate your relationship and interaction with people, and together, collectively, it will decide what the world is that we are experiencing, because whatever that point of reference is will color everything that we do, and it will form our perceptions and dictate our perceptions of reality. And I've obviously written and talked a lot over the years about the fact that the world is run by psychopaths. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the traits of their behavior and relating it to the psychological official definition of a psychopath, and seeing that that behavior ticks off all the boxes of what is considered to be a psychopath. So I'm making an observation that the world is run by psychopaths based on their behavior. And what is a psychopath? What is psychopathic behavior? It is the absence of love. And what has happened is that this psychopathic state, this absence of love, has filtered down, because of the manipulation, into so much of mainstream society where people interact not on the basis of love and empathy and understanding, but on the basis of constant judgment and condemnation. And people might say, well, you're doing that by calling them psychopaths. But I'm not, in the sense of having hatred for them, or not, frankly, feeling sorry for them. I'm observing their behavior, and I'm calling it psychopathic. Because how we look at people we vehemently disagree with dictates whether we're actually coming from a point of love or not. So I look at this network of manipulators and I look at their psychopathic behavior, but I don't hate them. And on one level, I seek to understand them. I feel sorry for them because they, by their very nature and by their very behavior, are living lives in the absence of love, which is why they do what they do. If love was part of their makeup, they wouldn't do what they do. And in a less extreme way,
to my toes,
people
to my ankles, to my
talk
head,
about
to
love so often look at other people in society, not necessarily psychopathic people, but just people they disagree with or whatever, and they will condemn them. Say someone does something very unpleasant, and there's immediate condemnation. Now I can see the reason for the reflex action condemnation of what's being done, whether it's someone going crazy with a gun or whatever, because of the effect on other people. I do see that. But what love also says is, why did that person do that? What has happened in their mental and emotional makeup that makes someone do that horrible thing? And so often you find that when you break it down and you play it back, you find that, say, people who just attack society, want to just do anything destructive because they have this hatred of society. You chart that back often, and you'll find there's a reason for it. I remember a story in my own experience. There was a child at this school where I used to visit on occasion. And I used to visit this class which was full of kids who had big behavior problems. And they were very difficult to handle. And the guy who ran the class, I just chatted to him a bit about his experience. And he told me one story which kind of encapsulates what I'm trying to get across here. There was this one boy in this class, but it was a special class away from the rest of the classes because of their behavior problems, who was almost, impossible to keep under control. And one day this teacher went back home with the boy, talked to his parents about something that happened. And he walks in the door, and the parents are paralytically drunk, and this boy's little brother, toddler brother, was sitting on the carpet between them, playing with a pile of empty booze bottles. Now, you can look at the behavior of that boy, and you can just condemn it. In the absence of love, you can condemn it and say he's horrible, he's evil. But if this is open, you say, why is he doing it? And you realize the fantastic wisdom of that Native American phrase, don't judge a man until you've walked a mile in his moccasins. But we do it all the time. But love won't do that. It will say, what you've done is horrible. Why have you done it? And if you infuse love into a situation, you might have a chance of looking at the cause of why so many horrible things happen, instead of just condemning the outcome.
Should have been, could have been.
Capital punishment.
Busy day today for a Monday.
The difference between coming from a perspective of without love and coming from a perspective of love. You look at everyone
sitting on top of the world with your legs hanging free.
Equally important.
Nothing to be.
People matter.
Okay,
and to condemn without knowing their story is to condemn society to continually repeat and perpetuate the same outcomes because the cause is not being addressed, and that cause is only addressed when you do that. So many times you see these horrible events like mass shootings, and those questions are never asked. And so what we've also done with the absence of love, if we've fallen into this whole illusion of self-identifying with labels, labels that are formed by the head, often formed by society. We're told what labels we should have. And then we have the divide and rule between those labels, which allows the few to control the many. But when you come from this point of view of love, this understanding that we're all expressions of each other, that doesn't see the divisions. It sees the connections between us. It doesn't look at someone and say, you are black, white, or sky blue, blooming pink. It doesn't say you are this sexuality or that sexuality or whatever. You are this culture, you're that culture, this religion, you're that religion. It's what the head does. What the heart does is say we're all expressions of each other. We're just points of attention in the same consciousness having different experiences. And so love is not just what we perceive it to be in human society. I'm attracted to you and all these other things. It is the fundamental, energetic consciousness state.
I'm glad we had that talk today.
Unifies.
I hope everybody's on board and understands completely what the
with trees and animals. It unifies
the situation
with
is.
the sky, with the rain, with the wind, with the air.
On a personal level. Thank you.
And once we withdraw from that,
for taking the time.
This can only see the parts. This
someone did
can see the whole. So we have these phrases. We talk about psychopaths. We talk about evil. What is evil except the absence of love? Love is life. It's the energy, the very foundation of life. You spell evil backwards, and it's live. Evil is an inversion of life, because evil is the absence of love, the very source of life. And what the world needs to transform it is an infusion of what comes from here. Because what has created this reality that has so many, feel like problems, has so many challenges, so many things we'd like not to be happening. What's created it is an absence of love. What is a war if not an absence of love? But you know, I see this word hate, used all the time today. If you hate something you believe is malevolent or bad, you become the malevolence, because you are expressing in your hatred of malevolence the energetic frequency of malevolence, which is about hate. Thus, you're connecting with it. What you hate, you become. What you fight, you become, because you make this vibrational connection. And what do we see now? More and more, we have anti-hate organizations and anti-hate protests. You want to stop fascism? You want to stop the emergence of a fascist society? Well, stop acting like one then. You don't like hate? Nor do I. So let's have some love then. And you have this hate. Anti-hating hate. And so it goes on in this dark spiral that spirals down into more and more conflict, violence and animosity, as you see now. What is the only thing that will transform that? The opposite of what is causing it. And like I say, love is not to agree with it, and it's not to roll over. I think I've got a fair record of most things not rolling over. But it doesn't mean you have to hate the people that you're challenging and exposing, because if you do, you become them. And this is other idea that love is weak. Always into love. What are you into? I'm strong. I'm anti-hate. Love is weak. Love is the very absence of what is perceived to be weak. That's why, because it will always be what it knows to be right. Don't consider consequences for doing what it knows to be right. If you just do that, another thing about love is the absence of fear. Because what love connects us to, the very fabric of all existence, is the understanding that there is nothing to fear. What is death? Transition of our awareness, our point of attention, into another reality of experience. It's another birth. So what is there to be frightened about in terms of that? What is there to be frightened about in terms of what people say about this? What happens when we are on an infinite journey? This is just an infinitesimal experience. Love knows that. So it will always stand up for what it knows to be right. Now people talk about courage, which is a great thing. But what is courage? It's the ability to overcome fear and do it anyway. But there's another stage beyond that, in which you eliminate fear and no longer need the courage to overcome what is no longer there. And that's a challenge of this world, of course it is, but that's what love in its prime...
Live from the Beaumont Motel, room 240. It's my home.
It's the energy that will change everything.
Bought and paid for.
Just observe
rent is not due.
The spectrum of human society.
No matter what a landlord says, when things were different.
The wars, the conflicts.
When did things change? Monthly rentals through till 2021.
The oppression, the censorship, Every single one of those things is the absence of
Putting the
love.
RCMP on notice. You're on
How can
notice,
you
guys.
allow a situation if you're
I
love,
think I'm gonna get my law degree.
whereby
What do I have to write? What kind of test do I have to write?
people in
Show me.
ever greater numbers live and sleep
I'll
in the
write the
streets
test.
of Los Angeles,
No, you ain't gotta go to school for that. No, I don't.
where the rats now run amok.
Tell me what to do. Go to
and
school.
even
Nope.
typhus is breaking out in places. People will sit around the table and mentally discuss the problem and the economics of the problem. Love says,
I'm blind here. I'm blind. We live?
I don't care about your figures. I don't care about your calculator. I don't care what some accountant is telling you.
YouTube live.
This
Facebook.
is absolutely
Sorry, we're having
unacceptable
difficulties.
to this.
Really?
So whatever it
When did that
takes,
happen?
it's going to be done. It's what love does.
Looks like we're
And
still
love
going though.
We'll look at demands that your country is going to bomb another country, and it will, from that perspective, see the nonsense of it. The nonsense of pepper bombing cities of civilians that have played no part in what is claimed to be the reason you have to go and bomb that country. This, oh yeah, they've done that. He's killing his own people. So what are we going to do? We're going to kill some more of their own people to protect them from violence. Oh yeah, that makes sense. This? Are you insane? This is not interested in bombing people. Bombing people? They are expressions of me. I'm not gonna bomb expressions of me. Are you mad? This is the completely different point of perception of everything that this brings and this justifies. So, people will love those immediately around them where they have a connection and daily interaction, and that's fair enough, nothing wrong with that, good thing. But this love looks at little kids in
Hey, all
Libya,
right.
Syria,
Cool.
and Iran,
What's up?
Lebanon, wherever,
I am.
and says, well,
I'm
look,
up
hold on a minute.
in a chair.
They're just little children,
And,
just like little children you say you love.
It's a nice night.
Why are you saying that
Listening to some music.
it would
Some
be
David
so
Icke.
terribly wrong for violence to be applied to your children?
What could be better? Spending time with
Okay
you guys.
to be applied to those children, because that's not really love. That's a different connection. Love connects to everyone and says that little kids
Ain't
in
that the
Syria
truth?
that we've never met
That's
and
the
know
truth.
nothing about are just as important
Yep.
as the children in our house
Absolutely.
that we see every day.
Yep.
Why? Because they are expressions of all that is, as we are and as these children in our own household. This is a completely different way of perceiving the world. And it will change everything because it sees the unity of everything. It sees the equal importance of everything because everything is an expression of the same consciousness. Why would one expression of the same consciousness
Yeah,
be
Gordon's in the
more
house. Kicking back, relaxing.
than another?
Waiting on his package still from his brother.
If you see it as a whole, and this does, because in
Got stuff to do here
its
anyways.
foundation state, this is
Probably the
whole
reason. It's
also
always a reason.
is what we've done in this reality and been manipulated to do is to
Oh gosh golly,
withdraw
Tom, there's always tomorrow, and that's right.
unity,
Thank you.
knowingness of unity
Thanks, Beef.
into the divisions of mind and the divisions of perceived
Gosh, Beef.
Different.
I'm not sure if you're all there, buddy.
People, events, instead of realizing it's one seamless state of consciousness. And if you took a baseball bat and you smashed yourself with it, they'd say you were crazy. Mad. I mean, it's mad to hit himself with a baseball bat. But if you take that, the whole perspective, we are all expressions of the same consciousness. That's basically what we're doing. Very funny, really. Oh my God.
It was trending, so I had to put it on there. It was trending.
If you take the biggest view of reality and who we are, the American, British, French, whatever, pilots who are bombing civilians in the Middle East are actually, from that perspective, they're bombing themselves. It's insane. That knows that. This doesn't, because it only sees parts. It doesn't see the whole. So love is far more than people have perceived it to be. It's not attraction, it can be an expression. It's friendship, unconditional love in our interaction, but crucially, it's that level of awareness that sees that we're all one. And the divisions between us are just illusions of this reality that we've been manipulated to perceive. How do you take control of your life back, your perceptions back, human society back? You do that, and everything changes. How do I know that? Because that is what has created what we see. See you next time.
Wise woman and sage, it's our good fortune to have Barbara Handclough back with us. In today's conversation, we're going to take a step back and glimpse into the foundational cosmic influences that have created the polarization and intransigence of today's mass mindset. How many of us have...
Daisy.
intermediaries between us and the creative source, because you don't need an intermediary, let's face it. This is why he got into a lot of deep water and why there's a lot of public relations that were negatively aimed at him and why eventually there was a military coup that forced him out of power. He was trying to create monotheism for the sake of focusing people's spirituality back where it ought to be, not what it had to develop into, which essentially was a corrupted priesthood.
This wasn't the first mention of Aten in Egypt. Thousands of years earlier in the 12th dynasty, the first known reference to Aten the sun disk as a deity is in the story of Sinhue. This reference suggests that the deceased king is described as rising as God to the heavens and uniting with the sun disk, the divine body merging with its maker. Could Akhenaten have had passed down knowledge from an older lineage?
When I spirit traveled to the 18th dynasty, my guides took me to the temple where Akhenaten and Nefertiti were, and we stood and listened to a conversation that they had. They were quite misshapen. Their heads were so elongated and their bodies were not of a normal human shape, and they seemed to be intent in their conversation about how important it was that they change the beliefs of the Egyptian people. Both Akhenaten and Nefertiti come from Sirius A. They are bringing their understanding, their lore to Egypt, basically as star beings. And to make that a bigger statement, we're all star beings. We all came in from different places. This is where they came in. They worshipped Aten, which was Sirius, the sun, and they wanted to bring that in because for him, he could see growing up in this environment that the Egyptian gods had much more power. I also was taken back to the Great Pyramid, and when my guides and I entered the pyramid, Anubis was standing guard, and he wasn't going to let us get by. And my guide spoke with him, and he stepped aside, and we went into the Queen's chamber where Ra was standing there waiting for us. And he told me that this was the connection or the portal to Sirius, and that it is the Queen's chamber that was used for transport to and from Sirius. Ra told me that Anubis was actually adopted by Osiris and Isis. And the adoption was because Anubis was not from the same place all the Egyptian gods came from. They are all from Orion. Anubis came from the Southern Cross. And when he was adopted, he took on the head and the shape of a dog so that he would emulate the dog star and be a part of that group of demigods and be accepted. He really wanted the acceptance of Ra and Osiris and Isis. So he became a part of the group by adapting this dog-like head.
I would argue in my research that there was a connection between these cultures that stems back way, way beyond what modern-day historians have been able to trace. And the reason for that is not only the similarity between their pantheon of gods, but the similarity in the structures that they built. And that it all goes back to a much earlier time when maybe the Mesoamericans came from a completely different part of the world. What's fascinating about Osiris and Horus and Quetzalcoatl is their connection to the star Sirius. What you have with Quetzalcoatl is a god that has a twin brother with a dog head. He becomes the star Sirius and he guards the sun through the underworld, much the same as Anubis was the guardian of the underworld.
If Akhenaten knew this deep-seated knowledge and wanted his people to return to the true understanding of their being, why did the ancient Egyptians reject this thinking?
Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, humans suddenly developed agriculture, the animal husbandry, the organization of crop, organizing themselves into a cultural group where they developed cities and communal areas that hadn't happened before. And it happened in the blink of an eye out of barbarism. So obviously there had to be an outside influence of people who really understood the civilizing qualities of nature in order to bring that to people who had lost touch with that concept. And Akhenaten really goes back to that concept of people who literally stayed here for a considerable amount of time, interbred, and then died out bit by bit.
We know that Akhenaten and his family are of a different genetic breed. That was very evidenced by their features. They looked nothing like the people that existed in that day. Another thing we have to remember is that when the Egyptians, and particularly the 18th dynasty, were leaving remnants, artifacts, pictographs, hieroglyphics, there was nothing that was left by accident. These were very advanced people in terms of the level of their mystery school training and knowledge. They understood the practice of magic. Akhenaten, to me, is one of the most fascinating people in history. If you read his Hymn to the Sun, you'll see that there was, again, this great reverence for not the solar disk. That's just a simpleton's way of looking at it, a solar disk. No. His honoring was of the vast entity of the sun and the central sun, the sun behind the sun as well. And this is the source of all creation and knowledge in his understanding. When he talks in simple terms in this, the way in which the sun affects our lives depend on it. Our spiritual lives, our physical lives depend on it. The growth of all things on this planet can be taken back to the direct presence of our sun and our solar system. Our solar system wouldn't exist without our sun. So to try to draw the people's attention back to one central theme, which is back to the sun and the central sun as the emanation point of knowledge, wisdom, and life itself, that is what Akhenaten was attempting to do. Now, sadly, this wasn't popular among the priests of the day. There were hierarchies that already existed, power players in place. The native people were being squeezed for taxes and fees to the gods just to keep some water, just to keep a peaceful birth happening in your home, to keep some grains on your table. It was almost as though there was a fear-based system of extortion happening from the local priesthood. Akhenaten came and was attempting to tear all of that down and reduce it to no. You have the right to be in direct communication with your God, as symbolized through the sun and the central sun. This is your sun. This is your God. You are part of it. It is part of you. It grows you. This was about love. It was about the bringing together of the divine feminine and masculine. They were trying to maintain a very high level of consciousness. And by taking the people's attention away from fear and petty gods and turning it toward a life-giving source that is their own, they were trying to uplift and maintain this high level of consciousness. When it went, when they were ousted, murdered, all the other things that happened to that family, the light started going down and we started moving into darker ages.
Is it possible that this influence from Sirius has positioned itself in different time periods? According to Linda Moulton Howe, intelligence finds its way into our minds throughout history.
When you look at world history, you could say that what happened with Akhenaten was the first try by an intelligence that has mixed and matched genes and made all these experiments. And that you come all the way to the 1700s, and allegedly, Thomas Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence in the garden on the East Coast of the United States, and wrote in a diary that got reported that a figure in a big cloak opened up the gate of the garden as if he had the right to, and came over to where Thomas Jefferson was and laid down an illustration and said, "This will be the emblem of your nation," in English, and swept out. And that Thomas Jefferson was left looking at the pyramids, 13 layers, with an eye and a top. If that's true, then it's possible that the United States of America is another extraterrestrial experiment. They tried it once in Egypt a few thousand years ago, and it didn't work then. And they have tried it now in what's called the United States of America, and we're at about 230 some years.
If that is true, is it possible the Sirius connection is alive today?
The thing I would argue is that we see the same players over and over and over again. The same energies seem to be coming back with the same messages. The same bodies of knowledge keep reappearing. And at key points in history when the mindset of the masses are beginning to open up to be able to receive new knowledge. And this goes with cosmic cycles as well. When that opening is there, the teachers come back. The people who are key players come back. And in this time, I think we're seeing a rebirth or reemergence of not only the players from the 18th dynasty, but across the board through these ages of enlightenment. They're back on the planet. They're back here now. They're trying to do their work in whatever arena they're working in to bring this greater understanding of sovereignty, of light back into people's minds so that they can open up and embrace new ideas.
Could the new discoveries being researched by the Max Planck Institute be just the beginning of the ever-evolving human body and brain? Is the ancient connection to Sirius and its possible influence helping us elevate consciousness to a new level? Could new parts of our brain be activated just by being able to crack the code of our origin?
What amazes me is that this story survived for over 8,000 years in the Dogon culture, and even more incredibly, it survives into our era. Think about it for a second. The Lord's Prayer. If you find the original Lord's Prayer in Egypt, it starts as Amun, 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 who resides in heaven. Glorious is your name. Sounds familiar?
Could we as humans be constantly repeating a message over and over again from an ancient source? How does this explain our DNA changes and growth? Andrew Collins points out that there are new discoveries into the human DNA that shed light on some ancient mysteries.
Denisovans are probably the most exciting discovery in the origins of humanity for decades, and arguably even in the last 100 years, because we're talking about a previously unknown, well, let's say human population, who are different than the Neanderthals. They're different to anatomical modern humans.
Up next, we dive deeper into Siberia's mysterious past.
Since I've gone out, I've been waiting. Come on. Views expressed in this program is not necessarily the views that please be advised that anything that's offensive, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
In 2013, Russian photographer Georgy Sidorov discovered a colossal megalith in a remote wilderness area in Siberia. During an expedition in the foothills of Mount Shoria near Altai, Sidorov came upon a great wall of granite blocks. What made his discovery unusual was that these gargantuan stones had flat surfaces, right angles, and sharp corners, reminiscent of Cyclopean masonry.
The thing is that nature does not happen to see straight angles. All blocks are built like in a brick wall. All of them have straight angles like a castle. There are thousands of clues that say this formation is built by a form of intelligence.
The beauty and precision of this 130-foot structure has left archaeologists with no explanation for how such an arrangement could have formed naturally. Geologists have estimated that the largest blocks of granite at Mount Shoria weigh 3,000 to 4,000 tons. Before this, the pregnant woman stone of Baalbek, weighing 1,500 tons, was the largest single stone used in an ancient site.
We have these beautiful polygonal walls, perfect straight lines with perfect right angles. We have these massive blocks of granite that look like this. Someone's taken a big wall and sawed them up on it. And the granite actually the Russian scientists that went there did discover some things which cannot be explained by nature, which are the beautiful round, almost hot surfaces where they've taken a drill with formidable depression. And they also have these perfect tunnels and these doorways that seem to be very deliberately put there. So maybe what we're doing here is taking an entire mountain that's been completely shaped by a human hand.
The megalithic structure discovered in the Altai Mountains near the Denisovan Cave harkens really to structures like Baalbek in Lebanon, these cyclopean megalithic structures that are hundreds of tons in weight. Stones so large that even our best equipment today could not possibly even come close to lifting them. And that they were using a type of science and mathematical understanding that just wasn't available to our ancient ancestors.
If Georgy Sidorov's discovery is real, could it be evidence that remote Siberia was once home to an advanced civilization? Near this discovery of the megalithic wall, scientists believe they have found bones from a new species. Could these places be linked? In 2008, archaeologists made world headlines when they unearthed a Paleolithic finger bone from a juvenile female estimated to be 41,000 years old. Further DNA analysis indicated the finger was from a previously unknown and extinct hominin subspecies. These previously unknown ancestors were christened with the name Denisovan.
The Denisovans are probably the most exciting discovery in the origins of humanity for decades. I mean, arguably even in the last 100 years. Because we're talking about a previously unknown, let's say, human population who are different than the Neanderthals. They're different to anatomical modern humans. The Denisovans occupied large areas of central, southern and eastern Asia for anything up to 200,000 years. They've told us, for instance, that many modern-day human populations in the eastern part of the Eurasian continent have the DNA which has been inherited from the Denisovans in a similar manner to how the people of the western Eurasian continent have DNA within them of the Neanderthals. They were of extreme size, not just broad, but of extreme height, perhaps even as much as 7 feet tall. But the DNA from these fossil remains have told us so much.
It has archaeologists coming up with rashes because suddenly we have here another human species completely forgotten.
Oh boy! That's fucking loud.
We know that a further tooth that was found in the Denisovan cave, but they didn't really know too much about it. There's now been confirmed to be that of a Denisovan woman. It's about 125,000 years old. And this confirms that the Denisovans were in this area for a much longer period than had initially been suggested. And that's many, many generations. That means that they were an incredibly developed population, you go back before 200,000 years, and in many areas at that time, our species was coexisting with other human species who were human enough for us to interbreed with. For example, the Neanderthals. For example, the recently discovered Denisovans. Both of these human species who are not anatomically modern human have left traces in our anatomically modern human DNA. We have to ask, if we're talking of records going back hundreds of thousands of years, is it possible that these other human species reached a high level of development during their tenure of life on Earth? Is it possible that they were advanced in some ways?
Artifacts found in recent archaeological digs at the cave suggest that the Denisovans were not only large, but highly intelligent. Some scientists, like Jack Carey, believe they had the ability to create sophisticated technology.
The Denisovans had to be much more advanced than what they're being credited with. I say that because of the discovery of a piece of jewelry that they found in the original Denisovan cave that dated 40,000 years ago. It was made of a green polished rock, and anthropologists believe that this jewelry was only worn on very special occasions. That indicates a culture. It indicates art. It indicates a higher understanding of reality. These aren't people that were simply clubbing animals to death and using their furs. These were people that were literally constructing jewelry. That's something a lot of anthropologists are uneasy with because it shows a depth of understanding and beauty in their culture that really shouldn't have existed with such ancient hominids.
The archaeologists kept digging a bit more, as they tend to do, and they found that when they got to a layer that was about 380,000 years, they found tools there, they found a needle, they found certain artifacts which looked like bracelets and other ornaments, and they also found a ring which has been beautifully shaped out of rock. It has been obviously machined and polished.
Beautiful bone needles have been found in the Denisovan cave, suggesting that the Denisovans wore tailored clothing. Horse DNA has also been found inside the cave itself, suggesting that the Denisovans not only hunted horses, but probably domesticated them and may even have ridden horses. And this is probably tens of thousands of years before it was even thought possible that you could ride horses, something that was considered conventionally to only have occurred in Bronze Age times. And yet here we have people 40 to 50,000 years ago who were riding horses, domesticated, catching them.
If this scientific data is true, then how could these ancient ancestors shed new light on our evolution? Perhaps it's possible that they not only date back hundreds of thousands of years earlier than we had thought, but to another world entirely. A world where a certain species survive among these evolved creatures.
When you're reading in a book and you see H-O-M-O-S-A-P-I-E-N-S, that's Homo sapien. It's my understanding Homo sapien is the word for the large group of standing up primates that have started an evolutionary trail from Lucy in Africa about 2 million years ago. But within Homo sapien, there are a whole bunch of models that have included and Neanderthalensis and now Cro-Magnon Homo sapiens sapien.
Andrew Cowles has been monitoring the movement of this ancient giant human species and has a different theory.
We can say almost certainly is that because our ancestors interbred with them, that there were hybrids of Denisovans and Homo sapiens that continued their traditions for tens of thousands of years, evolving these ideas and then spreading into other parts of the Eurasian continent and also into the Americas.
To go further south, to the area around Sumeria, the area around the Black Sea, and to a place where we have some information from, which is the Scythian culture, which not many people talk about. They also were supposed to be claimed to have been older than the Egyptians, and part of their culture wasn't just humanoid, they were also a godly culture, and they were also described as being very tall, almost like giants, again, sometimes with an elongated skull, and they're supposed to be wisdom keepers.
Here is what I think happened, possibly somewhere in the Altai mountains of southern Siberia, around 45,000 years ago. At this time, the area was occupied by the Denisovans. That's still what they were being told very well. You can imagine the biggest Russian wrestlers that you can think of, and then cover them in furs and give them wisdom of 200,000 years. That's what we're talking about here. You can imagine that their race is probably dying out. In other words, their population may not have been so large as it once was, and yet they have this incredible knowledge, this incredible wisdom now. And they get to hear about these new people arriving out of the direction of the setting sun. They're much smaller, they look different, their skin may be slightly different colour, and they know that they're gradually moving eastwards, they're gradually taking over one territory and then the next. They would exploit the resources and just move on. And then one day, these people turn up and there's that first encounter between our own ancestors, Homo sapiens, and the Denisovans. I think if I was a Denisovan at this point, ready for the story? I would be saying, I think our time's up and we have to change our ways. And one of the possibilities is that there was an understanding between the new people and the Denisovans
Zacchaeus
that
was a wee
this
little man.
ancient wisdom, this ancient knowledge would now be carried into the new world through hybrid descendants. In other words, we would interbreed, and it would be through our descendants, our hybrid descendants, that this ancient wisdom would now be disseminated.
Could this be true? The Siberian fossil remains found in Altai have challenged scientists to re-examine the transformation of human DNA.
None other than
There's been an explosion of new information in this field, partly thanks to new genetic sequencing techniques and deep analysis of DNA. And it's clear that the story of the evolution of anatomically modern humans is much more complicated. The DNA breakthrough is we now know that our anatomically modern human ancestors interbred with them. So we're a mixture of Neanderthals and the creature that became anatomically modern humans. And then adding further complication to the picture, Denisovan DNA is also found in the anatomically modern human genome. Trace elements in some areas, quite large amounts in others.
The Denisovans passed to us various genes which have been important in our own development. For instance, in the Tibetan Plateau, the Sherpas and the indigenous peoples there, their ability to be able to spend long periods of extremely high altitudes comes from a gene which was inherited, we now know, from the Denisovans. There were other genes as well, our appearance, our intellect, our consciousness were also first developed through this idea of this hybridization. There are many modern populations around the world that have high levels of Denisovan DNA within their genes. We're talking about India, Southeast Asia, Java, Australia,
they closed all the parks down in
Micronesia, various Native American peoples in Canada, in Mexico, also in the northern part of South America, have all got Denisovan DNA. These are all the descendants of the Denisovans.
If Denisovans roamed the Earth for thousands of years, crossbreeding with other sapiens, it could explain how traces of their DNA have been found thousands of miles from Siberia in North America.
It is almost certain that the Denisovans and their hybrid descendants ended up coming into the Americas. Indeed, the it's now been found that in several different Native American peoples, Denisovan DNA exists. And this proves that they were the giants of legend and that they are responsible for the human skeletons, the oversized human skeletons that are found in mound complexes all over North America.
I think we're just at the beginning of the process of unraveling the mystery of what all of this means. It's almost heretical to say so in context of modern anthropology, but I think we're going to have to revisit the out-of-Africa model. It may be that the evolution that led to anatomically modern humans didn't take place entirely in Africa. We're looking at actually a very complicated picture that ultimately results in us. No Denisovans live today. No Neanderthals live today. We are the sole survivors of that intermingling of slightly different and sometimes very different looking but genetically close human species.
If DNA is only part of the puzzle, Freddie Silva suggests looking into the mythology of the giants.
I'm very much of the opinion that ancient myth always holds a large kernel of truth. The myths are so concise, so well developed, so beautifully illustrated. Native Americans talk about the giants roaming the face of the earth as easily as they talk about aliens. For them, it's not a big deal. It's like, well, of course they were, just like there were big lizards here at one point, so why not humans as well? I believe they're telling us something. And that one thing they keep telling us over and over again is the fact that the Earth is an experimental waste station, and it goes through cycles, long cycles.
All over the world, we have accounts of human remains being found that are of giant stature. So, are these Denisovans? Well, we don't know. And the reason why we don't know is because all those found in North America have been repatriated as part of the so-called NAFRA law that allows all of the bones in the millions in all the different museums to give them back to the First Nations, Native American people, for them to rebury them.
Institutions that receive federal funding to return to public law.
Giant bones
in the first Congress and
So I'm afraid to say that we can't analyse them. What we can say is that some of the first peoples to arrive in the North American continent came from Siberia, the very same area where the Denisovan remains have been found.
If this is true, could this species have come from a much older lineage? Linda Moulton Howe shares her theory on how Denisovan DNA could have been genetically manipulated by the Anunnaki.
Why is it that the Denisovans went extinct and Neanderthalensis went extinct, leaving Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien sapien to dominate planet Earth? Was that the objective of an extraterrestrial experiment? So maybe there is an overlap of other intelligences using this planet that is responsible for our confusion today, looking back through time, trying to understand who are we. And maybe this is a story about all of the different blood types, trusted in the genetic information of the planet. It's been used like genetics, but not by just one who knows how many. And that we humans today trying to understand who we are and going back and looking at all these civilizations. I remember that I started going out and doing searches of going to look at the map, where is this in Siberia, and realizing that where this cave is and where this new brand of human is a place where there have been UFO stories in and around this area in Siberia for a long time. And I started thinking, wow, could this really truly be an example of one of these experiments that is being done by extraterrestrials? And the discovery reinforces this idea. It is a branch of humans that has an antecedent with something completely unknown.
This might explain how Homo sapiens have survived for as long as they have. Perhaps an ancient code has been embedded in our DNA. Andrew Cowles suggests that the migration of the Denisovans also points to ancient areas considered as portals.
The earliest hybrid descendants of the Denisovans spread out from a central area, which was probably southern Siberia, and reached various wayward points in the planet. And they set them up as markers. They set them up as portals of contact and connection with the stars and with the other world, and possibly even what we might call today parallel dimensions. Now, where were these points? Places like Göbekli Tepe, or certainly the area around Göbekli Tepe in southeast Turkey, the area around Giza in Egypt, and other places like Stonehenge in England, certain places in obviously China, in India, etc., etc. They become points of communication, points of contact that people would be able to return to again and again and again.
Not only did they build all of these megalithic structures, but they built them in areas that we call vortex zones. These are areas where ley lines on the Earth, with the Earth's natural energy grid, cross one another. In ancient times, they were called dragon lines. Almost every one of these ancient structures is built on top of places where ley lines cross one another. That's important because where they cross one another, you have amazing electromagnetic waves being produced, hugely strong electromagnetic waves. And wherever you have electromagnetic waves that are that strong, you can basically have a tear, a rip in the electromagnetic membrane that separates this dimension from the next. And this is something that's accepted in modern day science. The only thing that's separating our dimension that we're sitting here talking in is the electromagnetic membrane. These were creatures who understood that. And they understood that by building these structures right on top of these areas, of which the Altai Mountains is one of them, they were able to basically create a tear in that membrane, and you can have momentary interaction between the dimensions.
If this is true, could the area around the Altai Mountains have been a gateway for not only the Denisovans, but other intelligent life that communicated with humans? Sonia Grace points to a Stonehenge built in the same area as the cave. She suggests this might have been constructed as a stargate.
The Russian Stonehenge, it was very much like the Stonehenge of the UK. It was huge megalithic stones. It was more elaborate. There were more stones. And I saw a ceremonial procession of women who entered the circle first. And they went around in a counterclockwise position. Then the men entered and they went around in a clockwise position. And the ceremonies that were done at this site were exactly what was done at Stonehenge. They were for fertility. This incredible place was a portal, very much in the same way Salisbury Plain had a huge portal on it. And the people of this time were interacting with the demigods, who I call the ancient ones, the Pleiadians. And the Pleiadians did exactly for them what they did for the people of the UK. They brought them their ceremonies. They taught them the ancient ways. And when I stood in the middle of this Stonehenge, it was amazing. It was like the portal. I could look up and see into the portal. It was just like a wormhole. And what they told me was that this wormhole went up to Pleiades, but it actually went past Pleiades. And so this is why there's all kinds of UFO activity in the area. There's other beings accessing this portal and coming through to Earth in that way.
Could scientists have stumbled across an ancient gateway to another world? And if so, how will this discovery shape our future? What other discoveries will come out within the next few years that will push our understanding of humanity?
When we go back in time and we look at the evolution of species on Earth, we have all these different time periods that we can examine, but it's very difficult for us as a species to see the whole picture. It's like a bunch of puzzle pieces that we're still trying to put together. And as the puzzle comes together, we start to solve more and more about our origins and where we come from. We have 5 species that haven't been discovered yet. And we have the Denisovians and the Neanderthals. We would be the culmination of those 7 species coming together. Our beings, our bodies now are that creation. And in that creation, it's related to the 7 chakras. So as each species came through, it was literally activating in every human form a progression in the chakras to where we will eventually realize all 7. In other words, each species has brought about an awareness or an activation of that chakra. Of course, at the beginning of time, it was the first chakra. And the next species that came in, it was the second chakra. And we've worked our way up through a much longer time frame than one can think through the chakras to where we are activating and becoming aware of that center. But it's up to us to actually come to full realization of all 7 chakras. If we would start a new phase of humanity, the demigods would come through and they would actually cross-pollinate with the people. So we have the influence of them as well. And we're constantly in this evolutionary process trying to something within ourselves that makes sense. But it's still
Perhaps archaeologists and scientists have just scratched the surface of the knowledge of human DNA and where it might be going. It might be not so
There's 2 songs that I actually nailed. I thought anyways, it was 5. Because he usually does the, like anything that's produced, he does all the background. Yeah, he does. It's live, he doesn't have anything to do it, so he genuine. It's usually the one part, right? So it's like, wow, that's a perfect chance to get in there and you know? Yeah. And then he play, he plays for these long sessions, the whole band is so fucking talented, right? They play for these long sessions where there's like so many opportunities to put in your little slant on it, right? Whatever you do. It's genius.
That's good. You had a good time.
I did, it was fun.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day, whether it was good or not, that should not even factor in. At the end of the day, did you have fun? Yeah. It was exactly what I wanted to do today.
And you did good.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, yeah, remember that?
Daddy, not Dad.
You do have a story about calling someone Dad at the poker table, which is that was a good one.
is still out there, carved in stone, buried below the surface, and right before our eyes.
Melanie and her family are here, and then a few other people. Can't really usually see anything. It's like I got no ability to.
Some melodies.
There you go. And then I don't know what's happening at YouTube. But I got my function back. For like 3 days, I couldn't share my screen. This is kind of like what I like doing, is just sharing stuff and then mixing stuff. I call it art.
We have to know where we come from if we have a clear idea of where we're going. If we have illusions, false illusions about who we are, then that illusory state is just going to continue into the future. We need to understand the forces that are involved in shaping the modern world.
Chill and play some game of mine and listen to some tunes and try to go to sleep early.
Ancient Sumeria. According to mainstream scholars, this is the birthplace of civilization as we know it, the birthplace of religion, the first science, the first war, and the first written word. Now all that is left is a message buried beneath the sand.
It's one of Iraq's most famous archaeological sites, rising from the desert near Nasiriyah in the southeast. The Ziggurat of Ur, a massive 4,000-year-old temple pyramid, and the surrounding ruins of an ancient Sumerian city.
Archaeologists and scholars have been piecing evidence together for centuries in this area of the world, hoping to prove that biblical stories, the Garden of Eden,
older games. It's really well interesting. But look at Minecraft.
There's a lot of truth
Looks
to
like
that.
you can go
At
stuff
the same
down
time, you're
places.
going to find people who are very
There's guys that make a lot of money streaming online and shit.
Yeah, the simplest, goofiest, you know.
And also believe that there may be some kind of power.
Simplest, goofiest
connection
game you would see, but it's like, you got personality.
what kind of power could these groups have if they could prove how humanity started?
Like Minecraft,
The
if
search
you're
for something more powerful than our own current reality isn't a modern concept, but rather an ongoing search for the location of the Garden of Eden, the proverbial beginnings.
There's been a fixation amongst
Pretty much all, like, you can do that with almost all the games.
early archaeologists.
I have another one I guess I do. It's called Clash of Clans. I did like 10 minutes of my life playing.
Just to keep up the troops. Keep the troops fed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm almost max 11, Town Hall 11. They're at like 13 now, like
good and bad.
Okay.
I'll never be up there, but
In 1922,
People buy into
English
it, though. Like, they
archaeologists
actually
Sid
put
Leonard
money into it
went
to
to
get to a level.
Make money. So there's
find
streamers,
Garden
there's
Eden
Clash of Clans streamers,
based on
bro.
early discoveries of Sumerian cuneiforms.
They're making money slash
However,
putting in a lot of money.
actually,
Spending hundreds of millions of dollars.
is the exact location of the ancient
As soon as the new
Sumerian city.
updates up, boom, max everything.
Was he getting
No, it
close?
takes 3 years to max all that shit. Do it in a day because it's just spent $500, $5,000. Some of these accounts are a lot of fucking money.
They were funded by
It's still mine for like 200 US.
that's, in other words, they had to come up with
Really?
the proof.
$200K.
$200, that's 20K.
Come on. All right, 200. You can sell yours.
Sell my account, yeah, my game. $200.
Could Woolley have ignored some important information that was revealed several
But
years
these
before?
guys, some of these guys are playing at
In
such a high level. They got a lot of money to invest in,
75
so they always have the advantage.
thousands of Sumerian cuneiforms
I know these guys.
northeast of Iraq, at the ancient sites of
Businessmen in town, right? Which is actually probably one of the most legitimate strategies when winning. You bankroll has to be that much bigger than everybody else's, but you can still bite you in the fucking ass. Because I know a guy, you know, I know a few guys that went for long
That's why
periods
we
of
can
time,
read
right?
the Sumerian language, because those later cultures made
you're not betting within your means,
taking
you're at the wrong
Sumerian
table,
texts and translating them
20, but
into
you
their
should be playing
language.
2-5.
Those are languages that the scholars could read. They were Semitic languages. They belong to a language family that where the codes could be cracked. Whereas Sumerian
It's hard to go down, right? Eventually it's hard to go down.
without those translations done by later cultures who nevertheless had contact with, we would not be able to read those texts at all.
Were these later cultures able to decipher
For me,
the
though,
beginning of humanity?
sometimes, you know, if the right
Sumero-Akkadian
50 cent
researcher
$1
and
game
author
is the
of
same as a
8 books
1-2
regarding
game.
Sumerian
It's the same
translations,
as a 2-5
Anton
game.
Parks,
It's not
believes
until you
that
get
for
the 5-10
hundreds of years,
online.
we have been translating these tablets wrong.
This doesn't apply. But it's usually 1-2 anyways. Actually, the higher the blinds, the better it is for my game. I think. I'm not interested. The last time I played though, I was fortunate enough. The guy stayed for me, and I made him. I made myself $400 on. I made him $400.
Have to argue that. That's fair. Yeah, no worries. Just can't get balls or
Have a good night. Sleep well.
It's a term that was later transcribed as garden during the Hellenistic era. If we go back to the original translation in the Sumerian tablets, it says, "The men who serve the gods work for them in the garden and are treated like animals." It is a very clear and recurrent theme. They are slaves who serve the divine community. In Hebraic texts, we understand that the humans seem happy in this so-called paradise, which is, in fact, more like a concentration camp, according to Sumerian texts. In my translations, we also discovered the word Karsad, which translated to City of the Gods. It's interesting that all the highest points in Turkey are named Karadağ, which strangely resembles Karsad.
Karadağ translates to Black Mountain and also refers to the highest mountains in Turkey. The only summit with the name Karadağ that is close to the Mesopotamian plain and tributary of the Tigris, and only a few kilometers from the Euphrates, stands 29 kilometers south of the city Sirt and 19 kilometers southwest of the city of Ur. Is this the paradise described in the Sumerian text?
I'm sorry I did that.
Jerry sent me images of this site from Google Earth.
Yeah.
And at the back, on the mountainside, there is a little plain.
I thought they were just cool glasses.
This is where I think the Garden of Eden of the Gods was located based on my translation of the text.
The Garden of Eden was where the 4 rivers emerged from, 2 of which are easily identified as the Euphrates and the Tigris, which do indeed obviously flow through modern Iraq and empty out into the Arabian Sea. But they rise in southeast Turkey. And the other two rivers can be identified as rivers that also rise in southeast to eastern Turkey. All of these rivers emerge in the same general part of the world, which we know today as either eastern or southeastern Turkey.
With the decoding of the Sumerian cuneiforms and the location of these four rivers, could this be the actual location for the Garden of Eden? The closest paved road to the proposed location is Highway 5651. As easy as it may seem to get to this location to excavate, scholars and archaeologists consider this area highly politically unstable, and it has remained untouched. All we have at the moment is the language to decode from the Sumerian cuneiforms, the cuneiforms that describe a different kind of paradise. These 10 tablets, according to Anton Parks, tell the Sumerian version of how the Garden of Eden was created.
Lorsque les dieux sumériens sont arrivés sur Terre, ils se sont établis sur cette terre.
From my translations, I discovered when the Sumerian gods arrived on Earth, they settled on this mountain in order to create a colony and be able to survive. Apparently, they suffered damage and ended up on this mountain because of a war, and they found shelter. Many experts believe that they came from the Pleiades star cluster. My opinion is that they came from there. Maybe the war broke out around there. But I really believe that this is where the Anunnaz were created. During this conflict, on one side you have a matriarchal regime, and on the other side, a patriarchal one, with all these new gods. There are conflicts in space, those new landscapes. Like it says on the genealogy of the land tablet. These gods are going to change the way life gets implanted on Earth. The gods are going to create new conditions for life to bloom, for their colony to thrive.
Maybe not even half that size. It's good size.
But who are these gods that hope to make Earth their home?
The Epic of Atrahasis and others, they talk about that the Earth was actually administered by a conference of gods, or a group of gods, in an assembly. It wasn't just one god. Yeah, they would have like their equivalent of the prime minister or the CEO who would be in charge of this group, Enlil, Enki, that were the primary members of this Congress there.
Well, Enki and Enlil in the Sumerian system are an interesting pair. Enlil is this rather sort of overarching, domineering, angry, dangerous entity. And he doesn't really care about humanity. Humanity are not very important to him. But then we have Enki, the trickster, and the god of wisdom, actually. And he does care about humanity. And he intervenes on the human level.
They are called gods, but they were humanoid beings of a rather reptilian type. The text of Eden that I translated depict clearly and quite frequently the reptilian features of the gods. I personally estimate that the gods arrived approximately 300,000 years ago. And this derives from the fact that Homo sapiens arrived shortly after. I say this because throughout the text, genetics and the transformation of the human being are recurrent themes. The two particles that compose the word Eden are E, which means home, and Din, or Tin, which is life. But indeed, they are not alone. Humans are already on Earth. Who are these human beings?
If the Sumerian gods realized that they were not alone, what might have been their interaction with these kinds of humans?
What can be noted in the Sumerian tablets, when they clearly speak of creating workers to serve the Anunnaz, the main geneticist is always Enki. He works with the genome that is on the planet to create a new kind of human. He is usually helped by priestesses that we often call the Mentees, who are the priestesses of life. They know how to clone with him. He can change the human genomes according to what Enlil asks of him, which would be left-brained, well-disciplined humans.
when we look at the Sumerian tradition, it is a group of beings rather than one being that creates humankind. So it is not a single creator, but a group of intelligent, technologically advanced beings. Where the Sumerian creation varies from the Christian traditions, for example, and some of the native traditions, is in the Sumerian traditions, humankind began with the sacrifice of the life of an advanced being, of a god from Sumeria, so that that god's DNA, or the blood is what the texts say, could be mixed with the elements of the earth to create the first viable human.
These are the people who have the knowledge to clone. They can clone themselves and then humans. In the text it says they take the genes from their opponents, who they consider inferior, who they name as Kingu. They use their blood and they will go on to create a new human who is going to serve them with these genes.
Researchers like Greg Braden stumbled across some research that has connected the Sumerian translations to an actual genetic change in our chromosomes.
Shedding new light on these creation stories is with the mystery of human chromosome number 2. Human chromosome number 2 is the second largest chromosome in the human body. It forms about 8% of DNA in every cell. And what makes it such a mystery is that it appears to be the result of an ancient fusion of pre-existing chromosomes from primates that have been fused in a very precise way, and the fusion site has been modified and stabilized so that human chromosome number 2 is optimized for us today. This has happened in a way that cannot be explained by evolution as we know it today. Now, why is this important? Human chromosome number 2 contains the genes that largely set us apart from all other forms of life. The cortex of the human brain that gives us the ability for things like logic, empathy, sympathy, compassion, the ability to consciously trigger conscious states of self-healing within our bodies. These are possible because of what has happened with human chromosome number 2.
Could chromosome number 2 be the work of a master geneticist, otherwise known as Enki from the Sumerian text?
Justement, à tout moment, il peut aussi clandestinement changer le code humain.
It is said that Enki secretly modifies the human genes by group or by location and imbues some humans with a knowledge that is different, to the point where the other gods turn against him. His experiment will change the human genes to enlighten mankind. And throughout this cloning process that the Anunnaki and Enlil are overlooking, I think that some humans filter through all of this and start becoming independent.
Anton Parks points out that this is something that the gods did not expect from these new humans, that keeps appearing in the ancient texts, and that is the human ability to be more than just slaves. This forms a division of the gods, a division that causes a war that has set the tone for humanity today.
There are certain very interesting parallels with the story of the Sumerian origin of modern humanity and what we see in modern dialogues about AI.
Humans fancy that there's something special about the way we perceive the world, and yet we live in loops as tight and as closed as the hosts do. Seldom questioning our choices, content for the most part to be told what to do next.
We now have the rebooted Westworld, in which something that originated as the idea of a robotic consciousness turns into essentially a flesh and blood creation, which is then infused with a consciousness, thus asking the question, if they can reproduce, if they are self-aware, is this not the next level of humanity?
An interesting and very important name in the biblical text and the Sumerian text is the word Adam from the Garden of Eden. Extensive tests have been conducted to see where this word came from, consistently looking for Hebrew roots. But it is a Sumerian word, which means animals. Again, we understand that human beings were considered to be animals by the Sumerian gods, and this is where lies the conflict between two gods, Enki and Enlil. Enki wants to treat them like the other gods.
These two Sumerian gods have a conflict over the use of humans, and it is to be the root of the biblical story of the serpent in the garden. As the story unravels, the riddle starts with the origin of the word Satan, or Satan in English.
Satan in Sumerian means the administrator. For years, everybody has been looking to find where this word came from. Books revolve around this issue. It is a Sumerian term. I don't understand how nobody saw it. It is very clear. We find it in ancient lexicons. Enlil is often referred to as the Great Satan, the Master Administrator. In the Sumerian text, Enlil systematically asked Enki to go negotiate and talk with humans. He is always the one to deal with them. Remember, he is a humanoid with reptilian features. And in Sumerian tablets, he is always, or very often, called the Serpent, just like in the Bible. He is the only one that the humans are going to see. And when they see him, they see a serpent-like humanoid. I reckon this is why he is called the Serpent in the Garden. He is a friend of the humans.
In the biblical text, the serpent tempts Eve with an apple from the forbidden tree of knowledge. Yahweh, or God, from the Bible, forbids the humans in the garden to partake from this tree. According to Parks, the Sumerian version of this story translates Yahweh, or the biblical God, into the great Satan, which according to Sumerian text is Enlil, and the serpent in the garden as Enki, who has become a friend of the humans.
It is interesting to wonder why the serpent in Sumerian text, just like in the Bible, comes to the woman. I think there are two reasons. The first one is that I think the woman was more accessible and available when she was in the garden. Therefore, he was more often around women who were collecting food for the colony. The second reason is that I think women are the future of mankind. They raise their children, they transmit their knowledge to their children. Enki is going to tell the women the secret of tool making. This is expressed as niche in Sumerian, which means tree. This means for the first time, mankind could have two sides of the tool. The side is fundamentally good so that they can take care of themselves, and the tool that is fundamentally bad, which they could use to defend themselves. One could wonder why Enki insists on getting this particular secret through to the humans. Well, he has the desire to set them free.
If indeed the knowledge that Enki portrays to the humans is a tool, is this an actual ancient weapon that some believe certain organizations are looking for? Or is this Enki teaching the humans about the infinite abilities they possess through their DNA?
There's a spectacular scene where humans take up arms and go up the mountain of the gods to revolt, and even maybe try to kill all the gods. What happens is an abomination. They put back on track the few survivors. Indeed, from what we can grasp from his personality, Enki was all about peace and wouldn't use tools in order to kill, as he was perfectly aware of what would happen. So this scene of humans rebelling against the gods is quite special, and it cannot be found anywhere in the Bible. Each time I see the first movie of the Planet of the Apes, it makes me think of this story. Let's put this back into context. Replace the apes with reptilian gods, and you have the exact same story. It is the exact same story. It stayed somewhere in our brain, and this is why we can find similar elements in movies. We can find similarities as well in human behavior.
Could this situation be the biblical fall of man? Some scholars, like Graham Hancock, believe that free will to decide was the real purpose of Enki's intervention.
We are here at this plane, at this level of existence, to learn the lessons of duality, to make choices between good and evil. And it's very clear in the ancient Egyptian system that those choices were important and that they would define us ultimately and set out the route map for our immortal destiny in a way. I would say that in Enki and Enlil we are looking at a dualistic pair. And what's interesting about that dualism is its intense focus on the future of humanity and what happens to us. That matters to Enki. It doesn't matter to Enlil. The Sumerian problem is that we don't know where the Sumerians came from or who they were, their language. I mean, we have endless Sumerian artifacts and endless Sumerian tablets, but their language is actually not related structurally to any other known language family. It's completely isolated and unique.
But could the Sumerian problem have been a way for Yahweh to install his own rules so the humans would not revolt again? Is this why we don't find any of these translations anywhere else, and why we have the establishment and religious beliefs surrounding our existence today?
Finalement, la Genèse, c'est pas si clair que ça, qu'elle aurait été
The book of Genesis was really written between 200 and 300 BC. It is important to know that the Bible, where we find the most complete book of Genesis, is dated from 400 AC, which brings us to this idea, that when scholars are compiling the book of Genesis, they must have made a choice. A deliberate choice to keep or take out some elements in order to make the Bible as we know it today.
Is it possible that modern-day religion and government structure have been mistranslating our human past to keep us under the control of Enlil or Yahweh? Experts like Billy Carson still believe that the knowledge from these gods were able to further our human imprint on this planet.
When you look into the ancient Sumerian tablets, they talk about these gods that came here to Earth and basically rose them to a high level of civilization and taught them everything that they know. Now, these gods didn't do the labor themselves, but they imparted this wisdom and information onto the humans that actually did the labor.
Could these gods have created us in their likeness? Was the Garden of Eden the beginning for not only the gods' reign on earth, but also humans? And could the constant search for the Garden of Eden be a programmed loop we hope to understand?
The symbolism is very important in our sense of ourselves collectively and personally. There is something lost. We don't know quite what it is, but the story suggests it's the lost connection with the transcendence. And so we wish we could go back, not only to the Garden of Eden, but in other ways, go back to some earlier time. Nothing is more significant in the received wisdom than the story of the Garden of Eden.
Graham Hancock believes that not all is lost when you look to other ancient texts that tell a similar story.
What's dynamite in the Gnostic system is that the Gnostics believe that we have been hoodwinked, that entity that we have been taught to call God and worship is no such thing.
Up next, we unearth the Nag Hammadi and the Gnostic version of the Garden of Eden.
Tonight here at Penticton. Boy, oh boy. Doesn't get any better than this, really, does it? Folks? Where's the sound? Sound check. There we go. Got it? Just kick it up a bit. It's like 8:41.
Crazy how you make it all alright.
Here's this 2021.
You crush me with the things you do.
the fact that the golden ratio basically keeps it in check and keeps it going in certain directions. We'll be able to provide a lot of new technology even today. So discoveries ancient civilizations recording information like this and doing it in such a way that
Could the ancient Gnostic texts be explaining not only the Creator, but the frequency in which the Creator exists through mathematics and quantum physics?
Third dimension is what we consider to be the holographic reality. It's not just me saying this, it's a lot of scientists have come forward quantum physics, quantum mechanics, stating that the nature of the reality of the universe itself appears to be holographic in nature. So what scientists did, they did an experiment called the double slit experiment. Two tiny microscopic slits and they put photons and they shot these photons through these slits. But when they tried to look at it, the photon created a wave pattern on the back wall of the slit. They said, how can this be? How can individual photons create a wave pattern? So they went back and started looking at the camera to see how the photons were going through these slits to create a wave pattern. They wanted to know how that could be. But when they did that, when they looked, they created a digital pattern on the back wall. So all of a sudden, it was a wow moment. The actual prospect of looking, in other words, conscious intervention can change the matter, can change the shape of the universe. So basically, it tells us that consciousness is really what is all that exists in the universe. The universe is pure consciousness. And what consciousness has actually done, it has actually recreated itself, or it actually split itself into pieces to experience itself subjectively. So consciousness wants to go out and it wants to create. And what it has done, it has gone out with these energies and has created subjectively humans, planets, galaxies, so that it can experience itself from another perspective. This is what we take from consciousness level to be so physically reasonable.
think that there was a programmed blockage which was performed on the human brain. What is interesting about great myths, whether it is for Native Americans or for Africans, very much as well, is that they have the ability to constantly recite those myths, their history, so as not to forget. Some people, the Hebrews as well, probably, have managed to have this ability to pass on information across generations.
Could there really be a molecule that blocks our true remembering of who we are? Was this a programmed manipulation of our genetic code? This might explain our constant search for where we as humans originated from and who or what might be God.
The Garden of Eden to the Gnostics of God, so to speak. So this is before time and space. It's the circle.
Are you looking to buy a quality watch for under $200?
Nowhere.
We were just like you. We had a hard time finding a watch that
exists within what the Gnostics refer to as the pleroma, which means fullness.
Après, il est difficile d'imaginer.
It's hard to imagine where the pleroma could be located with our current point of view. Some say that it is linked to dimensions, but I think that inherently the idea of pleroma is more linked to frequency, another frequency.
If we go back to our understanding of quantum physics and the creation of matter, could this frequency transcend into our physical universe today? And how do the Gnostic texts explain this?
There's a pre-existent tension in the pleroma where the archetypal deities or archangels almost demand their expression or substantiation within the playing fields of creation itself, because they pre-exist in this state of light, but they almost need to express these ideal forms that they represent. So what Sophia, the myth, kind of represents is the urge for them to create themselves.
The goddess Sophia, the Aeon, Sophia, whose name of course means wisdom. And she enters a trance-like dream state. And in that dream state, she envisages a singularity, the anthropos, humanity.
So she exits the pleroma and then falls into a state of deficiency. And in that state of deficiency, she splits. So there's a higher version of Sophia that remains in the pleroma, which is kind of like her celestial twin. And then the lower Sophia exits. It becomes the physical universe, the cosmic, the soul of the world, which is deficient because now evil is introduced into that, or a deficiency or a corruption.
As a result of that fall, tearing through the layers and levels of reality, is created the entity that the Gnostics call the demiurge. And he is also the creator of the physical earth and of the beings who dwell upon it. It is Sophia's work that inserted into the heart of humanity, deep within us, is this divine spark, that we are fundamentally creatures of spirit immersed in matter.
If Sophia is the creator of our divine spark, then could the demiurge be the creator of the matter we exist in? Is he the architect of our reality?
The demiurge becomes a representation of Sophia's irrational passions. So Sophia's irrational passions takes on the form of the demiurge, which also becomes the rulers of the archons.
According to Graham Hancock, the demiurge is what humans might refer to as the biblical God or creator of the universe. And this creator created himself, angels or demons, depending on how you look at it. And these archons help keep order in the universe.
The goddess Sophia is incarnated in the earth itself, but the earth is the domain of the demiurge. And the project of the demiurge is to get rid of that divine spark in humanity, to snuff it out, to stamp it out forever, so that we become entirely his creatures.
The archons, which were created by the demiurge, according to the Gnostic text, stand between the human race and the great architect himself. In most cases, they are considered to be semi-hostile angels and demons.
The demiurge's motives were not that good, according to the Gnostics. And then the demiurge put and created these archons to be in charge of making sure that the universe stays intact as a prison for souls.
Every generation is a step lower, further from the perfect monad holiness, and they created worlds of their own. Now, they were only one step above pure evil, so these were corrupted worlds.
In the Gnostic text, specifically the Apocryphon of John, it gives a detailed account of the various archons. In this chapter, it suggests there are 7.
These actually correspond very nicely with the 7 planets. And the actual names of the planets in our tradition have very different names when they are called archons in the Gnostic tradition. Saturn in the Gnostic tradition is called Yaldabaoth or Samael. Jupiter is called Iao. Mars is called Sabaoth. Venus is called Astaphanos. The Sun is called Adonaios. Mercury is called Elios. And the Moon is called Horaios. We now have astrology where planets appear to have influences on the personality that vary from one to the other. We then have this opportunity to understand there is a ghost in the machine. Something is going on that takes the apparent mundane reality of life on its surface veneer level. And you look past that veneer and you see that there is an organized plan in place.
Could the ghost in the system be the energy of Sophia reincarnating herself into goddess archetypes? And could these concepts of the demiurge and the archons coincide with some of the motivations of the characters in the Sumerian text?
This world is completely offset compared to our way of thinking. It really seems like science fiction. When we watch science fiction movies nowadays, we can find that the same themes are being explored. In Egyptian Gnostic texts, we find a recurrent main character. She is called Sophia. And this Sophia will become Tiamat, Tiamata from the Sumerian text. Tiamata can be decomposed in Ti, Ama, and Ta. The latter is not always added. In very concrete terms, it means Lady of Life. Ama is lady, and Ti is life. It is interesting to see that, right off, we get that she is a supreme goddess. Then we can actually find her in different mythologies. Tiamat is the archetype of the mother goddess, and as Sophia's spokesperson, is all-powerful. And according to the Sumerian text, she is going to create herself a lineage of females that we call Amashatun. This could be translated to the lizard mothers. In the Sumerian text, I think it's important to note that the Sophia energy is going to create a new being named An. You should know that the An particle also means the sky. That character is then going to create a people we find in Sumerian text. It is important to note that gods were created in artificial matrices. An creates Enki, and then Enki creates another son, who will become An's spokesperson for his agenda. His name is Enlil, and he will ceaselessly be against Enki in order to impede him and his knowledge from getting out to the humans. As soon as An steps in, things are going to change. We can see that An wants to overthrow the matriarchal royalty and enforce his own rule. This marks an important separation in the history of the Sumerian gods and of the gods in general. On the one hand, there is the matriarchal energy with Tiamat, with Sophia's energy. And on the other hand, these new gods, fresh out of the matrices, male gods who are going to revolt against Tiamat. We see Enlil going to fight Tiamat, enforcing his power. And this is what we find in the Enuma Elish.
The Sumerian texts suggest that Tiamata was defeated by Enlil, and he takes over as ruler to instill the principles of the false god. In the Gnostic text, however, it suggests that the Sophia energy that embodied Tiamata was not defeated, but rather ignored, and the knowledge of her existence was taken over by the knowledge of the demiurge. The Gnostic texts explain to us that we have been under the influence of this great archon who is not the true creator he fashions himself to be. And because of this, we suffer greatly under our own false reality. But the Sumerian texts remind us that throughout this battle of humanity, there's given to us an ally by the name of Enki, who fights to keep the Sophia frequency alive.
It is important to know that the so-called Gnostic texts, the ones from Nag Hammadi, were all excavated in Egypt. That is crucial information because the character of Enki lived for a while in ancient Mesopotamia, but after a while was in such disagreement with Enlil that he left for Egypt. He attempted civilizing mankind. He is then found under the name of Osiris. These archives, probably created by Enki, usually depict events that took place prior to the ones that we find in Sumerian texts. They are about the creation before creation itself.
There is a return of Sophia to the Logos, or the Godhead. And when that return happens, it is described as being this incredible burst of light that actually changes the very fabric of the bodies themselves. This to me sounds like another example of the widespread prophecies that we see of this energy release from the sun. The Greek and Roman philosophers often called it ekpyrosis, a massive fiery release from the sun. So when we're looking at this story of Sophia and her redemption, it seems that it is another example of the prophecies that go all the way back to the Greek texts, the Hindu texts, in which we go through some sort of massive transformation, and this sort of fallen state of our solar system or humanity is then brought up to a higher spiritual level in some way.
Could the Gnostic texts be supporting the meaning behind the Sumerian creation story? If the Gnostic texts are able to explain our possible beginning as humans and our current state of simulated reality, why do we still feel lost in the system? And will all this understanding of who we are and why we are here return?
The story of the fallen Sophia does appear to mirror the story of each of us in terms of how we have become blinded to the afterlife, we become blinded to higher consciousness. We don't really understand if we're going to live again or if we have lived before. We don't understand if there's a purpose and a plan for our lives and for the greater universe.
It's hidden. You can't really perceive it. It hasn't become substantiated yet. It's becoming substantiated through this life process that we're living, which is kind of like, I like to think that we live in the greatest story ever told. Like all these myths we're living it right now. It's a living mythology. And it's also a collective universe. It's all integrated. Like there's nothing, the only thing that separates us from each other and from nature and from the divine is our own misguided perception.
Our misguided perception may have been the work of the ancient gods, but there is more evidence to support that the original creators of the Garden of Eden might have planted a seed on Earth.
It's as though something slipped past the redactors in the Bible. A little bit of truth came through, instead of all the lies that the demiurge has spread.
Up next, the Tree of Life and its imprint on the world.
We're here today to announce the first synthetic cell. As soon as we had these two sequences, we thought, if this is supposed to be the smallest genome of a self-replicating species, could there be even a smaller genome? Could we understand the basis of cellular life at the genetic level?
On May 21st, 2010, this historic announcement was made by Craig Venter on the first fully functioning, reproducing cell controlled by synthetic DNA. Every protein of this cell was based on a synthetic code they had developed. As exciting as this was for bringing in a new era of science, the question was posed, then what is life if we can just create it through a code? There are some experts that have suggested that an ancient blueprint was left behind. In 1929, an American archaeologist named Matthew William Sterling began suspecting that artifacts emerging out of Mexico belonged to a time much earlier than the suspected Olmecs. He concluded that these artifacts were actually Mayan. In 1941, Sterling unearthed a large stone monument in the Mesoamerican site of Chiapas, Mexico. He named this Stela 5.
And Stela 5 is a description, it's a sketch of exactly the type of world tree that keeps showing up in different forms all over the world in every indigenous culture you look for. One of the things that's a very common element we see in the Mayan version, which is birds that are nesting in the tree. Then there's also the belief that the upper part of the tree sort of represents the tangible, manifest world, and then the area of the tree that goes below the surface of the earth represents the underworld.
The Mayan tree of life depicts the oneness of humanity, that we all come from the same root and that we've branched out to become many.
The Mayan tree of life may not look like a coded depiction for the human genome. However, researchers started mapping its imagery. They counted 12 human figures, a dozen animals, over 25 botanical or inanimate objects, and 9 stylized deity masks carved into the stone. Given the multiple overlapping scenes, it appears to be a narrative. But what is the narrative? And could Sterling's suggestion that these images belonged to a much older culture be just the beginning of its origin?
Well, let's go back to the Garden of Eden. In the Garden of Eden, there are actually 2 trees of significance. One of them is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which Adam and Eve eat from, thus entering into a state where they may begin to make responsible choices for which they will have to bear the costs. And the other is the tree of life. When the demiurge drives Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden, he states his motive. And the motive is kind of eerie. He says, this has to be done. They have to be driven out of the Garden of Eden. They've eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The next thing they will do is eat of the tree of life. And then they will become gods like us. That statement is actually in Genesis. What on earth is going on there? What does that mean? Is there some deeply buried secret of transcendence that demiurgic and archonic forces have concealed from us from so long? Is there a tree of life? Is there something beyond what we think of as the span of human life? Some eternity that is offered to us?
One meaning that people give to it is that it was the tree that leads to physical immortality. If you look at the old Mesopotamian writings, one of the big conflicts between humans and the gods was the gods did not want humanity to have immortality. Most people interpret that to be physical immortality, that we live and die too soon, goes too quickly. And meanwhile, the gods were said to have lived 20,000 years or 50,000 years or longer, so why not humans? And the idea was that humans were perhaps programmed that way to die more quickly, so they couldn't be like the gods. And so the tree of life, by that interpretation, would be that this is the formula, or this is the knowledge for how you attain that much longer time span physically.
One of the greatest mysteries of the Sumerian civilization and the artifacts that have been found from that civilization is the ancient Sumerian kings list. They identified the time of the Great Flood that is almost universal in every indigenous tradition I've ever studied. And the length of time of the rulers from that time until more present times is right on. It is very accurate. And where this gets really interesting, the names of the rulers, the time that they ruled on earth, the lengths of their reigns are all within reason. Prior to that time, we're looking at kings who are said to have ruled for periods of time of thousands and thousands of years. So for example, the very first king listed is said to have ruled for 28,000 years.
Could these Sumerian gods or rulers have been able to live for 28,000 years at some point? Or is this just another meaning for something else carved into the stone?
Another interpretation of the tree of life is that it meant the awareness of spiritual immortality, that humans kind of go through this lifetime, they go through this between lives, and there's a memory loss, and then they get reincarnated, and they've forgotten all the past, and so now they feel like, oh, life is just 70, 80, 90 years, not realizing, no, it's this whole continuum that goes back thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years.
Alors dans les textes sumériens,
in Sumerian Eden texts, just like in the Bible, we find two trees: the tree of life and the tree of good and evil. The tree of life refers to eternal life. As far as the truly inaccessible tree of life is concerned, it relates to ways for people to achieve transcendence. This way, people can truly liberate themselves.
The Mayan Tree of Life stone and the Garden of Eden Tree of Life aren't the only references that represent this same concept. In fact, throughout many cultures, it is found depicted in almost the same way.
The Mayan Tree of Life is a very good example of the concept of the cosmic tree, the tree from which life and creation emerges from. It was seen to exist essentially in the centre of the world. Out from it went the four different directions, each of which had four different colours associated with them, and in each of those directions there were different clans and tribes. This shouldn't be seen in isolation, because all the way around the world we have similar ideas of these world trees or cosmic trees.
The tree of life is a symbol that's found in many cultures and civilizations down through history all over the world. The ancient Norse civilization in Europe had the sacred tree Yggdrasil, and they believed it connected the world of the gods with the world of humans and then down to the underworld. The ancient Indian spiritual text, the Bhagavad Gita, speaks of a tree of life with its roots going up and its branches going down. The essential thing to understand is that the real self is the conscious self, and the physical body, be it a human body or a plant body or an animal body, is a vehicle for that conscious self, which originally existed as a divine spark on the higher level of reality. This is one of the main Gnostic teachings. So that means as long as there has been a material world, human beings and other conscious selves have been part of the tree of life here for millions or even billions of years.
If there is a universal tree of life depiction in almost all these different cultures, then how do we decipher the code in its branches?
Hamlet's Mill describes a continuity that seems almost impossible to believe between mythologies all over the world. In fact, they combine 35 different, geographically isolated, in most cases, mythological traditions and showed that there was an underlying commonality between them all. Now, one of the common things that you hear about at Hamlet's Mill is this idea of a mill for grinding grain, where there is a central axis, and then you have this millstone with a rod going through it. There's a hole in the middle of the millstone, and you grind it around in circles, and it grinds up the grain into flour. Now, the strange thing is that this mythology shows up in different ways around the world, and one of the most common ways that Santayana and Van de Ven talk about is the world tree. So instead of it being the actual axle of a mill for grinding grain, now you have the central trunk of a tree. And the tree is actually something that fits into this same mythological concept that Santayana and Van de Ven are talking about. So what is the mythological concept? The myths almost always describe some sort of spontaneous metamorphosis of the human being.
But how does a human form spontaneously? Is it possible that the tree represents an even deeper understanding of how we were created as humans?
According to my research, the tree of life depicts the frequency that DNA oscillates at. Everything is made out of frequency or vibration. The wall behind me is all vibration. You could stick your hand through it if you were able to match that vibration. All genetics have a vibratory signature that can be picked up by technology. And in the secret space programs, they're able to use this type of frequency to detect different types of life just by their genetic frequency.
If DNA has its own frequency, then how can it be manipulated and changed?
We are gods, we forget this connection. And the more you understand that, the more you actually become aware of your position in life. I think that's where the interaction is between the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. One leads to the other. Now, if you follow that through in terms of genetics, the more you come to understand who you are as a temple and as a god, you begin to alter the chemical structure of your own DNA. It actually starts to alter who you are. That's just something we now know in modern physics. So in a way, you can see it as a tree of life because it means that you actually are altering your very own DNA. Your own thoughts and your own belief patterns do alter your DNA. It only takes a small change in the local electromagnetic environment to alter the information received by DNA.
Were the gods afraid that we could be able to manipulate our own DNA? And if so, could the tree symbology be a blueprint for this inevitable knowledge?
The world tree symbology also has a very interesting parallel in actual physics. Only recently have we really started to understand the value and the significance of the torus, the spherical torus. If you have a vector moving through a fluid medium, meaning if you just have a force moving through a fluid, as that force moves, it will naturally cause a torus to form. The torus is the curling of the fluid as a vector moves through it. We see in physical systems like the atom, that the atom is a series of toroidal shells of electrons that are all concentric with a nucleus. In much the same way, the world tree appears to have layers of onion-like shells.
If the tree of life is a representation of DNA on a deeper level, where can this be decoded in ancient texts?
The closest thing I believe on the planet right now that you might be able to come across is the original Hebrew language, which, when you begin to examine it, has 22 letters matching
all of these other ancient occult secrets, and those 22 letters each equate to a number value. And because of that, you can construct words that have a numerical value or a mathematical relationship with their surroundings. I think that's the last surviving kind of piece that shows us what that language was like. And no, it's not perfect by any means, but the fact that you can literally construct mathematical equations out of words and the words make sense, and that these mathematical equations interact harmonically with our surroundings is the great occult secret. That's the occult secret that every occult group has been searching for forever, and the reason why the Tree of Life, for example, where you have 22 paths and each equate to one of the Hebrew letters, is the basis of most of their occult teachings. What we know about DNA today, that they're still discovering new things every single day, but we know that the female and the male human body share 22 chromosomes. The 23rd are the sex chromosomes that make us different. The 22 is what's interesting because DNA is created in a spiral, and spirals naturally transmit fractal energy. What's even more interesting is that when you begin to examine a lot of the ancient cultures who were building these megalithic monuments, for instance, the pyramids at Egypt, there are 22 pyramids along the Causeway of Peace, not the 3 that they always show. There are 22. And when you begin to study the occult, especially the Western occult tradition that came up through the Knights Templar and into the Freemasons and into Crowley's group and the OTO, you begin to learn that the 22 trumps of the tarot also match the 22 paths on the Tree of Life, which also match the 22 pyramids, and they all have the same vibrational frequency. That's fascinating.
Interestingly enough, the Mayan Tree of Life carved into Stela 5 and its depictions throughout Mayan culture also has a strange correlation to the number 22.
When I was in the Yucatan working with the Mayan elders, there was an elder that came out and we were having a conversation, and he said, "It's easier if I show you." It begins with many branches of the tree above, and it represents the 13 heavens that we aspire to. Below, the root system represents what they call the 9 levels of the underworld. 9 hells is what the Western tradition would call them. And the area in between is Earth.
Could the Tree of Life really be a secret code for our physical existence on the planet? Could it explain our material existence in this density?
If you look at the idea that the planets are not just being held by some strange combination of centrifugal and centripetal force, but there is some sort of greater emanation from the sun that's holding them in place because their orbits should not be so consistent over so many thousands of years. And this is what mainstream scientists have said. They've had a big problem trying to figure out why do the planets not lose energy and crash into the sun. I've often modeled this idea that the planets themselves are on spherical layers. There's a spherical force field holding each planet in place, and that's what determines its orbit. Which means if you looked at our solar system from the perspective of the afterlife, you would see a series of concentric spheres with a central axis, and it would look like a tree. And what I find really interesting about this is that PMH Atwater, in one of her books, describes her own near-death experience, where when she got thrown out of her body into the solar system, she saw a phenomenon of what looked like a series of umbrellas of energy. And the central stalk of the umbrella was where the sun is. Well, that's the world tree. The ancient beings seem to have left behind mythologies like the world tree on purpose, because they get us a lot closer to understanding how physics really works, the ubiquity of the spherical torus in any type of energetic system you're looking at, biological, cellular life, molecules, the energy fields of planets, the energy fields of the solar system, even the energy fields of galaxies appear to have these spherical toroidal shapes in them. So it's a trail of breadcrumbs leading us down a very interesting line of investigation. And when you start to understand this, you can no longer look at these inscriptions and see them as primitive. You say, there's something going on here that's very powerful.
If the ancient gods were afraid that humans would eat from the tree of life, and they were successful, could someone or something have picked up on this trail of breadcrumbs and have created their own version of our DNA? Reporter Linda Moulton Howe discovered some shocking links to specifically the Mayan tree of life and a DNA manipulation.
It was back in the early 1980s. I was in New York. It was another one of those phone calls, can I talk to you about? And this person, a man, said that he had worked for the Central Intelligence Agency, retired. And he traveled with another CIA colleague. And their destination was New Delhi in India. And they were given detailed instructions upon landing at the airport, maps, and he said it was really necessary that they went into this detail. He said, in that work, going to India, knowing that we are dealing with actual preserved material related to ET technology in the body, he said we also were told that the last major manipulation of DNA in already evolving primates on this planet, exactly as I had seen in that presidential briefing paper at Kirtland, was in Bhutan, in the Himalayas, 5,000 years different ages. He said, I think the last was 2,500 years ago. And that was the creation of hybrids between Bhutanese and something else, and that we know, and he said, we have proof, that the hybrids in Bhutan were picked up by craft, UFOs, and flown to what we would today call the Yucatan Peninsula on the Gulf of Mexico. Then that was the Mayan civilization created in a hybridized program by even extraterrestrial biological entities, and they were put down in the Yucatan Peninsula to keep them away from every other hybridization program that they had on the Earth, which included putting hybrids in the tops of mountains, putting hybrids on islands, peninsulas, to keep their experiments on the Earth separate. The tree of life, at least this is my just basic understanding, that the tree of life in any culture's history has related to, we'll call it elites, who may have actually been handed information down from something, that we are a created species. But in religions, the creation of humans is allocated to a godhead.
I view DNA as an analog coding molecule. And when we sequence the DNA, we're converting that analog code into digital code. The ones and zeros in the computer, very similar to the dots and dashes that Schrödinger indicated might be the original code. And I call this process digitizing biology.
If Craig Venter and his institute are correct, does this mean our code is part of a larger database or system? Is the tree of life the representation of the database we live in, or an invitation to free ourselves from the code?
The tree of life has also been sometimes interpreted to maybe mean certain drugs that give you insight. For example, we know that certain drugs were used to gain psychedelic experiences, to try to gain insight into other realms. Ayahuasca is a very commonly talked about drug today, and that the tree of life may have actually been the source of one of these drugs that then gives this insight during life into these other realms.
Interestingly, in ancient Egypt, the tree of life, which is found in many scenes. For example, there's a fabulous scene on one of the walls of the Temple of Karnak at Luxor in Upper Egypt, which shows the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, the inventor of writing. He's the Egyptian counterpart of Enki, as a matter of fact. The god Thoth is beside the tree, and he's writing a name on a little object that's hanging from the tree. And off to the other side, you see the pharaoh Seti I, who reigned about 1400 BC. And what Thoth is doing is he's writing the name of Seti I on the tree of life. What he's saying is, you have been justified in the judgment. Now you have earned the life of millions of years. This becomes all the more interesting when we look botanically at the ancient Egyptian tree of life. It happens that a very good friend of mine, Dennis McKenna, who's the brother of the late great Terence McKenna. Dennis is an ethnopharmacologist. He knows his trees. He's very experienced and knowledgeable in this area, and he's worked on this subject, and he's identified the ancient Egyptian tree of life as Acacia nilotica, which, it so happens, is a tree, the bark of which contains large quantities of the most powerful hallucinogen known to humanity, dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which, interestingly, is a natural brain hormone as well. We all produce DMT in the body. A lot of research has gone on into this. What's it doing there? It's present normally in sub-psychedelic quantities. But why is it generated in the human body at all, and where is it generated? And there's more and more of a focus on the pineal gland, the third eye, as a place where DMT manifests. It's fascinating that out of the realm of plants, with the molecule DMT involved, the very molecule that is associated with the ancient Egyptian tree of life, we have these teachings of how we are to function in this university of duality, and how we can be nurturing and positive presences in that universe rather than negative ones. How, in fact, we can detach ourselves from the demiurge and approach the realm of spirit much better.
Could the tree of life hold a fruit of which we could see beyond our created world? Could these ancient representations give us the tools we need to break our third-dimensional prison? Some experts, like Jack Carey, believe the ancient humans tapped into a tool that defied the ancient gods.
Imagine a species that has developed a language that is so potent that it literally uses the laws of harmonic resonance in order to create instantaneous change in your surroundings.
Up next, the revolt of early man and the Tower of Babel.
I am so thankful for the day. Very thankful. It's a good day. Tomorrow's another day. Today is what we got, though. This is what we work with.
In August of 2012,
That's a good one.
a research team helmed by Clinton Atkinson of the University of Auckland in New Zealand utilized certain algorithmic methods which analyzed phonetics from over 100 ancient and modern-day languages. Their methods were similar to tracing evolutionary biology by starting at the branches of the family tree and finding the root. Their goal was to figure out if all the languages in the world derived from the same area. In an interview with NPR, Quentin explained how they gathered this data.
What we use are what are called cognates. These are words
that show similar forms that indicate that they're related by a common ancestry. Over 6,000 across the few hundred meanings in 100 languages. And from that, we can build, it's our data matrix, we call it. And so if you imagine down the left-hand side of the data matrix, you've got all your languages, and then along the top of the data matrix, you've got all the possible cognates that we've identified, and you fill in that matrix by putting a 0 if that language has doesn't have the cognate, and a 1 if the language does have that cognate. And you fill that in for all the cognates. You get this sequence of 1s and 0s for each language. And it's a bit like having a sequence of DNA for each language. And that's the data that we then input into our analysis.
Through their research, they pinned down the 8 millennia old origin of the largest global language ever created. They also determined all of these languages began in one area.
There are two competing theories for where these languages came from. The first theory was put forward by Maria Gimbutas, an archaeologist, and she argued the languages spread out from the Russian steppes region about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, and it's linked to archaeological evidence for an expansion at that time. The alternative theory is that the languages spread much earlier from Anatolia, what is now Turkey.
This interesting study done by Atkinson relates to an ancient story about the Tower of Babel in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis 11, 1 through 9, it states, "Everyone on earth once spoke the same language. As people migrated east, they settled in the land of Shinar."
For those who are not familiar with it, the Tower of Babel is a biblical story about the idea of a group of people who were all centered in their civilization around a tower, and that this tower somehow allowed them to all have the same language and to all be able to speak with one another. Then, the legend reports that there is some sort of destruction of the tower, and that the aftermath of this happened, that the people themselves were scattered, and they no longer could speak the same tongue or the same language, and thus we became confused. It's sort of like a fall from grace type of story. You have to understand that there is a very significant difference between how the scholarship on ancient civilizations is seen in the open, unclassified world, as opposed to how it is being seen within the secret government and military-industrial complex. They are going back, and they are looking at every single mythology they can find, and they are asking questions which need to have scientific answers. One of the questions that they ask is, what the heck was the Tower of Babel? They have started to learn that no matter what the ancient mythology is, you dig deep enough, you double click on it, and you find out, wait a minute, there's something here that suggests this is not myth. So it's very interesting to note that in 1899, in the town of Sippar, there was a very interesting stone tablet that was found right near where Babylon was originally located. And it actually has an X marks the spot treasure map type of derivation of the location of the Tower of Babel, allegedly. Now what's interesting about this is that the Tower of Babel X marks the spot location is up in Turkey.
This possibly new understanding of where the Tower of Babel was located coincides nicely with Anton Parks's research of the Garden of Eden and the understanding of the language according to Sumerian texts.
Donc cette localisation de cette fameuse montagne,
We were able to locate the divine mountain of the Anuna gods along with their Garden of Eden, thanks to the elements found with Google Earth and Gary Zeitling from NASA. It took us straight to eastern Turkey, close to Road 5651. What can be noted in the Sumerian tablets, when they clearly speak of creating workers to serve the Anunas, the main geneticist is always Enki. Enki is very proud of what he is doing. However, he always has to do it in secret. And here something important occurs in the research that I've carried out. In order to be able to secretly teach values, besides from changing their genetic code, in which he probably injected things that we cannot comprehend nowadays, the gods were using a specific language in Eden, the Emion language, the language that comes from the sky.
How's it going, man?
The language which comes from On, In my years of research, I understood
For what?
that Emma Shaw, the Matrix language.
Oh, I got a whole different thing going on. Yeah, it's not yeah. So I'm the wrong person to ask. Yeah. No, I'm nobody, but no, it was just a different deal. That's all.
For the benefit of the human
Yeah.
race, to secretly bring them knowledge. And to be able to do that, they had to use a
Oh
code.
yeah.
So they created a linguistic code for each tribe. And I think that regularly, maybe every generation, they had to change the code to prevent the Aminas from finding out about the hidden knowledge.
You too, man.
It is interesting.
See you. Have a great night.
According to Anton's research, the language that has been coded into the universe for the humans to speak is called the Matrix language. In Sumerian, this means the language that the female life creators, like Tiamat, spoke. How has this coded language helped us survive against the wrath of the demiurge?
This is a crucial part of my work. I discovered that all common languages were coded from Sumerian. We can look for idioms from anywhere we want. African tribes, Native American tribes, all the way to China. When you get to the innermost part of primitive languages, you can always understand the words in Sumerian. For example, if you take the word tool in the language of an African tribe and you translate it into Sumerian, it will become the thing we use to chop wood. The idea is a code used in order to be able to communicate secretly with humans. In concrete terms, this idea of coding language and creating new ones with Sumerian syllables, this desire to be able to communicate secretly with the human race, is going to design the many different languages on Earth. Old Chinese, the Hopi, many of the ancient idioms we find in Africa or in Australia. We can find common roots with ancient German and ancient English. Enki knew for a fact that human beings would not be submissive to the gods on the whole planet. So he gifted them with the ability to make tools, and in my theory, he also wished to code human language so the gods could not understand.
Anton Park suggests that once the humans had the knowledge to survive on Earth, they sought to build their own future and escape the gods. Could there be an actual builder of this new human settlement? In the Hebrew Bible, it suggests that the builder of the Tower of Babel was the king of Shinar, and his name was Nimrod. What an interesting name for someone who defies the laws of Yahweh to create his own connection to the Creator. Could Nimrod have been the representation of the first group of humans to use the knowledge taught by Enki?
Nimrod, interesting character. He was said to have built the Tower of Babel. He went up against God himself, tried to get closer than anybody else had ever done. As a result, God struck down the Tower of Babel, and as a punishment to humanity for having attempted this act, confused the languages so that everybody could understand everybody else. Is there anything more behind this story? Is there something that reports? Well, what is the Tower of Babel? The Babylonian civilization is focused around Babylon. And Babylon is in Lower Iraq. They now see this area as the centre of reality, the centre of everything. This is the omphalos, the axis mundi, the axis of the earth. That gravitational shift from northern Mesopotamia to southern Mesopotamia was the result of the Babylonians. This is why the ancient city of Erech is in southern Iraq, when all the old accounts say that it was the ancient name for Urfa in southeast Turkey. This is why Nimrod is associated now with Babylon and not with southeast Turkey.
The biblical story of Nimrod and his area of proposed reign happened to be in the same area that a group of ancient astrologers once resided. This group was called the Chaldeans. Could this ancient group have been practicing some of the ancient teachings by Enki?
Urfa was the stronghold of Nimrod. This was the traditional homeland of the
Not bad,
Chaldeans.
yeah.
They were star worshippers.
Thank you.
They recorded stars. They had knowledge of comets, knowledge of eclipses and everything like this. They were the scientists of their day. So what Abraham is trying to do is knock down their beliefs, their ideas, their mystery tradition. and install this new idea. So it is possible that what he was trying to do is to essentially kill off the wisdom tradition that had been that of the Chaldeans up to this point, and that Nimrod somehow steps in, whoever or whatever he represents, to try and prevent this from happening. But unfortunately, according to the legends, God intervenes, saves Abraham, and that's essentially the story. So yes, there is something in this. I do accept that what Abraham was trying to do is, you know, bring in a new era that didn't need our connection with the stars. But what the implications of that is for Judaism or even Christianity, I don't know.
Could this battle between Abraham and Nimrod really be representing a battle between Enki and Enlil for the control over the human race?
What the Mesopotamian story tells us that Enki introduced contention into human speech. And there are biblical scholars who think that that was the basis then of the Tower of Babel story. Now, what's interesting though is earlier Enki was said to be the provider of wisdom. He was said to have been the one who wanted humanity to have the knowledge that would undo the gods or the control of the gods. So we have this kind of conflict now in the Mesopotamian stories. People who have really studied the Mesopotamian stories, and we're talking very good biblical scholars and Mesopotamian scholars, they're so ambivalent about the Enki figure. They say, yeah, he was said to be this great guy. He sometimes is identified with the snake in the Garden of Eden, and then he later became identified with Prometheus in the Greek version of the story, where Prometheus tries to come down and give humanity this certain knowledge that would advance them. And then the other gods come in and say, no, no, you can't do that, and then there are all these repercussions to humanity and dividing them up. The people in the Tower of Babel story were really anarchists who were opposing the archons. And they were saying, the heck with the archons, we're leaving, we're going to establish our own little anarchy, and we're going to move over here and build our own city, and we're going to go do things on our own.
And what was it that they were going to do their way? Just 8 miles north of the ancient city of Urfa is another famous site known as Göbekli Tepe. All that is revealed is the top of what could have been a great tower of sorts. 95% of the site remains below ground to be uncovered. Could the ancient humans have gathered here to use their knowledge of the universe?
Göbekli Tepe is the oldest stone circle complex in the world. If you can imagine Stonehenge in England and transpose it onto the top of a mountaintop in southeast Turkey, and then multiply it by at least 20 times, and then cover the stones with beautiful carvings of animals and representations of abstract humans, and give them T-shaped tops. The fact is that Göbekli Tepe is in northern Mesopotamia. This is clearly the cradle of civilization in this area. This is where the Neolithic Revolution began. This is where even the archaeologist Cowles at Göbekli Tepe, who discovered the site, suggests that the Anunnaki had their power base. It's clearly that a lot of things started here.
The site only becomes sacred upon the foundations of many, many old temples. Göbekli Tepe is one great example. It's an entire artificial hill. The clue is actually in the name, the original name. It means Potbelly Hill, or the Hill of the Navel, in its true context, which to me tells me that it's a navel of the earth. And like so many other navels of the earth around the world, it's a place where the rules of physics work in a certain way that allows you communication with other levels of reality.
The whole evolution of language in the human Homo sapiens sapient brain has been cultivated, manipulated, and managed by technologies that could influence the human brain's development of language. And that when we read about the Tower of Babel being a time when the human population had one language, had one thought system, if it's true that there had been competing geopolitical territorial forces and competing non-humans on this planet. And that there was a time when humans were unified. That would not have been a good step for the competing non-humans. And it could very well be the Tower of Babel story was one of those moments where humans had been homogenized and something did not want that homogeneity in human thought, humans together, humans working as a group. And that from the outside there was a disruption in what for just a brief moment may have been a unification in thought without war or conflict of human beings.
Unification, a dangerous thing to have if you plan to rule over a people. But could this unification have been an actual tower, or just an ancient location where people gathered to exchange knowledge? A location in which they could communicate important information.
Babylon is actually an old Sumerian word which means gate of God, which for me, in my understanding of the ancient mysteries, tells me everything I need to know. Anything referred to as a gate of God or a navel of the earth is usually a sort of an energetic hotspot where the laws of physics are slightly different, just so, that allows you to step through a portal into another level of existence. For me, the Tower of Babel essentially represents levels of attainment of knowledge that gets you to the highest level of the mind of God. There's something Jesus that set him free after the way that they communicate the old metaphor, and the more we get into the historical era, the more we mistake the metaphor for reality.
In one of the traditions, Enlil just gets really annoyed because of the noise. And that just noise isn't too much. Let's just get rid of these horrible things. But Enki doesn't want to know that. Humanity are his creatures, and God uses to bring wisdom and understanding. And I think there's a beautiful message hidden beneath that.
Some experts like Jack Carey believe the story of Babel is not just a location often the gateway to the gods, but a location that humans created, a frequency that could defy the current reality.
I believe absolutely that the Tower of Babel was a center where human beings taught divine knowledge, and chief among those secrets was the power of the spoken word, and that they were being taught a language which they were being stepped in by the leadership of this extraterrestrial intelligence. Imagine a species that has developed a language that is so potent that it literally uses the laws of harmonic resonance in order to create instantaneous change in humanity. That's what they were being taught. And it was strictly forbidden that the leadership looked down and said, what, you're teaching this invention of ours how to use the most potent weapon that we have, which is our speech, to create change. How is that going to turn out? And this battle between Enki and Enlil that claimed to have been in charge of the planet may have been the result of why that center was actually destroyed. At some point, Enlil was very, very irritated with the fact that humans had been chief among those is the secret of the language that allows you to create change in reality at will. Construction of words using syllables that exhibit frequencies that can literally cause a stone to float in the air by speaking a word. That's the kind of power that the power has. Sound causes change in your surroundings because of its natural relationship with the rest of creation. A word is no less valuable in creation than a rock. So they were all created by the same laws. And the fact that you're able to make a sound
He's winding down.
Universal present, let's call it that, is bestowed upon us by
Venture Park's still open,
some
huh?
type of universe. It's almost as though not only is every single physical object in our reality connected with all of this, but yes, because we're a creation of the same thing, we're able to make these vibrations with our bodies. And in some occult groups, they call them barbarous names of incantations. They have all of these different sacred words that supposedly if you speak, let's say in a ceremony, it will cause a particular kind of change. That's tied into this whole idea of harmonic resonance, and our bodies vibrate to these same frequencies, and therefore our words vibrate to the same frequencies. So yeah, it's all tied together in one big, beautiful universe.
If the humans were able to control matter by using a language that changed frequency, could Göbekli Tepe have been used to harness this frequency?
I think of Göbekli Tepe. I think of other monuments that were purposely buried, maybe because they were too powerful, maybe because the creatures that built them didn't want us to destroy ourselves with that technology. And maybe those areas, if you go deep enough, have the kind of rock strata necessary in order to cause these vibrational frequencies to be.
Is it possible that Timur tried to unify the ancient humans through knowledge, but in order to survive the wrath of Enlil, humans had to scatter throughout the globe using their coded cognates? Are these the same cognates that Atkinson has been piecing together?
When we look at the ancient descriptions of the Tower of Babel, for me, I look at it as scientists, physical evidence, the common theme that weaves it together is the tower is that it was going like cheese of our use of knowledge.
Some experts like Jonathan Young believe our path to return to unification is an individual journey.
Let me speak to guilt for a moment. That leaving these paradise stories was our fault, leaving the Garden of Eden or the fall of the Tower of Babel, that we had something good that we messed up through our mistake. This is psychotherapy 101. This is blaming ourselves for something that was larger than we were. To distribute people around in different geographical locations with different languages speaks to the diversity of humanity, and in a way is respectful that there are many different cultures. This is, on an individual level, what is called the polyfocal quality psychology. We have many energies, desires, and we're struggling to pull that all together. This is personal work. Collectively, we have many voices in a community or in a nation. After all, there probably isn't just one path to humanity. There are as many as there are seekers. And this is a story of
Actually, I think the ancient Egyptians had a fundamental truth, which is each one of us, every minute of every day, are constantly making choices between them. They may be very small choices. In some cases, if you're dealing with a president of a major nation, that person's choices between good and evil may have huge implications for everybody else, but we're all playing the same game. We're all having to make those choices, and those choices add up to the structure of our lives.
Could this structure have been coded in our universe and in our language to help us understand our purpose? Reporter Linda Moulton Howe believes that whatever the humans had tapped into in Göbekli Tepe, they knew that they had something powerful. They had to hide it and disappear.
Whoever built Göbekli Tepe, the fact that they buried that very important 30 acres of these rings, of all of these limestone columns, meant something.
Hi, Sophia.
Hey, thank you so much for the iPhone SE. You're the best.
Best uncle ever?
Got it for absolute zero on an unlimited data plan.
Potentially destructive.
How am I going to top a brand new iPhone SE for her birthday?
Her boyfriend helped me pick it out. I love that guy.
Oh, boyfriend. What boyfriend?
Could certain humans have buried
Get iPhone SE for absolute zero, included with a $65 a month unlimited data plan, only at Freedom.
Any trace of this knowledge?
Then comes the flood, the cataclysm, wipes everything out, but that knowledge persists through the flood. And after the flood, they are again offering gifts to
Up next, was the flood the next attempt to destroy the knowledge of the gods?
Exchange, no time to exchange when all the lips on and solid marching, red and black and tin now waving. We all do it the same. Oh, we all do it the same way.
On December 7th, 2001, a news article on the BBC boasted, "Lost City found beneath Cuban waters." This exciting news came from a team of explorers headed by Pauline Zalitsky, a marine engineer, and her husband, Paul Weinsweg. Their company worked side by side with the Cuban government to try to uncover hundreds of treasure-laden ships from the Spanish colonial era. What they uncovered using their advanced sonar equipment was far more mysterious.
According to what they reported, Weinsweg and Zalitsky had made a deal with Fidel Castro in order to do side-scan sonar readings of the seafloor around Cuba, looking for sunken Spanish treasure galleons in order to have gold that might be found. The gold would then be split 50-50 between them and Cuba, and nobody else had gotten these rights before, so it was very exciting. When they used the sonar on the seabed, what they found was not sunken gold. They found incredible architectural monuments down there. And these monuments were specifically located off the western tip of Cuba, about a half a mile below sea level, in very, very harsh ocean currents that make it almost impossible to have anything go down there except for some of the best submersibles. What they saw on these side-scan sonar readings were pyramid-like buildings, long roads, all kinds of clearly megalithic stone architecture. And what we hear from the original reports was that they had signed an exclusive deal with National Geographic magazine that this whole story was going to go public in the summer of 2003. Well, that obviously did not happen. In the meantime, Paulina Zalitsky was leaking information about what those discoveries were revealing. According to Zalitsky's reports, she was using a submersible and saw that there were sphinxes down there, that there were bizarre inscriptions on the stones. And remember, we're dealing with something that could not possibly have been above sea level for at least 11,000 years. She had submersible footage of a pyramid down there that has kind of a change in its slope angle as it goes halfway up, similar to the bent pyramid of Dashur in Egypt. So we're seeing a direct relationship between these monuments and what we see in Egypt. That to me is astonishing because it suggests that the Egyptian pyramids as well may have been built at the same time and are therefore far older than the assumptions of conventional archaeology. There it is right down there. It's very obviously artificial, and then the whole story somehow got suppressed.
Zalitsky estimated that it would have taken over 11,000 years for such a structure to have sunken to the depth at which these structures were said to be found. Strangely, after they released their findings, the news outlets and networks went dark. What might they have stumbled upon?
When we talk about submerged cities, we're lending credibility to the emerging evidence of cyclic civilization. The question is, how far back do those civilizations go? First, they appear to occur in 5,000-year cycles. The historic context of civilizations going back 50, 60, 70,000 years along these 5,000-year cycles shows up in the mythology. Maybe the mythology is based on much more fact than we've been led to believe in the past, or we've been willing to embrace in the past.
If this structure underneath the ocean floor sank possibly 11,000 years or more ago, could this be a link to the infamous Atlantis?
Atlantis is almost a catch-all term for trying to find the origins of civilization itself. This probably goes back to the 19th century when the US congressman by the name of Ignatius Donnelly wrote a book that was to become the seminal work on Atlantis. It was entitled Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. And in here, what he proposed was that all of the civilizations of the ancient world and the New World, the Americas, had a mother civilization as its source. All of the information that's been left to us on Atlantis by Plato, the Greek philosopher who wrote around 350 BC, suggests that we should be looking for Atlantis somewhere in the area of the Bahamas and the Caribbean. But because of Ignatius Donnelly's ideas to do with a mother civilization, Atlantis therefore becomes this concept more than an actual drowned city. I believe that Atlantis existed. I believe that a high culture probably peopled those massive islands of the Bahamas and the Caribbean, and they may well have been drowned and destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, the so-called Younger Dryas event.
I think I need to explain the Younger Dryas. Let's first of all consider the world during the Ice Age. Everybody's heard of the Ice Age. What was the Ice Age? The last Ice Age set in about 125,000 years ago. And it saw the build-up of giant ice caps, primarily on top of North America and on top of Northern Europe. Exactly why the Ice Age happened is still a subject that scientists argue about. But it's not in dispute that an ice cap 2 miles deep sat on top of North America and a huge area of Northern Europe, that same 2 mile deep ice cap. It reaches its maximum extent about 21,000 years ago. The temperatures are warming almost actually to modern levels, and the ice is beginning to disappear.
And the melody
and then
of the song
12,000
from Willie Nelson.
Really so, literally.
Directly.
Everything changes.
Stole
the Earth is plunged back into a massive deep freeze. This is a time of huge extinction of species are wiped out. The new evidence that is providing coherent sense to this is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And it has been put forward by a large group of mainstream credentialed scientists. And what they've said is that they have found evidence which suggests the Earth was hit by several fragments of a comet. For a long time, the comet was out there. It was probably a very spectacular visual presence, but it wasn't hitting the Earth. But 12,800 years ago, by which time that comet had begun to fragment, broken up into lots of fragments, and the estimates are that 4 of those fragments, 4 large fragments, hit the North American ice cap. It's literally beyond imagination. That instant of impact would have created so much heat that it would have melted large areas of the North American ice cap and sent the water flooding south. Then within a matter of days or weeks of that release of water, the freezing temperature has begun, and there's no more release of water. The world goes dry at that point and into a very deep, dark, frozen period accompanied by animal extinctions.
The Younger Dryas lasts for 1,200 years. It lasts from 12,800 years ago to 11,600 years ago. And then something else really weird happens. The Earth's been in a deep freeze. Suddenly, 11,600 years ago, you get a second massive pulse of meltwater into the world ocean. One very strong suggestion is that the Earth intersected again with the debris stream of the same comet, and that there were further impacts 11,600 years ago. But those impacts were not obvious. Those impacts were entirely oceanic. You get big comet impacts in an ocean, and what you're going to get, as well as extraordinary tidal waves, what you're going to get is a massive amount of water vapor thrown up into the atmosphere. That water vapor creates a greenhouse effect, which causes accounts for the very radical warming of the Earth. It has to be rather intriguing that that's the exact date, 11,600 years ago, that Göbekli Tepe is found. And it has to be even more intriguing. 11,600 years ago is the exact date that Plato uses for the destruction and disappearance beneath the flood of the ocean of the lost civilization of Atlantis.
If what Graham Hancock is telling us is true about the Younger Dryas, where can we see evidence elsewhere on the planet?
The flood also did sink many other areas of megalithic architecture, such as the gorgeous pyramid that we see in the Azores off the coast of Portugal, such as what we see around the coast of India, such as what we see in Japan, where you have sunken architecture down there. All kinds of stuff is coming up that defies the conventional view.
As a matter of fact, just a couple of years ago, a little further away from Malta in the Sicily Channel, was discovered a giant, absolutely nobody's disputing, man-made megalith lying on the bottom of the ocean, and that bit of ocean was covered by the rising sea levels more than 9,000 years ago, which makes it already 3,000 to 4,000 years older than the established date for the monumental temples on the island of Malta itself.
Some experts, like Jack Carey, have done some alternative research that might coincide with the science behind the Younger Dryas.
As far as the sunken pyramids go in the oceans of the world, a lot of that can be tied to research being done by Dr. Courtney Brown and his group of very skilled reviewers. And they're beginning to not only target what they described as being Atlantis, but through their reviews, they're beginning to ascertain that it was this very science that caused the downfall of the society. That they used it in such a way that it literally caused a destruction of the landmass. And that may have actually been part of some sort of conflict or war that was going on. The fact that there's just so many of them all around the world is what's fascinating. Humanity has not come together in any way, shape, or form the way we would want or hope or expect or love for it to do ever since the Tower of Babel, ever since we were struggling.
A conflict? What kind of conflict could Dr. Courtney Brown and his researchers be picking up on? Ancient texts from the Greek philosopher Plato explain in great detail the destruction of Atlantis by Zeus as payback for human arrogance. The legend describes the founder of the great city to be half god and half human, and ruled by Poseidon. As punishment for their immoral bankruptcy, Zeus sent a ball of fire to destroy the aquatic cities. The curator of the Joseph Campbell collection draws some parallels from Plato's story and a similar tale between two warring Sumerian gods.
It is very possible that the Greek story, the one we find in Plato about a lost continent, Atlantis, ruled over by Poseidon, the god of the oceans, that this has earlier roots. After all, storytellers in those times borrowed from other stories, and you can follow. It's called syncretic, the way information, images, and narratives move from one culture to another, particularly if they're relatively geographically close by, which in this case is true. Sure, Enki, the great god of the Sumerian traditions, could have been the Poseidon figure, and the destroyer god could have come from the Sumerian tradition. This is not only possible, it is likely. Zeus is the name we are familiar with from the Greek tradition that comes and punishes the people of Atlantis who have achieved so much because they started taking it for granted.
What could the people of Atlantis have taken for granted? How could they have become immorally bankrupt? Could this be another interpretation of a god figure striking down upon humans for knowing too much?
What I can tell you is that there is a recollection in Sumerian myth and tradition of a time before when a high civilization existed, when the city existed, and then the flood came. Everything was reset and started again. So what's of interest to me in that is the recollection of the memory of something before the flood, something major, something important before the flood.
Could there be a connection between the Greek version of Atlantis and the Sumerian gods?
Mes travaux vraiment se focalisent tout particulièrement.
I think it is interesting because we thought for a long time that Plato had been taught by Egyptian priests. But thanks to the Edfu text, we wonder if he actually had the copies in hand. We will never know. But there are very similar elements between the Plato version of the Atlantis and the Egyptian Edfu text of Atlantis I translated. And we can understand, in a few words, that Osiris, who is considered to be the Sumerian god Enki, fled Mesopotamia to help start a new civilization, according to the doctrine of Enlil, and he flees to Atlantis and settles down on some islands in the Atlantic Ocean. This ancient territory is mentioned in some funerary texts, such as the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They call it La Mata, which could be roughly translated by the water crown of Ta. Ta is one of Osiris's names. It is the Egyptian name for Enki. Like all the other gods, he had many different names. We understand that Ta settles on some islands, and we can identify similar data to that of Plato's writings. In the Edfu versions of the Atlantis, there are always attacks from the forces of Set. Set is, of course, Enlil. We understand that he went all the way to Egypt, even all the way to Morocco, Azores, and the Canary Islands. Set doesn't stop attacking Osiris's islands. Another interesting element to this story, there is a technology that Egyptian gods used for protection, the Djed pillars. They place them around the city. Apparently, some are even on the water. The texts call them floaters. They can protect the city, and we can understand in parts of the text that thanks to the energy coming from these Djed pillars, Egyptians can control water and create water walls, very thick ones, in order to protect the city. Many mythologies and legends have similarities. We understand that Osiris could actually be Poseidon or Neptune, and Enlil, in some ways, could be Zeus.
What is interesting to note is Poseidon is always pictured with a pitchfork that was later connected with the biblical pitchfork of Satan by the Catholic Church. If Enki is connected to this interpretation, could the destruction of Atlantis be the story of Yahweh's wrath on advanced humanity? Anton Parks suggests there is a connection between the scientific version of the Cataclysm and the Egyptian texts.
The Egyptian Atlantis must have lasted long enough in history that it is part of Egyptian culture. Funerary texts mention it quite often. Indeed, the Egyptian Atlantis, La Meta, corresponds to the west. It also means the west in Egyptian. And west is also where you bury the dead. We see that the idea remains that when you go towards the west, there were many deaths. In Egyptian history, Osiris's death happens at the same time as another very singular element. takes place in the sky. It is the fall of the Eye of Sound found in the Edfu text. This is the destruction of a planet which was in between Mars and Jupiter. This is where we find the asteroid belt, and I believe that a planet used to be there. The death of Osiris is at this point in the story.
In 1950, Immanuel Velikovsky published a book called Worlds in Collision. In this book, he discusses that Venus was ejected from Jupiter as a comet and this passed near Earth, causing catastrophes mentioned in mythologies around the world. Could Anton's translations of the Sumerian text explain this very moment in human history and how it relates to the flood?
In the Edfu text that I translated, they mentioned the fall of the Eye of Sound. Let me explain. In my opinion, Venus was located close to Mulgay. It was one of its satellites. And when Mulgay exploded, its satellite, Venus, is ejected into the solar system. And at some point, it comes very close to Earth. Then there is Osiris's death. According to the text, this was the work of Enlil, who prepared his attack, both on Earth and in the sky. He really wanted to make history and impact significantly the gods' history. He was not going to be defeated by earthly technology. Venus was ejected into the solar system, turned inside it for thousands of years, before eventually placing itself where it is today. And Leo must have really wanted to finally put an end to the lengthy war he was waging against Enki Osiris. And he came close with the death of Osiris. But then a second event, the story tells us, and luckily for history in general, Osiris comes back as Horus, and the battle can start again. There are many elements that explain these events, and that describe how Horus arrives to destroy the evil of the world in order to avenge his father's death. This explains a similar catastrophic event that happened at the same time, such as the destruction of Atlantis. This arrival is most likely a comet, who is actually Horus according to Sumerian text. And this is also when the so-called flood happened, about 10,000 years ago.
Could these ancient Sumerian texts be explaining a battle for the power over Earth and the destruction not only on the planet but in the sky? Ancient texts suggest that whoever survived this cataclysm survived to tell the story in Egypt.
Later, tell us where the story came from. It came from an ancestor in this family line, Solon, famous bird, who visited around 600 BC. And in that visit, he encountered Egyptian priests who told him the story that there had been a high civilization in remote antiquity that had been destroyed in a cataclysm and submerged beneath the sea, that there were survivors. Some of those survivors came to Egypt and founded what would become the great civilization of Egypt.
And with the great civilizations of Egypt came the Great Pyramid. Could this ancient knowledge that was now buried beneath the ocean floor have made a resurgence on the Earth's surface?
Well, the Great Pyramid, is a monument. But it's a geometrical box, but in fact it's not a four-sided pyramid. It has a very slight concavity on each side, making it an eight-sided pyramid. Now, the minute you do this, you not only complicate the design tremendously, but it produces rather bizarre geometry. So, this geometry, when we analyze it, produces numbers. Numbers keep popping out. Numbers that shouldn't be there. things like universal constants.
Up next, could the ancient builders of the Great Pyramid have left behind a code that not even Enlil could destroy?
This land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made, I'll build heaven and call it
In 1905, physics genius Nikola Tesla submitted his U.S. patent 77412, which was titled The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy Through the Natural Medium. It included designs for a series of worldwide generators. Tesla realized that the ionosphere was sparkling with electrical energy which could easily be mapped. Planet Earth, according to Tesla, was a gigantic electrical generator spinning around two magnetic poles from which limitless energy can be harnessed using the right medium or shape. His device was later referred to as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, based on his design looking like a triangle shape.
Tesla tapping into the actual shape of the pyramid, I believe, was something that just came roundabout through his investigation into the location of the pyramids. Because what appears to have happened is that he realized that it wasn't the actual shape of the pyramid so much, although pyramids exhibit fractal energy much more efficiently than other types of designs. But what he discovered was it was the location of the pyramids that created the power. And when he built his facility here in Colorado Springs, and then on the East Coast, he did so according to the laws of where the pyramids at Giza were constructed, and it had to do with the elliptical orbit of the Earth and those sites' relationship to the actual equator. That there was a natural construction somehow taking place between those very specific sites and the overall energy field of the Earth. And because of that, he believed he could transmit power wirelessly.
Tesla's discovery and device disappeared after his mysterious death in 1943. But what he was trying to tap into might have just scratched the surface of understanding the power of something much more ancient.
According to Nikola Tesla, 369 is the key to the universe. Tesla became so obsessed with this 369 that he could drive around a building 3 times before going inside of it. He cleaned his place with 18 napkins, lived in hotel rooms only with the number divisible by 3. He made calculations about things in their immediate environment just to make sure the result was conceivable by 3. And he based his choices on the results. He did everything in sets of 3. What is Nikola Tesla trying to make us understand? We must understand that we did not create mathematics. We discovered them. It is the universal language and law. No matter where in the universe you are, 1 plus 2 will always equal 3. Everything in the universe obeys this law. These forms are in nature, but the ancients emulated these forms in construction.
If Nikola Tesla's obsession was with these numbers, and his goal was to define his location and time in space, could it be possible that ancient humans created monuments like the Great Pyramids to remind us of these truths?
In Sumerian tradition, and in the surviving texts, there is a very strong and intriguing
reference to what are called the seven antediluvian sages, the seven sages who came before the flood. And their leader is a figure called Oannes. We find that he is depicted as a man, but curiously he's wearing a sort of fish garb or a fish costume. Archaeologists often refer to him as a fish-garbed figure. And the other seven sages are also dressed in this fish costume. So you see the legs of a human being, and the face and features of a bearded human being. And then he's wearing on his head the head of a fish, and the body of a fish hangs down his back. It's a very curious idea, really. And he and all of them hold in their hands a curious little bag, which I tend to refer to as a man bag. I see them as a kind of badge of office, a recognizable symbol where perhaps members of a brotherhood would be able to recognize one another by their carrying of this symbol. It's curious that we see a figure holding the same bag that we see on the Sumerian reliefs, and holding it in exactly the same way. And not only that, but those same bags turn up on top of Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, where we know that they're at least 11,600 years old. The tradition is clearly rooted before the flood. Then comes the flood, the cataclysm wipes everything out, but that brotherhood persists through the flood. And after the flood, they are again offering the gifts of civilization to mankind.
Could Oannes and his sages have re-emerged after the cataclysmic flood to teach the knowledge of the universe? In Sumerian cuneiforms, Enki is sometimes depicted as a bearded man wearing a fish costume and sometimes carrying a bag. Interesting to note that in the Egyptian depictions of gods, they are not holding a bag, but an important symbol called the Ankh. The Ankh depicts immortality and life. It is also connected with Isis and the planet Venus. Could these carrying devices be transmitting the same kind of energy? Anton Park's research has traced the re-emergence of Enki to Egypt, and as a byproduct of his death, the building of the Great Pyramid.
La pyramide, je pense, a été créée pour refaire.
In my view, the Great Pyramid was built by Isis. I believe it was created to reincarnate Osiris into Horus. It is quite complicated. The Osirian, the so-called aquatic temple dedicated to Osiris in Abydos, Abaju in Egyptian, means it is located in the city, which is, according to Egyptian history, the first city of Osiris. Yet, to be able to find seashells on a temple located in the middle of the desert, you have to go back thousands of years, at least 10,000 years. Why would he have made such a temple with aquatic features? Because Osiris, who's also Enki, they are the same person, had amphibian genes. Osiris, Enki, was killed by his nemesis Set, who is in fact in Lille, during one of their many battles. It took place in Abydos, which also corresponds to the Sumerian Apsu, where Osiris's aquatic temple can be found. The texts clearly state that all of Osiris's servants were slaughtered during a battle, as well as Osiris himself, who was crucified on a tree. This is how he died. Isis is quite a character. She can't really be found in Mesopotamian literature, although she could be considered the goddess Ninti. She is the woman who lives in the great deeps, underground. I think that these underground passageways could correspond to the ones we can find under the Giza Plateau. We know that the Giza Plateau is full of underground passages. I believe that the clan of Osiris lived there. As far as the resurrection of Osiris into Horus is concerned, Isis organizes it. The texts are very clear about that, and we understand that she used Osiris's genetic code to create Horus. She created the Great Pyramid in order to accomplish this task. The Great Pyramid allowed Isis to find Osiris's soul again. We don't really know how, but she would have put Horus's genetic code in the pyramid. She would have been able to create another body using Osiris's genetic code, the so-called UF in Egyptian, body. And thanks to the coding of the Great Pyramid,
she reached Osiris's soul so it could come into the new body of Horus.
Although the dating of the Great Pyramid has been argued by different scientists, there is evidence that below the monument, something existed there that was much older.
When we look at the Great Pyramid, the Second Pyramid, and the Third Pyramid, there's no doubt in my mind that they were being reused, should we say, partially reconstructed, built upon during dynastic times. Just like the Sphinx itself was being repaired during dynastic times. But I'm also convinced that at least the core of those pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid, go back to a much earlier period. So for instance, the Great Pyramid is actually built on what I would call a sacred mound. And this is acknowledged even by the Egyptologists. Now they say it all goes back to the 4th dynasty, circa 2500 BC. But my analysis is that at least the core, the original portions, for instance, the descending passage, the subterranean chamber, go back to a much earlier period. Then it was built over, and I think some of that building over it goes back to prior to dynastic times.
Could this be proof of the clan of Osiris and their knowledge? And could this group have harnessed the powers of the universe to bring back a god? Some experts point to the fact that the Great Pyramid itself has always been connected with the afterlife.
What you'll find inside those pyramids is acres and acres and acres of texts, deeply inscribed into the walls. They belong to the same vast body of literature to which belongs the famous ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. But the ultimate moment in your journey through the Duat is your entry into the judgment hall of Osiris, the hall of Ma'at, where you will be asked to account for everything that you've done with your life. So it seems to me very clear that the Great Pyramid is part of an attempt to create a three-dimensional model of the afterlife realm.
If the ancient text from both Sumerian cuneiforms and Egyptian books suggest the Great Pyramid as a place to resurrect the dead, could there be another hidden message?
There is an ancient code to be found within the Great Pyramid. It's within the geometry, not just of the pyramid itself, but its relationship to the other two main pyramids of the Giza Plateau. Having studied it for a number of years, it seems to be related very much to with the idea of the music of the sphere, the idea that there is some kind of connection between primal tones of the universe itself and their relationship to the creation of form and structure in the physical world, and that to somehow attune and enhance this connection, that certain proportions have to be constructed into the design of the pyramid and also the geometry of the landscape itself. And these seem to reflect the musical intervals, in particular those which are known as the perfect fourth, which has a ratio of 4:3, and those known as the perfect fifth, has a ratio of 3:2, one of which is an inverse form of the other.
If the Great Pyramid is indeed a construction to harmonize creation, wherein lies the code to such a great power?
Many people don't know this, but in fact it's not a four-sided pyramid. It has a very slight concavity on each side, making it an eight-sided pyramid. And the minute you do this, you not only complicate the design tremendously, but it reduces very bizarre geometry. So this geometry, when we analyze it, produces numbers keep popping up. Numbers that shouldn't be there. Things like universal constants. Constants, that has been known for over 100 years. The phi constant, the golden ratio, but we have now strange numbers, like Euler's numbers, coming up in the design.
Could this geometry produce a message?
The Great Pyramid is situated within a whisker of latitude 30.
It seems like the latitude choice was derived from astronomy, because there's a lens effect of the atmosphere of the Earth, and when you take that into account, a tiny error shy of latitude 30 goes away. Then we're on astronomical latitude 30, if you like. It seems like a very deliberate choice, because it's not a random latitude. It's 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. This is just one of the many ways, I feel, in which the Great Pyramid deliberately and purposefully speaks to our planet. The next way it does that is that it is a line. But if you take upon yourself the project of building a pyramid and aligning it to true north, south, east, and west, you wouldn't make any error at all. There is an error. It's tiny. It's 3/60ths of a second degree of true north. This is almost eerie precision, because the scale of the monument is so huge. This thing is 481 feet high. It has a footprint of 13, slightly more than 13 acres. It weighs 6 million tons. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. You're taking that whole gigantic mountain of stone and you are aligning it within just 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. We're not talking about magnetic north, which varies. We're talking about astronomical north, the true north of this planet. It's a very remarkable thing, and that's the north of this planet. Once again, the Great Pyramid is speaking to the Earth.
Could the pyramid be revealing something else about our planet?
Then you find something else as you go deeper. Start measuring the Great Pyramid. Measure it very, very, very precisely. Measure its base perimeter. And then measure its height. And scale those numbers up. What you find is that at a scale of 1 to 43,200, and I'll explain why that's not a random scale. On a scale of 1 to 43,200, the dimensions of the pyramid give you the dimensions of this planet. In other words, if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And if you measure the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So in all those centuries and millennia, when our ancestors went through the Dark Ages and didn't even know that they were living on a planet, let alone the dimensions of the planet, all they ever had to do was go accurately measure the Great Pyramid, multiply those numbers by 43,200, and they have the dimensions of the planet.
Could this be the evidence to suggest that ancient places like the Great Pyramid are here to always show us our place in the stars?
Egyptologists are aware of this, but they say it's a total coincidence. No significance to it whatsoever, as far as Egyptologists are concerned. And you know, if the scale were something different, if it were 1 to 57,000 or 1 to 42,000, they could be right. The reason they're not right is that the scale is not random. The scale is defined by a key motion of the Earth itself. Our Earth, as well as spinning on its own axis, has a wobble on its axis. That's called precession. Rather the effect that you get if you set a spinning top spinning. As it begins to slow down, it begins to wobble, and the top of the top begins to transcribe a circle. The Earth does that. If you take the extended north pole of the Earth and extend it out into the heavens, you'll find that today in our time it's pointing at a star we call Polaris. That's our pole star. But it hasn't always pointed at Polaris. It won't always point at Polaris in the future. Sometimes it'll point at empty space. Sometimes it'll point at a real point at other stars. There was a time when Dubai and Draco was the pole star. That's because of the precessional wobble on the Earth's axis. The extended north pole of the Earth isn't always pointing at the same place. Over a cycle of 25,920 years, it's doing that. That's why the pole star changes. At the same time, on the horizon, and we know that ancient cultures had a great interest in particular moments of the year, particularly the equinoxes, when night and day are of equal length. It was an obsession of ancient cultures What was the constellation that lay in the place on the horizon where the sun rose on the spring equinox? What was the constellation that housed the sun? This is familiar language in astrology. What's the constellation that housed the sun on the spring equinox? In our epoch, it's the constellation of Pisces. We live in the age of Pisces, near the end of it, as a matter of fact. It's not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol, because Christianity began at very near the beginning of the age of Pisces. Each one of these zodiacal ages lasts for 2,160 years. And then the sun transits out of, on the equinox, transits out of one constellation and into another. So we indeed do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Because of the precessional motion of the Earth, because of this change, this wobble on the Earth's axis, the constellation that houses the sun on the equinox is shifting out of Pisces and into Aquarius. That shift will be complete within the next 100 or 150 years. What we have here is a process that operates at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. We allocate 30 degrees to each of the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Multiply 72 by 30 and you get 2,160. That's a zodiacal age. Take the whole cycle of the zodiac, the whole 12 constellations, each with 2,160 years housing the sun on the spring equinox, and you get what the ancients called the Great Year, when everything cycles back to the beginning and the whole process starts again. Do you follow? That's 25,920 years. It's the heartbeat is 1 degree every 72 years. It is defined by a key motion of our planet. That number, 43,200, is a multiple of 72. It's directly related to that number. And it's not as though we're confined to Giza and the Great Pyramid. Those numbers are found all over the world. They're found in ancient mythology. Osiris, after all, was killed by Set and his 72 conspirators. The number occurs in the ancient Egyptian texts. It occurs in the number of syllables in the Rig Veda. In India, it occurs in Norse mythology. It's found all around the world. There's an intense focus on this system of numbers. So it can't be an accident that the same system of numbers crops up in the Great Pyramid, and that not only does the Great Pyramid give us the dimensions of the Earth, but that it does so on a scale defined by the Earth itself. That's an incredibly clever piece of work that we're looking at.
Could the ancient builders have given us a monument to decode our human existence? Interestingly enough, the numbers Tesla was obsessed with show up in the equations of the Great Pyramid. The numbers Graham has concluded from his research on the pyramid are 72, 43,200, 600, 30, 25,920, and 2,160. And all of those numbers either equal 3, 6, or 9.
Then let's give you one more example. Let's track east from Giza. Let's go off to Cambodia, to Angkor in Cambodia. An amazing site, again, very much devoted to the investigation of the mystery of death. The very word Angkor actually has a meaning in the ancient Egyptian language. It means life to the forests. And lo and behold, it turns out that Angkor, with its pyramidal monument, Angkor lies exactly 72 degrees of longitude east of Giza. I do not believe that that is an accident or a coincidence. I think there's a deep and ancient connection. And what we're looking at in Angkor, because that site was continuously used by many later cultures, both Hindu and Buddhist, what we're looking at in Angkor is the latest incarnation of a much more ancient site, which, just like Giza, goes back into remote prehistory.
Could these precise calculations be spread across the globe and communicating a code? Is it possible this is what Nikola Tesla tapped into? Robert Uval predicts this is the language of the future.
The way we read the universe is through mathematics and through its geometry. Through its mathematics and geometry, we need to know slowly through our evolution, we begin to work out how triangles work, circles, ellipses, various shapes, and now work out the numbers, how they produce numbers. So having said this, the language that we as human beings will be communicating. It sounds a bit too science fiction, but I don't think we'll be talking English or Chinese in the next 2-3 centuries. Already we're using different languages and computers. I think we'll be talking mathematics in the sense that to get a pure idea out, to get a pure thought out and to structure it so that you understand exactly what I'm talking about, the shape, the size, the dimension, the weight, the speed, I'll have to number it, I'll have to put mathematics. The Great Pyramid is speaking that language, it's transmitting that language, it's a silent language, if you like, that needs to be read. We don't need Egyptologists, we don't need experts in hieroglyphs. It doesn't have hieroglyphs. We need mathematicians. We need mathematicians to read it. And that's one of the goals, is to tend them to get into this. We've moved in a direction where we rely on external knowledge. We seem to think that the answer is out there and we look for it. Well, the answer may be inside us. I truly believe this. And therefore we need to rechange how we see ourselves and how we educate ourselves. I think what's interesting now is that the science is beginning to sort of touch the frontiers of what we would call in general terms spirituality. We begin to realize that the universe is mental. It is a mental universe. And we need to think in different forms, not just purely classical science.
If indeed the purpose of the Great Pyramid was to educate humans on our place in time and space, could it also be a device to help change our consciousness?
I have for a long while argued that the central concept of certainly the pyramids of Egypt, and I think the case is true all over the world, was to do with the transformation of human consciousness. Whatever else the Great Pyramid is, the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, whatever else it is for sure an instrument that works upon human consciousness.
Could the Great Pyramid be a monument that was built to withstand all catastrophes so that humanity could always have the codes to the universe? Standing near the pyramid is another monument that has baffled experts for ages.
In the 1990s, when I first started studying the Sphinx, what I determined is that it must go back to an earlier climatic period. When I initially calibrated these, I knew that it had to be at least 5,000 to 7,000 BC. Since then, I've continued my studies, and I'm convinced at this point that we have to go back to at least around 10,000 BC.
Up next, the code left behind by the Sphinx.
on Cosmic Disclosure, we are talking about the real secret space program with Peruvian researcher and author Ricardo Gonzalez, who had multiple contacts with an extraterrestrial species called the Cowles. Ricardo, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
In your books, you write about the secret space program that involves Alpha Centauri. Like, what is the secret space program, and how is it connected to Alpha Centauri?
I believe that there is a secret space program that goes beyond the moon and Mars. Since 2001, in our experiences of contact, we were asked to pay close attention to this type of secret initiatives. The ETs talked to us about the Longshot project. And when we looked into it, we discovered that this project, Longshot, actually existed. It was developed in the 1980s in the United States. It was a ship without a crew, which would be sent to Alpha Centauri. Later, the project was abandoned and transformed into a project by Stephen Hawking.
Who was in charge of that program before Stephen Hawking?
From the information we gathered, it spoke about a collaboration between the U.S. Navy and NASA. Actually, the original documents are now available on the internet. When we were investigating it back in the day, we actually had to figure it out through contacts we have in the U.S. But now, that information is public.
And what was their dynamic? Like, how are they planning this program? What does it entail?
As I said, the program was abandoned officially, and the objective was to send a ship that had no crew to Alpha Centauri, because there was already the suspicion that in that region of the cosmos, there were planets that could potentially sustain human life. This is very curious, because the project was taking place in the 80s. Then many years later, in 2012, scientists began to speak officially about worlds that were suitable for humans to go, places in Alpha Centauri.
What type of craft or portal would they utilize to get from Earth to Alpha Centauri?
Obviously, this is a very complex question to describe the technology that would be able to take us there. The information that the ETs gave to us is that initially, as humans, we would first try to confirm the existence of places in Alpha Centauri. This is why they plan to send an unmanned ship, first to confirm the existence of these places, then we would trace the route and travel there in ships with crews. The project of Stephen Hawking is actually an improved version of Project Longshot. As we can remember, what the great scientist Stephen Hawking proposed was to actually send ships that would be very, very small. It would be nanotechnology that would actually be launched toward the cosmos using laser lights. He actually presented this material at a conference in New York to the press. This was April 12th, 2016. He did this alongside a Russian investor in energy, Yuri Milner. And aside from Yuri Milner, the owner of Facebook was also there. Very curious that the world of social media was present at that conference. Perhaps because social media has become a form of investigation and of recruitment. This project is just attempting to establish the basis for a possible future trip to Alpha Centauri. So, with what type of technology could we possibly go there? To better answer your question, which is very interesting, it's a technology that we still do not have. That's why we're starting with ships without a crew. But the ETs say that the technology will emerge. It will come from hadron accelerators and places like CERN in Europe, for example.
Are you aware that they have already discovered life in Alpha Centauri? And if so, what are the beings like?
When I've spoken about this group of ETs that I call the Apunians, whose name comes from a myth related to the Peruvian mountains, as I explained, Apu means mountain. Beings that were seen in the mountains. Actually, they originate in Alpha Centauri. They have a human aspect, very tall, and advanced psychic and technological ability. They say that part of the population in those worlds in Alpha Centauri, not all of them have ET origins. I know this sounds like science fiction, but some of those beings in Alpha Centauri are human descendants. They are the astronauts that travel here, because
because of a crisis that occurred on our planet. They had no choice but to move there. It was a human immigration without precedent. This means that perhaps some of the ETs that are currently coming to visit us, maybe some of them, could be the humans that traveled there, or their descendants.
Do you believe there's any Earth humans that are in Alpha Centauri?
According to what they've told us, there was a group of about 400 human astronauts in a time that has not yet occurred on our planet that traveled there with this new technology. All of them made it. But their descendants have actually been mistaken for ETs in current context because they made a trip across time and they actually came to Earth to warn us about what could happen in the future. And I know that Stephen Hawking knew this when he referenced us, when he took that picture with the sign saying, "Welcome, time travelers." Perhaps he was waiting for them. If our scientists know that there are worlds that can be colonized in Alpha Centauri, it's because somebody told them, not because they discovered it themselves. Perhaps these very beings told our scientists this story. Almost like a hidden letter. It's the last move on the table in case it goes wrong. But that's not the message. The message is that we don't have to play that last card on the table and abandon Earth to flee to Alpha Centauri.
Is it possible, Ricardo, that like the Hopi, you see these Kachina dolls, that these visitors, these astronauts who have come from, let's say, Alpha Centauri, for the sake of it, are actually us?
I consider the story of the Hopis to be authentic because it's the same story. You can find it all throughout the Americas. When White Bear, the Hopi leader, spoke to the NASA scientist Blumrich that some beings from the stars named Kachinas that came from the Pleiades saved them from Kashkara, that it was the original lost world of the Hopi, a lot of people asked if those gods were ETs, and if it was possible that they could be connected to the story of Alpha Centauri and with our human descendants of the future. Although I don't have specific information about that, I do have information that they cannot intervene in that way again. They can't keep coming to solve our problems or concern themselves if humanity has to be saved every time it self-destructs.
Why can't they come and assist?
They are trying to help us, but in another way. The ones that could assist us. I'm talking about the ETs that respect humanity and are part of the Alliance. You might remember that there was some information that was in ufology in the 1980s, where many contactees said that they had some type of vision where they could see humans going on board spaceships and would leave Earth. This produced some type of fever of visions, and many people at the time that they interpreted as an ET evacuation, just like the gods of the Hopi with their ancestors. There were groups of contactees in the 80s that said that this project of world evacuation was going to happen any minute, and only those people with the highest frequency would be evacuated. Even though some of this can seem silly to some of us at this point, at the time, a lot of people believed it completely. So the question is, beyond the hallucinations and overstatements, was there a real vision behind all that? And perhaps it wasn't an evacuation of humans by ETs, but more of an evacuation of humans from the future, so that many humans were actually evacuating themselves. The secret project to Alpha Centauri.
So the travelers from Alpha Centauri who are here now were possibly, hypothetically speaking of the story, evacuated by their families in another system.
The descendants of the travelers that went to Alpha Centauri somehow were able to arrive here in our time in order to warn their grandparents or their great-grandparents what could happen in the future. I know it sounds like a science fiction story from Hollywood, but reality is better than fiction. When Stephen Hawking and his team of scientists from Cambridge suggested that we only have 100 years to migrate to another planet? We did not see this in the movies. When Stephen Hawking gave this conference in the US in 2016 and spoke about the necessity to explore Alpha Centauri, we saw it in the news, not the movies. So it is important to pay attention to the science. This secret space program to Alpha Centauri is already underway. And like I said, some of the ETs that are today having contact with people on Earth could be the descendants of those astronauts.
Who do you believe is in charge of this program today?
According to Ivica and Ann Terrell, the ETs that are in contact with me, there isn't a particular leader that is in charge of this program. Not even a nation that is in charge. It is a secret program that is an international collective. And at the moment, 2020, it is actually taking its first steps behind the scenes.
Do you trust this collective?
They're in the beginning stages of making the pathway for the program. It will be called the Ark. It will not be established in any great world power. The special launch pad is not going to be in the United States or Europe. It won't be in China. It will be in the south of South America. To be more exact, it will be in the desert of Atacama, Chile. There are some installations of some of the most scientific powers there already.
Why did they pick the Atacama Desert?
Because Atacama is an ideal place for an interdimensional trip. As we were talking about physical ships in order to take a trip to Alpha Centauri with the technology that humans will soon discover, will be required that the ships launch from a special place that will allow for the first impulse to be controlled. It's hard for me to describe it with my words. Think about it as a quantic impulse that has to be done from a place that is sort of a node of power. That place exists in the Atacama Desert. Currently, it's populated by one of the most important observatories in the world, Project Alma, that has at this time 66 antennas that are investigating Alpha Centauri. You know how the ancient people of the Atacama Desert call that valley of Atacama? That means the place of the launch. Memories from the future. It's like a great plateau in the desert of Atacama. That's 5,000 meters high. It's actually higher than the peak of Mount Shasta. I was there. It's a fascinating place. When the Alma Observatory stops functioning, according to the ETs, they will build the official launch pad for Alpha Centauri.
Who is allowed to go on this official launch off?
I don't have the details about this information, just very small pieces of information that they have given us. A collaboration of various powers. It will be called the Ark.
According to these beings, Ricardo, what events might push humanity off planet to leave Earth?
There are different things that could force humanity to abandon the planet. These events could basically be grouped first in human behavior, like poor behavior, bad coexistence, that could be worsened by a cosmic tragedy. Always according to what they tell us, we could experience the impact of an asteroid on the northern part of the Earth. If this happens, it will not completely eliminate the population of Earth. It will worsen our world situation, because it would be a very big tragedy, and it will push huge migration. It will highlight our poverty and our need for survival.
Did they ever mention a timeline to you or your group when this could happen?
They say that this has already happened in another timeline. So if not for that, these ETs that are not really ETs would not exist. Because these quote-unquote ETs that we are having contact with, some of them would be the descendants of those astronauts. Therefore, this occurrence has already happened in another time. Now, in what year, in that other timeline, did this occur? In the year 2027. That means that in this timeline, that could happen in the same year. Not necessarily, but if it does happen, we know what's happening next.
What will it take for it not to happen, Ricardo?
In order to change things, to make sure that this does not happen, so that these patterns of behavior and occurrence do not happen in this timeline, we must change our conduct and get more people to change their consciousness. Many people will say this is impossible, look at the way things are in the world, but it's not necessary that the whole population changes. According to these ETs, as long as a group, a critical mass of people reach this level of consciousness, not even 10% of the world's population could start a domino effect, a chain reaction of awareness that could actually influence the different timelines. This is the key to be able to change things. This is why you will notice that in the recent history of humanity, there is an acceleration of the sharing of these topics. Intense, rushed. It's reaching millions of people because the more people remember these memories, we will have the tools to be able to modify this. Here we open two different interpretations. One might say, how is it possible that a small group of humanity could have more weight than the majority of the population that is asleep? It's almost like this TV studio, which is pretty large. All of a sudden had a blackout, and there were no lights here. You would not be able to see anything. Everything would be dark. This is what would permeate this big room. However, all you would need is just one person with a light, and it would stop the darkness. Just one candle. Then another way, the other interpretation that I was going to share is not just that consciousness can generate miracles in the future. It activates rules that are unknown to the human being right now, that actually work in other worlds and civilizations, protocols that would be able to help us. In other words, if we were able to achieve a certain level of consciousness in humanity, we would be able to get help from other beings in the cosmos. If we don't do it, they're not going to help. It's almost like if a person was lost in the Alaskan mountains. The helicopter, with help, is not going to suddenly arrive to the camp where the person was lost unless this person did something to get the attention of the helicopter, or had written SOS in the snow. Things don't come for free. We have to work and earn them. The level of consciousness of a group in humanity can activate those protocols from another civilization, so that with their knowledge and technology, they can come and help, not just make an asteroid take a detour.
Is this part also, you said, not just the Apunians, but this Federation? You said there was others involved that may or may not allow this meteor, just hypothetically speaking, come. You know, are the Apunians, number one, are they part of this Federation, and in what way?
There are several ET civilizations that are involved in that alliance. That's some involved with the contact phenomena, as you call it, the Federation, and the beings that we call Apunians are involved in that alliance that is respectful and loving to humanity. There are organizations that are amazing in the cosmos, of mutual help, of progress and evolution. Perhaps a skeptic could think that we are inspired by Star Trek when we speak of these things. But in reality, this knowledge came before all the stories of science fiction that we've heard of. A lot of people would be surprised that a lot of things that we have seen in science fiction always existed, just like many of the things that we've seen in science fiction, like Star Trek, are today a reality. The USB drives, plasma TVs, iPads, tablets, holograms, etc., etc. Before we saw them in actuality, we saw them in Star Trek. We were remembered.
Now, I use the term Federation now and then. Is there another term that you're aware of that they might use besides the Federation?
I mentioned earlier that I don't have details about the different worlds that are part of this alliance. How many worlds compose it? But we do know that many civilizations from stellar sectors over the universe that we are aware of are part of this alliance. But we do have to make a distinction between those stellar regions. For example, when somebody speaks about the Pleiades or of Orion, they forget that we are not speaking about one world. It's
That's right.
We're speaking about a constellation.
So many.
It's a group of stars that have multiple solar systems. As an example, there are people that when they look to the stars, they see the belt of Orion, and they could think it's just 3 stars that are lined up like that.
I laugh at this. It probably happens to you at the conferences when someone comes up and says, "I'm from Pleiades. I'm from Orion." I said, "Well, that's a trillion different planets and stars there." I mean, I don't think they understand the concept of it's not just you opening a flat book and look at the astrology there. This is a much greater thing. So I'm so glad you brought that up, because for me it is very entertaining. But I feel for everyone, because they do have this affinity for this, because it's in their lineage.
Every stellar sector has a frequency, but within that very system, there are sublevels of frequency. Civilizations, agendas, cultures. The universe is so diverse. It is possible that ET entities, as a wide margin of identification, would tell a witness, "I come from this sector of the Pleiadian stars."
That's right.
But if the contact becomes more profound, the entity might be able to tell the witness exactly where they're from. So having said this, when we speak about the worlds that make up the Confederation, there are civilizations from the Pleiades and Orion that are involved, and others that have not been allowed to. Because some of the civilizations from Orion, for example, according to the messages that we've received, have had behavior that is balanced and in equilibrium in the universe. And some have not, the same as the Pleiades or any other place in the cosmos. That's why it's so difficult to say which worlds are part of it, what the agendas are.
It's like, look at planet Earth. I am from Earth, but look how many races on Earth. The same thing amongst the solar system. In the projects, we don't say, "Oh, we have a Pleiadian piece of tissue or ET." We say this is the frequency of with a number on it, that they are from this system, this star system, and there's many sequences to that, like you said, subdivisions. Many. So it's good to clarify for the viewers what you said, and of course I can attest to that. There's no names for that. It's measured by the frequency from that sector. Like you said, the word sector, perfect, because everything is measured in coordinates of sectors out there, of planetary planets and moons.
I agree with that. It's like if an ET in the Pleiades, let's say to be more exact, in a system of the star Tegeta, welcomes a human astronaut. When the human astronaut arrives, the ET says, "Where are you from?" What a long trip, hundreds and hundreds of light years. The astronaut is not going to say, "I'm from Kansas." Well, he might not even say, "I'm from the United States," or even "I'm from Earth." He might not even be able to say, "I'm from the solar system." If the human astronaut was more knowledgeable about the ET civilization, and they are aware that we are in a solar system on Earth, that could perhaps be seen as part of a larger constellation that perhaps looks like some type of an animal that they would call bubble. The astronaut from Kansas would say, "I'm from the constellation of Bubble," so that the ET could understand. But as I said, these details can be disclosed from there as well.
Absolutely, I agree. We're such a microcosm, planet Earth, compared to the entire universe out there. So it's fun and entertaining to talk about how large it is with everyone out there. And it's just fascinating stuff. Ricardo, is there any parting message that you would like to leave for our viewers?
What would be the main part of the message that I would like to share, that I have received from these beings? What would I dare to share with these people that are watching me now? It's really difficult. I have a lot of ideas and a lot of emotions right now. But to leave my intellect aside, and just by feeling in this moment, there's some things that I feel I want to say. That it is important to know that we are not alone in the universe. Saying that, it's even insufficient. In reality, we're not alone on Earth. To become aware of this will liberate us. The other thought that I have right now about the possible future. We are able to change that future. We are able to change the things that might come. The main message that I've got is that the more an individual awakens and gains awareness and consciousness, that person will have more tools to decide and to be able to change things. It's really absurd to try to change the world, or your country, or your society. Try yourself first. Be at peace with your family. Otherwise, how can you be at peace with the cosmic family? This is not a psychological message. I'm not trying to be a coach. This is just common sense. We cannot hug the universe if we don't hug each other. This doesn't mean that we have to agree with any injustices, that we ignore the lies. We can still have the character to stand up to what we feel is wrong, because the truth is part of this coexistence. I'm talking about the genuine and authentic intention of changing.
Bravo. Thank you so much, Ricardo, for saying that. Very touching. Once again, Ricardo, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for this interview.
I'm Emery Smith, and this is Cosmic Disclosure. Until next time.
This song is called Samurai Cop. It has nothing to do with this not a samurai in the story. Well, I mean, there is, but not because it's a samurai or it's not just because it's a human being.
Today on Cosmic Disclosure, we are talking about E.T. craft with Peruvian researcher and author Ricardo Gonzalez, who has multiple contacts with extraterrestrial species called Punias. Ricardo, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Ricardo, we talked about 3D experiences and channeling, but those are two different kind of things. Explain those to us.
Truly, they are different experiences. When you speak about physical contact, you are talking about something that you could see, you could even touch. It's happening within your 3D world. When we are talking about the phenomena of channeling, it's more a mental, even spiritual experience. But it also has its complexities and misperceptions, because some people confuse extrasensory perception with the inspiration of their own conscious and with the help of unknown deities and entities that reminds you of practices from the occult. There are people that mix all of that and call it channeling, and that misperception is dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Could they be getting the wrong message from the wrong entity?
Any entity that has an evolved consciousness and respect for the human being would not need to integrate itself into our physical vehicle, because at that point it is transgressing past the free will protocol. There are other forms of contact that are less invasive and more secure. Allan Kardec, the father of Spiritism, understood these types of spiritual topics. He had warned back then about the danger of inviting entities into your vehicle. And some people that call themselves channelers are actually functioning as mediums. Other problems I see with channeling is that everything is based on what resonates with that person. So that if the person who is listening to you feels that what you are telling is the truth, then it's the truth. And though it is important to listen to your heart and intuition, when you leave everything to your perception, then it becomes an act of faith, more of a belief. This is the slippery slope in channelings. Based on my understanding, yes, of course there are authentic channelers, They are the people that are able to be in a place, and they can perceive information from the universe or other planes, and they can integrate it into their consciousness, and they're able to share this information. Perhaps the case of Edgar Cayce, known as the Sleeping Prophet. But there are other cases of channelers that, for me, are confusing. The word was made popular by the actress Shirley MacLaine after the publication of her book, Out on a Limb. When she appeared in various shows here in the United States in the 1980s, the term channeling became very popular. That's why it is important to differentiate that type of experience from direct contacts with ETs. It's not that one way is better or worse than the other. It's just that the means that are more subtle and spiritual, they need some type of verification and contrast so that it doesn't fall on deliriums and exaggerations.
Is it possible that the own person's mind could be subjective in the channel?
Yes, absolutely. This is possible that a witness of channeling, that a person who believes he or she is receiving messages from a being of another dimension, that feels like an inspiration. It could be that it is not an entity that is foreign to him or herself. It could be just him or herself. It could be a very intelligent and pure part of themselves that is flowing through a different type of state that the person is in, and that it can communicate thoughts to the person. It is possible that the channeler, without realizing it, creates some sort of archetype, some type of projection that is foreign to him or herself that could become disguised as some type of Pleiadian entity, or a warrior from Lemuria, or some type of magnetic consciousness. And it doesn't necessarily have to be that. More so, when you make conditional that in your workshop you don't have as many people or you don't get paid enough money, you're not able to channel that benevolent being.
Ricardo, have you ever had an experience in a 3D craft?
On other occasions, in different interviews, I have spoken about the physical contact that I have had with these beings on Earth, including with other witnesses that have been there, that include well-known journalists of the UFO phenomenon, like the case of Paula Harris here in the United States, that saw the entity that I've been referring to, and Terrell. But these contacts have not just happened on Earth. On 2 occasions, I was able to have face-to-face contacts with these beings inside of a ship. Now, I'm referring to a contact of consent. I was invited. I remember the last time that I experienced something like this.
Where was this at?
I've had 2 experiences where I entered these ships. The first one was in Peru, in the desert. The second one, the last one that I experienced, was here, in the United States, in Mount Shasta. Both experiences were very similar, because I was taken inside of the ship in the same manner.
Explain how you entered the craft, and where were you at the time that you entered the craft? What was that dynamic like?
In both experiences that I had, the first one in 2001 in Peru, with the second one in 2012 in the United States, the way I entered the ship was the same. It was a column of light. It was almost like somebody was shining a light from above. It was a soft light. It was like the light of the full moon, until the moment when it yanked me from the ground. The light became more intense, and it became so intense that I had to close my eyes. I was blinded by it. Suddenly, you're inside of the object, and you experience physical sensations. I was in a sense of emotion shock. There's a very particular sensation in my stomach, sort of a dizzying feeling, and a pressure in my head. It's almost like you're on the top of a roller coaster, and you have a free fall. And that is the way I found myself in a circular room. It was filled with a very intense white light that was actually similar to the column of light that had first appeared.
Could you see your feet and your body?
Yes, I was there. My whole body was there. It's not like I appeared there suddenly and started to walk around like nothing happened. I could look at my clothes, touch myself. My clothes, what I was wearing, there was a huge contrast between what I was wearing and my clothes and my person to the atmosphere that I was in.
Could you see the floor?
Yes, I was able to see the floor. There was a very small circle, probably no more than a meter of circumference. It had some sort of geometric figures, almost like small pentagons. and it was pulsating with soft blue light. But only in the circle where I was standing. On the main floor of the vehicle, everything was white.
Could you judge distance inside?
In this case that I'm speaking about, which was my first experience, that happened in the desert in Chilca, in Peru. The circular room itself was more or less what I would say to be about 10 meters in diameter. But later, I went to another part of the vehicle, and there I found another circular room that was larger. I'm not able to calculate the measurements of that object for two reasons. I was only in two places of the vehicle, and I never saw the object from the outside to be able to have any context. So the column of light first descended from some sort of a fog cloud, and the object was actually hiding within this fog, surrounded in light.
In the first experience, inside, did you see anything besides the white light? Were there any beings or any objects inside the craft?
In this room where I found myself, the only thing that I was able to distinguish with clarity was an oval door that was pretty large, that I had this feeling that I had to go through it, but I wasn't able to. Initially, I couldn't. I was very afraid. My heart was beating really, really fast, like I was running very, very fast. I was standing there. My hands started to sweat. I was having a hard time breathing, and I was convinced that I was about to faint. It was in that moment that I felt a hand place itself on my right shoulder, and I felt like it calmed me down. And my heartbeat began to decrease. All of a sudden, I was calm, and I started to feel better. It was a human hand, like ours. It was the hand of somebody with light skin. Feminine, but it had no nails. It wasn't unpleasant. It was just exotic. When I turned around, there was a woman there, dressed in a metallic outfit. She had very light eyes, almond-shaped, and very blonde, platinum hair that fell to her shoulders. Soon after that, Antarella. He is a tall, Nordic-looking being. The woman was not as tall. She was maybe 1.8 meters. In comparison to Antarell, who's about 2.75 meters. I would say the way it's measured in the US, he's about 10 feet. They spoke to me mentally, telling me to calm down, to come through the door that I was unable to enter on my own. I followed and went with them. And then the door led to some sort of hallway that was sort of moving towards the right. It wasn't very long, maybe 10 to 14 meters. And after that, I found myself in the other circular room.
What were they communicating to you on the journey through the door?
They were telling me mentally to come through that door with them. All of the communication was mental. And something that really stood out to me during this experience is that there were moments of no conversation, just the way that I'm describing it. Like if you listen to a question mentally, and then you answer mentally as well, almost like a, how are you? And then you answer, I'm fine, mentally. There are moments when there was none of that. There was no conversation. I just knew. You just knew. I was moving with them. I was following them like we were joined, and that did scare me because at first it was awkward. I felt like I was walking naked, just completely exposed. I felt like they could see everything inside of me. And at that same time, I could feel certain things. It was something very strange, but very special.
You did say, though, when you went into the other room with this male and female being, that there were other beings there. And I can completely relate to you of feeling naked when you're in this energy field they have. Because the frequency, what they do is they change their frequency to accommodate your frequency. So the three of you are sharing all the same energy and experience at the exact same time. Would you say so?
Yes, it's difficult to explain why I felt the way I felt. I've come up with a hypothesis. Aside from the topic of energetics that you just described, I think I just felt embarrassed. Not because I have something negative to hide, just because I wasn't accustomed to it. That you have no private thoughts. It's such an intense connection. That felt like talking was useless. It it felt like I was connected to something that was incredible. For example, I would see certain things in that vehicle, and when I say things, it's not that it was full of artifacts. It was very minimalist, white, but empty. The few things that I did see, there was a cylinder with a crystal dome, a screen of gas or light against a curved wall. I saw some spheres of color that were also where the other entities. They had their hands submerged in these spheres, and they looked like they were in a trance. And I was just looking at them, and just by looking at it, I knew what they were doing, what was happening. And I asked myself, how did I know this? And then I realized that I had established a connection with their information. I suppose to the level that they allowed me to stick my nose. I understood that these beings that were entranced with their hands submerged into these spheres of light had actually integrated their consciousness with the ship. This is the way they did it. It's a very complex mechanism that I don't understand, and that would transform the vehicle into a live being that was connected to these beings. I don't know why they allowed me to know these things. Maybe they were testing my reaction. I don't know why they didn't bring up a scientist instead of someone from Peru, considered a third world country.
Because there's enough scientists in space already. That's what they told me.
That is true. But I did understand why they did it. As I said, to test it, to see how a common person would react to something like this. And also to gain my trust of them, being in their environment. Because up until that moment, I had never seen this type of thing. It's sort of like when you establish a friendship with a person. First, you have coffee down the street, and then when there's more trust, you bring them to your house.
Did you communicate with any other beings on the craft besides being connected to the craft consciously and the other two beings? There were some others there, but was most of the communication just instantaneous with the craft and all the beings?
I maintained the main communication about the ship. The main interaction I had was with him. My interaction with the woman I described was only at the beginning. The other three entities I saw there, tall and tall. It was just in that moment. My main host was Antarel. The one I would say I held a conversation on various topics. One of them I have already shared with you, Project Longshot. This information I received there during this contact with Antarel. They also spoke to me about other things. About circumstances that would occur in our future that were going to change our geopolitical environment. For example, I was told that they had foreseen in the month of September. So I'm telling you, 6 months after I had this experience that I tell you occurred in 2001 in Peru, they told me that in September, something really terrible was going to happen. That it would change the geopolitical environment. I published an article about this. And aside from that report, I gave interviews and conferences here in the United States. When the incident of 9/11 occurred, I was in shock. I understood then that the ETs had been referring to this very incident, and they were right. The geopolitical landscape of the world completely changed.
How do you think the ETs already knew about something 6 months from that point?
I suppose for different reasons. One could be that they travel through different timelines, and they were just simply sharing something that had already happened, but without offering any details about what was coming. It just marked a timeline, a place, and the consequence. They didn't say that a plane was going to go through the Twin Towers.
Did it scare you?
I'm actually going back to that moment right now. And your question is surprising me because I felt more things. I felt more trust to their abilities and their capacities. But I was also in shock because I was there at the Twin Towers 1 week before it happened. I was walking in Manhattan, passing under them in the street. There were so many people that were just walking at the feet of those towers. I had given an interview to a radio station in Manhattan. I was just able to see the amount of people that were moving through that place, and then to see what happened. An act of violence and the thousands of people that were taken. made me think about our human history, our wars, our violence. If these beings know so much about us, how come they didn't stop it? If I was one of the people that they gave this information to, why did they do that if I don't have any real weight in the matter? Why didn't they speak to someone that had some influence, that could change the events?
Isn't it possible that maybe the event had to happen for us to get to where we are today?
Yes, probably that's why.
Graham
Or maybe
Nash
they
to
didn't
come
want
out
to
and
talk.
sing another song. And Shane,
But something is pending with your question, Emery. How did they know? One way, as I said, could be that they follow information from different timelines. And another one could be much more simple. It could be that they intercept all of our communications. Maybe a great deal of information with all this technology they have. So maybe they already knew that something was being organized, that something was gestated. Whoever it was that did it.
So they probably have access to time travel because that's the only way they could do that, or have access to see the future and the past, or maybe this has already happened and they have a recording of that and they wanted to show it.
It is true that because they do time travel, they have access to information. Maybe this privileged information was shared with contactees, but we still come to the same question. Why matters that are so delicate and important have been transmitted to people that are common, such as myself? I'm one of many people in this. They want to generate a type of civil pressure. I said it before, since the witnesses of high credibility are unwilling to open their mouths, they are trying to pressure a certain type of liberation of information through the movement of a lot of people that are also getting to know the truth. So not just the elite, just normal people. It's a way of creating pressure so that things will become known. And this is also something that we spoke about while I was in the field.
I feel your compassion for what but also an absolute pain to create peace in this planet.
You know, I am actually investigating a potential number that I think a lot of investigators do know. Investigators that are familiar with the ancient Mayan traditions, Pueblo traditions. These traditions talk about a dance of 144,000 warriors that are skipping and beating the drums so that a sacred fire in the middle of the dance does not turn off. It is to keep the fire on. They are called the 144,000 dancers in the sun. I started to investigate other traditions, and the same number keeps coming up. In the Bible, it also talks about 144,000 marked by God. I'm not saying that they are the chosen, but there has to be some sort of mathematical clue. Perhaps we should begin symbolically and mathematically speaking. Maybe just starting with 144,000 people that have changed their level of consciousness. Maybe generate this domino effect. Suddenly the guy of yours might think, oh, that's so easy. 144,000 people is nothing in contrast to the population of the world. But remember the legend of the Indians. When one dancer stopped dancing, the fire would turn off. It's not just about 144,000 people awakening. It's to maintain it. So maybe the people that are watching this interview are in synchronicity with this message. But when they turn off the TV, maybe tomorrow or maybe next week, and they get mad at something, how will they be? It's true, we are human. We can have differences in our character, in our perceptions. It's normal. We are human. What I'm talking about here is to maintain, to try to stay awake, not to allow the fire to go out. So if I had to throw out a number, just a number to start, I would consider this legend.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Ricardo. I'd like to get back to the second craft that you boarded. You said it was similar to the first craft, and I want to know if there was any differences. But let's start from the beginning. Was it also a beam of light? That where was it at first? Mount Shasta, you said?
As I said, the experiences were quite similar.
in the way that they took me into the vehicle,
My name is
the description of the vehicle.
I'm an enrolled member of the
The only difference was, taking into account that I didn't experience a cognitive distortion, is that the second field, the circular room where I found myself,
my friends and family that are
it
here
felt
from
bigger,
Standing
a
Rock
lot
to join
bigger,
me on the
actually.
stage.
At least twice the size of my first experience. I didn't move from there that time. I was where I had the meeting with Antarel. It felt a lot shorter than the first time, and I received instructions to go to Siberia, in the Russian Federation, and to return to Mongolia in the mountains of Altai to start an investigation that I continue to this day.
Was there anything else translated or communicated to you other than that mission that they would like you to do?
I believe that the most important part of the contact or the information that I received in Shasta that occurred on the 26th of August of 2012 has been to investigate the secrets of Central Asia and its unknown connections to the Native American tribes. It was a genetic project. It was a controlled migration, so that certain characteristics of an ethnic group, of shamans, of psychics, would not be lost and come to this region, and that in the future, this ability, this sensibility and connection to the earth could be transmitted to others. But according to the ETs, not just to transmit it genetically or through lineage, but through a phenomenon called impregnation. It's like the example of a marriage that cannot have children, and they adopt them. With time, that adopted child starts to develop physical traits of the adoptive parents. Gets the same allergies as the adoptive parents. But how is this possible? It's not the same blood, it is the phenomenon of impregnation. Therefore, the descendants of the sacred lineage of Central Asia, the actual shamans of the Americas, the genuine and authentic ones, I think hold the key to impregnate their wisdom and knowledge to the rest of humanity. They can impregnate a better understanding and connection with Mother Earth. They led me on that road. And we have found incredible things, including here in the United States.
Even in science, if you're around, and this has been published many times over, that you are a light. You're made of these photons and these frequencies, and we can transfer things through light from one glass to another glass of water. So I completely understand by being around two individuals, and even though this child is not of the womb of this woman or the stone of this man, they will take on the traits of these people 100%. And the same thing happens when you hang out with friends and family, whether they're good or bad. You'll pick up on these traits, and you'll start to even sometimes maybe even look like them. And it's funny, I always love reading Tom Bearden's books, but there's a couple studies out there why dogs look like their owners.
Love transforms and unites.
Yes.
Therefore, if there are adoptive parents that are watching this show today, the small child that you adopted, of course, is yours because you are united by something greater than blood. You are united by love. That is what many tribes used to practice. That would easily call another person brother or sister. Brother, sister, without having to share the same blood. I believe in that. And this is what these beings have made us remember.
Ricardo, thank you so much for all that information. It's always beautiful to be with you in your field.
Thank you so much.
I'm Emery Smith, and this is Cosmic Disclosure. Until next time. Today on Cosmic Disclosure, we are with Dr. Robert Wood, retired aerospace engineer who has worked on everything from ballistic missile defense to the space station. More recently, Bob is the editor of a new book on William Hopkins called Selected by Extraterrestrials, Volume 2, My Life in the Top Secret World of UFOs, Think Tanks, and Nordic Secretaries. Bob, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Well, this latest book about William Tompkins was taken directly from his own words, left on his computer after he passed away in August of 2017. Some of this information he has shared previously in the public, but much of it is new. Tell us about some of his outstanding experiences that you came across.
Well, there are three things in the new book that I think that are quite significant. The first is there's a lot more detail on the interviews that he was involved with Admiral Rupert Bonner, where they were interviewing 29 Navy spies who had been in Nazi Germany. And the new book basically goes into those in some detail. So it's really convincing. You get a feeling that you're there. The second thing that impressed me was the details that he was able to add about his time at the Douglas think tank, which is where I worked at the same time with the same people. In fact, his main boss in the Douglas think tank was my boss years before when he hired me. And so I think that's significant. One of the people in that think tank who's running the show was Bobby Ray Inman, who's now an admiral, when he was just a kid. And I think that's interesting too. And finally, the first book only went up to 1970 when he started to work at TRW. And at TRW, he was involved in some deeply classified programs all over the map, which he never discussed in his first book at all. We talk about remote viewing, for example, and underground tunnels and caverns and all sorts of exciting stuff.
For the audience, Bob, tell them what TRW stands for.
Thompson, Ramo, Woolwich is the name of the three people who founded the company, which became TRW, and I believe it became aerospace, and then it got sold again. What he did at TRW is so important is because TRW had no limits on what they could investigate. And so they investigated how to find out to make cars that don't have to run on gasoline, and how remote viewing really works, and is there anything to psychic phenomena, and all sorts of things like that.
Why would an aerospace company be interested in psychic phenomena?
Well, according to what Bill Tompkins told me, they were really funded by the Detroit businesses, and so they were oriented towards gas.
And the Detroit businesses meaning?
Meaning, yeah, the oil companies and the car companies. These were the ones that were funding TRW. And in fact, one of his stories, which is included in detail, is the story of how they hired a guy by the name of Joe Papp, who claimed that he could make cars just run on water. And in fact, they developed a program to do that. And they got a car that just ran on water. They got an engine that just ran on water. Demonstrated it, but unfortunately it blew up. And then after that happened, all the funding was totally canceled.
Just from that one accident.
And Bill Tompkins was actually the project manager of this project.
So where did they all go from there?
They were told by the oil companies to not try to pursue other techniques for transportation.
Were they threatening them?
He never discussed the processes that they used, but it was pretty clear that's what happened.
So Bob, why were they interested in remote viewing?
Well, Bill made it very clear that TRW scientists were encouraged to be interested in any unanswered questions. They asked questions about how were the pyramids really built. They had actually tried to build a pyramid with technology of the day. And so anybody had a question about anything, that was a guaranteed thing you wanted to explore, especially if it was potentially important. Like nobody understood how remote viewing worked or what it worked, as an example. They also didn't understand UFOs and why they were real or whether they were real and how they worked, so they did that too. So there was a group of scientists who were given a green light to study anything that occurred to their minds as interesting.
Well, tell me about the book title. You know, it's called Selected by Extraterrestrials.
Yes.
Why did he come up with that? Why did you come up with that?
Well, it turns out that There were really a couple of reasons of why he picked that title. The first was, when he was looking for a title for his first book, he was talking to a girl that he knew casually, I think one of his editors. They were talking about what the title of the book. And she said, well, in the first place, girls read more books than guys. And so you ought to pick something that has some sort of appeal, that's relationships. And the other reason he picked the title is because he personally believed that he was, in fact, selected by a Nordic group during the Battle of L.A. in 1942, when he was illuminated by a bright light and selected as their man to represent their goals for the near future.
We have some interviews done with William Tompkins. This one is a brief clip about Bill's early involvement in secret programs. Let's have a look.
So I went to work then at Douglas, and I'm a draftsman for 2 weeks. And my chief, section chief, started through my background. And of course it says all of this stuff that I had done in the Navy. So he puts me in this think tank. And there's where we get to the first think tank, okay? Inside of Douglas, in a walled-off area. And there's 200 guys in it. And we investigate every aspect of extraterrestrial, military, commercial, whatever. And I was assigned to design for the Navy about 16, 18 different classes of U.S. Navy battle group ships, which didn't exist. And these were, larger ones were from 1 kilometer to 6 kilometers. These ships fly in space. They're spacecraft carriers. I designed U.S. Navy spacecraft carriers, which finally got built back in the late 70s, up in Utah, underneath the ground. And that's you've seen the pictures of U.S. Navy spaceships, Solar Warden. So Solar Warden came out of a think tank inside of engineering firms. And a whole lot of other stuff came out.
So Bob, tell us more about what Bill shares from these think tank sessions of U.S. Navy spaceships from his book.
Well, I think the clip we just saw is particularly important because the 2 drawings that were shown there were in his own handwriting with his own initials in it, and I have a copy of the original that shows that. So I think that was very significant. He claimed that the first satellite that we ever put up was actually a Navy submarine. Submarines are sealed, so they don't have to do anything special. They had taken out the nuclear engine and put in an anti-gravity engine, and it took off from Newport News and went to orbit. Now, I'd never seen that in writing anywhere else, and I don't think I've heard him say it on the interviews that I've seen. So that would be a new information that came from my conversation with him.
Right, anti-gravitic propulsion units.
Right.
Understood.
Right.
Wow. Well, the Germans had a very developed space program, like beyond anything we seem to have at that time. And according to William Tompkins, how did they just become so advanced so fast?
The reputations the Germans had for having high-quality UFOs actually was a little complicated because what happened to begin with was that Maria Orset had a relationship that resulted in her receiving psychically the designs and drawings, and so there were a group of people in Germany who wanted to build these craft on those drawings and replant it. In the mid-30s, Bill tells me that the reptilians who had underground bases in Antarctica made a deal with the Germans who were exploring Antarctica at that time to help conquer the world. And they had also the same kind of craft, anti-gravity craft. So the Germans were working two programs at the same time. They were working one that was related to the drawings that they had received help from reptilians, and they were also working on Maria Orsek's development. And the Nazis, SS, let them do those things at the same time because there was some synergies in there.
Tell the audience about Maria Orsek.
Well, Maria Orsek is one of a half a dozen girls who, in the early 20s, I think, had wanted to leave the earth, and she was sufficiently psychic that she was able to communicate with the race that was on the planet around the star Aldebaran. And the story is that they gave her the drawings psychically, and she was able to work with a university professor in Germany to take those drawings and create a craft. And so the first anti-gravity craft really took off sometime in maybe 1922.
Did we learn anything about the species that Maria Orsek was involved with, and were they helping the Nazis build these craft?
Bill did not tell me anything about the species that planet around Aldebaran that gave her the designs. So I don't know what kind of race they might have been, so it would be a guess. All we know is that she got these drawings psychically, and they built them, and they worked. That's what he told me.
Well, let's have a look at this video with William Tompkins about Germans in space.
1942. The war's on. Rick Obama, his hobby is sending these Navy operatives into Germany. They've been going all over Germany, and they're staggered at what they found. They found that Hitler and the SS made an agreement with reptilian extraterrestrials. They found hundreds of different types of advanced weapons being built. These included 60-foot and 250-foot, 500-foot UFOs, ground vehicles. Okay, UFOs. They built some of these out of chromoly steel that weighed tons and tons and tons. They had developed, or they had been given, electromagnetic anti-gravitational propulsion by the reptilians. The agreement turned out that they were to develop a parallel space navy that the reptilians had and operate out through the galaxy with the reptilians taking over planets and enslaving the people on the planets. But what they had already accomplished was really strange. They have all these UFOs, different types of propulsion that were unbelievable, laser weapon systems, unbelievable stuff. All over the country, Germany and the occupied areas, they had massive underground production facilities that they were using, that they had developed for regular arms race like tanks and places to build Navy ships, all this kind of stuff. Most of it was underground. So they started expanding those facilities, and they put 11 of these UFO-shaped vehicles in production. So the operatives are trying to explain to us, and the Admiral would back off and say, slow down, I don't believe you. And that went on, and then the captains would say the same thing. The operatives were nice guys, and they knew they were going to get the questions when they got back into the Admiral's office, and they knew that nobody was going to believe what they said. So fortunately, the Admiral had a typist in there, and the Admiral's aide was not in there. He wasn't even cleared to be in there. And one or two of the captains, the Admiral and myself, we were the ones, the only people that this information was given to by the operatives. I want to step sort of back to my job in the Navy there working for Admiral Icabata. We talked about my mission, not my job, my mission. It's documented, okay? It's written by the Secretary of Navy Forrestal, okay, who became the #1 guy in the military, then he, like several other people, including our president at that time, were talking to a lot of other people. And so he was supposed to have had a mental breakdown, so they took him to the hospital there in Washington, the top floor, and pushed him out the window. And so that's the guy that wrote Admiral Ricobata's mission. Then my mission came from his. That was the level of this information in the United States. Now, no other country but Germany knew about the extraterrestrials. Nobody did. Now, as this started to unveil the reality of what Germany was doing, it was like the war is going to be over, period. They're going to take the whole planet, and they could do it in 5 minutes. They even had trained a group of soldiers, an entire battalion of them, who were cloned. They had cloned a whole battle group of soldiers. They sent them out front, and they killed the Russians unreal. So it's not just the material, but and advanced medical systems, longer lives. The size and the magnitude of what was taking place was unbelievable to everybody that got involved in the program. The SS found out that people could live longer. So there was another big, massive program given in pieces, brought back by the Navy operatives, plopped it on the table in front of Admiral Ricobata, and of course, that ended up with about 24 packages because of the different magnitudes of living longer. And I guess if you ask the question for the Nordics, their comparable lifespans are 1,400 to 2,200 years. But they look exactly like us. There is a study that we did later on at TRW on advanced life systems, that's extended life. And that program is down now to within less than 2 years. It's going to be available to some people on this planet. The way it works, I'm very involved with it. Essentially, you take 4 aspirin over 6 months. Pop them, or you get 4 shots. You immediately change. Everything is nicer. Everything is nicer, okay? What you do is you revert back to the girl's 21 and the guy's 29. Now, it takes a while for you to do this. You then stay at that time for essentially a couple of thousand years. Your brain then, which collectively we're only using 2.2% of our brain. I don't care what they're telling us. We're only using 2.2%. You get a minimum of 400% capability over what you normally had. And now, what this does is, this allows you to contribute. Allows you to contribute. You go to work for the company here, 20 years, they give you the watch, and you got a couple of 3 years later on, and you're out of the picture. Okay, so you didn't contribute very long. All right, now you're living 2,000 years, and you can contribute, and you also can have fun for 2,000 years. And you don't change age. You stay there. 5 of the top medical research groups, just like Scripps right here in San Diego, are involved in this. And there's hundreds of companies involved in this. There's a whole lot out there that is being removed from our part of our life, and that we are in this position where everything that we've been taught, whether it's in the university or in medical or in any technical field, even mathematics, is baloney. Yet, because we have allowed reptilians to put the stuff in our minds that removes our capability to operate, learn, our entire history, all the way back thousands of years, has been being controlled. We now know this. This is not something that we think could happen. We now know this. So if you look at countries, you look at the Roman times and you see, if you take and parallel these events back with that, the Romans were being mind controlled. They had the elite group, and then they had all of the army, and then they had the slaves. And that's where we are now. We're just finding out about this, and we need to fix it.
Did Bill share anything that you can comment on about, the life extension that was just mentioned? Taking these pills, getting inoculations.
Well, as I got to know Bill pretty well over the 10 or so years before the book came out, I began to ask him really personal questions. And I said, Bill, you're talking about this, you're getting old. I think he was 92 at the time or something like that. I said, are you taking pills or not? And he said, no, I'm not. I think for the most part, when he and I were talking, and I looked him in the eye, he would tell me the real truth.
Sure. I mean, even through my experience in the projects, we definitely were experimenting with longevity and also deep space travel and keeping the body at a certain age. Not so much, taking it back, but at least keeping the person from aging any longer. Right. I mean, he's mentioning also clones. I mean, that is something I'm very familiar with, and I definitely believe in that. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought that the video we just saw, where he mentioned that the Germans actually had battalions of cloned guys, that was a new thought for me, that the Germans might have been that good, that early. They had so much help, and they were so smart that I believe that's possible. I don't think there's any evidence for it. I don't have any evidence. But the one thing I did learn, this is kind of an aside, but the one thing that I learned as a result of meeting Bill and understanding his story is there's almost nothing that can't be kept secret effectively by the government and by people who want it kept secret. There are no limits on the ability of people to keep secrets. I mean, most of the people in the world today do not believe that there's an underground tunnel system and cavern system for sending people here and there covertly. And most people do not believe or have ever heard of a secret space program that has multiple different craft with multiple different visitors from various places. So those things have been kept secret from the public, in effect, very, very effectively. I had a top secret clearance, and I met a lot of people who thought they knew it all when they had the right level of clearance, but it turns out there's no level of clearance you could have that gives you access to the things that are really kept secret.
Right. Are you saying eventually the truth always comes out with these projects, or are you saying that that we'll never know?
I think there is no plan at the present time for the secret to be revealed, because for the most part there's no one person who knows the secret, especially the president. Little bits and pieces.
I think that's a good way to put it. No one person knows everything.
Yeah.
Because it's so compartmentalized.
Right, exactly.
And there's also disinformation sometimes thrown into it to discombobulate these people with high clearance.
Yeah.
Well, William writes about having worked with the Nordics. I mean, how did that come about, and in what fashion did he work with them?
Well, Bill emphasized that he had some secretaries who he later found and concluded they were Nordic secretaries who were so important to him because he realized that they were actually helping him be the person he was. Bill was not a modest guy, and he made a lot of claims of having the right idea at the right time. In fact, he quotes his bosses as saying, "Bill, you're always right on top of it." But in the book, he admits that really most of the really good ideas that he got came from his secretaries, who were Nordic and gave him the right information.
Bob, if the Nordics are like so brilliant, they know telepathy, they know a lot more than we do, why were they put in place as his secretaries?
Well, I think the simplest, most straightforward answer to that is you'd have to ask the Nordics. But, you know, they decided that this was a way to have a non-obvious influence on the process, as opposed to having a higher level situation where it would have been evident to lots of people that the Nordics were somehow controlling things. I think they wanted to stay in the background. The impression I got from Bill was that the Nordics wanted the Apollo program to be successful, and they wanted to help him make it successful. And he gave us a lot of details as how he helped them make it successful with the help of the Nordics.
Yeah, I think it's really strategic too because it blends in. You know, they blend in with his team.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this video with Maria Orsic and UFOs.
Okay.
So we had a young girl, Nordic, just outside of Germany. Some people talked to her, and they said, you are now involved in a new program, and you're going to have great support in this program. She had developed, I think she had 8 girls. They were continually talked to telepathically to go and design spaceships. The little blonde actually built them. And eventually 2 of those got over here in Area 51. But Germany found out about the blonde, took her over, stopped everything, and then got to this point where there was some sort of pressurized program by the SS to control that original group. Now, several times they did work together, but Hitler allowed them to operate independently of the whole SS program, the whole development. So we had 2 developments going on in Germany. The girls didn't want their vehicles to be used for anything else but travel. They were afraid that somebody would get a hold of it and they use it for military, which is, of course, what they got. But the girls finally ended up in Antarctica in the large facilities. In fact, the reptilians had 3 massive caverns. They let Germany use 2 small ones. But when you're talking about small, it's like as big as California. And so there's cities in both the extraterrestrial caverns and manufacturing everything that you would need on a planet. So then Hitler's group did the same thing. 4 years before the war was over, it was decided that the war could possibly be lost, but if we win it, we still need to get out of the area because the Allies are going to bomb us off of the earth and there won't be anything here left for us. So they decided to move everything to Antarctica. Admiral Byrd, they're going to go down there and they were going to take out the whole thing in 1 week. The top people in every area of the Navy, best aircraft, best ships, best weapons, everything. And 5 weeks later, things didn't look very good. When we got down there, they had decided they were going to have one thrust from the west side of Antarctica and then the opposite side coming into both of them towards the center of the continent. And so before we even got all the guys around, and I'm talking about 4-engine flying boats, okay, and ships, battleships and destroyers and submarines and you name it. Before they got there, these fairly large, they were 100-foot diameter saucers, came up out of the ocean and took down everything. Now there's a misnomer on some documentations about the pictures of photographs of some of the German UFOs. Many of the close-ups give you a little clearer picture of the cross on them. What was partially incorrect in that information that's been released was that not all of the vehicles came out from the German side to take out ours, but from the large caverns on the adjacent to them, unmarked UFOs and unmarked cigars came up, which then it was a joint venture by the extraterrestrials that lived there, operated from there, and built the vehicles that went to the moon and Mars and all these other places. But we lost that war.
Wow, that was very impressive. I mean, I've heard about this story over and over. We know that Admiral Byrd did return with his fleet, but how much damage was actually caused?
Well, my impression was that they lost a substantial amount, like 20%, 30%, somewhere in there. They had an aircraft carrier, I think, that was not sunk, but they lost several ships. It was a disaster from the point of view of a naval battle. After this battle, he talked about being attacked. Well, he talked about being able to fly from one pole to the other. And that was kind of the only hint he gave that there might have been advanced technology involved in this battle.
Now, do you still believe they're there? Does he talk about that at all? Because we know Germany still exists, but with the underground facilities there, are they still continuing to work with the reptilian race down?
Well, Bill's position before he died was that, yeah, the Nazis and the reptilians have a relationship that's in harmony, and that relationship is in harmony with a lot of corporations in this country who are getting money from the government and all sorts of sources that they're building secret spacecraft. Some of those are being used for evil purposes like slavery and mining other planets, and others of them are being used, for example, like the Navy Solar Warden program to kind of protect us from inappropriate attacks by other alien races. So there's a multitude of goals and a multitude of responses and capabilities that we have, all of which are secret, which is, as I said earlier, is one of the things that has impressed me so much in meeting Bill, is that it's nothing that can't be kept secret from the public.
Well, Bob, thanks for being here and sharing all these amazing stories. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'm Emery Smith, and this is Cosmic Disclosure. Until next time.
on Cosmic Disclosure, we are with Robert Wood, retired aerospace engineer who has worked on everything from ballistic missile defense to the space station. But more recently, Bob is the editor of a new book on William Tompkins called Selected by Extraterrestrials, Volume 2. My Life in the Top Secret World of UFOs, Think Tanks, and Nordic Secretaries. Bob, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Well, Tompkins was part of a high security access group of people related to the advanced technologies and even extraterrestrial beings interacting with various humans and military and governmental factions on Earth. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Bill's involvement in top secret material actually began when he was just a new guy in the Navy. But after he left the Navy, he got a job working for Douglas Aircraft Company, and as soon as they realized he had these top secret clearances from the past, they put him in this top secret think tank, where it was clear that their goal was to study the UFO subject.
I know these think tanks include a lot of people. It's not just like a couple people in there, up to like 200 people I've heard.
Right, he says that there were that many people in that think tank. The people that he was working for are critical in this context of the book, because I knew two of the people he was working for. One of them was Elmer Wheaton, who was the vice president of the missiles part at that time, and I later worked for him. And the other one was Wolfgang B. Klemperer. They called him Klemp. And interestingly enough, Klemperer was the guy who was my boss's boss when I got my first job as a summer hire in 1949. And I wondered, he had a desk, so you had to go past his desk in order to get to this classified area, so he saw everybody who came and went. But he was never there. Every time I left to get for coffee, why, he was not there. And I wondered, why is he not there? And then I realized when Bill Tompkins told me that he was working for Klemperer in a vault, that's where he was. He was in this think tank.
We have some interviews done with William Tompkins. This one is a clip about MJ-12. Let's have a look.
He's the Secretary of the Navy. He's sort of the top guy. And unlike many military organizations around the planet, everybody liked Forrestal. All of the people did. He was really a beautiful guy, and he knew what he was talking about. But his people were essentially like a short name, a name that was abbreviated. And so it had quite a few different titles to it. That group were essentially the apex of the alumni. So at Douglas, we had the situation where putting together packages on different areas that we were working on in the think tank. Now, other people in the tank were aware of who Forrestal was, and they were aware that we should not be using his group's name. But essentially, every document that we came up with inside that secret think tank, how will this be accepted by that group? Are we deviating from their agenda? What is their agenda? Who are all of these people? Is the Bilderberg involved in this? Are other organizations, secret organizations, are they involved in this? We then structured our presentations to them when he came out to assume Forrestal was the number one person in the country who ran the proper organization, the real organization to handle technically the extraterrestrial. We have now what essentially is the U.S. Navy Space Systems, which is not an organization, but it's inside of the secret think tank at Douglas. That operation